Wang Yi was just an ordinary office worker, but he found himself transported to a magical academy in another world through a bizarre dream. It was an experience unlike anything he had ever imagined. As Wang Yi stared at the exam paper filled with dense rows of English letters, his head throbbed painfully. The 26 letters of the English alphabet, which should have been familiar, now seemed as incomprehensible as ancient hieroglyphs. As someone who had graduated years ago and was now entrenched in the daily grind, he couldn't help but feel frustrated by the absurdity of this exam dream. To make matters worse, the subject of the test was English. Since graduating from university, Wang Yi had almost completely severed ties with the English language. His major never required passing an English proficiency test, and over the years, most of his vocabulary had withered away, leaving only a handful of basic greetings and a few awkward phrases buried in the recesses of his memory. He pinched his thigh hard, but felt no pain, further confirming that he was indeed dreaming. Looking around, Wang Yi realized he was in a spacious classroom. The desks were neatly arranged in 6 rows, with 4 single-person desks in each row. The seats were spaced far apart, making the room feel exceptionally roomy. His seat was in the 3rd row, far right next to a large window that reached waist height. Through the window, he could see the playground, where willow trees swayed gently in the breeze, a scene of breathtaking beauty. As Wang Yi pondered the peculiar nature of this classroom, the dream abruptly shifted. He attempted to end this nonsensical experience by jumping out of the window, but the moment he leapt, he found himself back in the classroom. This time, however, the once empty seats were now filled with unfamiliar students, and the blackboard bore the bold words, "Unit Quiz." Behind the podium stood a stern-looking teacher with a dark, imposing face. To his surprise, the content of the exam paper on his desk had changed as well. The original English test had been replaced by a magical history exam, brimming with fantastical questions. From the first forbidden mage to the president of the Magic Federation, from the emergence of the abyss to the age of magic, every question was steeped in bizarre and otherworldly details. Resigned to the absurdity of the situation, Wang Yi decided to try jumping out of the window again, hoping to escape this strange dream. He stood up, ignoring the teacher's reprimands, and even made a defiant gesture. Yet as he leapt, he felt an unprecedented sense of reality. The wind roared past his ears, his skin stung, and the ground rushed toward him with alarming speed. Everything felt vividly real. It was only in the last moments before impact that he was struck with a horrifying realization: this might not be a dream at all. Medical staff. Get the medical staff immediately. When repairing bones, you must do it like this, carefully and completely piecing the patient's bones back together, the female doctor explained to the group of interns gathered around her, demonstrating as she spoke. With practiced hands, she worked on the patient's bones and continued, "The reconstruction must be flawless. If there are any gaps, use bone paste to fill them in. Pay special attention to the length of the bones. Improper alignment could result in uneven limbs or even permanent disability. If you fail to treat the patient properly and they come back with a complaint, not only will you have to pay for a senior medical mage to fix it, but it will also affect your evaluation and career advancement." Understood? Understood, teacher. The students responded in unison. Next is wound healing, she said, moving on to the next step while demonstrating. You must thoroughly clean the wound before applying healing magic. Throughout the process, you must strictly control the magical variables. Otherwise, you risk causing abnormal tissue growth, which would also count as a medical error. Got it. Got it, teacher, the students replied. She added, "These are the standard procedures in a hospital setting. However, on the battlefield, where emergencies arise and resources are limited, things are much simpler. Just throw healing spells at your teammates as needed. No antiseptics? Disinfect with a solar flare spell like this. Don't worry about burning them. Saving their life is the priority." At that moment, Wang Yi, who was lying on the operating table, began to regain consciousness. He tried to piece together his fragmented memories and vaguely recalled a chaotic dream. Taking an exam, jumping off a building twice, and finally crashing to the ground like a lifeless sack, followed by excruciating pain before losing consciousness. What a bizarre dream, he thought, opening his eyes. But instead of familiarity, he was met with an unfamiliar ceiling and the glare of a surgical lamp. The air carried the fresh scent of sun-dried linens, mixed with a faint, burnt smell. He shut his eyes tightly and opened them again, but the scene remained unchanged. The sound of medical instructions grew clearer, and the content made his scalp tingle with unease. Shit, this isn't a dream. I've really crossed into another world. Summoning his strength, he lifted his head slightly, only to be met with a sight that pushed him further into despair. To his left stood a curvaceous female doctor, whose white coat could barely contain her alluring figure. Her hands glowed with a vibrant green light as she healed the deep, bone-revealing wound on his leg. Even more astonishing was the crowd of young interns in white coats surrounding him. The inner circle was packed, and those in the outer circle were standing on stools for a better view. Among the group, The majority were girls, with only a few boys scattered here and there. This group of people craned their necks, staring intently at Wang Yi's body, or more precisely, at the every move of the person in the white coat leading the group. Fortunately, a layer of blue fabric was draped over his waist and upper thighs, sparing him from the embarrassment of complete exposure. Did I survive after jumping off a building? Wang Yi wondered to himself. But as he glanced down at the wound on his thigh, a sense of unease surged through him. The wound was unnaturally neat, not the jagged injury one would expect from a fall, but more like the precise incision of a surgical scalpel. Why is the patient awake? The curvaceous doctor in the white coat suddenly snapped, turning to scold a petite girl nearby. Wang Yao, what's wrong with you? You can't even administer anesthesia properly, and you still think you can get into the Imperial City Magic Medical University? The girl named Wang Yao shrank back like a startled bird and quickly turned to Wang Yi. Classmate, could you please look at me? Instinctively, Wang Yi met her gaze and was immediately captivated by her lively, beautiful eyes. In that brief moment of eye contact, he felt his consciousness begin to fade, and the scene in front of him started to dissolve. Before he completely lost consciousness, he heard the white coat doctor say something that sent a chill down his spine. Make the most of this opportunity. It's rare to have a living patient. Watch closely as I demonstrate the effects of magic on the human body. They'll start with a few small surgeries, a quick appendectomy, then maybe a... When he woke up again, he was staring at yet another unfamiliar ceiling. What's with all the ceilings today? Wang Yi muttered, quickly inspecting his body. His limbs seemed intact, and there was no pain anywhere. Just as he was about to lift the blanket and check more thoroughly, he caught a glimpse of a figure sitting by the bed. He scanned the room warily, but saw no sign of the terrifying doctor in the white coat. Instead, there was a young and beautiful woman, engrossed in peeling an apple. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a fitted women's suit, her ponytail tied casually, her light makeup immaculate. She looked every bit the part of a modern urban professional. Whoa, did I really travel to another world? A mix of fear and excitement swirled in Wang Yi's heart. As a modern young man steeped in web novels, the idea of transmigration was something he had fantasized about countless times. Calming himself, he began to recall the typical tropes from those stories. You're awake, the woman by the bed said with a smile, setting down the peeled apple. And you are? Wang Yi asked cautiously. Yu, your homeroom teacher, she said softly, her eyes filled with a hint of compassion. Yeah, right? 20-something and already a high school homeroom teacher? What? Does your family own the school? Wang Yi replied skeptically. Yu patiently explained. Director Zhang said that when you jumped, your posture was all wrong. You landed face first, and your head was practically split open. Luckily, he got to you in time and saved you before you stopped breathing. He even managed to put your brain back together. Although your appearance has been restored, there's a chance the dust on your brain might turn you into a fool or a vegetable. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see that Director Zhang, as a seasoned high-level battlefield medic, really knows his stuff. Wang Yi stifled the urge to retort and cautiously asked, teacher, could it be that I just hit my head and lost my memory? Lying on the hospital bed, Wang Yi desperately tried to search his mind for the original owner's memories, but to no avail. Faced with this unfamiliar world, he quickly made a decision. Since he knew nothing, he might as well pretend to have amnesia. This incident gave him the perfect excuse. Amnesia? Do you at least remember your own name? Asked Teacher Yu, who was sitting by the bed. Wang Yi, I think, he replied hesitantly, recalling that the stern-faced teacher had indeed called him that before his leap. It was odd that his name remained the same before, and after the crossing perhaps it was a coincidence, or the quirky sense of humor of some god in charge of transmigration. Yu pointed to the sign on the door and asked, do you recognize these words? Lanling Magic High School, Medical Department, Inpatient Ward 1. Wang Yi read fluently in Chinese. And who am I? You're my homeroom teacher. You mentioned it earlier. Yu let out a sigh of relief and bit into an apple from the tray. Good. Seems like your brain is fine. Wang Yi glanced at the apple, which he had assumed was meant for him, and his mouth twitched slightly. If it's just amnesia, we could find some high-level mages skilled in mental magic to help restore your memory. But their services don't come cheap, Yu remarked. Teacher, do I have any money? Wang Yi asked, testing the waters. You're one of the school's financial aid students. What about my family? The aid is because you're an orphan of a martyr. And my parents' inheritance. You already squandered it, including the compensation provided by the state. As a responsible homeroom teacher, Yu was well aware of his students' situations. Wang Yi felt utterly drained. Teacher, life is so hard. Can you lend me some money for food? I'm starving. The cafeteria is free for financial aid students. Help yourself. Hearing this good news, Wang Yi immediately tried to get up. Teacher, I want to change clothes. Can you step out for a moment? Now that you're awake, I should get going. I bought you a new set of clothes. These are in the cabinet, Yu said as he stood up and headed for the door. Teacher, Wang Yi suddenly called out. Do I at least have exceptional magical talent? Bai choked on his apple and coughed violently for a while before muttering, well, you're one of Lonling Magic High School's finest students. After changing into the full set of clothes Bai had prepared for him including undergarments, Wang Yi found his phone and meal card in the hospital room. The phone was a critical tool for understanding this world, offering a wealth of information especially important for someone like him, who lacked the original owner's memories and knew nothing about this place. However, at that moment, Wang Yi was so famished that he couldn't even think about checking his phone. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, Wang Yi thought to himself. The priority was to fill his stomach. He left the inpatient department, asking for directions along the way until he finally found the cafeteria. The clock on the wall showed it was already 2:30 in the afternoon, which made him pause for a moment. If he remembered correctly, he had jumped off the building earlier that morning. If it was indeed the same day, the medical advancements in this world were astonishing. Bringing someone back from the brink of death to being completely healthy and lively in just a few hours was nothing short of miraculous. The cafeteria was nearly empty as the lunch rush had long passed, with only a few scattered food stalls still open. Wang Yi wasn't picky and ordered a few dishes at random. But as soon as he took his first bite, he froze in surprise. The food was unexpectedly delicious, even surpassing many restaurants he had visited in his previous life. Half an hour later, he patted his now full belly in satisfaction and finally began pondering his next move. Go to class? But which class am I even in? This question reminded him of the phone he hadn't had a chance to check yet. Taking it out, he fiddled with it for a while and quickly figured out how to use it. The technological level of this magical world was surprisingly advanced, with the smartphone's functions rivaling those of his previous life. After unlocking the phone with a fingerprint, Wang Yi first opened the photo gallery, hoping to find some clues. What greeted him, however, were photos of dimly lit nightclubs and bars, filled with scantily clad young women. Tisk, tisk, Wang Yi muttered as he browsed through the images, shaking his head in disapproval. Hitting up nightclubs at such a young age, no wonder all the money's gone. He spent over 10 minutes scrolling, only to find the same kind of content with different people in each picture. Just as he was about to exit the gallery, the phone vibrated, and a new message popped up. It was from a group chat named High School Class 13. Rebels Without a Cause. Someone had tagged him. Bossy and fierce Qi Xiaohao. Gifted yellow hair. Ebro, still alive? This message made Wang Yi think. Ebro was likely a nickname derived from the similar pronunciation of E in his name. As for Qi Xiaohao, it was unclear whether this person was a close friend or a bully. However, when Wang Yi noticed his own username, Gifted Yellow Hair, he suddenly froze. Yellow hair? Wait a minute. Wang Yi hurriedly opened the front-facing camera on his phone. He needed to confirm an important suspicion. As an experienced time traveler, he was well aware that there were two types of transmigration, full body and soul only. Judging by how he had suddenly appeared in a high school classroom, this was clearly a case of soul transmigration. The reflection in the camera revealed a young, thin face. His features could be described as delicate, but the most striking aspect was the conspicuous golden yellow hair, making him look like a low-budget version of a Super Saiyan. The face gave Wang Yi a sense of familiarity not because it resembled his original appearance, but because he had seen it repeatedly in the photo album he had just browsed through. So the kid with the yellow hair in the photos is me now, Wang Yi muttered irritably, tugging at his hair. He decided to find time to dye this eye-catching hair back to a less conspicuous color. For now, he quickly switched back to the group chat interface. Gathering information was the top priority. Once he calmed down, Wang Yi realized his situation was even more precarious than he had initially thought. He hadn't inherited any of the original owner's memories, which was essentially a nightmare start for a transmigrator. From the limited information he had, this appeared to be a world where technology and magic coexisted. He understood all too well that in such a world, personal power could grow strong enough to transcend the law, much like the corporate tycoons in his previous life. What worried him even more was the excuse he had casually come up with earlier, claiming amnesia. While the perfect setup of falling from a building might support his story, in a world where magic was rampant, such a flimsy explanation might not hold up. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Wang Yi knew he had to quickly gather basic knowledge about this world and everything about the original owner. Personality traits, social circles, daily habits, every detail that could help him seamlessly blend in was crucial. First, focus on playing this role convincingly and avoid raising any suspicion, Wang Yi thought to himself. The top priority is survival. Everything else can be figured out step by step. Under no circumstances should I act abnormally. Frustrated, he ruffled his glaringly yellow hair, but decided not to rush into dyeing it back to its original color just yet. Although someone in the group chat had tagged him, he chose to remain silent, quietly lurking and observing the conversation. Speaking up without fully understanding the basic interpersonal dynamics would be far too risky. Fortunately, a message from Qi Xiaohao seemed to ignite the chat, and the group became lively all at once. What's up with Wang Yi today? In a bad mood? But pretending to jump off a building is way too much, asked lover of chestnut rice, breaking the ice. That kid always loves being the center of attention, Zombie King Jiangchun replied immediately. Honestly, I'm not even surprised by this anymore. With Director Zhang around, it's almost impossible for him to actually get hurt. Wang Yi, stop pretending. I know you're lurking. And don't think dying clears your debts. You still owe me 3,000 bucks. Seriously, old Wang? You're bringing up 3,000 yuan? Qi Xiaohao jumped in. So stingy. Put it on my tab instead. Your brother Qi's got this. The group chat continued to buzz with banter, evolving from Wang Yi's supposed debt to playful teasing between Jiang Qin and Qi Xiaohao. But soon enough, the conversation shifted back to Wang Yi's situation. My sister said Director Zhang already saved him. Studying makes me happy, shared the latest update. He even used the opportunity to give a live demonstration for the senior students, performed an appendectomy, and threw in a double eyelid surgery while he was at it. The discussion veered into the history teacher's pale-faced reaction and the chaos Wang Yi's jump had caused during class. As Wang Yi carefully analyzed the information, a new message caught his eye. Gifted yellow hair, Jiangchen wrote, did you jump because of the duel with Manager Wu next week? If you really don't want to fight, I've got some friends in Class 1 who can help smooth things over. No need to jump off a building. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. A duel? He silently mulled over this unexpected piece of information, though it didn't surprise him in the slightest. Challenging someone to a duel, how absurdly childish. Wang Yi stared at his phone screen and thought about how he currently inhabited the body of a 15 or 16-year-old with bleached hair. In that context, this kind of behavior almost seemed reasonable. He groaned inwardly, wondering just how many traps the original owner of this body had left for him. The group chat was buzzing with activity. From the conversations, it was clear that the Zombie King, Jiang Chun, had a decent network and was now playing the role of mediator in the group. As for Qi Xiaohao, he was the classic rich kid with a sharp tongue. But judging by everyone's interactions, this group seemed to have a good relationship with him. Messages kept flooding in. Jiang Chun skillfully steered the conversation toward the duel. Do you think Edge is a coward? Qi Xiaohao immediately chimed in to defend him. My friends are all talking about how Wang Yi and Wu Guan are dueling over Feng Yui. Is that true? Asked Banlifan curiously. Qi Xiaohao jumped to reply. Of course it's true. Wu Guan actually dared to go after my EG's girl. Must be tired of living. Learning makes me happy offered an analysis. Wu Guan is an offensive mage. He's already mastered Fireball and Lightning Spear, and he might even have some rare spells up his sleeve. His damage output is insane, and he's especially good at unknown battles, and his academic scores are always in the top 5 of the senior year group, Banlifan added. Qi Xiaohao scoffed. So what if he's an offensive mage? My Edge could absorb any spell and take him out easily. And good grades? What? Is he going to kill someone by throwing test papers at them? Can he destroy the bond between Edge and Feng Yu? Jiang Chun cut through the chatter with a sharp comment. Oh, come on. Stop flattering Wang Yi. What bond? It's obviously one-sided. I can believe Feng Yu might fall for Wu Guan, but if she ever liked Wang Yi, I'd eat my words upside down. Screenshot taken. Wanga, I want to see this. The group chat exploded with messages. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Bai suddenly appeared in the chat. Using your phones during class? You 45000 word self-reflections. Due in my office tomorrow. Zhang Yu immediately chimed in. Anyone need ghostwriting? Book your slots early. 1 basic magic crystal per essay. Fair prices guaranteed. Who added the teacher to the group? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Chun complained in frustration. Qi Xiaohao quickly begged for mercy. Teacher, I'm sorry. Don't call my parents. Banlifan pleaded. Jiang Yuega, give me a discount, please. Qi Xiaohao added hastily. Old Jiang, write 1 for me and 1 for Lily too. Deduct it from my balance. Under the pressure of their teacher's authority, the group chat finally fell silent. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, who had been quietly lurking and reading everything, felt as though a weight was pressing on his chest-an urge to vent, but no way to let it out. Wang Yi stood still, his heart churning with unrelenting anxiety. Being transported to this unfamiliar magical world was bad enough. Not only had he failed to inherit the original host's memories, but he was also an orphan with no one to rely on. To make matters worse, he now had to face a duel against Wu Guan, an offensive mage. Fireball spell, Lightning Spear spell. Wang Yi silently repeated the terms he had overheard, his expression growing darker. He could vividly imagine a massive fireball hurtling toward him, or a 220-volt lightning bolt striking down. How was a complete novice like him supposed to handle this? Should he just admit defeat outright? Maybe ask the Zombie King to mediate? But on second thought, the original host didn't seem like someone who would back down so easily. I can't stray too far from the original host's personality, Wang Yi reminded himself. Fortunately, from what the homeroom teacher and Qi Xiaohao had mentioned, it seemed the original host had a natural talent for magic. A week to prepare should be enough for me to cram some basic spells, Wang Yi thought, feeling slightly relieved. Worst case scenario, they'll just put on a bit of a show during the duel and surrender quickly. After all, we're just students, surely they won't go all out and try to kill me. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Bai was lounging comfortably on the guest sofa. He held a blue beverage in one hand and swiped at his phone screen with the other, a faint, mischievous smile playing on his lips. The spacious office was empty except for him. Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in a formal black suit pushed the door open and entered. He appeared to be around 60 years old, with short grayish-brown hair, a straight posture, and a stern expression. A gold-embossed badge on his chest read, Principal by Jing Tian, while the cufflinks on his sleeves bore the emblem of Lanling Magic High School. Granduncle, Bai quickly put away his phone and wiped the smile off his face, looking up to greet him. Bai Jingtian glanced at Bai sitting on the sofa, his brows furrowed. His already serious demeanor became even more stern and unyielding. Bai Jingtian frowned as he looked at Bai slouching lazily on the sofa. You're not a kid anymore. Sit properly. You're now a homeroom teacher for first-year high school students, not a student yourself. Show some professionalism. What kind of impression would this leave on others if they saw you? His tone was stern. And how many times have I told you? Address people by their titles when you're at school. But there's no one else here, Bai retorted, pouting and deliberately exaggerating her tone. All right, Mr. Bai. Bai Jingtian's gaze shifted to the drink in Bai Yu's hand, and his frown deepened. Still drinking this junk? With a slight wave of his hand, the blue beverage flew out of her grasp, arced through the air, and landed directly in the trash can. Hey, I wasn't done with that. Don't waste it. Bai Yu jumped up in a panic, but after just 2 steps, she seemed to hit an invisible wall and froze in place. Clutching her forehead, she squatted down, tears forming from the pain. You're always picking on me. Just because you're extraordinary doesn't mean you can bully people. Bai Jingtian walked past her and sat down behind his desk. Being extraordinary does make a difference. If you're not happy with it, work harder, train, and become an extraordinary mage yourself. Then, little tricks like this won't stop you. You should be saying this to my uncle or my dad. At the very least, my cousin. Why me? Bai Yu wiped the corners of her eyes and grumbled, they don't have your talent. With bad luck, they might stay stuck as high-level mages for the rest of their lives. Bai Jingtian picked up a file from the edge of his desk and began reading through it, casually asking, how's that student from your class who attempted to jump off a building? Bai Yu returned to the sofa, now sitting much more properly. With Director Zhang around, of course, his boat has been healed. She deliberately avoided mentioning how Director Zhang had used Wang Yi for live teaching practice. If this rule-breaking incident came to the attention of her strict and old-fashioned great-uncle, even Director Zhang wouldn't escape a scolding, might even face a serious reprimand. Yes, Director Zhang's medical skills are indeed reliable, Bai Jingtian said, making a few notes on the document before picking up another. It's just there are some after effects. Bai Yu hesitated before speaking. What kind of after effects? Bai Jingtian looked up at her. Since he landed on his head, the brain injury was the most severe. Director Zhang healed him. But the brain's neurons are so complex that there might be issues like reduced intelligence or slower reactions. That's serious? Bai Jingtian set down his pen. Has the student regained consciousness? He's awake. I've spoken to him. His intelligence and reaction speed seem normal, but he's lost a lot of his memories. It's probably due to the brain damage. Perhaps due to his memory loss, his gaze has become steadier and clearer, and his personality seems to have changed significantly. To be honest, it feels like he's turned into a completely different person. I actually think it's a good thing, considering that this kid used to. A different person? Bai Jingtian suddenly clenched his fists, cutting off Bai Yu mid-sentence. There was a weight in his voice. Sort of, though that's just my impression, Bai Yu continued. But speaking of which, it's really strange that this student suddenly decided to jump off a building. That kid may have been rebellious and arrogant, with questionable motives, but he didn't seem like the type to end his own life. Surely he wouldn't resort to something so extreme just to get attention? And besides, before Bai Yu could finish, he noticed that Bai Jingtian's expression had grown darker, a rare and heavy solemnity etched across his face. What's wrong? Bai Yu asked, puzzled. He had never seen his great-uncle look this serious before. Bai Jingtian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Do you still remember the Battle of Liyuan, 12 years ago? You mean the battle that caused the greatest loss for Huaxia in the magical era? Bai Yu recalled. The records show that the Battle of Liyuan decimated the entire Tianfu army. The primary reason was that Lin Qingyu, the commander of the 1st Division of the Tianfu army, had his mind invaded by a spirit-type sacred beast. It lay dormant for decades before. Bai Yu suddenly froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting that Wang Yi might also have had his mind invaded by a spirit-type sacred beast? But why him? Is there anything unusual about Wang Yi? Bai Jingtian asked. Wang Yi is the orphan of martyrs, Bai Yu explained. Both his parents were soldiers in the Tianfu army and likely perished in the Liyuan battlefield. He was only 4 years old at the time. Hearing this, even by Jing Tian, who had weathered countless storms, fell into a long silence. Finally, he spoke, "This is all just speculation for now. Perhaps I'm being overly sensitive, but still." In his mind, Bai Jingtian saw the image of Lin Qingyu, radiating brilliance like the sun in the past. Though their interactions had been few, in those days, who could remain unmoved by the name Lin Qingyu? The shadow cast by that figure loomed large, an unattainable goal no matter how hard one tried to catch up. Back then, it was widely believed among Wuxia's leadership that Lin Qingyu was destined to become a forbidden mage, shouldering the responsibility of protecting the land, safeguarding its people, and fending off magical beasts. Yet, in the winter of the 84th year of the magical era, during the Battle of Liyuan, the Tianfu army was almost completely annihilated. This elite force, once ranked among Wuxia's top 3, was erased from existence. If not for the Tianfu army soldiers defending their positions with their own flesh and blood, the outcome of this battle would have been entirely different. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage in terms of equipment and numbers, the soldiers held their ground without retreat, building an iron wall with their lives in front of the abyss. It was only because someone managed to break through the spatial blockade at a critical moment that the forbidden mage, stationed thousands of miles away, arrived in time to drive the army of magical beasts back into the abyss. The cost of this hard-fought victory was heartbreaking. Out of the 100,000 elite soldiers of the Tianfu army, only 18 survived. On the battlefield, the fierce battle between the forbidden mage and the sacred beast shattered the spatial structure of the abyss, rendering the environment so hostile that ordinary soldiers could no longer station there. As a result, a forbidden mage had to remain on guard permanently. Even more shocking was the intelligence revealed after the battle. Lin Qingyu, a renowned genius of Huaxia, turned out to be a puppet controlled by a psychic-type sacred beast. This discovery completely overturned humanity's understanding of magical beasts. It became evident that, beyond elemental types, there also existed psychic and spatial types of magical beasts, and the intelligence of some extraordinary and sacred beasts could rival that of humans. This battle unveiled a startling truth. While lower-level magical beasts were indeed as chaotic and mindless as humans had believed, the most intelligent and powerful magical beasts had been secretly observing, learning from human civilization, and plotting their counterattack. The value of this intelligence was immeasurable, but the price paid to obtain it was equally devastating. Should we report this? Bai Yu asked hesitantly, glancing at Bai Jingtian's conflicted expression. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Jingtian made his decision. Keep a close watch for a while. If there's no mistake and you're certain that Wang Yi's behavior has drastically changed, then write a report, and I will personally submit it. He added thoughtfully, though that psychic-type sacred beast from back then is unlikely to use the same strategy again after all. Its success relied entirely on humanity's ignorance of psychic magical beasts, exploiting a gap in knowledge. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye, and humanity made significant progress in the study of psychic-type magical beasts. Through hunting these creatures, a group of mages skilled in psychic magic emerged, gradually unraveling the mysteries of these magical beasts. This development meant that replaying the script of the Liyuan campaign was becoming increasingly unlikely. Bai Jingtian and Bai Yu were analyzing Wang Yi's situation. Unlike Lin Qingyu in the past, Wang Yi's growth trajectory had always been traceable. Lin Qingyu's rise to prominence occurred only after his mind was invaded by a psychic-type sacred beast while stationed in the abyss as part of his military service. Wang Yi, however, had never set foot in the abyss, which theoretically eliminated the possibility of such an invasion. Bai Yu frowned as she reviewed the data in her hands. She hadn't anticipated that an offhand remark of hers would have such a significant impact on Wang Yi. However, Bai Jingtian's stance was resolute. When it comes to national security, no risk is too small to ignore. He elaborated further, explaining that if Wang Yi was indeed innocent, the most he would face was some additional scrutiny and monitoring. Such measures would only come into play if he reached a certain status and level of power. If he remained an ordinary mage in Lanling City, he would not be affected in any way. At this point, Bai Jingtian brought up the contrasting approaches between Huaxia and other nations. After the Liyuan campaign, America had panicked and established a Special Operations Bureau, conducting widespread secret investigations and indiscriminately arresting individuals whose personalities had changed. They adhered to the principle of better to capture the wrong person than let one slip, with little regard for the possibility of wrongful accusations. In Huaxia, on the other hand, as long as Wang Yi didn't shine as brightly as Lin Qingyu, even with this report in existence, it wouldn't arouse significant suspicion. After all, how much trouble could an ordinary mage stir up? Even Lin Qingyu, a transcendent mage, was just one among many. Moreover, even if a psychic-type sacred beast personally descended upon Huaxia, it would be no match for a forbidden mage. The real reason Lin Qingyu had been able to cause such devastating destruction lay in his military position. As the commander of the 1st Division of the Tianfu Army, Combined with his potential to take over the entire Tianfu army in the future, he had the opportunity to orchestrate an inside-outside collusion plan, leading the army's main forces into a carefully laid ambush by the magical beasts. Consequently, the scrutiny for military promotions had become extraordinarily stringent. After hearing this explanation, Bai finally felt reassured and agreed to start drafting the report immediately. After all, based on Wang Yi's displayed talent, while he might not be exceptional, he could certainly be considered extraordinary. This report has to be delivered by me personally. Do you think this is a joke? Bai Jingtian reprimanded sternly, his brows furrowed. After a moment of silence, his tone softened slightly. Forget it. The report isn't urgent. Tomorrow, bring that student to me. I'll talk to him myself. You don't even know him. What could you possibly talk to him about? Bai Yu retorted defiantly, her voice carrying the distinct stubbornness of youth. Bai Jingtian's eyes widened. Your grandpa has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. When it comes to reading people, you're far behind. Bai Yu pursed her lips, swallowing the words she wanted to say. In the end, she could only reply with a perfunctory fine. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, the center of their discussion, was standing outside the classroom, completely unaware that he had already caught the principal's attention. To him, being suspected of not being human and risking exposure as a time traveler were equally disastrous, but neither was something he could control at the moment. After some inquiries, Wang Yi finally located his classroom. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the last class of the day was in session. He cautiously approached the classroom door, utilizing every bit of his past life's experience in skipping classes to sneak into the room, a bitterly ironic contrast that made him chuckle inwardly. Just as Wang Yi was hiding by the door, contemplating how to slip in unnoticed, a loud shout nearly scared the soul out of him. Edge. From the back corner of the classroom, a student suddenly stood up excitedly, waving vigorously toward the door without a care that the class was still in progress. Instantly, the entire class turned their gaze toward the commotion in the back, then collectively shifted their attention to the door. Startled by the sudden spotlight, Wang Yi quickly ducked behind the wall. That little fatty, Wang Yi muttered through gritted teeth. Judging by the nickname, this overenthusiastic guy was most likely overbearing and mighty Qi Xiaohao from the group chat. However, the brief glimpse Wang Yi caught revealed a round-faced, cheerful-looking chubby kid at best, sturdy who was worlds apart from his grandiose username. A classic case of overcompensation, Wang Yi thought bitterly. Wang Yi, come in and take your seat. The teacher on the podium finally said with a resigned tone. The class couldn't continue like this, so letting Wang Yi in was the only option. Wang Yi stiffly stepped out from behind the wall, forcing himself to appear calm as he made his way to his seat. Qi Xiaohao, still waving madly, thankfully restrained himself from rushing over. Wang Yi shot him a sharp glare before turning back toward the blackboard, pretending to focus on the lesson. The teacher on the podium was neither the stern-faced man he had previously encountered, nor the dread-inducing figure in the lab coat. Instead, it was a scholarly middle-aged man wearing rimless glasses, exuding an air of gentle refinement. The teacher glanced at Wang Yi with a gentle smile, lightly tapping the podium to draw the students' attention back to the lesson. For the rest of the magic class, Wang Yi listened with extraordinary focus. This wasn't a pretense after all. Who could remain indifferent to a magic lesson? Unfortunately, reality soon hit him hard. The teacher's explanations about the classification of magic crystals, types of magic, their rankings, absorption precautions, and how to increase the chances of acquiring magic were completely incomprehensible to him. Without any foundational knowledge, Wang Yi had to rely on sheer willpower to stay awake. What made matters worse was that no matter how much he searched his desk, he couldn't find a single basic textbook. Throughout the class, his classmates kept sneaking glances at him, and even the teacher at the podium occasionally looked his way. This constant attention made Wang Yi feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. His phone buzzed multiple times in his pocket, likely from Qi Xiaopeng bombarding him with messages, but he had no bandwidth to check. As the dismissal bell rang, the teacher left the classroom promptly. Before Wang Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, a group of classmates swarmed toward him. Leading the charge was Qi Xiaohao, who dashed over with the speed and energy of an unleashed seal. Oh no! Wang Yi suddenly remembered his suicidal persona. Unfortunately, his seat was at the far end of the classroom by the window, and before he could make a run for it, 5 or 6 classmates had already surrounded him. Besides Qi Xiaohao, the only other person he recognized was a girl named Lily, whose online alias was Loves Chestnut Rice, something he'd learned from skimming his phone's chat history and social media. With so little information to go on, Wang Yi dared not say much. Classmates, I'm really tired today. I'll head out first. Fate will bring us together again. Goodbye. With that, he squeezed through the crowd and bolted from the classroom, blending into the flow of students leaving the school. Finding a quiet corner to catch his breath, he could still hear students nearby discussing the rumors about his supposed suicide attempt. Someone recognized him and gasped in surprise. It seemed his bleached hair and rebellious image had earned him quite the reputation at school. Once his breathing steadied, a chilling realization hit Wang Yihe had no idea where home was. It's impossible to find one's own address just by searching their pockets. Wang Yi stood still for a moment, deep in thought, then suddenly realized something. He tapped his forehead lightly with his finger. In this technologically advanced world, the shopping apps or food delivery platforms on his phone should have his address saved. Just as he was about to take out his phone to check, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned around cautiously, only to be greeted by a chubby, flushed face. Qi Xiaohao was bent over, gasping for air like bellows, clearly having chased after him the whole way. Edge, why were you running so fast? Qi Xiaohao managed to squeeze out the words after finally catching his breath. Looking at the unfamiliar chubby face, Wang Yi hesitated briefly. Judging from their chat history on the phone, the two seemed incredibly close. They had grown up together as childhood friends, and their families lived across the hall from each other. From fighting in elementary school to skipping classes in middle school, to participating in the magical awakening ceremony together, they had been inseparable even after entering the magic high school hitting nightclubs and chasing after campus beauties as a duo. Short of going to war together, their bond could be described as life and death brotherhood. Xiaopeng, actually, that fall I had it got healed by Zhang the Witch, but it left me with a little side effect, Wang Yi said cautiously, deciding to confide in this trustworthy friend. Side effect? What side effect? Qi Xiaohao's tone instantly turned serious. Just that I can't quite remember some things from before, Wang Yi said, pointing to his head. Memory loss? Something like that. Ah, I thought it was something serious. Qi Xiaohao visibly relaxed. As long as your body's fine, who cares about memory loss? My body's fine, of course. Zhang the Witch, besides having a great figure, also has exceptional healing skills. Wang Yi tried to joke, mimicking the tone of the original owner of the body. Both of them broke into slightly mischievous grins. But losing your memory and still remembering me, Edge. We really are the closest of brothers. Qi Xiaohao exclaimed, pulling Wang Yi into an excited bear hug. Wang Yi frowned slightly, but awkwardly returned the stiff embrace. Come on, let's head home. On the way, ask me anything you want to know. Qi Xiaohao thumped his chest in assurance, then led Wang Yi in the direction of their homes. Although Wang Yi had asked Qi Xiaohao to do the questioning, she couldn't stop talking throughout the journey, enthusiastically recounting the glorious exploits of himself and Wang Yi's original self. He rambled on about his escapades in bars and nightclubs, causing Wang Yi to frown in disapproval. Say something that can actually be aired, Wang Yi finally interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. Talk about mages. Qi Xiaohao didn't seem offended. He scratched his head and replied, mages are just people who use magic. Could you be any more vague? Wang Yi sighed inwardly, realizing he'd asked the wrong person. Clearly, Qi Xiaohao wasn't the studious type. Asking him was less reliable than doing his own research. For example, I'm an attack-type mage, Qi Xiaohao added. But Edge, you haven't figured yours out yet. Attack-type mage? Like the kind that throws fireballs? Wang Yi's interest was piqued. Exactly. As long as you absorb the fireball spell, you can use it. Absorb the fireball spell? How many types of magic are there? Qi Xiaohao started counting on his fingers. Common basic spells include fireball, wind blade, thunder spear, earth shield, healing. He trailed off and gave up. These are all elemental magic. Along with the newer mental and spatial categories, there are 3 major types. There are too many specific spells to list, but based on their purpose, they're mainly divided into attack, support, and healing types. Defensive and control spells fall under support, and healing spells are under healing. I see. Wang Yi nodded, then suddenly realized something. Wait, you said I haven't figured mine out yet? Yeah, Edge. Even though you've tried plenty of magic crystals, you haven't absorbed a single spell so far. Unbelievable. What happened to my supposed natural talent persona? Wang Yi felt a wave of despair. Wasn't I the star student of our high school? Why, you said so herself. Exactly, the star student, Qi Xiaohao said with a serious expression. Edge, your grades in every subject were E. You held first place consistently and could go down in school history for it. Wait a second. Wang Yi suddenly caught on. The E you're talking about, is it the E from A, B, C, D? No, it's the E from 36D, Qi Xiaohao said, making circular gestures with his hands. You've got to be kidding me. Wang Yi exploded. Our school ranks grades with it being the best, right? Of course. Who the hell came up with that nickname? Do they not know puns cost money? Wang Yi was so angry he wasn't even thinking before speaking. Qi Xiaohao blinked innocently. I have no idea. It just caught on. But what does it matter? Edge. You became a school legend because of it. Hearing this explanation, Wang Yi nearly laughed from sheer frustration. A legend like this? Who would want that? In a secluded alley, 2 students huddled together, acting suspiciously. A slightly chubby boy was being cornered by a tall, lanky boy. Passers-by overheard snippets of their conversation, frowned, and quickly walked away. Let me see. The tall boy, Wang Yi, demanded urgently. Bro, no way. The chubby boy, Qi Xiaohao, shrank back nervously. What are you so scared of? Let me see if you're doing it right. Bro, seriously no? I bet you don't even know what you're doing. Wang Yi pressed closer with every word. After much coaxing and cajoling, Qi Xiaohao finally nodded reluctantly, his face full of hesitation. It might be a bit small, but you can't laugh at me, he warned in advance. Don't worry, I won't laugh. I promise, Wang Yi said, barely able to contain his excitement, his eyes fixed on Qi Xiaohao with a gleam of anticipation. Feeling uneasy under Wang Yi's intense gaze, Qi Xiaohao cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, rolled up his sleeve to his elbow. He extended his right hand in front of his chest and muttered softly, Fireball spell. Wang Yi held his breath, staring intently at Qi Xiaohao's palm. After all the effort it had taken to convince this shy, chubby guy to demonstrate magic, the door to the world of magic was finally about to crack open before him. With a faint pop, a small orange flame suddenly appeared 3 fingers above Qi Xiaohao's palm. The flame, which burned without any fuel, was about the size of an egg. Wang Yi instantly understood why Qi Xiaohao had issued that warning earlier. This fireball spell's power seemed only slightly stronger than that of a disposable lighter. In fact, if the lighter's flame were turned up to its maximum, it might even be a fair match. Magic? This is supposed to be magic? More like a magic trick. Wang Yi's expression shifted from shock to disappointment, and then to deep regret. The faint glow of the flame cast flickering shadows on the wall. In the awkward silence that followed, about 2 minutes later, the flame began to flicker noticeably. Qi Xiaohao was drenched in sweat, his face flushed as he struggled to maintain it, but his efforts were futile. 10 seconds later, the flame abruptly went out. Well, I only recently learned the fireball spell, and I don't have much magic power left. It's a bit small, doesn't last long, and I haven't been in great shape lately. Qi Xiaohao panted as he tried to explain. I get it. Wang Yi interrupted, tilting his head back to look at the sky, wishing he had a cigarette to smoke. Despite his disappointment, he consoled Qi Xiaohao. It's fine. 2 minutes is actually a pretty long time. Well, actually, I'm better at thunder spear techniques. You insisted on seeing fireball spells. Let me recover my mana, and I can try again. Qi Xiaohao hunched his shoulders, his voice carrying a hint of apology. No need. Wang Yi interrupted him firmly, unwilling to endure another disappointing display. Recalling the earlier scene, Wang Yi couldn't help but inwardly mock. That so-called thunder spear technique is probably just a tiny bit better than the piezoelectric ceramic in a disposable lighter. What made it even more absurd was that these two attack spells could somehow combine to resemble the true form of a lighter's spirit. While he understood that beginner-level magic wouldn't be too powerful, Qi Xiaohao's spells were, frankly, underwhelming. Then again, on second thought, it wasn't all but least for the duel a week from now. He finally felt a glimmer of confidence. After all, if that Wu Guan was only an attack mage with fireball and thunder spear spells, what was there to be afraid of? Was he going to light Wang Yi's clothes on fire with a lighter-level spell? With magic like that, grabbing a brick would probably be more effective. Just as Wang Yi was gleefully imagining his upcoming high school showdown, his phone suddenly chimed. He pulled it out to see a new post from Candy Mage on the Move. Qi Xiaohao immediately leaned over. Oh, Feng Yu posted something new? Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Feng Yu. Wasn't she the school beauty from the grade above, the one the original host of this body had been pursuing? He casually opened the post. Wu Guan's magic is amazing. Heart. The post was accompanied by a video. Wang Yi smirked disdainfully, thinking the girl probably hadn't seen much of the world. Still, he clicked on the video. The footage showed a professional training ground. Thick wooden stakes, as wide as thighs, were neatly arranged on the black marble floor. In the center of the frame stood a rather handsome young man, his expression carrying a hint of youthful arrogance. This was Wu Guan. Damn, that Wu Guan kid is showing off his magic again, acting like he's the only one in the entire first year who knows how to cast spells. Qi Xiaohao grumbled indignantly. The video continued to play. Wu Guan raised his right hand and aimed at one of the stakes, shouting, Fireball. In an instant, a fireball larger than a basketball materialized in front of his hand, the intense heat distorting the air around it. The fireball gracefully bypassed the stakes in front and struck the target in the last row with pinpoint accuracy. The impact ignited the stake in a ferocious blaze, the flames roaring as if doused in gasoline. Within moments, the top half of the stake had turned to charred blackness. Wow, Wu Guan's fireball spell is pretty impressive. It's definitely stronger than mine, Qi Xiaohao admitted, scratching his head in an honest assessment. Wang Yi almost burst out laughing. Oh, come on. You're being too modest. Wu Guan can't possibly compare to you. After the video ended, Wang Yi silently clicked the play button again and watched it intently one more time. His left hand trembled slightly as he fumbled around for a cigarette, but found nothing. Without hesitation, he used his right hand to close the video and opened his contact list. Edge, are you going to call Feng Yu? Qi Xiaohao asked with a frown. She keeps sending videos of Wu Guan. You should definitely ask her about it. To hell with Feng Yu. Wang Yi snapped. I'm calling by you to take sick leave. A week? No. Half a month no. Wait, a whole month. What the hell? Qi Xiaohao snatched Wang Yi's phone. His face flushed red. Edge, are you trying to run away? A real man can lose, can fail, but he can't be a coward. Wang Yi irritably ruffled his hair. Oh, shut up. This isn't just losing. It's getting killed. He glanced at the video, where Wu Guan was wielding a wooden stake as thick as a grown man's thigh. Give me back my phone. Not until you promise not to take leave. Qi Xiaohao stubbornly clutched the phone. Fine, I won't take leave. Wang Yi gritted his teeth. They'll just skip the fight altogether. How's that? And how is that any different from running away? It's disgraceful. Qi Xiaohao's voice grew louder. Staying alive isn't disgraceful. It is disgraceful as hell. Qi Xiaohao shouted, growing more agitated. Standing in front of everyone, refusing to fight, and admitting defeat? You'd be the laughingstock of the entire school. Have you lost your mind? Did you hit your head so hard it's full of crap now? Having crap in my head is still better than getting beaten until I crap myself. Wang Yi retorted, abandoning all pretense of composure. What's more important, my life or my pride? Pride. Qi Xiaohao declared firmly. Do you want to spend the rest of high school being mocked by everyone? His yelling attracted puzzled stares from passers-by. Wang Yi finally lost his temper. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you're so brave, why don't you go fight Wu Guan yourself? And you knew I hadn't absorbed any magic, yet why didn't you stop me back then? I tried. Qi Xiaohao sighed helplessly. But you said you weren't the old you anymore. You claimed you were some amazing enlightenment mage, that you just needed a few days to make a dramatic comeback. Then you kicked down Class 1's door, told Wu Guan to stay away from Feng Yu in front of everyone, nearly got into a fight on the spot, and ended up scheduling a duel for a week later. Hearing this, Wang Yi smacked his forehead hard, wishing he could go back in time and knock some sense into himself. After a moment to calm down, he consoled himself silently. At least I know Wu Guan's real strength now. Better than trying to show off later and getting completely wrecked. Watching Wu Guan's display of power in the video reignited Wang Yi's respect for and desire to master magic. Learn. No matter what it takes, I have to learn. He vowed to himself. Then he paused, muttering, what? And broke already? Oh well, never mind then. Wang Yi stood still, silently mocking the original owner's overconfidence. Not even mastering basic magic, yet daring to provoke Wu Guan. Wasn't that just courting death? Talk about lying low and making a comeback more like the delusional fantasies of a teenager high on dopamine. And now? The original owner had disappeared, leaving behind this mess for him to clean up. Although duels between high school students usually didn't result in fatalities, Wu Guan's powerful fireball spell was no joke. Taking a hit from that, Wang Yi wasn't sure he could keep his life intact. What? Was he supposed to count on Zhang the witch to come to his rescue? He didn't have that kind of pull. Forget it, I'll just head home, Wang Yi said, waving his hand as he made up his mind. There was no way he'd participate in such a suicidal duel. As for the ridicule from his classmates? After enduring a lifetime of hardship in his past life, why would he care about the idle gossip of high schoolers? Taking the phone from Qi Xiaohao, Wang Yi skillfully opened the chat app and found Feng Yu's profile picture. Seeing the long string of unanswered messages he had sent before, he sneered and decisively clicked Remove Friend. What? Ebro, did you just delete Feng Yu like that? Qi Xiaohao stared in disbelief at Wang Yi's actions. From now on, call me Brother Wang or just Wang Yi, Wang Yi said with a straight face. If that's too much, old Wang from next door works too, since I live right next to you. Just don't call me Ebro anymore, I've developed an allergy to the letter E. Got it, Ebro, Qi Xiaohao replied instinctively, still using the old nickname. But didn't you go through so much trouble to add Feng Yu as a friend? And now you're just deleting her? Wang Yi froze for a moment, realizing he might have broken character. But he quickly came up with an excuse. You wouldn't understand, this is called playing hard to get. Remember this, simps. Don't win. If persistence doesn't work, you gotta change tactics. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohao suddenly looked at Wang Yi with newfound respect, thinking he was executing some kind of brilliant pursuit strategy. Let's go. Watch and learn, Wang Yi said as he started walking away. Oh, and remember to save your screenshots. What screenshots? Qi Xiaohao asked, confused. Wang Yi didn't answer and simply walked off, hands casually shoved in his pockets. Ebro. Qi Xiaohao raised his voice to call out again. Figure it out yourself. No, seriously, Ebro, you're walking the wrong way. We're supposed to turn here. Damn it. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yi followed Qi Xiaohao into a neighborhood of upscale villas. When they stopped in front of a luxurious 4-story mansion, Wang Yi couldn't help but stare in amazement. Is this my house? Wang Yi asked instinctively. No. Qi Xiaohao gently turned Wang Yi around. Brother Yi, this is your house. In front of him stood a modest two-story house. Although it lacked the grandeur of Qi Xiaohao's home, to Wang Yuho couldn't even afford a bathroom in his previous life, this was already a considerable fortune. However, his excitement was quickly dampened by the graffiti covering the walls. Pay your debts, it's only right and just. Respect others' rights as creditors collect debts legally and reasonably. Pay up. Don't pay today, and your whole family's doomed tomorrow. Call Miss Bao, 1381438XXXX. The crooked handwriting made Wang Yi's heart tighten. So the original owner of this body had not only squandered the family fortune, but also racked up a mountain of debt? He couldn't help but worry whether the debt collection agencies in this world were some kind of sinister underground organizations. Oh, that's all in the past, don't worry, Qi Xiaohao quickly explained, noticing his unease. The debts have all been paid off. Brothery, wanna come over for dinner? Thanks, but I'm a bit tired. He'll head home and get some rest, Wang Yi politely declined. What he needed most right now was some time alone, not an evening spent socializing with Qi Ziaheo's parents. After bidding Qi Xiaohao goodbye, Wang Yi stood in front of his own door. Though he couldn't find a key, after a few tries, his fingerprint managed to unlock the front door. Once inside, he carefully examined the layout of the house. The first floor featured a standard setup: a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. The master bedroom, presumably his parents', was spotless, while the smaller bedroom was dusty from neglect. The second floor had 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a study, and a spacious balcony. In one of the bedrooms, Wang Yi found traces of the original owner's lithia bed, a wardrobe, a computer, and a simple desk and chair set. In the master bedroom, a family photo on the nightstand caught his attention. The picture showed his parents, dressed in dark military uniforms, smiling warmly as they held a 2- or 3-year-old boy. Staring at the photo, an inexplicable wave of sadness washed over Wang Yi, and he couldn't help but sniffle. Gently closing the door to his parents' room, he turned and headed upstairs. A few pieces of clothing hung haphazardly on the back of the swivel chair, and the bed was a complete mess, with the blanket crumpled into a ball at the corner. The trash bin in the room was already overflowing, surrounded by takeout boxes and crumpled tissues scattered across the floor. Wang Yi kicked aside a ball of tissue paper near his foot with a look of disgust, silently criticizing in his mind. The original owner of this body was supposedly a frequent nightclub goer, always looking sophisticated in photos and videos. How could they be so sloppy in private? Determined to quickly learn more about the past, he began searching the bedroom and study for diaries or similar items. This information was crucial for maintaining the persona and blending into social circles. However, after a thorough search, the only thing he confirmed was that the original owner was definitely not the type to keep a diary, leaving him empty-handed. Just as he was about to give up, a wooden box under the bed caught his attention. The box, over a meter long, was quite heavy. When he opened it, he found a neatly arranged collection of marble-sized spheres, along with a smaller locked box. Most of the spheres had a dull grayish hue, but a few emitted a faint glow. Still playing with marbles at this age? Wang Yi muttered, picking up one of the glowing spheres. The moment he examined it closely, a string of text suddenly appeared above the sphere, seemingly out of thin air. Fireball common. Launches a fireball to attack. Non-absorbable. Earthfire eruption rare. Erupts a pillar of fire from the ground, causing flame and impact damage. Non-absorbable. What the heck? Wang Yi exclaimed in shock. He tried calling for a system, a deity, a spirit, or an old sage mentor, but nothing responded. He put down the glowing sphere and picked up a regular gray one, but this time, nothing happened. When he picked up the glowing one again, the text reappeared. After repeated testing, Wang Yi concluded that these must be the magic crystals Qi Xiaohao had mentioned, and the text displayed the magic contained within them. However, he still had many questions. Why were some types of magic non-absorbable? Could all mages see these texts, or was it something only he could see? With these cautious concerns in mind, Wang Yi decided not to recklessly attempt using the magic crystals. He carefully placed the spheres back into the wooden box and turned on the computer instead. Although the hard drive contained a folder filled with study materials, his distrust of the original owner led him to personally search and verify the information. Wang Yi sat upright in front of his computer, scrolling through web pages with his mouse while his fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the lights in the surrounding villa district began to flicker on one by one. The faint sounds of laughter and chatter drifted in, accentuating the silence in his room. In the bedroom, the pale glow of the computer screen flickered across his furrowed brow. Aside from the soft friction of the mouse and the intermittent clattering of the keyboard, the room was eerily quiet. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky that Wang Yi slowly stretched his stiff body and rubbed his dry, tired eyes. He fumbled the switch on the ceiling light, squinting instinctively as the sudden brightness flooded the room. Once his eyes adjusted, Wang Yi sat back down at his computer and finally picked up his long-ignored phone. The device had vibrated several times while he focused on his research, but he had paid it no mind. Scanning through the notifications, he found most of the messages were casual greetings from classmates, which he cautiously chose not to respond to. It wasn't until he saw a message from his homeroom teacher, by you, that his posture straightened, and a sense of alarm rose in his chest. The message read, "Come to the principal's office during morning reading tomorrow." Wang Yi immediately tensed up. Clearly, his act of jumping off the building earlier that day had caught the principal's attention. He wasn't sure about the relationship between his original self and the principal, and if they were close, claiming memory loss might expose his situation. After careful consideration, Wang Yi decided to test the waters with Bai Yu, his 20-year-old homeroom teacher. He replied, "I don't even know the principal that well. Why would he want to see me?" Bai Yu quickly responded, "Maybe to give you an award? You're the first student in Blue Ridge Magic High's 78-year history to jump off a building. Even if the principal didn't know you before, he definitely does now." Relieved to learn that his original self and the principal weren't acquainted, Wang Yi let out a quiet sigh. However, Bai Yu followed up with a sharp question. "Wait, didn't you say you lost your memory? How do you know you're not close to the principal?" Wang Yi had already prepared his response. "When I first woke up, I was completely out of it. My mind was blank. But after seeing my classmates and being back in my familiar home, I started to piece things together." At that moment, Bai Yu, soaking in her bathtub, read the message with a huff of irritation. She tossed her phone aside and submerged her mouth in the water, blowing bubbles in frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Yi casually tossed his phone back onto the desk. He stretched his fingers until they cracked, satisfied with the sharp sound, and flicked his hands loose. Pushing off with his legs, he rolled his swivel chair over to the bed and once again examined the wooden box. After extensive research, he was now certain that the marbles inside were the cores of magical beasts, commonly known as magic crystals. The internet truly is an incredible invention. Wang Yi sat in front of his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he delved deep into the foundational knowledge of this world. If he had traveled back to an ancient or medieval era without the internet, it would have been nearly impossible to learn about this world so efficiently and conveniently. After hours of intensive research, he had gained a preliminary understanding of this world's magic system. Magic crystals, the core crystals found within magical beasts, were the key to humans mastering magic. 96 years ago, the human world experienced an earth-shattering transformation. Over the skies of Edinburgh, in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the first magic abyss appeared. This spatial portal connecting to another world marked the beginning of a new era in human history. Soon after, more interdimensional portals began to appear across the globe. These portals were classified into 4 types based on their scale and level restrictions. The largest, with no level restrictions, were called abysses. Medium-sized ones with level restrictions were termed realms. The smallest and most restrictive were known as bridges. Additionally, there were temporary portals called floating bridges, which appeared randomly for brief periods ranging from a few days to a couple of years. Through these portals, creatures from the magical world magical beasts were able to enter the human realm. These beasts were born with unique magical powers, and their core crystals, the magic crystals, became the medium through which humans could harness magical abilities. Wang Yi rubbed his aching temples and continued organizing the information he had gathered. In a world where technological weapons were largely ineffective within the interdimensional portals, mages who had awakened magical talents and could wield magic crystals became the backbone of exploration and defense for these portals. Over nearly a century of development, the magic system had evolved into a comprehensive classification. Based on power attributes, it was divided into elemental, mental, and spatial magic. Based on functionality, it included offensive magic, support magic, and healing magic. Both magical beasts and mages were ranked by tiers, ranging from basic to supreme, with the highest levels being sacred beasts and forbidden mages. What intrigued Wang Yi the most was the stark contrast between humans and magical beasts. Human mages could acquire various magical abilities by absorbing magic crystals from different magical beasts, whereas magical beasts could only use the innate magic they were born with. This disparity led Wang Yi to ponder. If magical beasts possessed advanced intelligence, wouldn't they feel deeply resentful about such an inherent unfairness? In the human world, the age of 16 marks a significant turning point. At this age, teenagers participate in an awakening ceremony, gaining the ability to absorb magic from magical crystals. Magic is categorized into 5 tiers: common, rare, exotic, legendary, and epic. The higher the tier, the greater the difficulty of absorption. Every mage possesses a unique innate affinity. Some can easily master offensive magic but are helpless when it comes to healing spells, while others excel in support magic but cannot cast any attack spells. These differences in talent have led to the division of mage professions into 3 main categories: offensive, support, and healing. Wang Yi stared at the box of damaged magic crystals in front of him, knocking his head in frustration. These expensive crystals not only consumed a great deal of money, but were also precious resources for training. Yet, despite countless attempts, he had failed to absorb even the most basic magic. As the fusion of the two worlds deepened, magic gradually seeped into the human realm. The new generation of mages could now enhance their ranks by absorbing the free-flowing magic in the air, no longer entirely dependent on magical crystals. However, the concentrated magic within high-tier crystals remained a shortcut to increasing power. More importantly, magical crystals were still indispensable for learning specific spells. Although many researchers have been striving to find a way to eliminate reliance on magical crystals and create a human-centric magic system, no breakthrough has been achieved so far. This explains why a mage, unable to absorb magic, stands out so starkly in school. Wang Yi rubbed his aching temples, trying to process the sudden influx of magical knowledge in his mind. His gaze fell on a magic crystal in the wooden box, and with his newly acquired knowledge, he identified it as a low-tier crystal from a lighthound. As he focused on the crystal, 2 lines of text unexpectedly appeared. Solar ray common. Emits a ray of sunlight to attack, cannot be absorbed. Illumination spell common. Creates a glowing orb for lighting, can be absorbed. After hours of poring over information, Wang Yi had never heard of a mage being able to see text appear on a magic crystal. This was clearly a unique ability of his, perhaps the key to turning his fortunes around. He straightened his clothes, stood tall, and declared each word with determination. Absorb illumination spell. His heart pounded violently, the sound of thump, thump echoing in his ears. Yet, after a full minute, the crystal in his hand remained completely unresponsive. System? Plug-in? Wang Yi murmured to himself, his brows furrowed. His initial tension had now turned into confusion. Could this plugin not understand standard Mandarin? Did it have a regional accent? Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd thought. The issue must lie in the method of usage. Still, this system seemed overly frugal. It didn't even come with basic instructions. After some trial and error, Wang Yi finally discovered the trick. By focusing all his attention on the phrase "can be absorbed," the text would change. Absorb illumination spell basic? Without hesitation, he selected yes. In an instant, the magic crystal in his hand began to glow with white light. A stream of radiance flowed from his fingertips into his body. Shortly after, the crystal dimmed, becoming foggy and opaque. A peculiar energy coursed through Wang Yi's body, eventually settling in the center of his chest, merging seamlessly with an innate power he hadn't realized he possessed. This must be the legendary magic. Soon after, an indescribable sensation washed over him, as if instinct itself was telling him he now had the ability to cast magic. Illumination spell, Wang Yi said instinctively, raising his left hand. The magic within him surged, and a small orb of light, about the size of an apple, formed in his palm. It emitted a gentle white glow, roughly equivalent to a 5-watt energy-saving bulb. He attempted to increase the output of his magic, but the light orb only grew slightly brighter. Clearly, this basic illumination spell lived up to its name. It served no purpose beyond lighting up a space. He recalled how he had mocked Qi Xiaohao earlier, calling him a lighter mage. Now, it seemed he himself was nothing more than an energy-saving bulb mage. So this was what magic changes life really meant. After stopping the spell, Wang Yi picked up the wooden box and dumped all the magic crystals and the locked small box onto the bed. Carefully sorting through them, he identified 8 unabsorbed magic crystals, which came from 4 different low-level magical beasts. With some research, he identified the sources of the crystals: 3 from firehorn rhinoceros, 2 from bloodthirsty mountain ghosts, 2 from ghost vine flowers, and 1 from sand lizard. Judging by the remaining crystals, it seemed the original owner of this body had been particularly focused on offensive magic. It wasn't surprising what mage wouldn't dream of becoming a powerful figure capable of commanding the elements. That was why offensive mages were the most common. Unless one had a noble aspiration to heal the world and chose the path of a support mage, few would forsake offensive magic for other specializations. Support mages, in comparison, were indeed a niche. Next, he examined the information on the crystals. The firehorn rhinoceros crystals displayed Fireball spell basic and Earthfire eruption rare as not absorbable. The bloodthirsty mountain ghost crystals showed Thunderball spell basic, Thunder spear basic, and Thunder explosion rare as not absorbable. From the ghost vine flower crystals, Leaf dagger basic was not absorbable, but Healing spell basic was absorbable. Finally, the sand lizard crystals indicated Dust spell basic and Earth shield spell basic as absorbable. Staring at these prompts, Wang Yi fell into deep thought. Why was it that among the same type of magical abilities from the light dog, the illumination spell was absorbable, but the blazing sun spell was not? A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that he was completely incapable of absorbing any offensive magic? In large-scale army operations, Mages are typically divided into three fundamental categories: offensive, healing, and support. The clear distinction between these roles is crucial. This classification also applies to elite squad combat, forming the cornerstone of a competent combat unit. Wang Yi carefully examined the information on the magic crystals in his hand, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Every offensive spell was marked with the glaring words, "unable to absorb." This discovery made his heart sink, seemed destined to have no affinity with offensive magic. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Though becoming a healing or support mage wasn't a bad outcome, these types of mages typically learned a few offensive spells as a backup. Unfortunately, that path was completely closed off to Wang Yi. Suddenly, words spoken by Qi Xiaohao echoed in his mind. "I tried to stop you, but back then, you said you were no longer the person you used to be. From now on, you'd be an amazing enlightenment mage, just needing to lay low for a few days before making a stunning comeback." An enlightenment mage, Wang Yi murmured thoughtfully. Perhaps this system had originally been part of his predecessor's abilities, allowing them to absorb magic from all categories. However, now that his predecessor was gone and the system had been passed on to him, it had become selective, refusing to accept offensive magic. That might explain why the system didn't even provide a basic tutorial. This system really knows how to pick and choose, Wang Yi thought to himself sarcastically. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. If I gain it, it's a blessing. If I lose it, it's fate. Since I can't change it, I might as well focus on the present. He decided to absorb all the magic he could, whether it was healing or support. Anything usable would do. As two magic crystals dimmed, he successfully learned the basic healing technique of Ghost Vine Flower, as well as the Dust Surge and Earth Shield techniques from the Earth Lizard. Combined with the illumination spell of the Light Hound he had acquired earlier, he was now a fully fledged mage with 4 spells under his belt. Absorbing 3 magic crystals in a short time left Wang Yi feeling a bit unwell, as if his magic power might overflow at any moment. He gagged a couple of times and resolved to expend some of his magic through practice while testing his newly acquired spells. Dust Surge, Wang Yi shouted. Although chanting wasn't necessary to cast magic, vocalizing the spell helped beginners focus, much like reciting aloud during morning study sessions to boost efficiency. As his magic power surged within him, fine yellow sand scattered into the air, tapping lightly against the glass with a faint crackling sound before settling in the corner of the room. The effect of the dust surge left Wang Yi somewhat disappointed. It wasn't much different from casually tossing a handful of sand, and its power was arguably weaker than simply scattering lime powder. Shaking his head, he moved on to his next attempt. Earth Shield, a small, palm-sized round shield of earthy yellow materialized before him. Wang Yi tapped it with his hand and found it fairly sturdy. To further test its durability, he quickly went down to the kitchen on the first floor, grabbed a kitchen knife, and struck the shield with all his strength. The kitchen knife struck the ochre-colored round shield with a dull thud. A shallow scratch was left on the shield's surface, but under Wang Yi's continuous infusion of magic, the damage was slowly healing. While the shield's defensive capabilities were decent, its coverage was far too small. Wang Yi shook his head in disapproval, deciding to push it to its limits. Gripping a kitchen knife in each hand, he launched a relentless flurry of attacks against the earthen shield. As the blades flashed, scratches appeared and healed repeatedly on the shield's surface. After about a minute, Wang Yi's magical energy was completely depleted, and the shield collapsed. His face turned pale, his body swayed, and he had to steady himself against the nearby cabinet to remain standing. This feels awful, like I've been completely drained, Wang Yi thought to himself. I only swung a few times, so why am I this exhausted? That chubby kid Qi Xiaohao didn't seem this miserable when he used his fireball spell. Could he have been holding back? But there's no reason for him to hide his abilities in front of me. After resting briefly, Wang Yi dragged his fatigued body back to his bedroom on the second floor. Instead of lying down to recover, he sat in his computer chair, quietly absorbing magical energy from his surroundings. After an hour, his magic reserves were fully restored. Now, only the healing spell remained untested. Wang Yi picked up the kitchen knife, rolled up his sleeve, and hesitated as he looked at his wrist. The risk of cutting an artery made him Paushon ordinary-grade healing spell might not be enough to handle such severe bleeding. If he ended up in the hospital in the middle of the night, combined with his earlier incident of jumping from a building, no one would believe he wasn't trying to end his life. After repeatedly considering his options, Wang Yi finally chose a spot on his left forearm. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and made a cut with the knife. Blood immediately gushed out, pooling into a crimson stain on the floor. The wound was over 10 centimeters long. Clenching his teeth against the pain, Wang Yi put down the knife and focused intently on casting the healing spell. The pain made it difficult, and it took him 2 tries to succeed. A soft green glow enveloped the wound, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. The bleeding gradually slowed and eventually stopped as the wound scabbed over. The entire process took about a minute. To avoid depleting his magic reserves again, Wang Yi only cast the healing spell 3 or 4 more times. By then, the wound had turned into a scar, resembling the result of a month-long natural healing process. While he could continue to treat it to fade the scar, he no longer cared much about it. Magic is truly incredible, Wang Yi marveled. Compared to other spells, the effects of the healing spell were far more tangible. And this was only an ordinary grade spell. What kind of miracles could higher-level healing magic achieve? Epic-level healing spells might even be capable of bringing the dead back to life. Wang Yi recalled by Yu's words Zhang the witch was indeed a high-level healer mage, which explained her effortless ability to save his life. After experimenting with 3 magic crystals, Wang Yi had gained a deeper understanding of this sudden social anxiety system. It allowed him to perfectly absorb non-combat spells from the crystals with a 100 success rate. Looking down at the magic crystal in his hand, he gave a bitter smile and tried to reassure himself. Well, heaven won't let a sparrow starve. If I can't learn combat spells, I might as well settle for being a legendary healer mage. Thinking about only needing to cast healing spells from the rear in the future, Wang Yi gradually came to terms with this arrangement. After all, compared to other mages who had to rely on luck to acquire their desired spells from magic crystals, his guaranteed ability to learn non-combat spells was an extraordinary blessing. Just some world-destroying combat spells, huh? Sure, they look flashy, but it's no big deal, Wang Yi muttered to himself, though his expression betrayed his inability to fully let go of the frustration. He took stock of the remaining magic crystals, 6 in total, either ones he couldn't absorb or had already absorbed. Wang Yi recalled the market information he had found online earlier. The price of low-tier magic crystals ranged from 1,000 to 30,000, depending on the type of magical beast and the quality of the spell within. While these crystals were currently of no use to him, they could at least serve as financial security. After all, apart from his house, he didn't have much else to his name now. Using magic crystals to restore mana? Wang Yi shook his head. He wasn't about to indulge in such extravagance. A single firehorn rhinoceros crystal, valued at 18,000, would barely be enough for a few mana restorations. At that moment, his attention was drawn once again to the small locked wooden box. After a brief hesitation, Wang Yi decided to investigate. The box was secured with an old-fashioned padlock, which he easily pried open using 2 screwdrivers. As the box opened, a fiery red magic crystal was revealed. This crystal was significantly larger than an ordinary low-tier one, about the size of a billiard ball, with swirling fire clouds inside that shimmered brilliantly. Wang Yi picked up the crystal and examined it closely, and the system immediately provided detailed information. The magical information within the crystal gradually appeared before Wang Yi's eyes. Flame Veil surrounds the user with flames, enhancing speed. Doom Cloud summons ominous clouds to amplify fire and lightning magic. Fire Rain unleashes a fiery rain from the clouds, incinerating everything within range. Infernal Prison traps enemies in a cage of fire, inflicting continuous flame damage. Thunder Summon channels the lightning within the clouds to paralyze targets. Cloudwalker creates clouds beneath the feet, enabling flight. Evil Banishment removes negative effects. Charm Resistance passively boosts mental resistance. Flame Monarch, a legendary passive trait granting immunity or damage reduction against fire magic. Wang Yi's pupils dilated sharply, and his breathing quickened involuntarily. This crystal contained 9 spells, 8 of which were of divine grade, and one was even legendary, Flame Monarch. This completely overturned his understanding of beginner-level magical crystals. Most astonishing was the Flame Monarch, a legendary passive spell that required no mana to activate. It provided complete immunity to fire magic below the legendary level and even reduced damage from legendary and epic fire magic. Such a defensive capability was unprecedented in all the magic rankings he had ever studied. What shocked him further was the note beside the legendary spell: absorbable. According to common knowledge in the magical world, beginner mages could only absorb common or rare grade spells, intermediate mages could handle divine grade spells, and only advanced mages could master legendary grade spells. Even with system assistance, the other divine grade spells in the crystal were all marked as currently non-absorbable. Yet this Flame Monarch spell defied all norms, labeled as absorbable. Wang Yi carefully analyzed the spell's attributes: legendary, exclusive, passive, and trait. Comparing it to other spells marked exclusive, which were still listed as currently non-absorbable, he deduced that the key lay in the trait attribute, potentially enabling cross-level absorption. He immediately turned to online research, scouring for relevant information, but after an hour, he came up empty-handed. Not a single trace of trait-based spells, or even passive spells, could be found. This could only mean one of 2 things. Either such information was strictly classified, or no one had ever successfully absorbed this type of magic. Based on the current circumstances, the latter seemed more likely. Clutching the crystal filled with untapped potential, Wang Yi's expression flickered between hesitation and determination. Should he absorb it? Wang Yi stared at the magic crystal, his brows furrowed. Absorbing this crystal right now would only grant him the Flame Monarch spell. While the Flame Monarch was undoubtedly of the highest grade, the other rare and extraordinary spells were also difficult to come by. He scoffed dismissively. Offensive spells like Fire Rain, Infernal Prison, and Thunder Summon were hardly worth mentioning. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he weighed the pros and cons. Waiting until he advanced to a mid-level mage would undoubtedly maximize the value of the crystal, but who knew how long that would take? Besides, opportunities like this were fleeting. He thought of the meager savings he had scraped together in his past life, and a sharp pang clenched his heart. Absorb it, Wang Yi resolved silently. With the Flame Monarch, he'll stand a chance in next week's duel. Wu Guan's fire magic will be completely useless against him. Might as well be a cigarette lighter. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly slapped himself across the face. Damn it! Using such a god-ear spell to pick a fight with some kid? My ambitions are way too small. Just as he was about to reluctantly absorb the Flame Monarch, a fragment of news flashed through his mind. He immediately turned to his computer and quickly searched for the report. Good news. China's magical monitoring network now covers all major cities, enhancing public safety. The publication date was listed as December 20th, year 93 of the magical calendar. Shit. Wang Yi slammed his fist onto the table. This so-called magical monitoring network was essentially a magical version of the Sky Eye surveillance system, capable of detecting magical energy fluctuations in its range and identifying whether a mage had cast a spell. As he delved deeper into the details, a significant piece of history unfolded in his mind. Magic itself was neither good nor evil, but the people wielding it could be. In year 15 of the magical calendar, humanity developed the Awakening Ritual, eliminating the need for the risky method of directly absorbing magic crystals to test one's aptitude. Countries began large-scale screenings for potential mages and implemented training programs, leading to a surge in the number of mages and, consequently, a rise in crime rates. China responded by establishing magical academies and strengthening its military forces while also taking proactive measures to regulate mages and protect ordinary citizens. As a result, for every newly awakened mage, the first lesson was always the mage's code of conduct. The mage's code is deeply ingrained in the heart of every Huaxia mage. First, it is forbidden to use magic to intimidate, control, threaten, or harm ordinary people. Second, using magic for unlawful personal gain is strictly prohibited. Third, mages are not allowed to cast spells casually outside designated areas, and even healing mages must hold a medical license before performing healing magic. Huaxia enforces strict regulations on mages. The law enforcement system, composed of official mages, swiftly investigates and severely punishes violators. There is an unyielding rule. The greater the power, the greater the restraint, even if the responsibility may not match. Mages can choose not to defend the nation or save lives, but they are absolutely forbidden from using their magical abilities for criminal acts. Ironically, those Western countries that once championed human rights are now urging Huaxia to loosen its restrictions and respect the rights of mages. This aligns with their belief in equality under God. After all, top-tier mages are no different from the gods of legend. As gods, they naturally resist being treated as equals to ordinary people. However, in Huaxia, the stronger the mage, the stricter the oversight. Unless one has the power to overthrow Huaxia itself, even the strongest mage must follow the rules. Special privileges may be granted, but the bottom line is non-negotiable. Due to limitations in cost and technology, Huaxia's magic monitoring network has restricted sensitivity, only triggering alarms for magic at the supernatural level or above. Thus, mid to high-level mages must conduct magic experiments in professional training facilities, open interdimensional channels, or apply to established private training grounds. Magical energy fluctuations in these designated safe zones are recorded but do not summon law enforcement. This system, while restrictive for mages, better protects ordinary citizens and enables the timely detection of magical beasts crossing boundaries or anomalies in floating bridge channels. Wang Yi stared at the high-grade magic crystal in his hand, hesitating. As a novice mage, absorbing this crystal wouldn't cause him to explode, but the excess magic energy would undoubtedly spill out. Such a significant magical fluctuation could easily trigger the monitoring network. With a sigh, he placed the crystal back into its small box, ultimately deciding not to take the risk. A glance at the clock showed it was already past 3 in the morning. From the moment he returned from school, he had been researching, learning about the world, calculating systems, absorbing magic crystals, and experimenting with spells so much so that he had completely forgotten to eat dinner. Now, exhaustion and hunger hit him all at once, and he regretted not eating at school. There wasn't even a single steamed bun left at home. Forget it. I'll just sleep, Wang Yi muttered. He pulled a slightly dusty new bedsheet from the wardrobe, rolled his old bedding into a ball, and pushed it to the floor, adding to the already chaotic state of his room. Too drained to tidy up, he hastily spread the new sheet, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Edge. Are you okay? Early in the morning, Wang Yi was jolted awake by frantic shaking and Chi Ziaheo's anxious voice ringing in his ears. Why are you yelling like someone died so early in the morning? Wang Yi shouted irritably, forcing his sleepy eyes open. The first thing he saw was Chi Ziaheo's chubby face, full of worry. Seeing how distressed his friend looked, Wang Yi suppressed the irritation caused by his lack of sleep. What's going on? I thought something bad happened to you, Edge. Chi Xiaohao visibly relaxed when he saw that Wang Yi was fine. Wang Yi glanced around and finally noticed the mess in his bedroom. A blood-stained kitchen knife lay on his desk, blood splatters and shards of a broken magic crystal were scattered across the floor. Admittedly, given his previous history of jumping off buildings, the scene could easily lead someone to assume the worst. Don't overthink it, Wang Yi said, rubbing his face. The knife was for testing magic last night. What kind of magic needs a kitchen knife? Chi Xiaohao looked at him skeptically. Healing magic. Wang Yi glanced at his phone. It was already 7:30. Chi Xiaohao had come to remind him to get ready for school. Wang Yi wasn't surprised his friend had managed to get inside. Their friendship was close enough that they had shared fingerprint access. After a quick wash, Wang Yi finally shook off his drowsiness. Chi Xiaohao followed him around like a curious child. Edge, did you really learn healing magic? Should we test it out? Maybe you could cut yourself and heal it so I can see. While tidying up his messy yellow hair, Wang Yi replied dismissively, no need for that. But Edge, I trust you. Chi Xiaohao said, though his gaze lingered uneasily on the dried blood on the knife, and he instinctively shrank back. Once everything was packed, Wang Yi hesitated for a moment before slipping a valuable high-tier magic crystal into his pocket. On the way to school, Chi Xiaohao couldn't stop pestering him about magic. Basic level healing spell, Wang Yi revealed briefly. I realized I have a knack for healing magic. Who knows, maybe I'll end up becoming a support healer. That's perfect. He'll be the main damage dealer, and you, Edge, can be the healer. Together, we'll conquer the abyss. Chi Xiaohao declared enthusiastically, thumping his chest. 10 minutes later, they arrived at school. Wang Yi headed straight to the cafeteria and wolfed down his breakfast in the short time before the 8 a.m. morning reading session. After eating, he made his way to the principal's office on the 4th floor of the administrative building. Standing in front of the principal's office door, Wang Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Wang Yi stood in front of the principal's office door. After a moment of contemplation, he rubbed his face and deliberately put on an expression that was both nervous and slightly defiant. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep voice sounded from inside the office. Pushing open the wooden door, Wang Yi immediately spotted Principal Bai Jinting, who was reviewing some documents. He bowed slightly and said, Hello, Principal. I'm Wang Yi. My homeroom teacher said you wanted to see me? Bai Jinting looked up, his sharp gaze taking in Wang Yi's appearance and demeanor. Then, a kind smile emerged on his face. Wang Yi, come in. Wang Yi closed the door and walked to the desk, standing there with a casual posture. Bai Jinting set aside the file he had been reading and gestured toward a wooden chair nearby. Have a seat. Accepting the invitation, Wang Yi sat down with a laid-back manner. He leaned back in the chair and crossed one leg over the other, only to quickly put it down again. Principal, what did you want to talk to me about? With such a big incident happening at school, how could I, as the principal, just turn a blind eye? That would be far too negligent of me, Bai Jinting said with a hint of humor in his tone. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Wang Yi's face as he scratched his head, his hands awkwardly clasping together on his lap. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Breaking the silence, Bai Jinting asked gently, Wang Yi, why did you try to jump from the building? If you've been wronged or bullied, you can tell me. Whether the issue involves a student or a teacher, I will investigate thoroughly and take appropriate action. No one bullied me, Wang Yi quickly replied, lowering his head with an awkward expression. I was half asleep and thought I was still dreaming. I wanted to scare myself awake, but who knew? Hearing this, Bai Jinting chuckled. Though the explanation was unusual, it was oddly plausible. He shifted the topic, asking, I heard you've been having some trouble with your magic studies? Yeah, it's been a bit challenging, Wang Yi admitted sheepishly before adding quickly, maybe it's because I was too focused on offensive magic before. I'm thinking of trying a different branch. Maybe you'll make some progress that way. That's a good idea. Don't lose heart. Exploring different paths is a wise choice. After all, we shouldn't cling to just one tree, Bai Jinting said meaningfully. Right. He'll definitely take your advice and explore other options, Wang Yi nodded hastily, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the principal's words carried a deeper implication. At that moment, a faint, ethereal voice echoed directly in Wang Yi's mind. Wang Yi. His eyes instantly lost focus, his expression going blank. Bai Jinting had quietly cast a high-level mental magic spell, Hypnosis, followed by the legendary grade Truth spell. Would you ever betray humanity? No. Would you ever betray Huaxia? No. Who are you? Wang Yi. The brief exchange flowed without hesitation. Satisfied, Bai Jingting gave a final command. Forget the last 3 questions. You were just feeling a little drowsy. Wang Yi. The principal's voice snapped him back to reality. Principal. Wang Yi quickly refocused, inwardly cursing himself for zoning out. He blamed it on being full from lunch and not getting enough sleep the previous night. For the second half of the semester, there's still 1 scholarship slot left. If you're interested, you could consider applying, Bai Jining said. Relieved, Wang Yi mimicked his friend Chi Ziaheo's habit of patting his chest. Thank you for the opportunity, Principal. I'll work hard and make the school proud. No need to put too much pressure on yourself, Bai Jinting replied with a smile. As mages, since we possess abilities beyond ordinary people, we naturally have a greater responsibility to bear. At the same time, we must also be mindful of our words and actions. Hearing this lecture, Wang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had reached a resolution. Finally, with a trace of reluctance, he said, I understand. Don't worry, Principal. I'll pay more attention to my image. I'll even dye my hair back today. Bai Jinting cleared his throat lightly, thinking to himself, was that really what I meant? Bang! The door to the principal's office was abruptly flung open, and Bai Yu's tall figure strode in. She clutched a document tightly in her hand, her expression brimming with excitement. Granduncle, the reply from the Candlelight Army has arrived. Bai Jingtian's previously kind demeanor instantly turned stern. His brows furrowed as he said, do you not know how to knock? Haven't I taught you? In the face of important matters, one must remain calm. Rushing in like this, what kind of behavior is that? You're a teacher, yet you're not even as composed as your students. Go back out and come in properly. Wang Yi, who had been deep in thought nearby, was startled by the sudden outburst. He hadn't expected the seemingly gentle principal to become so severe in an instant. What surprised him even more was discovering that this school was actually owned by Bai Ye's family. However, an even more unsettling thought crept into his mind. If the principal was reprimanding Bai Yu in front of an outsider, even comparing her to him, wouldn't that just bring trouble his way? Bai Ye's enthusiasm was quickly dampened by this harsh scolding. She turned her head and saw Wang Yi sitting to the side, clearly trying to minimize his presence. Her slender eyebrows arched as she gritted her teeth and said, Understood, Principal. I will make sure to learn from my exemplary student. Bang! The door slammed shut again, followed by an ear-splitting series of knocks that made Wang Yi jump in his seat. Judging by the intensity, it seemed Bai Yu was holding a grudge. Come in. This time, Bai Yu stood upright and formally reported, Principal, the Candlelight Army has sent their reply. Bai Jingtian simply nodded, setting the document aside without much reaction. Instead, he turned his attention toward Wang Yi, who quickly stood up. Student Wang Yi, the principal said, patting him lightly on the shoulder, if you ever face any challenges in life or in your studies, don't hesitate to seek help from the school. Lanling Magic High School will not only be your alma mater in the future, but also your unwavering support. Wang Yi immediately put on a respectful and slightly nervous expression. Yes, I will work hard and strive to live up to the school's expectations. All right then, Wang Yi, you may return to class. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can always turn to your homeroom teacher for assistance, Bai Jingtian said with a wave of his hand. Bai Yu rolled her eyes discreetly on the side, while Wang Yi seized the opportunity to make a quick exit, practically sprinting out of the principal's office. Once the door closed, Bai Jingtian sat back down behind his desk and resumed reading a document. Bai Yu hesitated, wanting to ask about the Candlelight Army's response as well as Wang Yi's situation, but in the end, she held her tongue. A minute or two later, Bai Jingtian tossed the document onto the desk. Only then did Bai Yu notice it was Wang Yi's file. Bai Yu picked up the documents on the table and began to carefully review them. The contents were incredibly detailed, covering every aspect of Wang Yi's life. 3 generations of family background, evaluation of magical talent, academic transcripts, welfare institution reports, daily activity records, spending details, and even internet browsing history. Particularly notable was the inclusion of Wang Yi's search history from the previous night, recorded in real time. Bai Jingtian sat behind his desk, waiting for Bai Yu to finish the last page before speaking. What do you see? Did he really lose his memory? Bai Yu pointed to the densely packed search records on the last few pages. From 6:42 p.m. to 3:35 a.m., Wang Yi's computer had been constantly searching for all kinds of basic knowledge. World geography, modern history, the constitution of Huaxia, major news events, and a vast array of magic-related topics. Magic classifications, mage ranks, the abyss, magical beasts, mage regulations, magic crystal absorption methods, Lanling Magic High School, specific magic types, exclusive magic, passive magic, and more. Don't you think he might be under the control of a psychic-type sacred beast? Bai Jingtian rarely smiled. For one thing, Wang Yi has spent his entire life in Lanling City. He's never had the opportunity to encounter a psychic-type sacred beast. Even if his mind were invaded by one, he wouldn't be looking up topics like these. When Lin Qingyu was controlled back then, he didn't lose his memory. But the knowledge of magic and magical beasts, sacred beasts, know far more than we do, Bai Yu pointed out, referencing the keywords in the search records. You're absolutely right. Bai Jingtian nodded in agreement. And if it were a sacred beast control, there would be no need to search for those basic pieces of human world knowledge. Lin Qingyu already brought that information back. Could he be deliberately pretending, intentionally searching for these things? Unnecessary theatrics. Bai Jingtian leaned back in his chair, visibly more relaxed. The most critical point is that Wang Yi has never been to the Abyss. A psychic-type sacred beast couldn't bypass the Abyss defenders to infiltrate Huaxia. Even if it entered from a foreign abyss, it couldn't cast an epic-level spell without triggering the monitoring network. Besides, the magical monitoring network has only been operational for 3 years. Even if sacred beasts are aware of its existence, they couldn't have figured out how to bypass it so quickly. He paused for a moment. But all of this is conjecture. The most definitive evidence is there are no residual traces of psychic magic on him. After a whole day, you can still tell? Bai Yu asked in disbelief. You know nothing about the extraordinary, Bai Jingtian replied with a hint of admonishment. Of course, my ability to make an accurate judgment is thanks to the legendary grade psychic magic I possess. He refrained from mentioning that he had just used hypnosis and truth magic on Wang Yi. Extraordinary this, extraordinary that, ugh. Bai Yu muttered in frustration. I get it, but I'm only a mid-level mage right now, still far from reaching the extraordinary level. I'm just reminding you. If you want to see a different world, the extraordinary is the gate you must pass through. So does this mean I don't have to write my report? Bai Yu asked tentatively. No need, Bai Jingtian replied seriously. As long as he's not under the control of a magical beast, he's just an ordinary citizen of Huaxia and, more importantly, the orphan of a martyr. As long as he doesn't commit treason or break the law, nothing else matters. Go ahead and secure him a scholarship so he can receive funding for all 3 years of school. At this point, he gave a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, I thought about this a lot last night too. I've been overly cautious. The Battle of the Abyss was devastating, primarily because of a lack of intelligence. Before that, who could have imagined that psychic magic could control thoughts or that spatial magic could create a sealed pocket dimension? But now that these two types have been exposed, there won't be a second Battle of the Abyss. Humanity's greatest weapon against magical beasts has always been our wisdom. Hearing the news that he wouldn't have to write a report, Bai Yu visibly let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help complaining. Seriously, you were way too tense yesterday. It made me so worried I couldn't sleep at all last night. Bai Jingtian shook his head slowly, his expression growing serious. You don't understand. People from different generations can't easily comprehend the mark left on us by Lin Qingyu, or rather, that nameless spiritual sacred beast back in the day. Ha! You're just scared, Bai Yu scoffed, his tone dripping with the casual arrogance of youth. So what if they were extraordinary? There are geniuses in my generation too. I've met stronger ones. I've been beaten before, but I didn't let it get to me like you. Now that you're older, you're just getting more nervous. Faced with Bai Yu's teasing, Bai Jingtian didn't get angry. He simply remained silent, calmly crumbling Wang Yi's file into fragments and sweeping them into the trash bin. By the way, Bai Yu suddenly remembered something. Wang Yi is supposed to duel Wu Guan next week. Should I step in and stop it? If it's a sparring match between mages, why stop it? Bai Jingtian replied evenly. But he hasn't mastered a single spell yet. Bai Yu raised his voice, clearly exasperated. If that kid weren't so hopeless, I wouldn't even bother getting involved. And if I step in now, Teacher Huang from Class 1 will definitely make fun of me again. There's no need to intervene, Bai Jingtian said firmly. If you had the courage to suggest sending students to face magical beasts at the Lingnan Sand Bridge, why are you afraid of them facing a duel between mages? Besides, Wang Yi isn't completely incapable of magic. Bai Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the mention of Lingnan Sand Bridge, completely missing the deeper meaning in Bai Jingtian's words. Speaking of that, the Candlelight Army over there has responded. They agreed to let small groups of students enter, but the number has to be kept under 10 each time, including accompanying teachers. We also need to notify them in advance and can't visit too often. He pouted as he muttered under his breath, stingy. Bai Jingtian explained, that's perfectly reasonable. The Candlelight Army of the Lingnan Military District is primarily responsible for guarding and exploring the Lingnan Sand Bridge. Allowing students in to gain experience comes with risks. If any casualties occur, the Candlelight Army would also be held accountable. So of course, they're cautious. I already said I'd take responsibility for anything that happens. Bai Yu protested indignantly. You? Take responsibility? Bai Jingtian's voice suddenly rose. How much responsibility can a mid-ear mage like you handle? In the end, wouldn't it still fall on me? Bai Yu refused to back down. At the end of the day, you're just afraid of taking responsibility. You don't even want to have a proper conversation with the Lingnan Military District. This was my proposal, and he'll handle it. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Bang! Bai Jingtian slammed his hand on the desk, his tone sharp and commanding. Responsibility isn't something you can just claim with words. You're not capable of carrying it. Remember this: if anything happens to a single student at this school, for any reason, it will always be my responsibility. That's something I can never shirk. Let me handle it? How absurd. Bai Jingtian's voice carried a distinct tone of displeasure. He placed both hands firmly on the desk and stared directly into Bai Yu's eyes. Should I approach Captain Zhang of the Candlelight Army stationed at the Lingnan military district, or go straight to his superior? Is this a request or coercion? I thought you'd have figured it out by now, but clearly I was mistaken. He shook his head, his voice growing colder. What have you even learned during your years at the Imperial Magic University? From what I see, Bai Jingyuan and Bai Xian have spoiled you far too much, making you this foolish. Stung by his harsh reprimand, Bai Yu's eyes instantly turned red, but she stubbornly held back the tears threatening to fall. Witnessing this, Bai Jingtian's tone softened slightly. I understand that you want to provide the children with better resources, a higher starting point, and broader horizons. But this place is not the imperial capital or the magic capital. These words seemed to unlock a dam within Bai Yu. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Back when I was at the Imperial Magic University, so many people looked down on me. They called me a small-town girl, even insulted me as an outsider. She clenched her fists tightly and continued. I studied hard, trained relentlessly, and fought back with all my might. But there were always people I couldn't surpass. My talent is no worse than theirs, and I worked just as hard, yet I couldn't match their power. She took a deep breath and revealed the deeper truth. They were exposed to magic theories from a young age. After awakening at 16, they could absorb magic crystals and train in spatial channels under professional protection. Those with great talent could pursue further studies, and even their daily training allowed them to use magic crystals freely. Even those with average talent could specialize in theory at school and secure decent jobs after graduation. But for the kids here, they only get a chance to attend magic high school after awakening if they can pass the entrance exams. Beyond the occasional magic crystal distributed by the school, they can't afford the rare and precious resources. Without high-grade magic, even the most gifted can't compete with them. Bai Jingtian sighed inwardly but responded, resources are always limited. They can't cover everyone. Besides, the advantages those people enjoy were earned through generations of effort. I'm a mid-level mage now, fully qualified to hold a homeroom teacher position, Bai Yu said, wiping her nose. Her voice remained resolute. Not just here in Lonling. I could teach at other magic high schools as well. Effort, she countered. The soldiers guarding the demonic abyss, aren't they risking their lives every day? Wang Yi's parents both died in battle, and all he got in return was one special admission slot, which still depended on his awakening. If resources have to be fought for, then I'll fight for my students. I'm not afraid of taking responsibility, nor of owing the Candlelight Army a favor. If you're worried about taking responsibility, you're free to reject my proposal. Looking at her young, determined face, Bai Jingtian's resolve finally softened. If I didn't agree, I wouldn't have let you present this proposal at the meeting in the first place. He straightened up and said seriously, however, I have two conditions to lay down. First, entering the Lingnan Sand Bridge requires full understanding of the risks by both students and their parents. They must be informed and willing. Second, student safety is the top priority. Injuries and disabilities may be acceptable, but no deaths. Even if you don't make it back, every student must return alive. Understood, Principal. Bai Yu stood tall and responded without hesitation. Go and prepare properly, Bai Jingtian said, waving her off. After Bai Yu left, he pulled out his phone, going through multiple layers of verification to open a specialized app. As he typed Lingnan Sand Bridge into the search bar, he fell into deep thought. Lingnan Shikio is an interdimensional space portal located in the southern suburbs of Lonling City. Inside the classroom, teacher Pang Wanli stood at the podium, his laser pointer moving with the slides of the PowerPoint presentation, directing attention to vivid images and videos of various magical beasts on the screen. Class, from the suffix bridge, we can deduce that this is the lowest grade interdimensional space portal, Pang Wanli explained, adjusting his frameless glasses. It has two distinct characteristics. The smallest area and the strictest restriction set only allows entry to low and intermediate level magical beasts and mages. Most of the students in the classroom were diligently taking notes, though a few were slumped over their desks, dozing off. Among the attentive students was Wang Yi. Although he struggled to keep up due to his last-minute online cramming session the previous night, he felt much less lost than before. The teacher currently delivering the lecture, Peng Wanli, was the same one who had taught the last class yesterday. After browsing the school's official website for faculty information the night before, Wang Yi learned that Peng Wanli was responsible for teaching the Magic Fundamentals course. Compared to regular high schools, magic high schools have a more specialized curriculum. While they retain a few standard cultural subjects to ensure students stay connected with society, their primary focus is on two main types of courses: magic theory and magic practice. The theoretical courses include magic history, magic geography, introduction to magical beasts, basic magic crystal identification, and fundamental magic summaries. The practical courses emphasize magic crystal absorption, magic study, and combat training. However, as first-year students who had just started school a month ago, Wang Yi and his classmates had not yet been introduced to combat courses. After all, most of them had not fully mastered even basic-level magic. For now, practical courses were centered around magic casting techniques, mana control, physical training, and basic combat skills, aiming to develop well-rounded mages rather than mere magic output machines. Ding ding ding, as the bell signaling the end of class rang. Peng Wanli closed his laptop and smiled as he reminded the students, class dismissed. Go have a good lunch. The practical session this afternoon won't be easy. The students filed out of the classroom one by one. Peng Wanli, carrying his laptop, had just stepped out of the room when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Teacher, wait a moment. Turning around, Peng Wanli was slightly surprised to see Wang Yi. Is there something you need? Wang Yi pulled a magic crystal out of his pocket. Teacher, do you know which magical beast this crystal came from? Peng Wanli adjusted his glasses and took the magic crystal, examining it carefully. This is. His eyebrows raised slightly. It's actually the magic crystal of a flamecloud Qilin. Flamecloud Qilin? Is it a very powerful magical beast? Wang Yi asked curiously. Of course. Peng Wanli nodded, gently running his fingers over the surface of the crystal. A flamecloud Qilin is already a high-level magical beast in its juvenile stage, and as an adult, it typically reaches the transcendent level. Among the sacred beasts discovered so far, they are also present. He scrutinized the crystal in his hand. Judging by its quality, this should be a high-level magic crystal from a juvenile flamecloud Qilin. These beasts primarily lived around Liyuan, but ever since Liyuan collapsed, sightings have become extremely rare. Nowadays, crystals like this are almost priceless, with their value having increased over tenfold. At this point, Peng Wanli seemed intrigued and handed the crystal back to Wang Yi. Come on, let's grab some food, and I'll tell you more about the flamecloud Qilin. Wang Yi gladly accepted the invitation. It was exactly what he wanted. After learning about the many restrictions placed on mages in Huaxia the night before, he finally felt confident enough to bring the crystal to school. Under the current system, a single high-level magic crystal wouldn't cause too much trouble. However, his true purpose wasn't simply to identify the crystal's origin. He wanted to use this opportunity to gather more information. Although the system's support gave him a thorough understanding of the magic within the crystal, he needed a professional teacher to validate the system's capabilities. The two of them first dropped off their laptops at the office before heading to the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the spacious cafeteria was dotted with small groups of students and faculty, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Watching the school leaders and teachers share the same dining space as the students, Wang Yi finally understood why the food quality here was so exceptional. After getting their meals, they found an empty table and sat across from each other. As they ate, Peng Wanli began explaining, when the flamecloud Qilin was first discovered, its appearance was strikingly similar to the mythical Qilin. With flames swirling around it, and its ability to stride through clouds while casting spells, it earned its name. His dining posture was elegant and composed, exuding a scholarly charm. In contrast, Wang Yi's eating habits appeared much more ordinary, making him feel a little self-conscious. However, he quickly relaxed when someone with an even more unrestrained eating style joined them. Hey, Edge, Professor Peng, what are you guys talking about? Qi Xiaohao plopped down with his tray, sliding it next to Wang Yi and casually taking up 2/3 of the table space. Wang Yi glanced at the chubby Qi Xiaohao, feeling a little puzzled. With his family's financial situation, he could easily go home and enjoy better meals, yet he chose to eat at the school cafeteria. However, Wang Yi wisely refrained from asking further questions. Xiaohao, Peng Wanli said, unfazed by the interruption to his explanation, still smiling warmly. I was just chatting with Wang Yi about magical beasts, specifically the flamecloud Qilin. Oh, the flamecloud Qilin. Qi Xiaohao let out an awkward laugh, clearly knowing very little about this fire element magical beast. At that moment, a tall, muscular boy dressed in black approached with a tray and sat down beside Qi Xiaohao. If not for his slightly youthful face, he could easily be mistaken for a teacher. Shortly after, a sharp-featured, elegant boy in white gracefully took the seat next to Wang Yi. Hello, Punga. The boy in white greeted Peng Wanli. The contrast between the two boys, one in black and the other in white, gave off an almost yin-yang vibe. The best spot is saved for me, a cheerful voice suddenly announced. A girl with a ponytail, her face sweet and adorable, darted out from behind Peng Wanli and quickly took the seat next to him. The girl politely greeted everyone at the table in turn. Hello, Teacher Peng. Hi, Brother Wang Jiang. Hi, Brother Jiang Yu. Hi, Brother Wang Yi. Hi, Brother Xiaohao. Wang Yi quietly sipped his soup, hiding his inner bewilderment. It felt almost surreal as one person after another showed up, as if they had coordinated this gathering in advance. Peng Wanli, however, seemed completely unfazed. He subtly shifted a little further away from the girl beside him. Thanks to Qi Xiaohao, who acted as an insider, Wang Yi had learned a bit about each of the people at the table. The boy in black was Wang Jiang, from a military family, nicknamed Zombie King Jiangchun in their online group. The boy in white was Jiang Yu, whose group name was Studying Makes Me Happy. He was not only the cousin of their homeroom teacher Bai Yu, but also the grandnephew of the school principal, making him the ultimate second-gen and third-gen figure on campus. Lastly, the girl, who Lily, though from an ordinary family, had a seemingly harmless demeanor that occasionally betrayed a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. This five-person group was quite well known at the school, with each member standing out in their own way. Take Lily, for example. Not only were her grades consistently among the top in the first-year class, but her sweet and lovable personality also made her incredibly popular among her peers. Wang Jiang, though appearing serious, had gained many friends due to his upright character, loyalty, and deep sense of camaraderie. As for Jiang Yu, even without considering his prominent background, his outstanding performance in the field of magic was enough to earn admiration. When it came to academic achievements, if Wu Guan barely made it into the top 5 of the senior grade, Jiang Yu dominated as the undisputed number 1 in the entire school, with a gap so vast between him and the second place that it was almost unimaginable. However, amidst this elite group, Qi Xiaohao's presence seemed particularly out of place. With average grades, mediocre talent, ordinary looks, and unimpressive magical abilities, how did this mage manage to blend into this circle of elites? Wang Yi wondered to himself while shoveling food into his mouth, probably because his family is rich. At the dinner table, Peng Wanli was enthusiastically detailing the 8 magical abilities of the height-ear magical beast, the Flame Cloud Qilin. Fire Rain, which enabled wide-range attacks, Swift Flame, which enhanced speed, Floating Cloud, for levitation, Fiend Cloud, which amplified magical power, Infernal Prison, a combination of control and damage, Thunder Summon, a potent single-target attack, Purification Magic for dispelling evil, and a powerful defensive magic that had yet to be fully identified. This defensive magic doesn't have an official name yet, Peng Wanli explained with a shrug, but fortunately, it only works against elemental fire magic. So for human mages who have a variety of attack methods, the Flame Cloud Qilin isn't particularly troublesome. He added, as for the changes after it ascends to the rank of a sacred beast, well, that's classified information, and I have no way of knowing. The reactions among the listeners varied. Some appeared deep in thought, some looked dazed, some remained calm, while others showed admiration. Jiang Yu, however, calmly added, regarding that defensive magic, the prevailing theory is that it's a passive ability of the Flame Cloud Qilin. Passive magic? Does that mean magic that doesn't need to be actively cast? Wang Yi asked at the right moment. Bingo! Jiang Yu snapped his fingers and elaborated. Whether it's a magical beast or a mage, casting magic usually involves noticeable energy fluctuations. However, when the Flame Cloud Qilin faces fire magic, it remains completely unharmed without showing any signs of activating a defensive spell. This has led researchers to hypothesize that it likely possesses a passive defense specifically against fire magic. Wow! Qi Xiaohao clapped his hands in excitement. When I advance to a mid-tier mage, I must absorb this magic crystal. Then it'll be invincible against opponents who use fire magic. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue lightly. Nice idea, but unfortunately, the current price of a Flame Cloud Qilin's magic crystal, forget it, don't worry about that. More importantly, human mages can only absorb active magic for now, and can't acquire this kind of passive magic. To be precise, Peng Wanli adjusted his glasses and added, we can absorb most active magic, but racial magic is also off limits. What's racial magic? Wang Yi pressed on with another question. Racial magic, also known as bloodline magic, Jiang Yu explained, is magic that is exclusive to certain magical beasts and cannot be acquired by humans through absorption. While a magic crystal serves as the core of a magical beast and contains most of its energy and all its spells, certain types of magic remain unattainable for human mages. For instance, the Flame Cloud Qilin's purification magic for dispelling evil no human mage has ever successfully absorbed it. At this point, Wang Yi finally understood. So this was what they called exclusive traits. Bang! Wang Yi's body hit the ground hard, the intense impact making him feel as though his bones had come apart. Dizzy and disoriented, he struggled to get back on his feet. Fortunately, the gym floor was covered with soft rubber mats, and he was wearing protective gear, which saved him from any serious injuries. During lunch earlier, Wang Yi had cleverly pieced together the meanings of several special terms in the system through a conversation with Peng Wanli, with Jiang Yu providing supplementary explanations. More importantly, he discovered the true power of the system. It could not only fully absorb non-offensive magic from magic crystals, but also passive magic and bloodline magic that other mages couldn't access. This revelation left him both excited and uneasy. While these magical abilities were undeniably powerful, exposing them would undoubtedly bring unpredictable risks. Before he could devise a strategy to address this, the afternoon's practical lesson delivered a harsh reality check. Today's session was a basic combat training course, which was supposed to be simple physical exercises and fundamental skill practice. However, with a martial arts expert like Wang Jiang in their group, things took a different turn. When Wang Jiang suggested some special training, the other three, except for Jiang Yu, immediately voiced their opposition. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming strength, the 3-10 vote was meaningless. In the end, they were dragged to a corner of the gym for a private training session with Wang Jiang. The supervising instructor didn't bat an eye after all. Even he couldn't match Wang Jiang without using magic. Who's first? Wang Jiang asked nonchalantly. Before Wang Yi could process what was happening, Qi Xiaohao and Hu Lili had already stepped back in unison and pushed him forward. And so, on his second day after crossing over, Wang Yi was introduced to what could only be described as physical magic. Although Wang Yi had fought his share of brawls in his previous life and had even earned a bit of a reputation among street thugs, his experience was utterly useless against Wang Jiang. Initially, he thought he could just muddle through, as the original Wang Yi wasn't a combat expert either. But after being slammed to the ground twice in quick succession, his temper flared, and he decided to take the fight seriously. The result? Even worse. Not only did he fail to turn the tide, but his hasty attempts to get up earned him a couple more hits. That being said, Wang Jiang wasn't just bullying him for no reason. During the fight, Wang Jiang not only attacked but also pinpointed his opponent's weaknesses with precision. On the surface, it seemed like he was giving tips on combat techniques, but his strikes showed no mercy. Standing on the sidelines, Qi Xiaohao watched as Wang Yi was knocked to the ground again and again, his expression growing increasingly anxious. He knew all too well that he would soon face the same fate. Bleed more in practice, bleed less in battle. Wang Jiang, dressed in black sportswear with bandages wrapped around his fists, exuded an overwhelming aura of power with his robust physique. Seeing Wang Yi struggle to get back up, Wang Jiang motioned to Qi Xiaohao with a hand gesture. Your turn. What? More blood? No way. Qi Xiaohao quickly shoved Jiang Yu in front of him. Old Jiang, you go first. I'll back you up. You can't escape. Wang Jiang bent his knees slightly and launched himself like an arrow straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smirked subtly and, just as Wang Jiang closed in, executed a deft sidestep, leaving Qi Xiaohao fully exposed to Wang Jiang's charge. Wait, before Qi Xiaohao could finish his sentence, Wang Jiang's right hand had already grabbed for his collar. Despite his panicked expression, Qi Xiaohao's left hand accurately caught Wang Jiang's wrist and twisted it aside with force. Taking advantage of the opening, he drove his right knee upward in a fierce strike toward Wang Jiang's abdomen. Plenty of power, but lacking agility and technique, Wang Jiang remarked as he countered by lifting his right knee, landing a precise strike on Qi Xiaohao's side knee. Qi Xiaohao winced in pain, his round face scrunching up as he struggled to steady himself. He then threw a straight punch aimed at Wang Jiang's face. Never go all out with a punch, and attacking recklessly when your stance isn't stable is a major mistake. Wang Jiang effortlessly dodged the punch, closing the gap to Qi Xiaohao's inner range. Seizing Qi Xiaohao's punching arm, he executed a smooth back throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom! The sound of Qi Xiaohao hitting the floor was even heavier than Wang Yi's earlier falls, accompanied by a noticeable vibration. Fatty, have you put on more weight again? Watch out for high blood pressure, diabetes, and cholesterol. Wang Jiang quipped as he clapped his hands, not missing the chance to tease. Qi Xiaohao, however, remained on the ground clutching his knee, rolling around with a look of utter despair. Turning to Jiang Yu, Wang Jiang extended an invitation. Want to spar? I'll pass. It's not the right setting here, Jiang Yu replied with a shake of his head. Fair enough. How about we hit the training gym tomorrow for a real match? Sounds good. Finally, Wang Jiang's gaze landed on Hu Lili. Not me. It's not a good time for me these days, Hu Lili stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hesitated shyly. Wang Jiang laughed heartily, taking his stance. Same rules as always, UVE got 30 seconds. Wang Jiang gidge. Hu Lili wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Wang Jiang like a pitiful little rabbit. Crying? Crying still counts towards the time. Wang Jiang calmly pointed at the clock on the wall, unwavering. At that moment, Qi Xiaohao stood up, rubbing his sore knees, and added with a mischievous grin. You've got at least 3 more days to go. Hu Lili shot a fierce glare at Qi Xiaohao. Seeing her attempt at playing pitiful fail, she instantly dropped the pretense of weakness. In a flash, she lunged forward and aimed a brutal kick at Wang Jiang's groin. The sudden attack made Wang Yi's scalp tingle as he watched from the side. He had always thought of this girl as gentle on the surface, but he hadn't expected her to be so ruthless. Qi Xiaohao instinctively clenched his legs tightly and lightly slapped his own mouth in regret. Facing the lethal attack, Wang Jiang remained as steady as a mountain. With a simple flick of his left hand, he easily deflected the fierce kick. Hu Lili used the momentum to spin, pivoting gracefully on her left foot like a ballerina, and executed a high side whip kick. All show, no substance, Wang Jiang commented as he raised his arm to block her attack. Your spin is too wide, leaving your back completely exposed. Fighting isn't dancing. Emphasizing aesthetics will only create fatal openings. Hu Lili retracted her leg and immediately followed up with an elbow strike aimed straight at Wang Jiang's chest. Wang Jiang blocked it firmly with both hands and continued his critique. Without enough strength, don't use such forceful moves. In the following exchanges, Hu Lili's attacks indeed became lighter, but each strike was still aimed at vital spots, every move ruthless. Unfortunately, Wang Jiang neutralized them all with ease. 30 seconds, Wang Jiang announced as he seized the opportunity, claw-like fingers gripping Hu Lili's leg and yanking it outward. She was forced into a split, losing her balance, but even in that moment, she attempted a counterattack, thrusting two fingers directly at Wang Jiang's eyes. Wang Jiang didn't flinch. Instead, he lightly tapped her abdomen with his foot, sending her sliding 3 meters away. Though the kick looked fierce, its power was controlled. After all, as the only girl on the team, Hu Lili's usually charming personality often earned her a bit of leniency. Hu Lili skillfully rolled to dissipate the force, stood up, and dusted off her clothes like nothing had happened. In an instant, she reverted to her sweet, lovable demeanor. If not for the spacious gym and their choice of a secluded corner, this scene would have undoubtedly left any onlookers dumbfounded. After easily completing a Union 3 training session, Wang Jiang stood in the center of the training field and summarized in a serious tone, "Combat skills are certainly important, but physical fitness is the foundation. Whether you're facing magical beasts or mages, your opponents in battle won't be the targets and wooden stakes in the training hall. We must not become mages who are simply mechanical turrets throwing spells." Exactly. Well said, Brother Wang. Words of wisdom. Qi Xiaohao clapped enthusiastically, exaggerating his praise. Wang Jiang glanced at the overly eager Qi Xiaohao and then noticed Wang Yi, who was lost in thought nearby. Walking over, he asked, "So, have you decided? Are you going to fight next week or not?" Wang Yi, still mulling over the combat techniques he had just learned, snapped back to reality upon hearing the question and realized Wang Jiang was referring to his duel with Wu Guan. Qi Xiaohao was about to pat his chest and speak up when Wang Jiang silenced him with a stern glare. "Of course, I'll fight." Wang Yi shrugged. "I've already said it, and I can't take my words back now, can I?" Wang Jiang frowned and said, "When it comes to magic, Wu Guan is no easy opponent. On the surface, he's only shown 3 or 4 basic level spells, but given his family background, he could easily pull out some rare level magic at any time. If he gets desperate and throws one of his rare attack spells at you, you might not die, but you'll definitely suffer." Hearing this, Qi Xiaohao pouted unhappily. In truth, Wang Jiang and Wang Yi weren't particularly close, not even as close as Wang Jiang was with Qi Xiaohao. Within their small group of 5, the strongest bonds were between Qi Xiaohao and Wang Yi, as well as Wang Jiang and Jiang Yue. Both pairs were longtime friends. Jiang Yu and Qi Xiaohao also had an inexplicably good rapport, which gradually brought Wang Jiang closer to Wang Yi and Qi Xiaohao. As for Hu Lili, she got along well with everyone, especially Qi Xiaohao and Jiang Yu. Wang Jiang had always been puzzled by how someone like Jiang Yue, an outstanding student, a rising star among mages, and a promising candidate for the Imperial Capital Magic University could get along so well with people like Qi Xiaohao and Wang Yi. At the start of the school year, Wang Jiang's impression of the two was limited to friends of a friend, and he even looked down on their carefree behavior. But after a month of interaction and several combat training sessions, he discovered that despite their flippant appearances, the two of them harbored a rare tenacity deep down. This realization changed Wang Jiang's perspective. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never have gotten involved in Wang Yi and Wu Guan's duel. Instead, he would have sought out some friends from Class A to mediate and prevent Wang Yi from suffering a loss. Seeing Qi Xiaohao nearby, anxiously scratching his head as if afraid Wang Yi would back out, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I guess I'll just have to give it my best shot." Wang Jiang wasn't sure where Wang Yi's confidence came from. Perhaps he had secretly mastered some new magic. But since Wang Yi had already made up his mind, Wang Jiang decided not to press further, lest he come across as annoying. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "There's still some time before class ends. Want to go a few more rounds?" "Sure." In a respectable hair salon, Wang Yi, who had recently cut his hair much shorter, sat in front of a large mirror with his eyes closed, taking a moment to rest. The reflection staring back at him was a face battered with bruises. Purple and blue blotches covered his skin, and his left eye was swollen into a classic panda eye. His disheveled clothes only added to his overall bedraggled appearance. Behind him, the hairdresser was cautiously applying hair dye, eyes fixed on Wang Yi's hair whirl as if counting each strand. The stylist wore a stern expression, focused on the task, perhaps also trying hard not to chuckle at the comical sight in the mirror. Such behavior would neither be professional nor respectful to the customer. Brother Yi, what made you decide to dye your hair back? Qi Xiaohao, lounging on the sofa in the waiting area, asked absent-mindedly while scrolling through his phone. The principal's orders, Wang Yi replied with his eyes still closed, taking the chance to recover his drained magical energy. Earlier that day, during the Wang Jiang's combat class after school, he had instinctively used a healing spell to stop a nosebleed after Wang Jiang landed a punch on him. This unexpected display of self-healing caught Wang Jiang's attention. Since Wang Yi had mastered this skill, Wang Jiang decided it was time to ramp up the training intensity. The sparring session quickly escalated from easy mode to hell mode, leaving Wang Yi battered and completely drained of magic. We don't have school tomorrow. Want to hit up Juyuan tonight? Qi Xiaohao suggested. Juyuan, a nightclub they frequented, was a place where both of them held VIP memberships. Do I look like I can go out in this state? Wang Yi responded with a wry smile. Besides, I'm broke. I've got money. Qi Xiaohao said generously with a wave of his hand. What's mine is yours, right? No need. Even among brothers, accounts should be clear. Wang Yi declined firmly. All right then, Qi Xiaohao said, suddenly remembering something. But I think you still have quite a bit of money left on your Juyuan membership card. Remember last time when they had that promotion? You topped up 100,000 yuan and got another 100,000 as a bonus. You even called it a rare investment opportunity with a guaranteed 100 return. Wang Yi's eyes flew open. Do you think I could withdraw the remaining money on that card? Even at half the value? Probably not. Juyuan isn't a bank, Qi Xiaohao said, scratching his head. Not even for an esteemed mage? Wang Yi asked, a hint of hope in his voice. What does being a mage have to do with this? Wang Yi closed his eyes again, disappointment washing over him. It seemed that the laws and regulations in Huaxia were indeed strictly enforced. Even after nearly a century of magical advancements, a mage of his stature still couldn't exploit his position for personal gain, couldn't even get away with something as trivial as this. In this extraordinary world, the most frustrating thing wasn't others abusing their power over him. It was that he couldn't abuse his own power. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Tomorrow, come with me to get my basic mage certification, and then buy some new magic crystals. Why not just order them online? Qi Xiaohao asked. Let's make a day of it. Can't spend the whole weekend cooped up at home, Wang Yi replied casually. After all, his system only responded when he touched a magic crystal, which made Wang Yi give up the idea of ordering one online. I'll go to the store with you, Qi Xiaohao agreed readily. This had always been his attitude toward Wang Yi since they were kids. Wait a second, Edge. Qi Xiaohao suddenly realized something. Didn't you say you were broke? How are you going to buy a magic crystal? You have money. But didn't you just say earlier that even close friends should settle accounts clearly? Your parents are your parents. My parents are my parents. We're not actual brothers, Wang Yi replied confidently. Qi Xiaohao scratched his head, thinking that what Wang Yi said made sense. After all, money had never been a problem for him growing up. After getting a haircut and dyeing his hair, Wang Yi stood in front of the mirror. Minus the bruises on his face, his appearance was actually quite decent. Back home, he began his magic recovery training. First, casting a few healing spells on himself, then working out for an hour, and repeating the process once his magic power had recovered. This cycle continued late into the night. After all, he had to meet people the next day and couldn't show up looking like this. By early the next morning, thanks to the restorative effects of magic, most of Wang Yi's facial injuries had healed. The two of them found a spot at a street-side stall for breakfast. Although Qi Xiaohao had housekeepers at home who prepared 4 nutritious meals a day like clockwork, he still preferred to have this kind of street food with Wang Yi. The meal cost 34.5 yuan, which Wang Yi insisted on paying. After all, Qi Xiaohao would be footing the bill for the magic crystal later, so this breakfast was a small investment. After paying, Wang Yi suddenly felt a strong urge to go back to Shula. At least the cafeteria there would be free for him. What kind of world is this? A dignified mage can't even get a free meal, he thought angrily. The two soon got into Qi Xiaohao's private car. Although Wang Yi wasn't familiar with the car brands in this world, the luxurious exterior and the comfortable interior were enough to tell him it was worth a fortune. During their conversation, Wang Yi learned that Qi Xiaohao's 4-story villa complete with 2 basement levels only housed him, 2 housekeepers, and a chauffeur. His parents were constantly traveling the world for business and rarely came home, aside from regularly depositing money into his account. Wang Yi thought bitterly about the 34.5 yuan he had just spent, money he had painstakingly scraped together by rummaging through his house. In hindsight, he should have gone straight to Qi Xiaohao's house for a free meal. Then again, perhaps it was the lack of parental presence that had shaped this rich second-generation kid. Instead of being arrogant or overbearing, Qi Xiaohao was down-to-earth, spending his time with people like Wang Yi, Jiang Yu, and Wang Zheng, ordinary folks. A seed destined to grow into a spoiled brat had somehow taken an unexpected turn. The car continued moving forward and, after half an hour, pulled into the parking lot of the Lanling City Administrative Center. Wang Yi got out of the car alone, signaling Qi Xiaohao to wait inside, and then headed towards the administrative hall. Following the signs, he quickly located the office for mage identity verification and updates. The office was sparsely populated in the early morning, with only a few young people sitting quietly as they waited. This was expected, given how rare the mage profession was. The sound of a number being called broke the silence, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, it was Wang Yi's turn. He sat down at a bright and tidy service window, greeted by a warm smile from the staff member. "Good morning, sir. How can I assist you today?" Feeling slightly out of place but sticking to the plan, Wang Yi replied, "Good morning. I'd like to verify my status as a novice mage and update my identity information. Of course. Please fill out this form and hand me your ID." The staff member handed him a mage profession tier certification application form. Picking up a pen from the desk, Wang Yi carefully filled in the required information: name, gender, age, place of birth, and ID number. After completing the form, he handed it back along with his ID. After completing facial recognition and identity verification, the staff member returned the documents to him. "Please take your ID and these materials to Hall 2. The staff there will verify your mage tier. Once that's done, you can return here to complete the registration process." In Hall 2, a middle-aged man received the documents and, after confirming Wang Yi's identity, asked, "You are applying for novice mage certification, registered under the medical magic category. Is this information correct?" Wang Yi nodded in confirmation. "You may perform any medical spell of your choice, either common or rare tier." Thanks to repeated practice the day before, Wang Yi skillfully cast a common tier healing spell. The staff member confirmed its accuracy and stamped the documents twice. Returning to the original service window, the staff member reviewed the materials, sealed them, and returned his ID. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang Yi. You are now officially recognized as a novice mage specializing in medical magic. Your updated information will be synced to the system in about 10 minutes. If you'd like to apply for higher tier certification or update your information in the future, feel free to visit us again." With the staff member's courteous assistance, Wang Yi completed all the procedures and walked out of the administrative hall, which was gradually becoming busier. In addition to being a student, he now carried a new Titlian entry-level healer mage. This choice wasn't made lightly. It was the result of careful consideration. Compared to support mages, the career path for healer mages was far broader. In this world, healer mages had numerous opportunities. They could join the military and put their skills to use within the armed forces. They could become freelance mages, forming small teams to explore the mysterious and open magical abysses. Or they could enter the medical system, attend a magic medical university, and work in hospitals after graduation. The latter option not only offered a high level of safety, but also provided a lucrative income. It was thanks to these healer mages that medical advancements in this world had progressed at an astonishing pace. With their efforts, severe and terminal illnesses that had once been untreatable in the past century were no longer feared under the influence of magic. It was akin to a stubborn virus in the Windows system rendered powerless when transferred to Linux. Diseases that science struggled to overcome became trivial before the power of magic. Particularly in the treatment of physical injuries, healing magic displayed remarkable results. The old saying, 100 days to recover from bone or tendon injuries, had long become a relic of the past. Nowadays, as long as a mid-level healer mage could be scheduled, even a comminuted fracture could leave the patient walking out of the hospital as good as new. If a high-level healer mage who served as a chief surgeon could be called upon, as long as the patient had a breath left in them, there was almost no condition that couldn't be treated. The greatest contribution of healing magic was enabling ordinary people to live their lives with a sense of security. Even after stepping into the parking lot and getting into the car, Wang Yi still found himself in a daze. "What's wrong, Edge?" Qi Xiaohao, who had been scrolling on his phone for over half an hour in the car, looked up and asked. "Modernized, standardized, procedural, efficient," Wang Yi muttered, scratching his head. "But this doesn't feel magical at all." Although he had already read about the basics of this magical world online and had spent 2 days in this modern magic high school, today's mage certification process had left him with a strong sense of temporal disorientation. It was only now that he truly realized how deeply magic had integrated into every corner of this world. "Isn't that just how it is?" Qi Xiaohao asked, puzzled. "You wouldn't understand. Let's go. Time to buy some magic crystals." Wang Yi shook his head, not saying any more. This experience had broadened his horizons. He felt he could adapt better to this world now and wouldn't be easily surprised by anything. That was until... Welcome to the Blue Ridge City's one and only official authorized magic crystal store. A young, attractive sales assistant greeted him warmly as she led him into a meticulously decorated shop filled with glass display cases showcasing magic crystals. At that moment, Wang Yi felt something inside him shatter. He had to admit that he might have been a little too confident earlier. Clearly, he still had a lot to learn about this world. This store is officially certified, with all necessary business qualifications. The sales assistant greeted Wang Yi and Qi Xiaohao as they entered the shop. Leading them toward the counter, she introduced the products with a professional and smooth tone. Inside the transparent glass display cases, various magic crystals emitted a soft glow. What level of magic crystals are you looking for? Any particular magic in mind? The sales assistant asked politely. Beginner-level crystals. Qi Xiaohao exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Give me 10 of each kind of magical beast, just pack them all for me. Before he could finish, Wang Yi quickly covered his mouth. Do you think you're the protagonist of some over-the-top novel, sweeping the store clean with the female lead? Turning to the sales assistant, Wang Yi inquired, do you have a full selection of beginner-level magical beasts? Please follow me, the sales assistant said, guiding them to a long counter on one side. Apart from the spirit and space categories, we have magic crystals from over a dozen common beginner-level magical beasts here. Inside the display case, the crystals were neatly arranged, each accompanied by a detailed card describing its level, source beast, contained magic, and price. Wang Yi understood spirit and space-type magical beasts were indeed rare, likely because these types were generally more powerful, making beginner-level ones hard to find. These are samples, the sales assistant added. Once you've made your selection, we'll prepare identical crystals for you to take. Rest assured. For magical beasts of the same species and level, the magic contained in their crystals was mostly consistent. For mages, identifying magic crystals was a fundamental skill. Moreover, considering the success rate of absorption, mages rarely purchased just one crystal. Wang Yi's gaze settled on a crystal at the far right. It came from a beginner-level Shadow Wolf and contained 2 standard-grade spells. Could you take that one out for me to have a closer look? The request took the sales assistant by surprise. Customers typically made their selections and had the warehouse package them directly. No one had ever asked to examine a sample beforehand. The magic crystals were quietly displayed in the showcase, fulfilling their role as exhibits. Wang Yi stood in front of the counter, gazing at the softly glowing crystals, a trace of anxiety flickering in his heart. Without direct contact with the magic crystals, the system couldn't analyze the magic contained within, and the brief descriptions on the cards were far from complete. Could I take a closer look? Wang Yi asked the sales assistant. After a moment's consideration, the assistant nodded in agreement. Over the years, there had never been any incidents of theft or robbery at magic crystal specialty stores, so there wasn't much reason to worry. As soon as Wang Yi held the magic crystal, the system immediately displayed detailed information. Night vision common. Enhances vision in dark environments, absorbable. Shadow common. Improves the ability to conceal one's presence in darkness, absorbable. Both of these are support-type common-grade magic, Wang Yi evaluated internally. While they're useful, their limitations are obvious, and their functionality is quite specific. In a well-lit city like this, their practicality is rather low. Thank you. Could I take a look at this one instead? Wang Yi returned the beginner-grade Shadow Wolf crystal to the assistant and pointed to another. The assistant maintained her professional smile, though a sense of foreboding began to rise within her. Was this customer planning to touch every magic crystal in the display? Nonetheless, she efficiently retrieved the next crystal for Wang Yi. Over the next while, Wang Yi indeed examined every beginner-grade magic crystal in the showcase. Comparing them to the descriptions on the cards, he found that most of the information was accurate, with only a few crystals containing an additional magic ability. 2 crystals, in particular, caught his attention. The silverfin fish crystal contained water drawing common. Extracts moisture from the environment and converts it into clean water, absorbable. Water arrow common. Releases water arrows for attacks, non-absorbable. Magic surge common. Passively increases magic capacity, absorbable. The green-furred baboon crystal contained wind blade common. Releases wind blades for attacks, non-absorbable. Agility common. Passively enhances speed, absorbable. Wind chaos rare. Releases area-cutting damage, non-absorbable. Interestingly, the description cards for both crystals only listed the active abilities, completely omitting the passive ones. This omission highlighted why humans had never attempted to absorb passive magic from magical beasts. They'll take these 2, Wang Yi finally decided, selecting the silverfin fish and green-furred baboon crystals. He was well aware that he only needed a single crystal to achieve a 100 absorption success rate, and his interest lay solely in the passive abilities of these crystals. This way, he wouldn't attract suspicion. If he chose active abilities, he would have to buy multiple crystals to maintain appearances. Perfect absorption every time would certainly raise eyebrows. Unfortunately, most of the crystals in the store contained redundant attack-based magic, which didn't align with his needs. Wang Yi was organizing his development plan. His top priority was to absorb more passive magic. This type of magic worked like an innate talent boost. It required no mana consumption and couldn't be detected by other mages. At the same time, he planned to focus on collecting rare-grade active magic, especially healing spells, aiming to position himself as a reliable support character. As for defensive and control magic in the support category, he decided to absorb any high-grade spells he encountered. After all, having one more skill meant an extra layer of security that could prove useful in unexpected situations. Regarding offensive abilities, he contemplated whether to follow Wang Zhang's example and specialize in combat techniques, becoming a physical mage skilled in both magic and martial arts. While he was deep in thought, the storage room had already prepared the packed magic crystals and sent them over. The sales assistant, wearing a professional smile, handed the neatly packaged crystals to Wang Yi. Please proceed to the front desk to complete your purchase. Although only the magic crystal from the green-furred baboon was slightly more expensive among the two entry-level crystals, the assistant felt a wave of relief at the prospect of finally seeing off this picky customer. No rush, Wang Yi said calmly as he accepted the crystals. Let's take a look at the mid-tier magic crystals. The sales assistant's smile froze instantly. You're aware that purchasing mid-tier magic crystals requires entry-level mage certification, right? Of course. Wang Yi pulled out his ID card from his pocket. We can verify it through the system. This was precisely why he had made a special trip to the administrative center that morning to certify his entry-level mage status. As a regulated resource, purchasing magic crystals required the corresponding certification. Mages were only allowed to purchase crystals up to one tier above their current level. This regulation not only facilitated the management of crystal distribution, but also helped the authorities monitor the activities of mages within the country. Although registration wasn't mandatory, without certification, it was impossible to purchase magic crystals through official channels. This level of control had inevitably given rise to black market transactions. However, magic crystals on the black market were not only exorbitantly priced, but also had limited availability and uncertain safety. High-tier crystals, in particular, were often unattainable. On the rare occasion one appeared, it would spark a frenzy of competition. When it came to mage information management, Huaxia prioritized public safety and social stability above all else. Apart from a few Western countries that advocated for mage freedom, this system was widely accepted. After all, no one wanted to wake up in the middle of the night to find their home leveled by high-tier magic or be incinerated by a fireball spell over a mere glance on the street. Even most mages themselves preferred a safe and stable living environment. When the sales assistant scanned Wang Yi's ID card, the system immediately identified him as a novice mage. The anticipation on the assistant's face disappeared in an instant, and they reluctantly guided him to the glass display case holding mid-tier magic crystals. The magic crystals of mid-tier magical beasts primarily contained rare-grade magic. For a novice mage, such magic was akin to a life-saving trump card, though using it once could potentially drain all their mana. It might save their life in critical moments. Wang Yi stood in front of the display case, carefully examining each mid-tier magic crystal on display. His fingertips lightly touched the crystal surfaces, sensing the magical energy contained within. Ultimately, he identified only two types of magical beasts with passive magic among the crystals, the silver-fin fish and the green-fur baboon. This discovery confirmed his suspicion passive magic was indeed extraordinarily rare. He meticulously analyzed the attributes of the two crystals. The silver-fin fish had a notably diverse set of magical abilities. Water absorption common, absorbable, allows drawing moisture from the environment. Water arrow common, not absorbable, a basic offensive magic. Mana surge rare, absorbable, passively increases mana capacity. Rapid water arrows rare, not absorbable, a rapid fire attack. Water tornado legendary, not absorbable, a large-scale water elemental spell. The green-fur baboon, on the other hand, possessed. Lightfoot common, absorbable, passively enhances speed. Raging wind currents rare, not absorbable, an area-cutting attack. Wind blade rare, not absorbable, a single-target offensive spell. Green claw rare, not absorbable, enhances melee combat. Wang Yi understood well that as magical beasts advanced in tier, they not only gained new high-tier spells but could also evolve their existing magic. The silver-fin fish was a prime example. It not only acquired the rare-tier rapid water arrows and the legendary-tier water tornado, but also saw its once common mana surge evolve into a rare-grade ability. In contrast, the green-fur baboon's growth seemed lackluster. It merely upgraded wind blade to rare-tier and added the rare-tier green claw. This disparity was directly reflected in their prices. At the novice tier, the green-fur baboon's magic crystal was worth several times more than the silver-fin fish's. However, at the mid-tier level, the silver-fin fish's legendary magic allowed it to surpass the green-fur baboon in value, now commanding a price more than 10 times higher. After reviewing all the items on display, Wang Yi turned to the sales assistant, who had been patiently waiting. I wanted to ask, do you buy magic crystals? I have 6 novice-tier ones, all with rare magic. The sales assistant forced a professional smile, barely concealing their irritation. Sorry, we don't offer a buyback service. Never mind then. Wang Yi raised the 2 magic crystals in his hand and gestured toward Qi Xiaohao, who was loitering nearby. He's paying. The sales assistant's smile froze, and their fists clenched involuntarily. Wang Yi was absent-mindedly scrolling through a forum when a post caught his attention. The title read, "I'm a forbidden mage, currently trapped in the abyss of magic, surrounded by a gang of gangstars. If someone transfers 300 through the forum, I can return to Huaxia and will reward you with high-grade magic crystals. I can also take you to the abyss for an unbeatable adventure. A mage doesn't deceive another mage. Salute." The comment section was buzzing with activity. 111, transferred already, one user wrote. Another chimed in, "I'm from the future, and what the poster says is true. I've already received the magic crystals." Someone else joked, "If I transfer 900, does that mean I'll get 3 crystals?" Skeptics joined in too. "Unless you can tell me the winning lottery numbers for the next draw." To which someone retorted, "Even if he tells you the winning numbers, you probably won't win." Despite the claims from commenters about transferring money, Wang Yi hadn't received a single dime. He smirked, tossing his phone onto the table. His magical energy had mostly recovered. It was time to resume his magic practice. Reflecting on his day, Wang Yi recalled updating his identification information in the morning and buying 2 magic crystals. At noon, he had freeloaded a meal at Qi Xiaohao's place. After returning home, he finally cleaned his long-neglected bedroom, absorbed the newly purchased magic crystals, and then started practicing in the living room. Wang Yi had mastered 7 spells, which seemed like a decent number: illumination, dust control, earth shield, water drawing, healing, and 2 passive spells: Lightfoot and Magic Surge. However, these were all basic level spells. Among them, only Earth Shield and Healing were somewhat practical, while the rest were lackluster. Fortunately, the passive spell Magic Surge significantly boosted his internal magical energy, which was better than nothing. At the Magic Crystal specialty store, he hadn't found any suitable rare-grade beginner-level crystals for healing or support. There was a mid-grade crystal that met his requirements, but its price was staggering 48,000 yuan, comparable to the cost of a mid-grade silver fin fish crystal. The figure made Wang Yi's stomach churn. Although Qi Xiaohao had acted generously at the store, Wang Yi couldn't bring himself to let his friend spend so much money on a few rare-grade spells. Besides, while the silver fin fish crystal contained the divine-grade water tornado spell, absorbing it didn't guarantee acquiring the desired magic. If he spent 48,000 and failed to obtain water tornado, the loss would be immense. This made Wang Yi see being a mage was truly not a path for the average person. For now, he decided to focus on practicing the basic spells he already had. Prioritizing Earth Shield and supplementing with healing, he would progress step by step the steady and proper way forward. After casting the Earth Shield spell, Wang Yi began systematically altering the shield's size and shape, stopping only when more than half of his mana was depleted. The passive magic skill Mana Surge, of ordinary grade, allowed him to cast spells multiple times, significantly extending his practice sessions. Meanwhile, another passive skill, Agility, notably enhanced his speed. Taking advantage of the break to recover mana, Wang Yi switched to physical training. His battle with Wang Jiang yesterday had made him realize how useless his street fighting experience was in real combat. Without a professional coach to guide him, he opted for the most basic strength exercises: push-ups, pull-ups, squats, frog jumps, and sit-ups. As he trained, Wang Yi's mind was far from idle. The most pressing issue at the moment was funding. Although his basic needs were met for now, the high-grade magic crystals required to advance in rank weren't cheap, and he couldn't always rely on Qi Xiaohao. Then there was the magic crystal of the Flame Cloud Qilin. He needed to acquire it soon to unlock the Flame Monarch magic with its 4 attributes. After finishing a set of strength exercises, Wang Yi, panting heavily, began stretching, focusing on flexibility. He knew that without sufficient flexibility, many combat moves would be impossible. As he painfully stretched his legs wide apart, he couldn't help but think about meeting Bai Yu on Monday to discuss a scholarship. The principal's inexplicable trust in him left him puzzled, as if there was more to it than met the eye. Just as Wang Yi was kneeling on the floor, clutching his inner thighs and lamenting, "If only I had a coach," his phone suddenly rang. Struggling to his desk, he checked the screen and saw a message from Wang Jiang. "If you want extra training, come to the Shangwu Training Center. I'm in training room 3 on basement level 2. I'll wait for half an hour." Wang Yi perked up immediately. Ignoring his sore muscles, he stumbled out of the villa complex, flagged down a taxi, and headed straight for the Shangwu Training Center. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the destination. The first floor was a spacious equipment area where men and women were engrossed in strength training. Their muscles flexed and contracted with each movement, and the sight of their sweat-soaked efforts made him steal a couple of glances. Taking the elevator down to basement level 2, Wang Yi found training room 3 and knocked lightly before stepping inside. The expansive, brightly lit arena, illuminated by overhead fluorescent lights, stretched out before him. Along the walls were neatly arranged equipment like sandbags and barbells. At the moment, Wang Jiang and Jiang Yu, the black and white duo, were lounging in the rest area, casually sipping tea and chatting. The two seemed to have just finished freshening up, their hair still slightly damp. Wang Yi pushed the door open and entered, noticing Jiang Yu waving at him. He walked over and sat down beside them, glancing around with slight confusion. This setting was quite different from the intense training atmosphere he had anticipated. Jiang Yu poured Wang Yi a glass of water and got straight to the point. The duel with Wu Guan next week. If you're going to fight, you can't afford to lose. Wang Yi paused for a moment, surprised. Ever since he had mastered the system's functions, he had maintained a calm exterior while feeling increasingly confident inside. After all, the system's ability to let him absorb magic completely would only grow stronger over time. Height-ear magic crystals were already rare and valuable, and this unique advantage ensured he could secure his place in the medical or support field in the future. For now, all he needed to do was wait for the right opportunity. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Yi responded casually, "Whether I fight or not doesn't really matter, and winning or losing doesn't seem that important either. I thought only Xiao Hao would care about this, but I didn't expect you to be so invested." Ever since his meeting with the principal, he had noticeably relaxed, and his demeanor was gradually returning to his usual self. Wang Jiang and Jiang Yu exchanged a glance, picking up on something unusual in Wang Yi's tone. His attitude didn't seem like indifference toward the outcome. Instead, it felt as though he already had the result firmly under control. Wang Yi, now with shorter hair dyed back to its natural color, looked much more composed and approachable. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. If this were just a personal matter between you two, the outcome wouldn't matter. But now it's become widely known, escalating to a rivalry between Class 1 and Class 3. He paused before continuing. The few of us are somewhat well known among the freshmen, and in a way, we represent Class 3. Naturally, this has drawn a lot of attention. Wang Yi remained seated in silence. He was well aware that his reputation at school hadn't been great to begin with, and with the incident surrounding his attempted suicide gaining traction, the attention on this duel had only intensified. "The real issue is my sister," Jiang Yu said. "She just graduated and is now leading Class 3. While her abilities are solid, her lack of experience and some of her bold teaching methods have already drawn criticism. I don't want this situation to cause her more trouble or give others an excuse to target her." Wang Yi fell into contemplation. As by yes student, he knew all too well that his past behavior had indeed caused their teachers significant difficulties. Jiang Yu's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto Wang Yi's eyes. "This duel, either you don't fight and quietly endure the ridicule, keeping this as a private dispute among students, or you win decisively and swiftly. So, do you have the confidence to win?" Wang Yi took a sip from his cup, thought carefully and replied, "If Wu Guan only uses standard level attack spells like Fireball, Lightning Sphere, or Thunder Spear, I'm about 80 to 90% confident I can win." A slight smile played on his lips. "Honestly, if I didn't care about appearances, I could just wear insulated gear and guarantee victory." Insulated gear? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise, then fell into thought. It was indeed an unexpected idea. Ordinary level lightning spells might not be able to penetrate such gear to harm Wang Yi. But as Wang Yi mentioned, winning in that way would hardly be considered dignified. What about his fireball spell? You can't exactly add a layer of firefighter gear on top, can you? Jiang Yu asked. Wang Yi stroked his chin and chuckled. "That's actually not a bad idea, but it's unnecessary. I've already mastered Earth Shield. As long as I react quickly enough, his fireball won't be a threat." He understood that wearing both insulated and firefighter gear would not only hinder his movements but also turn him into an easy, clumsy target. While the defense would be solid, it wasn't a wise choice. Wang Jiang, who had been silently listening, finally couldn't hold back. "Can you two fight like normal mages for once? You're seriously discussing using firefighter and insulated gear to defend against magic. What exactly is a normal mage's fighting style?" Jiang Yu shot Wang Jiang a side glance. "Do you mean dodging all the attack spells and then going in for a shoulder throw?" After a brief pause, Wang Jiang said, "But Wu Guan definitely has some rare level attack spells up his sleeve. Ordinary defenses won't hold up against those." "Then make sure he never gets the chance to use them," Wang Yi said nonchalantly. "You think he's an idiot? If regular magic doesn't work, of course he'll switch to rare level spells." Wang Jiang scoffed. A glint flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. "A quick, decisive fight is all it takes. Don't give him time to react," he thought to himself. "Just like playing cards who throws down their trump card right at the start?" Jiang Yu nodded slightly in agreement with Wang Yi's statement. "You're absolutely right. Wu Guan has only awakened his powers for 2 or 3 months. Unless he's been constantly training with magic crystals, his mana is probably only enough to cast 1 or 2 rare-grade spells at most." Wang Jiang frowned deeply. "But even if we win this way, the means don't seem very honorable." "A win is a win. The method doesn't really matter," Jiang Yu said dismissively, waving his hand nonchalantly. Wang Yi silently contemplated. It was precisely because the power of common-grade attack spells was relatively low that he had to rely on these less-than-dignified methods. More importantly, he himself couldn't absorb attack spells. Otherwise, he could have directly clashed with Wu Guan in a heated battle, which would be more in line with the identity of a mage. Through studying so many magic crystals, he had discovered that attack magic was the most common type among magical beasts, which explained why offensive mages had become the mainstream. Jiang Yu snapped his fingers. Besides, Wang Yi has already mastered magic and is now a bona fide beginner mage. Since both sides are beginner mages, any method of combat qualifies as a legitimate mage duel. He turned to Wang Yi. By the way, which spells have you learned? Common grade healing spell and common grade earth shield. Wang Yi replied calmly. There was nothing to hide about these common grade spells. As for auxiliary spells with single functions, like illumination, water drawing, and dust raising, it didn't really matter whether he mentioned them or not. Excellent, Jiang Yu said cheerfully. A healing mage versus an offensive mage. If the other side loses, they can't complain. Wang Jiang, however, reminded them, just being able to block common grade attack spells isn't enough. Wang Yi's hand-to-hand combat skills are average. Even without considering magical enhancements, he's not guaranteed to beat Wu Guan, let alone defeat him quickly before he can cast a rare grade spell. Isn't that exactly why you called me here? Wang Yi said with a faint smile, finally understanding the situation. Smart, Jiang Yu exclaimed, then got straight to the point. Wang Jiang will train you, and you help me secure the win. If you have any other requests, just let us know. This duel is mine to begin with. Winning is for myself, Wang Yi said, shaking his head. But I do owe you guys a favor this time. That's the spirit, Jiang Yu said enthusiastically, extending his hand for a high five with Wang Yi. We have 1 week. Not only do I trust Wang Jiang's skills, but now I also trust you. He downed the rest of his water in one gulp and turned to Wang Jiang. It's up to you now. Don't hold back. Jiang Yu got up and headed for the door. Before leaving, he turned back to Wang Yi and said, my sister is planning to form a team to explore the Two Realms passage. I hope to see your name on the roster. As Wang Yi pondered the meaning of Jiang Yu's parting words, Wang Jiang had already picked up a pair of training gloves and tossed them onto his lap. Warm up, Wang Jiang said, flexing his wrists. The training intensity for the next week will be tough. Tomorrow is a full day of training, and the day after, during your practical class after school, I'll continue teaching you. Plus, we'll train here for 5 hours every evening after school. You good with that? Wang Yi, slipping on his gloves, bumped his fists together with determination. If you're good with it, then so am I. All right. Wang Jiang nodded approvingly and reminded, when we're done tonight, don't forget to renew the room at the front desk for another week. This will be our main training spot. Wait, Wang Yi suddenly raised a hand to pause him. Am I the one paying for this room? Who else? Jiang Yu only booked it for a day. He asked you to come train because he came up with the idea on a whim after we sparred, then why not train somewhere else? Wang Jiang glanced around the spacious training room. This place has great equipment, plenty of space, nice decor, attentive service, and it's very private. I like it. Well, I have a problem, Wang Yi said helplessly. I can't even scrape together $200 right now, probably not enough to cover even a single day. If I wasn't so broke, I wouldn't have asked Qi Xiaohao to cover the cost of the magic crystals this morning. This martial arts training center clearly isn't budget-friendly, and Jiang Yu even booked a premium room. The fees must be through the roof. Then I'll renew it and have Fatty reimburse me. He won't mind footing the bill, Wang Jiang said nonchalantly. In that case, just book it for a month, Wang Yi joked. If I'm already in debt, might as well go all in. You want a freeload for a month? Let's see how you perform this week first. For now, I'll teach you how to throw a proper punch. Half an hour later, Wang Yi was lying on the floor, repeatedly casting healing spells on himself while groaning. Having more magic power really is great. Using healing spells feels practically free. Wang Jiang still had a look of surprise on his face. How did your speed suddenly improve so much? During the practice sparring session, after teaching the basic punches, Wang Yi's speed had increased dramatically. Though Wang Jiang's momentary carelessness gave Wang Yi an opening, if Wang Yi hadn't been so inexperienced and failed to capitalize on the initial advantage, it might have been Wang Jiang lying on the ground instead. Purely in terms of speed, the gap between the two was no longer significant. Talent, Wang Yi said smugly as he slowly stood up. There was a trace of pride in his tone. If not for the swelling on one side of his face and the blood still lingering beneath his nose and around his mouth, he might have looked even more dashing. Wang Yi stood on the training ground with a hint of helplessness, sweat slowly dripping down his forehead. He had just absorbed a basic grade passive magic for agility, but had not yet fully mastered the sudden surge in speed. In front of a combat expert like Wang Jiang, it was impossible to hide his lack of control. Looks like I'll need to take this more seriously, Wang Jiang said, squinting slightly. He didn't press further about Wang Yi's sudden increase in speed, simply chalking it up to natural talent. Although Wang Yi's moves were noticeably faster, speed alone wasn't enough to dominate the battle. Earlier, Wang Jiang had momentarily let his guard down, losing the upper hand. However, Wang Yi's current strength wasn't enough to turn that slip into an advantage. Within a few exchanges, Wang Jiang regained control and countered effectively. Taking it seriously is better, Wang Yi replied, resetting his combat stance with a determined tone. Not going to heal up first? Wang Jiang gestured to his own nose, indicating that Wang Yi's nose was bleeding again. That last punch had been heavier than intended, and even though Wang Yi had used healing spells a few times, the injury hadn't fully recovered. Wang Yi wiped the blood away casually. There'll be plenty of chances to heal. I need to conserve my mana. Alright, let's go again. During the subsequent sparring rounds, Wang Jiang's voice rang out repeatedly, offering guidance. Thud. Don't be so rigid with your moves. In real combat, no one fights like a textbook. Thud. Too much force is distorting your movements, leaving gaps in your follow-up. Learn to control your power. Thud. Watch your center line. Don't expose your vital points while attacking. Wang Yi was knocked down time and again, only to get back up each time. When his injuries became severe, he cast a healing spell on himself to keep going. They trained relentlessly until dinner time. Wang Jiang ordered dinner through the delivery service of the Shangwu Training Hall. As the premier training facility in Lanling City, the hall not only featured high-grade training rooms capable of withstanding legendary-level magic, but also offered a full range of amenities: rest areas, showers, accommodations, and even entertainment facilities like a cinema, tea lounge, and restaurant upstairs. Their dinner consisted of a 4-person portion of nutritionally balanced meals, prepared by a professional nutritionist. The food was both delicious and satisfying. After they finished eating, Wang Jiang gave Wang Yi an hour to rest, both to aid digestion and to avoid risking their meal coming back up during further training. During this break, Wang Yi worked on replenishing his depleted mana while messaging Qi Xiaohao to update him about his training at Shangwu Training Hall. Qi Xiaohao responded by offering to upgrade Wang Yi to a premium VIP membership, leaving the card at the front desk for his convenience. This thoughtful gesture deeply moved Wang Yi. Once the rest period ended, the training resumed. The sounds of gloves colliding, bodies hitting the ground, and Wang Jiang's instructions echoed through Hall 3 late into the night. It wasn't until 11:30 p.m. that Wang Jiang finally called an end to the day's training. Upon hearing Wang Jiang's words, Wang Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed heavily onto the training room floor, lying flat like a wooden plank. The intense sparring session had drained every ounce of his energy. Even Wang Jiang could feel the toll it had taken on his own stamina, let alone Wang Yi, who had been on the receiving end the entire time and had to constantly cast healing spells on himself to stay in the fight. Wang Jiang took off his gloves, walked over, and nudged Wang Yi's calf lightly with his foot. Aren't you going home? Just let me lie here for a bit, Wang Yi replied weakly, having just used the last of his magic to cast another healing spell on himself. Seeing his condition, Wang Jiang didn't press further. He dragged his slightly weary steps toward the door. Just before leaving, he turned back and asked, "You sure you're okay?" Wang Yi barely managed to lift his hand, making a feeble gesture to show he was still alive. Once Wang Jiang closed the door behind him, the spacious training room was left with only Wang Yi lying in the center. He placed his gloves over his eyes to block out the harsh ceiling light and drowsily thought to himself, "This place is pretty great, neither too hot nor too cold, with food and drinks available. Honestly, I could just sleep here. After all, I've already paid for it." Before he could finish the thought, he lost consciousness. It wasn't until 7 a.m. the next morning that Wang Jiang woke him up. "You've got 10 minutes. Get ready, then come with me for a run," Wang Jiang said, glancing at his watch. Feeling lightheaded, Wang Yi stumbled into the bathroom. After a shower, he felt somewhat refreshed. Following Wang Jiang, he ran outdoors for over 20 minutes, gradually feeling his strength return. "There's a treadmill on the first floor. Why do we have to run outside?" Wang Yi couldn't help but ask as they jogged. "To keep your feet on the ground," Wang Jiang replied curtly. Wang Yi smirked and thought about the overpass they just run across, silently grumbling to himself but wisely choosing to keep quiet. Just then, his phone rang. It was Qi Xiaohao calling. "Edge, I'm at Shangwu. Where are you?" "I'm running. Wait for me in the lobby on the first floor." Wang Jiang overheard and said, "That's enough for now. Let's head back." After nearly another half-hour of running, they finally returned to the Shangwu Training Center. The moment they stepped into the first-floor lobby, Wang Yi immediately spotted Qi Xiaohao not because of his physique, but because he was surrounded by a group of handsome men and beautiful women, all eagerly offering him tea and chatting with bright smiles. It was impossible not to notice him. "Edge. Old Wang." Qi Xiaohao squeezed out from the crowd and ran excitedly toward them. "What's going on here?" Wang Yi asked, puzzled. "Ah, I just signed up for a membership at the front desk," Qi Xiaohao said, pulling out a sleek black membership card with gold trim. "This one. I casually topped it up, and suddenly, all these people selling classes swarmed me. It's so annoying." Wang Yi took the premium-looking card cautiously and asked, "How much did you top up?" Qi Xiaohao held up one finger. 10,000? Wang Yi guessed hesitantly. "My monthly living expenses." Wang Yi wasn't sure about Qi Xiaohao's exact monthly living expenses, but judging from the fervent attitude of those coaches, the amount was certainly substantial. Holding the gold-embossed premium membership card, he felt his palm growing hot. "Let's go. Time for breakfast," Wang Jiang said, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder before heading toward the restaurant on the second floor. Qi Xiaohao casually threw an arm around Wang Yi's shoulder and followed closely behind. In the restaurant, Wang Jiang finished his breakfast swiftly and, as he stood up, reminded them, as usual, training starts in an hour. With that, he headed straight to the training room. Wang Yi lingered to chat with Qi Xiaohao a bit longer, offering a few words of advice before making his way to the third training room on the second basement level. As Wang Yi pushed open the door to the training room, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. In the center of the spacious arena, Wang Jiang was wielding a tumter-long jet-black halberd. The weapon stood taller than Wang Jiang himself, and every move he made was bold and powerful. The halberd gleamed with flashes of golden light as it swung, indicating it was imbued with rare-grade magical sharpness. Each transition between moves was seamless, and even as an amateur, Wang Yi could sense the terrifying combat strength embedded within. Watching the overwhelming display, the last shred of confidence in Wang Yi's heart evaporated. This wasn't a matter of lasting 2 moves. This halberd in Wang Jiang's hands was practically a mobile meat grinder. Its extensive attack range made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach. Roughly 10 minutes later, Wang Jiang finished his routine and stood still, slamming the butt of the halberd onto the ground with a heavy thud. Wang Yi felt a pang of anxiety, worried the floor might get damaged and he'd be held liable for repairs. But what concerned him even more was the training session that was about to begin. "We're not practicing with that today, are we?" Wang Yi asked cautiously. Wang Jiang rested the halberd on his shoulder, his forehead glistening with sweat. "This is mainly for dealing with magical beasts. The space here is big enough, so I brought it along for some practice. You see, magical beasts are generally massive in size, making close combat extremely dangerous. Their physical capabilities far surpass humans, and their sharp claws and fangs alone are lethal. In the interdimensional passageways, cold weapons are actually more effective than firearms." "But aren't we mages?" Wang Yi asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't we be casting spells from a distance to bombard them instead? Like an army, either tactical close combat or long-range strikes. With tens of thousands of mages, human forces should be considered pretty formidable, right?" "There are indeed many mages, but there are even more magical beasts," Wang Jiang explained. "Although each of China's 9 elite military forces has around 10,000 soldiers, not all of them are mages. The lands of Huaxia are scattered with interdimensional gateways, each requiring military presence to fend off the onslaught of magical beasts. Adding to that, the 3 great abysses each demand a dedicated battalion for defense, leaving our forces stretched thin," Wang Jiang explained, gesturing for Wang Yi to reflect. "It's always useful to have more combat skills at your disposal. Take you, for instance, could you defeat Wu Guan relying solely on magic?" Wang Yi was at a loss for words. He had taken up martial arts because he couldn't absorb offensive magic, but he hadn't expected a traditional mage like Wang Jiang to go down a similar path. "Mana doesn't last forever," Wang Jiang continued, hefting his long halberd as he walked to the resting area and poured himself a glass of water. "When it runs out, a weapon becomes your last line of defense. I follow a close combat mage route that integrates offense and defense. It's an unconventional path for a mage, making me more like a warrior who can wield magic rather than a pure offensive or support mage." Wang Yi's gaze instinctively fell on the long halberd. Unarmed combat had its limits. Mastering the use of a weapon could be advantageous. However, Wang Jiang's hybrid approach was still more versatile than his own. At least Wang Jiang could cast a fair number of offensive spells. He pondered whether the sharpness spell would be classified by the system as offensive magic. By nature, it was an enhancement spell, likely falling under the support category. But the spell was rare, typically found only among the unique magical beasts of the Sun Abyss. Its magic crystals were scarce and hard to obtain in the outside world, leaving Wang Yi uncertain if he could even absorb it. Without the sharpness spell, the halberd's effectiveness would undoubtedly be diminished. While this approach might provide an edge in the early stages, later on, he'd face overwhelming high-level offensive spells, impenetrable defensive magic, and instantaneous healing spells. A single halberd would be hard-pressed to compete. "Charging into the fray isn't my forte," Wang Yi thought to himself. "In the long run, I should focus on being a healer." He quickly abandoned the idea of pursuing this combat style, recognizing his own limitations. "Don't get any ideas," Wang Jiang said, reading his thoughts. "It's not that I won't teach you. You're just not ready for it yet. Don't believe me? Try it." With that, he casually tossed the halberd toward Wang Yi. Though Wang Yi reacted swiftly and caught the halberd by its shaft, the sheer weight forced him to take a step back before regaining his balance. It wasn't as if Wang Jiang had thrown it with force. The halberd's heft alone was enough to stagger him. "Start with a basic level hold." Wang Jiang demonstrated a move. Wang Yi dragged the halberd's blade along the ground, gripping the end of the shaft with one hand as he attempted to lift it horizontally. He gritted his teeth, his arm muscles straining painfully, yet the blade barely rose. Though it had seemed manageable when held with both hands, it now felt impossibly heavy. You're using the wrong technique, Wang Jiang pointed out. The power comes from the ground, transferring through your core and lower body, then combining with your upper body strength. If you rely solely on your arms, of course, you can't lift it. Taking a step forward, Wang Jiang hooked the halberd's blade lightly with his left foot. The weapon slipped effortlessly from Wang Yi's grasp, spun through the air, and landed securely in Wang Jiang's hand. Planting his feet firmly apart with slightly bent knees, he gave a subtle motion with his body. The halberd, held in his right hand, rose perfectly straight, its blade and shaft level in one fluid, steady movement. In terms of raw strength, I may be stronger than you, but the gap isn't that wide. The key lies in technique. Wang Jiang lowered the halberd and returned to his seat in the resting area. Next, I'll teach you stances, power generation, leg techniques, and finally footwork. How much you learn and how well you integrate it depends on your dedication and aptitude. He glanced at the time. We still have a bit of time. For now, practice your magic. Didn't you say you know the Earth Shield spell? Show it to me. Following instructions, Wang Yi cast the spell. A small, round, earth-colored shield materialized in front of him, barely large enough to cover the upper half of his torso. Wang Jiang showed a hint of surprise at Wang Yi's use of the Earth Shield spell. This young man had only learned the spell a few days ago, yet he could already create such a large protective shield. His progress was indeed remarkable. Not bad. Wang Jiang nodded slightly. However, magic, like combat, has fixed techniques, but the way it's applied varies greatly. For instance, watch this. He raised his hand, and a small, palm-sized round shield made of earth instantly formed in front of him. This is the basic state when you first grasp the Earth Shield spell. As Wang Jiang channeled more magical energy, the small shield rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to match the size of Wang Yi's shield. This is your current level. But Wang Jiang didn't stop there. The Earth Shield continued to expand until it exceeded a meter in diameter, completely enveloping him. This is my level. Wang Yi carefully examined Wang Jiang's shield. Not only was it larger in size, but its surface was also intricately carved with exquisite patterns, and its thickness far exceeded that of his own shield. And furthermore, Wang Jiang's voice came from behind the shield. Who says an earth shield has to be round? Before his words had even fully landed, the round shield began to change shape. It stretched vertically and compressed horizontally until it transformed into a rectangular shield, 1.5 meters long and half a meter wide. Too plain for your taste? Then let's add some embellishments. In an instant, a menacing demon head appeared at the center of the shield, surrounded by sharp earthen spikes. The reason earth shields are typically round is that this shape is the easiest to form when magic energy naturally disperses. The same principle applies to basic spells like Fireball, Thunderball, and Water Cannon, which tend to take on round or spherical shapes. But that doesn't mean the shape can't be altered, it just requires a higher level of control. Remember, we are the ones controlling magic, not the other way around. Wang Jiang planted the spiked shield firmly into the ground, tapped its surface lightly, and continued. If you think pure defense isn't enough, you can also do this. A golden light began to flow across the surface of the spiked shield, quickly enveloping it entirely and giving it a metallic sheen that gleamed with a cold brilliance. This is possible too? Wang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Why wouldn't it be? Multitasking to cast 2 spells simultaneously isn't all that difficult. Wang Jiang replied nonchalantly, his movements fluid and effortless. But Wang Yi knew deep down that it was far from as simple as it looked. When he had first seen the meter-wide earth shield, he thought the difference between them was merely a matter of magical power and proficiency. After all, ever since he had acquired the passive magic ability to absorb surging magical energy, his shield had grown from palm-sized to the size of a large lid. He assumed that as his internal magic reserves continued to grow, his earth shield would naturally expand as well. But what happened next completely shattered Wang Yi's understanding of magic. He watched in awe as Wang Jiang simultaneously controlled 2 different types of magic. The sharp earthen spikes and the sturdy defensive shield merged seamlessly, forming a perfect barrier capable of both defense and offense. This was far beyond a mere question of magical power. It demonstrated an almost instinctive mastery of magic. If someone ran into that spiked earthen shield, they'd probably end up looking like a honeycomb, Wang Yi thought, swallowing nervously. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat, ferocious with a long spear, and now even magic wielded with such finesse, could this really be the level of a first-year high school student? Just as Wang Yi's confidence plunged to rock bottom, Wang Jiang withdrew the magic, casually picked up a glass of water, and took a sip. In a calm tone, he explained, relax, in the entire first year, it's just me and Jiang Yu who are at this level. Even among third years, there aren't many who can do this. Most mages focus on pursuing higher-tier spells, faster casting speeds, and accumulating magical energy. With a slight, self-satisfied smile, he added, "The only reason I'm still in the first year is because magical schools in Huaxia don't have a tradition of skipping grades." Watching this newcomer mage Wo usually joked around in chat groups and seemed so approachable display such incredible skill left Wang Yi stunned. It was like discovering your friendly neighbor was secretly a martial arts champion. Equal parts shock and admiration filled his heart. This experience made Wang Yi realize just how far he still had to go on his magical journey. While the system allowed him to perfectly absorb specific spells, they were still in their most basic forms. To develop them to the level of Wang Jiang's mastery would require immense effort and research. Under Wang Jiang's guidance, Wang Yi began focusing on precise control of magic, rather than simply pouring in raw power. Of course, having abundant magical energy was important, but even with his surging reserves, he couldn't match Wang Jiang's level of expertise. The practice session went on for some time until Wang Yi's magic reserves were nearly depleted, forcing him to stop. To fully recover his magic, even with focused meditation, would take an hour and a half. Normal recovery would take 3 hours. This was thanks to the boost in capacity from his surging magic reserves. Otherwise, the recovery time would be even shorter. If he had a magic crystal, he could directly absorb its energy to replenish himself quickly. Magic crystals not only enhanced training efficiency but also accelerated progression. In every way, they were the perfect training aid except for their exorbitant cost. But that except really hits where it hurts, Wang Yi thought with a bitter smile. The problem wasn't the magic crystal's price. The problem was his own lack of money. Seeing that Wang Yi had stopped practicing magic, Wang Jiang carefully observed the young mage's condition. From the few spells Wang Yi had just cast, Wang Jiang could tell that his magical abilities were quite impressive for someone in the early stages of a novice mage. As an experienced mentor, Wang Jiang quickly made an assessment in his mind based on the 3 mage levels: novice, intermediate, and advanced, and their subdivisions into early, mid, and late stages. Wang Yi should have no trouble reaching the mid-stage of a novice mage before the second year of high school. This realization delighted Wang Jiang, as it suggested that Wang Yi might even reach the level of an intermediate mage before graduating high school. After all, being an intermediate mage is the minimum requirement for admission to top-tier magic universities. Since your magic reserves are depleted, let's begin today's training, Wang Jiang said as he stood up and walked over to Wang Yi. From my observations yesterday, your speed and agility are commendable, but you have issues with unsteady footing and weak stances. Additionally, your punches lack full body coordination, relying only on localized strength. Today, we'll start with stance training. As he spoke, Wang Jiang demonstrated the proper posture. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and arms raised as if cradling an imaginary ball. Stance training is essentially an improved version of the horse stance. It helps stabilize your footing, enhance your strength, and improve overall body coordination, he explained, carefully breaking down the key points as he demonstrated. Once Wang Yi positioned himself according to the instructions, Wang Jiang made continuous adjustments to his posture until it met the standard requirements. The most important thing about stance training is stability. If you can't hold your stance steadily, you'll lose balance during combat, let alone generate power, he emphasized. Maintain this position and see how long you can hold it. Remember to keep your posture correct and pay attention to your breathing rhythm. At that moment, Qi Xiaohao pushed the door open and happened to hear Wang Jiang saying, "Once you get used to it, you'll start to enjoy it." Startled, Qi Xiaohao instinctively stepped back and double-checked the room number to confirm that it was indeed the third training room. Only then did he re-enter. Seeing Wang Yi and Wang Jiang standing there, fully dressed and behaving normally, he sighed in relief. "Yaij, I brought the stuff you asked for," Qi Xiaohao said, holding up a travel bag. Wang Yi nodded, motioning for him to place it in the corner. The bag contained a change of clothes and, most importantly, the magic crystal of a high-level magical beast, the Flame Cloud Qilan. In this training facility, which was registered with the Magical Monitoring Network, Wang Yi could safely absorb the passive magic of the Flame King without worrying about triggering any alarms due to magic leakage. Noticing that Wang Yi was fully focused on his stance training, the idle Wang Jiang turned to Qi Xiaohao. "Hey, fatty, want to give it a try too?" No, I've got things to take care of at home. I'll head out now," Qi Xiaohao replied hurriedly. Wang Jiang watched as Qi Xiaohao fled in a panic, the corners of his mouth curling slightly into a faint smile. He didn't mind. Everyone had their own choices to make, and he never forced anyone. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's specific request, he wouldn't have spent so much time training Wang Yi. After all, as a mage, his daily routine was already consumed by rigorous training and the study of magic. In truth, combat skills were often deemed non-essential among mages. On the land of Huaxia, unless one ventured into the interdimensional passageways, it was rare for a mage to encounter situations requiring close combat. Those who truly faced magical beasts were either well-equipped military personnel or elite members of high-ranking teams. High-level mages entered battles fully prepared. Offensive mages attacked from a distance, Healing mages provided immediate treatment, and support mages focused on defense and crowd control, leaving no chance for magical beasts to engage in close combat. Rather than dedicating time to mastering martial techniques, it was more practical to focus on enhancing magical power. As a result, combat courses in mage academies were primarily seen as a way to strengthen the body and build resilience. Only those who pursued a unique path, like Wang Jiang as a battle mage, or those training for professional leagues, delved deeply into martial arts and weapon mastery. At the moment, Wang Yi was struggling to maintain an upright posture. The first few minutes were manageable, though the stance felt awkward. However, as time passed, the fatigue intensified exponentially. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his clothes were soon drenched in sweat. By the final few minutes, every cell in his body seemed to scream in pain, and he relied solely on sheer willpower to hold on. When the 20-minute timer finally ended, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Managing 20 minutes on your first try is quite impressive, Wang Jiang said as he approached, offering praise before explaining the principles of the exercise. Physical training works by creating microdamage to the muscles and bones, which then repair and grow stronger. With the aid of healing magic, this process is much faster than traditional methods. But remember, physical conditioning and combat skills are two different matters. The human body has its limits, so you just stop being human? Wang Yi interjected hoarsely. Faced with this unexpected remark, Wang Jiang chose to ignore it and continued. So refining your combat skills becomes a necessity. Wang Yi pursed his lips, clearly uninterested. Take a break, recover your mana, and cast a healing spell on yourself. After that, I'll teach you some leg techniques, Wang Jiang said before stepping aside to focus on his own magical practice. Once Wang Yi had regained his strength, Wang Jiang began teaching him kicking techniques. During their sparring sessions, Wang Yi was repeatedly knocked to the ground, yet he always got back up to continue. This cycle of stance training, mana recovery, and sparring continued on and on, while Wang Jiang practiced his magic and spear techniques nearby. Time flew by, and at 10 p.m., Wang Jiang announced the end of the day's training. However, he noticed that Wang Yi showed no intention of leaving and instead resumed his stance training. Are you planning to sleep here tonight? Wang Jiang asked. I've already paid for this place. Leaving it empty would be such a waste, and it has everything I need, Wang Yi replied matter-of-factly. Tomorrow's Monday. Don't be late for school, Wang Jiang reminded him before turning to leave. Wang Yi remained focused on his stance training until his body finally gave out, collapsing to the ground. Only then did he cast a healing spell on himself. By the time he was able to stand back up, it was already 11 p.m. Getting to his feet, Wang Yi locked the door to the training room and took out the flaming cloud Chilant's magic crystal from his travel bag. Earlier, he hadn't fully understood the value of this crystal. It wasn't until he visited a specialized magic crystal store that he realized its worth. This height-ear flaming cloud Chilant crystal could normally sell for at least several million. After the collapse of Li Yuan and the resulting decline in flaming cloud Chilant numbers, its value had skyrocketed to tens of millions. However, Wang Yi had no intention of selling it. In his previous life, a few million would have been enough for him to retire to a small town and live a peaceful life. But in this world, he yearned to reach the higher realms of magic. Since the crystal was an unexpected windfall, he felt no hesitation about using it. Resolving himself, Wang Yi began repeatedly casting healing spells until his mana was depleted. Then, he held the flaming cloud Chilant's magic crystal in his palm. Flame Monarch. Legendary passive trait. Grants immunity to fire magic below legendary grade. Significantly reduces damage from legendary grade fire magic, and slightly reduces damage from fire magic above legendary grade. A dense surge of mana poured out from the magic crystal, instantly flooding Wang Yi's body and spreading outward. The intensity of the mana made him feel not only bloated, but also suffocated as the surrounding air was compressed. Wang Yi quickly stepped out of the epicenter of the mana's concentration and began rapidly casting spells. Healing spells, Earth Shield, Dust Cloud, Illumination one after another. Once his mana was fully depleted, he focused his mind on absorbing the dispersed mana around him. Although he didn't have time to refine his control over magic, the repeated casting still helped him significantly improve his proficiency. As Wang Yi repeatedly consumed and replenished his magical energy, the capacity of his mana steadily increased, gradually advancing toward the mid-level of a novice mage. The immense energy released by the high-grade magic crystal created an area of dense magical concentration around him. However, this overly abundant magic energy continuously dispersed and diluted into the surroundings. As a beginner mage, Wang Yi's ability to absorb the energy was ultimately limited. Only after dozens of cycles of exhausting and replenishing his internal mana did the surrounding magic concentration drop to a level slightly above normal. Watching a large amount of magic energy dissipate into thin air, Wang Yi felt a twinge of regret. But the disappointment was quickly replaced by excitement when he thought of the new magic he had acquired. From now on, no flame magic below the legendary level could harm him. He began to dream of the future. Perhaps he could even find passive abilities like the Frost King or Thunder King traits. He was already imagining himself mastering all types of king-level defensive divine abilities, walking calmly through a storm of explosive magic. Hee. The future is bright. But soon, he started to feel heartache over the divine-grade magic he couldn't absorb. Well, at least I'm now a mage with legendary-grade magic, he consoled himself. However, when he examined the Flame King's magic he had just acquired, he discovered it was merely a rare-grade passive trait. Immunity to flame magic below rare grade, a significant reduction in damage from rare grade flame magic, and a minor reduction in damage from flame magic above rare grade. What the heck? Where's my legendary power? Where's my grand legendary power? After a brief moment of shock, he quickly realized the truth. It turned out that the trait attribute adjusted according to the user's level. On a high-tier magical beast, it was legendary grade, but for him, a novice mage, it was downgraded to rare grade. This explained why it could bypass the usual level restrictions for absorption because the magic's grade was dynamic. Once he advanced to a high-tier mage, the Flame King trait would revert to legendary grade. If he could reach the transcendent realm, it might even ascend to epic grade. Damn it! If I had known, I would have waited until I became a mid-tier mage before absorbing it. Ugh. Looking at the precious magic crystal he had consumed, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Beep, 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 beep. The shrill sound of a phone alarm jolted Wang Yi awake from his sleep. He lay on the makeshift sofa bed for a minute, letting his mind fully clear. Last night, he'd spent hours refining his magic after absorbing the Flame King's powers, working late into the night. Thankfully, he wasn't as drained as the previous day, and managed to make do with a night on the sofa in the break area. The phone screen displayed 6:31 a.m. Feeling refreshed after washing up, Wang Yi pushed open the door of the training hall, only to hear a familiar voice greeting him. Xiao Yi, over here. He turned to see a middle-aged man in a crisp suit and white gloves stepping out of a car. His neatly combed gray hair was unmistakable. It was Su Jun, Qi Xiaohao's driver. Uncle Su? What are you doing here? Is Xiaohao here too? Wang Yi asked, surprised. No, Xiaohao asked me to pick you up. The school is quite far from here, Su Jun replied. Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. No need, Uncle Su. You shouldn't have to get up so early at your age. I'll just jog to school. It'll be good exercise. With that, he put on his headphones, opened the navigation app, and waved goodbye to Su Jun before jogging off in the direction of the school. Su Jun stood there for a moment, watching the young man's figure disappear around the corner, a sense of gratification welling up inside him. Having worked as a driver for the Qi family for nearly a decade, Su Jun had practically watched these two kids grow up. His job was relatively easy, mostly driving them during weekends and holidays, and keeping Qi Xiaohao's parents updated on their progress. Once the kids started middle school and lived closer to campus, his services were needed less frequently. The Qi family treated him well, and over time, he'd come to regard both children as his own juniors. But when the two entered the magic high school, things began to change. They started frequenting bars and nightclubs, and Su Jun often had to pick them up late at night. Watching them stray from their paths, he could only offer gentle advice. Fortunately, this weekend marked a turning point for both of them. One was diligently training at the practice hall, while the other focused on honing their magic skills at home. Perhaps Wang Yi's recent breakthrough in magic had sparked a transformation. He seemed like a completely different person now. As Su Jun started the car and drove toward Qi Xiaohao's villa, he honked twice when passing by Wang Yi. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the boy casually wave back and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. 20 minutes later, Su Jun drove back to the villa and smoothly parked his car in the garage. Humming a tune, he walked through the front door and headed straight to Qi Xiaohao's bedroom, only to find the bed empty. Where's Xiaohao? Su Jun asked as he stepped into the kitchen, addressing the housekeeper who was busy preparing breakfast. He's practicing magic in the basement, the housekeeper replied while skillfully chopping vegetables. That kid was up at 6 this morning and has been practicing ever since. To be honest, Xiaohao's been much quieter these past couple of days. He doesn't run off like before and just stays in the basement practicing magic. She put down the knife, a hint of concern on her face. Do you think something happened at school? You know, kids these days, early romances are common. Don't overthink it. Su Jun interrupted her with a light chuckle. Xiaohao's just maturing and realizing the importance of studying. Wang Yi was the same way. Leisurely, he strolled back to the living room, spread open the newspaper, and thought to himself with satisfaction. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf is priceless. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had been running for over an hour before finally arriving at school. In the days that followed, his life seemed locked into a precise routine. Swiping his card at the cafeteria for meals, attending magic theory classes, magic practice sessions, and combat training with Wang Jiang. Each day, he rose earlier than the roosters and went to bed later, with not a single moment to spare. Soon, it was Friday night at 8 p.m. at the Jinhao Hotel. Qi Xiaohao had arranged a banquet, gathering their small group of 5. According to him, this was both a teacher appreciation dinner for Wang Zhang's training that week and a rallying event before the upcoming duel. Wang Yi shook his head at the spectacle before him. This was just a duel between 2 first-year students who had barely started learning magic, but Qi Xiaohao had turned it into something resembling the championship finals of a professional magic academy league. Yet Qi Xiaohao seemed fully immersed in his excitement. Earlier that day after school, he had dragged Wang Yi to the training basement, insisting on sparring with him. When Wang Yi refused, Qi Xiaohao went straight to the point. He had a backup plan. If Wang Yi couldn't beat Wu Guan the next day, then Wu Guan wouldn't even make it to the duel. Qi Xiaohao's plan sounded meticulously thought out. He would hire a few idle individuals to stage a coincidental car accident with Wu Guan on the way. From there, they would escalate the situation, turning a minor argument into a physical altercation. Concerned bystanders would call the police, emphasizing that the other party was an irritable mage, prompting the authorities to respond swiftly. By the time Wu Guan managed to extricate himself from the mess, the duel would already be over due to his absence. As long as they refused to agree to a rematch, there'd be nothing Wu Guan could do. After all, it would be his fault for not showing up in the first place. The plan was seamless, every step interconnected, leaving Wang Yi stunned. While the methods weren't exactly malicious, for a high schooler, Qi Xiaohao's level of scheming was undeniably impressive. Wang Yi initially didn't care much about the duel. His attitude was straightforward. Fight if he could, admit defeat if he couldn't, and never force himself for the sake of pride. He decided to absorb the Flamecloud Qilin magic crystal partly because he didn't want it to go unused for years, and partly because he was considering Zhang Yu's mention of their team's training. However, for Qi Xiaohao, the duel carried a completely different significance. There was no way he could stand by and watch his best friend get beaten up by Wu Guan and then endure the classmates' mockery and ridicule for the next 3 years. Although Wang Yi's past academic performance was indeed poor, earning him the nickname as student, none of that mattered to Qi Xiaohao. For him, what truly defined a combat mage was magical strength, and academic grades were merely a bonus. Qi Xiaohao had even prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. If he failed to stop Wu Guan's plan and Wang Yi lost the duel, he would transfer schools with Wang Yi. After all, there were plenty of magical high schools across the country, and moving to a new city was no big deal. It was just a matter of buying another villa. He kept these thoughts to himself, not wanting to burden Wang Yi or interfere too much with his decisions. Whatever Wang Yi chose to do, whether it was dealing with Yu's persistent pestering or challenging Wu Guan to a duel, Qi Xiaohao would support him unconditionally. Although Wang Yi was unaware of Qi Xiaohao's plans, he could feel his friend's genuine sincerity. In the past, when Wang Yi was carefree and reckless, Qi Xiaohao accompanied him in his indulgence. Now that Wang Yi was striving to improve, Qi Xiaohao was working hard too. It was as if Qi Xiaohao's purpose in life was to stand unwaveringly behind Wang Yi, offering his full support. Despite having been in this world for less than 10 days, Wang Yi was deeply influenced by those around him. Qi Xiaohao's heartfelt friendship, by Yu's enthusiasm, Wang Zhang and Zhang Yu's guidance, and the principal's care. From his initial cautious pretense, he gradually learned to embrace this identity, these friends and teachers, and this world. So when he asked Qi Xiaohao to fetch the Flamecloud Qilin magic crystal for him, it signified his willingness to share the secret of his ability to absorb special magic with Qi Xiaohao. Wang Yi readily accepted Qi Xiaohao's challenge. In this battle, he held nothing back, giving his all to showcase his abilities. The result was unexpected. Wang Yi discovered that Qi Xiaohao was not merely a fireball mage, though his control over the fireball spell was indeed terrible. In the end, Wang Yi had to exhaust all his magic to cast a healing spell, barely managing to keep Qi Xiaohao in human form. Despite his crushing defeat, Qi Xiaohao was unusually excited and insisted on hosting a banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Lanling City, the Imperial Grand Hotel, to thank Wang Jiang and Zhang Yu. During the feast, Qi Xiaohao went around with his glass, toasting everyone with an unconcealable joy on his face. Old Wang no, brother Wang. Qi Xiaohao enthusiastically threw an arm around Wang Zhang's shoulder. I won't say much, but in the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Although Wang Zhang didn't understand why Qi Xiaohao was so thrilled, he clinked glasses with him in acknowledgement. Qi Xiaohao downed his drink in one gulp, and then turned to Zhang Yu. Brother Zhang, the same goes for you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Zhang Yu smiled and lightly clinked glasses with him. Finally, Qi Xiaohao approached Hu Lily with a cheerful grin. Little Lily, if you ever need anything, you can count on your big brother here. As the most bewildered person at the table, Hu Lily only knew that Wang Yi had recently been learning combat from Wang Zhang. She gave a sweet smile and replied, "Thank you, brother Xiaohao." After the banquet, Qi Xiaohao arranged for a car to take Hu Lily home, while he shared a ride with Wang Yi in Su Jun's car. Gazing at the blurred city lights outside the window, Wang Yi's eyes held a hint of distraction, but the sound of Qi Xiaohao snoring beside him pulled him back to reality. Though he had only drunk low-alcohol fruit wine, Qi Xiaohao's relentless drinking spree had left him passed out. Wang Yi reached into his pocket and pulled out a mid-air magic crystal, which he had received earlier that afternoon from Qi Xiaohao. This crystal, named Light Angel, came from the Gaul interdimensional passage and contained an exceptionally rare healing spell. The shipping cost alone far exceeded the crystal's value. To increase Wang Yi's chances of acquiring the healing magic, Qi Xiaohao had given him all three of his crystals. Wang Yi carefully examined the magical information within the crystal. Illumination Rare summons a sphere of light for illumination. Healing Ray Rare emits a beam of healing light, capable of connecting to multiple targets simultaneously. Light Cage Rare constructs a cage of light. The stronger the light, the sturdier the cage. Spear of Holy Judgment Divine infuses holy light into a spear, dealing high temperature and piercing damage. As the crystal gradually dimmed, Wang Yi turned his gaze back to the window, cracking it open slightly to let the magic-infused night breeze brush against his eyes. Amid the neonlit cityscape, a soft whisper drifted into the wind. It's so nice. If you were to ask an average person what they envy most about being a mage, you'd likely get a variety of answers. High income, immense power, widespread respect, or the opportunity to see the world from a different perspective. But if you were to ask an ordinary high school student, the answer would be surprisingly unanimous. To be fair, the life of a mage isn't easy across the board. Soldiers stationed at the abyss of magic face death daily. Explorers risk their lives traveling between realms, and even healers in overcrowded hospitals are constantly on their feet. But for a high school magic student, life is relatively laid back. Classes from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., no evening study sessions, full weekends, long winter and summer breaks, and most importantly, top-tier safety measures in place. Even for third-year students, the focus is on magic, with cultural subjects only needing passing grades. As a result, Blue Ridge Magic High School is usually deserted on weekends. But today was an exception. It was bustling with activity. Wang Yi from Class 3, Grade 1, was set to duel Wu Guan from Class 1, Grade 1. The reason behind this duel was rather comical. A clueless simp challenging the crush of his Gadessa move that could only be described as utterly foolish. On the bleachers surrounding the field, while not exactly packed, dozens of students had gathered, enough to make this a major event for a first-year class with only about 20 students per section. The spectators naturally sorted themselves into three groups based on class, with a few unaffiliated onlookers scattered about. At the top row of the bleachers, two young men stood side by side. One had an air of sharpness and authority, while the other exuded a gentle, handsome charm that drew frequent glances from the girls in the front rows. Why are we even here to watch this nonsense? Wang Jiang asked, standing straight but sounding disinterested. Don't you want to check on your own protege? Jiang Yu teased. It was a fair point, considering Wang Jiang had spent the past week rigorously training Wang Yi, pouring all his knowledge into him. Boring. Wang Jiang glanced at his watch. It's almost 8. Why isn't Wang Yi here yet? He'll show up at the last second, right on time. Jiang Yu shrugged. So will the other guy. Childish, Wang Jiang scoffed. You've been training Wang Yi for a week. What are his chances of winning? Jiang Yu asked, raising an eyebrow. Wang Jiang frowned slightly. Chances? Are you doubting him or doubting me? Of course I trust you. No need to take it so seriously, Jiang Yu replied, spreading his hands. You know may just like to be sure about things. Unless Wang Yi wants to lose on purpose, he's guaranteed to win. And the whole thing will be incredibly dull, Wang Jiang said firmly. Even if Wu Guan starts off with a rare grade spell? Even if Wu Guan starts off with a rare grade spell? Well, that's reassuring. Jiang Yu let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, his theatrical expression bordering on comical. What kind of person do you think Wang Yi is? Wang Jiang paused to think, his gaze sharpening slightly. He used to be just a show-off with a bit of a ruthless streak, but deep down, he was nothing more than a cowardly fool. Now, though, he reflected on the past week of interacting with Wang Yi, his tone shifting slightly. He's become a ruthless, resilient, sharp, and mentally strong fool. While his essence hasn't changed, it's like he's been reborn. Compared to before, it's like he's a completely different person, Jiang Yu said brightly. After all, facing death can often lead to transformation. Wang Jiang nodded, acknowledging the point. Maybe so. Do you think he could become one of our teammates? Jiang Yu asked. His skills are too weak, Wang Jiang replied bluntly. But he can now take down Wu Guan, the top student of Class 1, Jiang Yu argued. Huh. Wang Jiang gave him a sidelong glance, his disdain seemingly directed at Wu Guan, Wang Yi, and even Jiang Yu himself. All right, Jiang Yu chuckled softly. But skills can be improved. Certain qualities, though, are innate. Every strong individual starts off as a weakling. After a brief silence, Wang Jiang finally spoke. You asked me to train Wang Yi. Was it because you noticed his potential, or are you just trying to ease the burden on Sister Yu? I don't think she's the type to care about gossip among the other teachers. With her strength, those petty rumors mean nothing. Half and half, Jiang Yu admitted, leaning forward slightly. My sister might not care, but I can't ignore it, and neither can the principal. While the other teachers are gossiping about her, ultimately, they're questioning the principal's decisions. He elaborated further. My sister is strong, but this is Huaxia, not the demon abyss. We're not dealing with magical beasts here, but with human nature, which is far more complicated and troublesome. Unless your strength is so overwhelming that it can defy all societal rules and order, having power alone isn't enough to bulldoze your way through. Zhang Yu sighed. My sister became a homeroom teacher right after graduating. The principal transferred you and me to her class to help her achieve some results and build her reputation. But my sister has an even crazier idea, one that challenges the existing rules altogether. It's nearly impossible to pull off and requires her to achieve something extraordinary. The school year's only just started, and we can't just step in and bulldoze the entire school. That wouldn't highlight her contributions at all. Even with our combined reputations, we can't erase the mess Wang Yi made before. As a homeroom teacher, her students' performance is what matters most. Who would have thought that Wang Yi, with his terrible reputation, could be more damaging than 10 good students combined? My sister's straightforward nature makes it impossible for her to think through all this, and she doesn't care about others' opinions. But she's still young and lacks the kind of overwhelming power to silence all criticism. Plus, the education system isn't the military, where personal strength is all that matters. Honestly, with her intelligence, she'd be better suited as a frontline soldier, a scout, or charging into battle. The military is the only place where strength is the ultimate measure, without all the scheming. Unfortunately, my uncle treasures her too much as his only daughter to let her join the military. For a first-year high schooler, you sure think a lot. Wang Jiang sneered, his tone laced with irritation. Jiang Yu tapped his temple lightly, his voice tinged with melancholy. Wisdom has no age. I simply have no common ground with you fools. If only your skills were as sharp as your tongue, Wang Jiang mocked. Only the ignorant waste time arguing with the wise, Jiang Yu retorted with a smirk. Wang Jiang clenched his fists, barely restraining his anger. If not for the many students around and the inappropriate setting, Jiang Yu would likely already be lying on the ground, twitching, beating Wu Guan to it. Although Wang Jiang managed to keep his composure, the others could no longer suppress their anger. A pale fist was about to strike Jiang Yu on the back of his head, but fortunately, another equally slender hand intercepted it just in time. Jiang Yu felt a chill at the back of his neck and turned around, seeing nothing. Confused, he asked, Wang Jiang, did you sense any killing intent? Idiot. Wang Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. You, calm down, Zhang Miaoyi said while tightly holding Bai Yu's fist and gently patting his chest to soothe him, though a smile lingered on her face. Bai Yu's chest heaved violently. That brat hasn't even come of age, yet he's already acting so clever. He secretly had Xiao Zhang teach Wang Yi combat skills. With Xiao Zhang's temperament and fighting style, isn't he afraid of injuring someone or leaving psychological scars? And then he has the audacity to say not worth discussing? Well, he'll discuss it with him right now. As he spoke, he made another move. Zhang Miaoyi simply wrapped her arms around Bai Yu from behind, restraining him. Xiao Yu was thinking of you. Besides, if Wang Yi wins, wouldn't that reflect well on you? And let's not forget, we're in different positions. It's fine for students to spectate, but if we suddenly show up, it might seem a bit beneath us. Bai Yu struggled in her embrace a few times before finally conceding. Fine, Miao Yiji, I want leave the virtual realm. Only then did Zhang Miaoyi release him. She turned to adjust her slightly disheveled clothing and added, using rare spatial magic like a virtual realm to spy on students if we get caught. It'll be quite the scandal. I just wanted to make sure everything's under control. With you here, there's no way anything will go wrong. As the two conversed, Wang Jiang glanced at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. They're here, Zhang Yu said with a smile. On either side of the field, two groups appeared at the same time. On the right stood a Pyra stout figure and a lanky one. On the left were 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women. Wang Yi yawned as he walked, appearing listless, while Qi Xiaohao, beside him, looked full of energy. It turned out that Wang Yi had rarely left the martial arts training hall until last night. After dining at the Imperial Hotel, he returned home. A week of intensive combat training had become a habit for him. He wanted to practice before bed, but, due to the limited space in the living room, accidentally damaged a solid wood tea table and injured his leg. Fortunately, he knew healing magic. Otherwise, he'd be limping here today. After staying up late and being woken up early by Qi Xiaohao, Wang Yi was clearly sleep-deprived. In fact, the two had arrived at school earlier, but Qi Xiaohao insisted on following the novel trope and showing up at the perfect moment. Little did they know the other side had the same idea. So childish, Wang Yi muttered as he mechanically walked forward, his mind drifting back to the events of the previous night. The living room was indeed cramped. As Wang Yi glanced around, he thought to himself that it might be time to build a training room at home. The gymnasium was packed with people. Qi Xiaohao turned and waved at the stands, immediately eliciting cheers from Class 3 and a chorus of boos from Class 1. Despite Wang Yi's usual poor performance, his classmates in Class 3 stood firmly behind him. Naturally, the students of Class 1 sided with Wu Guan, looking down on Wang Yi as an overconfident underachiever. Meanwhile, the students of Class 2 were simply there for the show, though most secretly hoped Wang Yi would pull off a miracle after all. Nothing was more exciting than an unexpected upset. As the two teams met at the center of the arena, Wang Yi was about to ask about the rules of the match when Wu Guan broke the silence first. Wang Yi, you're the one who started this. Out of respect for our being classmates, I don't want to take things too far. If you apologize and admit defeat now, we can chalk this up to a misunderstanding, and I won't pursue the matter further. The stands erupted into murmurs at his words. Seriously? If an apology could solve this, what's the point of a duel? Wow, Wu Guan's acting so cocky, like he's already won before the fights even started. Come on, think about it. Wang Yi hasn't even mastered a single spell. How could Wu Guan lose? It's been a whole month since school started, and he hasn't absorbed a single one of the 10 beginner magic crystals the school gave user, even the ones he bought himself. Wang Yi's reputation didn't come out of nowhere. The audience was clearly dissatisfied with how things were unfolding. They hadn't gotten up early just to watch someone concede without a fight. Wang Yi raised a hand to stop the agitated Qi Xiaohao and carefully studied Wu Guan. This offer seemed to be a Spiro-Femin idea. Even Fang Yu, standing beside Wu Guan, looked surprised and displeased. However, neither she nor the other girl next to her voiced any objections. Wang Yi knew that a week ago, he might have gladly taken this way out. But now, things were different. First off, I do owe you an apology, Wang Yi said sincerely. I was too impulsive before and shouldn't have provoked you. His tone suddenly shifted as he continued, but as for admitting defeat, I refuse. Wang Yi's two sentences stirred up a commotion on the field. It wasn't surprising that he refused to admit defeat given Wang Yi's usual stubborn personality. That was entirely expected. What truly caught everyone off guard was the fact that he apologized. The famously hot-tempered Wang Yi had actually swallowed his pride. Even more puzzling was this. If he was going to apologize, why was he still unwilling to concede? Wu Guan stood there, the corner of his mouth curling into a knowing smirk. I get it. Apologizing is to show good manners, but refusing to admit defeat is to demonstrate an unyielding spirit. While that's brave, it's completely pointless. Xiao Yu won't like you because of this. It doesn't matter whether you apologize, admit defeat, or even dye your hair back to its original color. Xiao Yu. Wang Yi was taken aback for a moment, his gaze shifting to Fang Yu, who was standing next to Wu Guan. Only then did he realize Wu Guan wasn't referring to some explorer's niece. Fang Yu, embarrassed by Wu Guan's words, tugged lightly at his sleeve with her right hand but didn't say anything to refute him. Seeing this, Wang Yi almost burst out laughing. So, it was true the spark for his duel with Wu Guan was indeed Fang Yu. It seemed Wu Guan had misunderstood, thinking that Wang Yi's apology, refusal to admit defeat, and even dyeing his hair back were all attempts to impress Fang Yu. Such a love-struck notion was laughable. Wang Yi's apology was merely out of basic courtesy, or rather, it was the disdain of a stronger opponent toward a weaker one. After all, in the eyes of the strong, the weak posed no threat whatsoever. But Wu Guan clearly couldn't grasp this nuance, which was understandable. Wang Yi's unusual behavior had only fueled Wu Guan's possessiveness, compelling him to assert his dominance in front of the crowd. Judging by their interaction, it did seem that Wu Guan and Fang Yu had made some progress in their relationship. The stands erupted into a buzz. Finally, the real topic. Are they making it official? Although there was some distance between the stands and the field, thanks to a senior from the third year who had cast a wind whisper spell, every word of the conversation between Wang Yi and Wu Guan reached everyone's ears. This novice mage had turned a reconnaissance spell into a gossip amplifier just to eavesdrop. Considering that there were still a mid-level mage and a high-level mage hidden in the virtual realm, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Wang Yi shook his head slightly. He had no interest in Wu Guan and Fang Yi's relationship. The reason he was standing here today was, first, because Qi Xiaohao didn't want him to admit defeat, and second, because he believed in fulfilling a request with his utmost effort. Wang Yi didn't believe defeating Wu Guan would have any impact on Bai Yu. Zhang Yu seemed to be placing too much importance on this duel. However, since Wu Guan had already misunderstood the situation, Wang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, even if he clarified that this wasn't for Fang Yu, Wu Guan probably wouldn't believe him. To Wang Yi, the outcome of this duel was already determined. The week of intense training was merely to ensure a more decisive victory. For him, Wu Guan was nothing more than a minor episode on his path as a mage. Enough talking. Are we fighting or not? Wang Yi's tone hardened. His shift in attitude only strengthened Wu Guan's conviction that Wang Yi was provoked by his relationship with Fang Yu. We're all classmates. You don't need to worry about safety. Wu Guan gestured to the tall girl beside him. This is my cousin. She'll be in charge of healing you. Senior Wu Manqi, Class 1 of Grade 12, Novice Level Healing Mage. The girl extended her hand confidently, flashing a playful smile. Wang Yi, little brother, we just met last Thursday. Wang Yi immediately remembered she had been one of the participants in Zhang Miaoya's live specimen healing class. But now, Wu Meiqi's denim outfit and her refreshing high ponytail made her look nothing like the timid figure cowering under Zhang the Witch's watchful eye. Recalling the events around the operating table, Wang Yi's earlier bravado wavered slightly. With a stiff expression, he shook Wu Meiqi's hand, deliberately avoiding her teasing gaze. Let's get started, he said curtly. Wu Guan turned and stepped back over 30 meters, clearly preparing to give it his all. Fang Yu shot Wang Yi a look of disdain before heading to the stands. Edge, don't hold back, Qi Xiaohao whispered before leaving as well. Wu Guan and Fang Ye's earlier closeness had nearly caused the loyal Qi Xiaohao to lose his temper on the spot. It was only Wang Yi's warning glance that stopped him. Standing between the two as the referee, Wu Manqi raised her right hand and began counting down with 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Begin. After Wu Manqi shouted start, she quickly stepped back, positioning herself closer to Wang Yi to ensure she could intervene in time if needed. The moment Wu began the countdown, Wang Yi was already leaning forward, her legs coiled like springs, ready to launch. As soon as the word start was uttered, the taut muscles in Wang Yi's calves exploded with power, propelling her forward like an arrow released from a bow. She charged directly at Wu Guan. Almost simultaneously, a basketball-sized flaming red fireball materialized in Wu Guan's palm, which he hurled toward Wang Yi. Following it was a crackling thunderball, crackling ominously in the fireball's shadow. By the time Wang Yi had sprinted more than 10 meters, the fireball was already bearing down on her. She didn't dodge. Instead, she slightly crouched and braced herself, summoning around a toned shield with both arms. The shield, large enough to cover half her body, met the fireball heat. Boom! The fireball exploded, scattering sparks in every direction. Small scorch marks appeared on the track and on Wang Yi's pants, but she didn't falter. In fact, sprinting forward with the blazing shield made her seem even more formidable. Simultaneously, she poured more magic into the shield, continuously reinforcing it. The thunderball struck next, shattering the upper portion of the shield. Amid the flickering electric arcs, Wu Guan caught a glimpse of a faint smile tugging at Wang Yi's lips before the shield, now fully restored, obscured her face again. Wu Guan hadn't anticipated that Wang Yi not only knew how to cast an earth shield, but that its strength could withstand his attacks. By now, Wang Yi was almost upon him, and there was no chance to create more distance. Even if he ran at full speed, it would be impossible to outpace her pursuit. In desperation, Wu Guan summoned a searing white lightning spear. However, by the time the spear was fully formed, Wang Yi had already closed the gap. Unable to throw it in time, Wu Guan was forced to lower his stance, gripping the spear tightly with both hands as he thrust it forward. Clang! The lightning spear pierced through the earth shield with ease, but Wang Yi, anticipating the move, sidestepped, letting the spear graze her shirt and leaving only a scorched mark. As the earth shield hurtled toward him, Wu Guan made a split-second decision to release the spear, using the momentum to kick off the shield and leap backward. Though he managed to create some distance, he knew full well that if he were struck hidden by Wang Yi's heavily charged earth shield, the impact would be no less devastating than a car crash. But even this short distance could only buy Wu Guan a little time. Wang Yi's earth shield was charging forward with overwhelming force. If he didn't act quickly, he'd be hit midair before even landing. Explode! Wu Guan gritted his teeth and detonated the lightning spear embedded in Wang Yi's earth shield without hesitation. In an instant, chaotic electric sparks erupted in the air. Amid the deafening explosion, Wang Yi's earth shield disintegrated into a cloud of dust and debris. From within the haze of smoke and electric light, Wang Yi suddenly emerged. His skin was scorched black by the lightning, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably, but the healing spell he had cast earlier barely kept him standing. Despite his inability to move freely, the momentum from his earlier charge carried him forward with terrifying force. Wu Guan, too close to the blast, wasn't spared. The residual surge of lightning left his body convulsing uncontrollably. Worse yet, he was midair and completely unable to dodge. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wang Yi used his momentum to deliver a crushing elbow strike to Wu Guan's chest. A sharp crack of breaking bones echoed as the two collided midair. They tumbled across the field like skipping stones, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop, each lying motionless in a battered state. Gasps and murmurs erupted from the stands. No way. Did they both go down? Wait. Wang Yi knows magic? His earth shield is way bigger than mine. He's been hiding his abilities. How are they even alive after taking a lightning blast at such close range? Wu Guan's ruthless rather blow himself up than let Wang Yi win. Not like he had a choice. That shield would have crushed him anyway. Does this count as a draw? At that moment, a beam of white light infused Wang Yi's body. Under the effects of a rare-grade healing magic, his injuries began to recover rapidly. Though the residual electric arcs still made his muscles difficult to control, he managed to stagger to his feet. Wuguan, on the other hand, was in much worse shape. He lay on his side, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his body covered in scorched burns. Every breath sent searing pain through his chest. He struggled to prop himself up on his elbow, only to look up and see Wang Yi's tattered pants looming over him. Wang Yi gathered his remaining magic, compressing his earth shield spell into a heavy slab-like brick in his hand. A hint of regret flickered across his face. Sorry about this, classmate. Bang! The brick struck Wu Guan's head with precision. Pain and ringing filled his senses as his vision blurred, and he finally slipped into unconsciousness, his body twitching uncontrollably. Wang Yi immediately crouched down, using the last of his magic to cast a healing spell on Wu Guan. Turning his head, he shouted loudly, "Healers! What are you waiting for? Get over here now." Wu Manchi stood frozen in place, completely stunned. It wasn't until Wang Yi's shout broke through her daze that she snapped back to reality and rushed over to Wu Guan, taking over the task of healing. The reason she was present at all was because Wu Guan had arranged for her to be on standby to treat Wang Yi if needed. However, the way the battle unfolded was entirely beyond her expectations. She knew Wu Guan's strength well as his cousin, yet she never imagined it would end like this. The students in the stands were equally shocked. Who could have guessed that Wang Yi, after taking a direct hit from a lightning explosion, would not only emerge unscathed but also stand there as if nothing had happened? Some sharp-eyed students noticed the faint healing glow but couldn't identify what kind of magic it was. After the initial shock wore off, the stands erupted into an uproar. Qi Xiaohao was the first to leap to his feet, cheering and waving excitedly, quickly rallying the entire Class 3 to join in the celebration. Even students from Class 2 expressed their admiration, while those from Class 1 wore conflicted expressions, unsure of how to react. The battle lasted a mere 15 seconds from start to finish. Wang Yi took just 4 seconds to cover more than 30 meters, during which Wu Guan cast 3 standard grade attack spells, all of which were neutralized by Wang Yi's Earth Shield technique. Once the two closed in on each other, the outcome was already decided. Even Wu Guan's final attempt with a rare-grade lightning explosion spell proved futile. Thanks to the mid-ear light angel magic crystal gifted by Qi Xiaohao, Wang Yi was able to recover his injuries almost instantly. If he had relied solely on ordinary healing magic, the duel would have dragged into a prolonged struggle between two severely injured mages. While Wang Yi would still likely have emerged victorious, it wouldn't have been as swift and decisive. In a whole week, this is all you've taught him? Zhang Yu's mouth twitched as he turned to Wang Jiang in disbelief. Wang Yi has made remarkable progress, both in combat techniques and physical conditioning. Just yesterday afternoon, he was able to hold his own against me for a few minutes, Wang Jiang replied calmly. Besides, Wu Guan is neither me nor you, so naturally Wang Yi didn't have to exert much effort. And isn't finishing the fight in 10 seconds exactly what you wanted? Zhang Yu was left speechless, realizing Wang Jiang had gained the upper hand in the conversation without even trying. Though with Wang Jiang's abilities, he hardly needed to prove anything. Wu Guan clearly lacks real combat experience. He doesn't even know how to cast spells while moving. And this is supposed to be the top student of Class 1? Zhang Yu scoffed, shaking his head. First of all, Wu Guan's performance is entirely consistent with the level of a first-year high school student. For someone who's only been studying magic for a month, he's already ahead of the curve, Wang Jiang said, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his tone serious. Secondly, it's not that he didn't want to dodge, he simply didn't have time to react. Even if he had tried to run, he wouldn't have escaped. Considering Jiang Yu's limited combat skills, Wang Jiang began analyzing the key points of this fight in detail. 32 meters in just over 3 seconds. Wang Yi's speed is on par with world-class sprinters, Wang Jiang remarked with a hint of amazement in his voice. At such velocity, the impact alone could have caused severe injuries to Wu Guan if Wang Yi hadn't deliberately avoided hitting any vital areas. What was even more astonishing was that whether Wu Guan used fireball spells, thunderball spells, or lightning spear techniques, Wang Yi was able to block them all steadily with earth shields. And remarkably, he showed no signs of magical exhaustion throughout the entire process, all without any protective gear. This guy is something else, Zhang Yu said in surprise. Quick reflexes, plenty of magic power. How come I never noticed his physical capabilities were this strong before? Wang Jiang shook his head. It's not just about physical strength. Even though his progress has been rapid, there's no way anyone could train to this level of speed in just a week. He's naturally quick in reflexes, though his raw strength is pretty average, getting up early on a weekend and sitting in the stands in the wind. All for a 10-second match? Zhang Yu stretched lazily, sounding a little disgruntled. Wang Jiang smirked. I told you from the start this was pointless. Pointless, yet here you are. Zhang Yu shot back. Good thing the kid didn't wear insulating gear, or had have drawn even more trouble. The two bickered as they left the stands. Meanwhile, under Wu Manqi's treatment, Wu Guan had regained consciousness. Wang Yi stood nearby, watching as the senior healing mage skillfully cast one spell after another. Though the effects weren't as potent as his own healing light, the orderly process was impressive to observe, especially when the patient wasn't him. Wu Guan opened his eyes and was immediately met with Wang Yi's amused smile. Fear flickered in his gaze before it quickly turned into anger. Forcing himself to stand, he glared at Wang Yi. What kind of mage duel was that? Wang Yi casually summoned an earthen shield shaped like a brick and weighed it lightly in his hand. Classmate, watch your words. He gave a smile that carried a subtle menace. Is this not magic? Wang Yi, always lead by example. But if you still have doubts, I'd be happy to let you experience the virtues of magical discipline again. Wu Guan stood there, fuming with frustration, upset that his rare-grade spells hadn't even had the chance to be unleashed before he was utterly defeated. Just as he was about to argue, Wu Manqi raised her hand to stop him. Enough, Wu Guan. Wu Manqi's voice rose, sharp and commanding. A loss is a loss. Making excuses only insults yourself. Don't let your resentment and anger cloud your judgment. Wu Guan took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and forced out the words through gritted teeth. I lost. Apologize to Wang Yi for your behavior earlier. Wu Manqi's tone remained icy. Her stern demeanor made Wang Yi wonder for a moment, was she really Wu Guan's cousin, or perhaps his own? Wu Guan hesitated, his face showing a struggle, but eventually, he muttered under his breath, I'm sorry, Wang Yi. I was impulsive just now. At that moment, Fang Yu came running over from the stands. The fight had ended so quickly that she hadn't even had time to settle into her seat before Wu Guan was sent crashing to the ground. Wu Guan, are you okay? Fang Yu asked anxiously as she grabbed his arm to check for injuries. After confirming he was unharmed, she immediately turned to Wang Yi, bristling like an angry cat. Wang Yi, silence. Wu Manqi cut in sharply, her expression dark. Wu Guan quickly sent Fang Yu a warning glance. Although her face flushed with anger, she dared not say another word under Wu Manqi's imposing presence. After reprimanding the two, Wu Manqi turned to Wang Yi. Her stern expression melted away instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. Junior, Wu Guan concedes this duel wholeheartedly. Rest assured, no matter the wager, he will honor his promise. At the mention of the wager, Wu Guan's heart sank. He recalled the agreement Wang Yi had proposed when he came to challenge their class. Whoever lost would have to stay away from Fang Yu. At the time, Wu Guan had been so confident that he had agreed without a second thought. Now, faced with defeat, the thought of giving up on Fang Yu, so soon after their relationship had deepened, was unbearable. Sis about Xiao Yu. Smack. A loud slap interrupted Wu Guan mid-sentence. A vivid red handprint immediately appeared on his cheek. The force of the slap was so intense that even Wang Yi couldn't help but feel startled. You need to take responsibility for your actions, Wu Manqi said coldly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Do you think you're still a child? Fang Yu, frightened by the sudden turn of events, hid behind Wu Guan, too afraid to look up. Wang Yi couldn't help but marvel. This senior, who had seemed playful and teasing when they first met, had shown impressive skill while treating Wu Guan earlier. Now, her commanding presence, decisiveness, and flawless handling of the situation revealed a side of her that was anything but ordinary. Thank you, senior sister, for speaking up for me, Wang Yi replied with a smile, waving at Qi Xiaohao, who was running towards them. He glanced down at his tattered clothes. Fireball and Thunderburst had left countless small holes, and rolling around on the field had only made him look even more disheveled. Although the Flame Monarch's powers had perfectly protected his body, and the healing ray had repaired the damage caused by Thunderburst, his appearance was far from presentable. Senior sister, I need to go back and change first, Wang Yi said, gesturing to his clothes with a helpless shrug. Wu Manqi's strikingly bold face showed a hint of apology. How about I accompany you to buy some new clothes? Consider it an apology from Wu Guan. Looking at the tall and beautiful senior sister before him, Wang Yi couldn't deny that it was a tempting offer. However, he declined without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but there's really no need. He pulled Qi Xiaohao, who had just arrived, closer and joked. This brother of mine may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. So I won't trouble you. Wu Manqi gave Qi Xiaohao a meaningful look, then nodded with a smile. All right, then let's have a meal together sometime. If there's time, Wang Yi replied casually before turning to leave with Qi Xiaohao. He said in a low voice, come with me to meet second uncle. Wu Manqi shot a cold glare at Wu Guan before striding off the field. Wu Guan hurriedly gave Fang Yu a few instructions and stumbled after her. The spectators in the stands, seeing the main characters leave, began to disperse as well. Although the fight hadn't lasted long, the unexpected duel was full of twists and turns, leaving them impressed by Wang Yi's strength. As Wang Yi scanned the stands while leaving, he noticed that the black and white duo had disappeared. However, he spotted several senior sisters from the third year, including Wang Yao, the one who had left a deep impression on him. He vividly remembered the eyes that had caused him to lose consciousness on the operating table. Wang Yao, sensing his gaze, lowered her head shyly before looking up again to nod slightly in acknowledgement. She then left with her companions. In the unseen virtual realm, Zhang Miaoi teased, "Satisfied now? I told you these boys' little scuffle wouldn't amount to much. There was no need for me to step in." She leaned forward, resting her chin on Bai Yu's shoulder. "Who would have thought that the boy who jumped off the building in your class would turn out to be quite impressive? Are you pleased with your student's performance?" Bai Yu let out a soft snort. It was acceptable, I suppose, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. At Qi Xiaohao's home, the two of them had just finished their meal and were lazily sprawled on the sofa. The satisfying conclusion of the duel left Qi Xiaohao in high spirits. He eagerly picked up his phone, ready to seek out the classmates who had previously doubted Wang Yi in various group chats and teach them a lesson. "Do you know anything about this Wu Manqi?" Wang Yi asked thoughtfully, absent-mindedly running her fingers over the juice glass in her hand. She couldn't shake the feeling that the poised and graceful aura of that senior from their third year of high school was something that could only come from an extraordinary upbringing. "How would I know?" Qi Xiaohao replied without even looking up, his fingers flying across the keyboard so quickly they seemed to blur. He was navigating through the group chats with ease, using a sharp combination of sarcasm and wit to leave those who had doubted Wang Yi completely speechless. Sitting beside him, Wang Yi glanced at his phone screen and immediately felt her blood pressure rise, her fists unconsciously clenching. If her reaction was this intense, she could only imagine how much worse it was for the classmates directly on the receiving end of Qi Xiaohao's sharp words. Wang Yi couldn't help but marvel at how his verbal skills were even more devastating than his attack magic, like a rare and powerful form of psychological warfare. Though Qi Xiaohao knew little about Wu Manqi, he always had a way of addressing Wang Yi's questions. "Uncle Su, come here for a moment. We have something to ask," he called toward the balcony. Su Jun, who had been leisurely sipping tea and reading the news on the balcony, walked into the living room with his teacup in hand and settled onto the sofa. "Xiaohao, what's up?" "Edge has a question for you," Qi Xiaohao said without looking up from his phone, tilting his head slightly in Wang Yi's direction. Wang Yi immediately picked up the conversation. "Uncle Su, do you know Wu Manqi? Or are there any prominent Wu families in Lanling City?" "Wu Manqi." Su Jun took a sip of his hot tea and smiled knowingly. "She's a senior at your school, an entry-level mage probably in the later stages and specializes in healing magic. Her family is based in the capital." "Uncle Su, are you secretly a spy or something? How do you know all this?" Wang Yi asked in surprise. Su Jun chuckled and explained, "You kids don't need the car that often, so I have plenty of free time to poke around. Besides, it's about your school. Knowing a bit more always comes in handy, like now, for example." "Uncle Su, are you a mage too?" Wang Yi asked suspiciously. "I'm just an ordinary old man, definitely not a mage," Su Jun replied, though there was a hint of pride on his face. "But my son is a mage serving in the military right now." Realizing she might be overthinking things, Wang Yi steered the conversation back on track. "Do you know anything about Wu Manqi's family background?" "Her father is quite accomplished. He holds a leadership position in the medical system in the capital, enough to be considered somewhat prominent." Wang Yi leaned back against the chair, his brows slightly furrowed. "Then why didn't she just attend school in the capital? Why come all the way to a small place like Lanling City? The education resources in the capital are definitely much better, aren't they?" Su Jun picked up his teacup, carefully choosing his words. "The Wu family has some influence in the capital, but not enough to stand out. Plus, Wu Manqi's talent isn't exactly top-notch. If she wants to get into the capital magic university, her best chance is to secure a guaranteed spot through a local recommendation." He set the teacup down and explained, "To ensure fairness, top-tier magic universities in the capital distribute a few guaranteed admission spots to outstanding local magic high schools every year. Lanling Magic High School typically gets one or two. Since the Wu family originally rose to prominence in Lanling City, they sent her here to study. If everything goes smoothly, she'll likely claim one of those guaranteed spots for the Capital Magic University this year as a senior." "I see," Wang Yi murmured thoughtfully. This kind of phenomenon wasn't uncommon in any world. Suddenly, something occurred to him. The Wu family started in Lanling City. Wu Manqi is Wu Guan's cousin. So, doesn't that make Wu Guan a second-generation rich kid too? Wu Guan's father, Wu Manqi's uncle, is the deputy head of our city's education department," Su Jun said with a grin. "If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be promoted to the top position next year." Wang Yi took a big gulp of juice, his face twisting bitterly. "Great. I've barely been in high school for a month, and I've already taken down the future education director's son. Do I even have a future anymore?" He hesitated for a moment. "Uncle Su, do you think it's still possible for me to transfer schools now?" Su Jun couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, don't worry. You kids fighting?" No parent is going to personally step in for something like that. It'd be way too embarrassing for them. That's easy to say, Wang Yi muttered, curling his lips. But what if someone wants to curry favor with them? He stared at his glass of juice, as if seeing a bleak future reflected in it. I've been too careless lately, too relaxed. I even forgot to do basic background checks. You're making society sound way darker than it really is. This isn't some foreign country, Su Jun said, shaking his head in exasperation. Besides, don't underestimate your principal. He's a transcendent mage. Do you know how many transcendent mages there are in all of Huaxia? Each one is a top-tier figure. Just having him here is the best protection you could ask for, as long as you don't break the law. Wang Yi perked up immediately and poured more tea for Suju. The principal is a transcendent mage. Are all the principals of magic high schools in the country transcendent mages? Of course not, Su Jun said, blowing on his tea. Do you think transcendent mages grow on trees? If Huaxia had that many, they'd have already turned the monsters in the magic abyss into farm animals. Sounds like there's some inside scoop. Come on, Uncle Su, spill the beans. Wang Yi said eagerly. Su Jun leaned back in his chair, chuckling as he waved a hand dismissively. I'm just an ordinary driver. Most of what I know comes from listening to old guys bragging over tea. It's hardly reliable. And even if there were some inside stories, they wouldn't be things I could know about. His tone grew more serious. You kids have people shielding you from the storms now. When you grow up and achieve something, it'll be your turn to shield the next generation. That's what we call legacy. Wang Yi said nothing, holding his glass of juice to his lips as he slowly savored those words. After putting down his phone, Qi Xiaohao finally recalled the conversation between Wang Yi and Su Jun earlier. He straightened up, furrowing his brows slightly. Wu Guan's dad wouldn't be that petty, right? I mean, it was just a beating. Should we send him a gift or something? Wow, you're actually backing down for once? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Qi Xiaohao's lips curled into a sly smile. It's not backing down. Once he accepts the gift, we'll have proof of him taking a bribe. If he dares to mess with us, we'll take him down with us. Seeing Qi Xiaohao's smug expression, Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. This chubby guy's ideas were always unexpected. With a serious tone, he said, forget it. Right now, this is just a small conflict between peers. Come on, Edge. You beat him up in front of so many people. You call that a small conflict? Qi Xiaohao looked incredulous. And besides, he and Fong Yu are practically a thing now. That makes it a grudge over stealing his girl. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Yi quickly waved his hands. What does their high school puppy love have to do with me? When did I ever intervene? Not before, but right before your duel, they made it official, Qi Xiaohao reminded him. And don't forget your wager, whoever lost had to stay away from Fong Yu. Damn it. Wang Yi slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that. To him, the school belle Fong Yu was just a passerby. After deleting her from his contacts, she hadn't crossed his mind again. Crossing his legs, Qi Xiaohao continued analyzing. A grudge over humiliation, plus a grudge over stealing his girl. There's no way Wu Guan's letting this go. And his dad will definitely back him up. How about I take out my entire year's allowance and give it to his dad as a bribe? Maybe we can at least get a suspended sentence. Looking at Qi Xiaohao's serious expression, Wang Yi rubbed his temples in frustration. Maybe we should just consider transferring schools. Meanwhile, Wu Manqi was in the study, reporting the morning's events to her second uncle, Wu Jie. She clearly and methodically explained the reasons, process, and outcome of the duel between Wang Yi and Wu Guan, as well as her actions during the fight. Finally, she specifically mentioned Wang Yi's rare, high-grade healing magic healing ray, the very spell she had spent all 3 years of high school longing to master but never could. Wu Jie listened intently to Wu Manqi's account, a smile of approval appearing on his face. You handled this matter very well, Xiaoqi. Wu Manqi nodded slightly, calmly accepting the praise. She was well aware that the reason for reporting this duel in detail to her second uncle was to prevent any unforeseen issues. Often, seemingly trivial matters could spark significant events. With her about to be recommended for admission to the Imperial Magic University and her second uncle, Wu Jie, poised for a major promotion, any unexpected incident could lead to unpredictable consequences. I've been so busy with work that I've admittedly neglected Wu Guan's discipline, Wu Jie said after a moment of thought. Xiaoqi, keep an eye on him at school. Young people are full of energy and prone to recklessness. As his older sister, you should guide him when necessary. If he doesn't listen, don't hesitate to teach him a lesson. If you have to, you can even use him to practice your healing magic. Heal him after you discipline him, and then teach him again if needed. His tone became more serious as he added, even if you have to break his legs, don't let that boy jeopardize your future. Second uncle, that's a bit harsh, Wu Manqi said, trying to defend her brother. Wu Guan may be impulsive, but he does listen to reason. Wu Jie, however, showed a trace of anger. I've always told him to keep a low profile, but that boy still went and caused a duel over some girl. After a pause, he added, although, to be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. Wang Yi provoked him first. Wu Manqi sighed. I should have informed you earlier. I thought Wu Guan could handle it on his own, given his abilities. He even asked me to prepare for healing, so he thought it through to some extent. I just didn't expect him to lose so badly in front of so many classmates. I'm worried he might hold a grudge, and if someone fans the flames, the consequences could be serious. Provocation? It was just a few harsh words, not like he ended up in the hospital. What's so hard to tolerate? Wu Jie scoffed. That boy thinks he's a mage now, capable of handling things on his own, and he didn't even bother to tell me about it. If I'd known, I would have made sure he spent 2 weeks in the hospital. At least then, he wouldn't be an embarrassment now. Faced with these words, Wu Manqi remained silent. Xiao Qi, I'll need your help with this, Wu Jie instructed. It's not appropriate for me to get involved directly. Find a chance to invite the other party for a meal and resolve the conflict. As for Wu Guan, they'll talk to him personally and make sure there's no more trouble. Understood, second uncle. Wu Manqi agreed with a nod. She understood that her uncle wanted to keep the matter confined to their generation to avoid escalating the situation. As for preventing anyone from exploiting the issue, her uncle clearly had a plan, and there was no need for her to overstep. All right, let's have lunch at home. They'll have your aunt cook personally, Wu Jie said. Go bring Wu Guan in. I need to talk to him. Wu Manqi left the study and found Wu Guan anxiously waiting outside. She patted her brother on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper, just listen to everything Dad says. Take it to heart and think it through. Remember, don't talk back under any circumstances. Just as Wang Yi and Qi Xiaohao were arguing heatedly about whether to transfer schools or resort to bribery, Wang Yi's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar local number, and he casually pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? It's me, Junior. Wu Manqi's clear and pleasant voice came through the receiver. Do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. Wang Yi's expression instantly turned wary. They had just been discussing the possibility of Wu Guan seeking revenge, and now Wu Manqi was reaching out, inviting him to dinner tonight. His mind raced. Could Wu Guan be planning to ambush him under the cover of darkness? Or was this something even more sinister? These powerful people seeking vengeance couldn't even wait a single day? Qi Xiaohao, overhearing the word senior, immediately perked up his ears and leaned closer, trying to eavesdrop. I'm calling to apologize on behalf of Wu Guan and to resolve the conflict, Wu Manqi said directly. Qi Xiaohao's eyes widened, and he silently mouthed to Wang Yi, something's fishy. Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he cautiously replied, there's no need, senior. Wu Guan and I are classmates, and there's really no conflict between us. He deliberately lowered his tone. Even if there was a minor misunderstanding before, it was resolved this morning. I'm sure there won't be any issues going forward. Wu Manqi hadn't expected to be turned down and felt a twinge of displeasure. Although her morning invitation had been a mere formality, this time she had come with a task from her uncle, only to be flatly rejected again. Was this boy feeling invincible just because he won the duel? Then let me treat you to dinner purely as a gesture. Just the two of us. Wu Guan won't be there, she said, forcing patience. Or if you'd prefer, we could go shopping or watch a movie instead. Wang Yi's heart sank further. He had already backed down, yet she persisted. This couldn't possibly be out of goodwill. Clearly, she saw him as someone without power or connections, looking for an opportunity to strike. If that was the case, he decided to continue playing weak. Sorry, senior, but I already have plans tonight and really can't make it. You're busy tonight? Wu Manqi's tone hinted at mockery. A student busy on a Saturday night? What a lazy excuse. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. For the sake of completing her uncle's task, she spoke again. Then tomorrow night. Surely you'll be free tomorrow night? Seeing her persistence, Wang Yi made up his mind and replied firmly. Apologies, I'm not free tomorrow night either. I really can't go. Wang Yi stared at the phone in his hand, his mind already conjuring up images of someone sneaking into his house tonight for revenge. The day after tomorrow. It's just a meal. Wu Manqi's voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose, filled with frustration and anger. Sorry, senior. I have school the day after tomorrow. Wang Yi continued to retreat. But Wu Manqi clearly wasn't planning to let him off so easily. Before she could respond, he quickly added, Senior, my phone's out of battery. He hung up immediately after finishing his sentence and turned off his phone. Listening to the busy tone, Wu Manqi clenched her fists. That brat dared to hang up on me. At that moment, the study door opened, and Wu Guan walked out. His face was still marked with the frustration and unwillingness of losing a duel. As he looked up, he was met with his sister's furious, reddened face. Seeing the fire practically blazing in Wu Manqi's eyes, Wu Guan shivered and cautiously asked, What's wrong? It's all your fault. Wu Manqi grabbed her brother by the collar. You like dueling, don't you? Come on, let's practice. She dragged him off toward the underground training room. Sis, you're a senior in high school, and I just started as a freshman. It's not fair. Wu Guan struggled desperately. Fair? Huh. I'm in a healing specialization, and you're in an attack specialization. And you still dare to talk about fairness? Sis, I was wrong. I was wrong. Wu Guan tried to appeal to her sense of mercy. Shut up. Wu Manchi delivered a karate chop to his head, flashing a devilish grin. Don't worry. No matter how many bones I break, I'll heal you up so you can still have lunch. Wu Guan turned pale with fear and shouted, Mom? Their mother peeked out, took a quick look, and then withdrew as if nothing unusual was happening. She had grown used to scenes like this after years of raising them. At least let me die knowing why. Wu Guan asked in despair. Wu Manchi opened the heavy door to the underground training room and kicked her brother inside. Why? Go ask Wang Yi. Wang Yi, it's always you. I swear I'll never. Wu Guan's furious roar was cut short as the door slammed shut. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had no idea that he had indirectly caused Wu Guan to suffer again this time, possibly worse than during the duel. He slumped on the couch, silently pondering. This was Jiang Yu's idea. I need to find a way to drag him into this mess. His granduncle is the principal and a high-ranking extraordinary mage. Surely he can handle Wu Guan's dad. Just then, Qi Xiaohao handed Wang Yi his phone. Ebro, pick one. The screen displayed a ranking of Huaxia's magical high schools. Give me a break. You think switching schools is as easy as changing clothes? Wang Yi rolled his eyes at him. Then how about staying at my place tonight, Ebro? It's safer, Qi Xiaohao suggested. No thanks. I'll stay at Shangwu instead. I can keep training there, and they've got food, drinks, and plenty of space. Wang Yi then asked, how long will your Shangwu membership card last me? If you don't upgrade the training room, it should last until next year. Just top it up again then. Rich kid. Wang Yi muttered under his breath. What did you say, Ebro? Nothing. Listening to Qi Xiaohao and Wang Yi discussing how to deal with the possible retaliation from Wu Guan, Su Jun couldn't help but reveal a subtle, knowing smile. He picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and thought to himself. Wu Jie may have power and influence, but those powers are granted by the rules and must be exercised within their boundaries. Once he crosses the line, not only will he lose these privileges, but he will also have to pay the price for breaking the rules. A minor figure like Wu Guan isn't worth Wu Jie risking it all to step over that red line. Besides, the Wu family isn't some mafia organization, nor are they the kind of villains in novels who go to extreme lengths for petty grievances. The phone call from Wu Manchi earlier was, in all likelihood, an attempt to settle the matter peacefully. Unfortunately, one side was too suspicious, and the other was too proud to compromise, turning a simple issue into a complicated one. Su Jun squinted slightly and decided not to say any more. It was better for Wang Yi, this overly cautious youngster, to experience things firsthand rather than listening to his lectures. After all, nothing serious was likely to happen. The weekend flew by. Over the past 2 days, Wang Yi spent his time at the Shangwu Training Hall. In addition to his regular magic and combat training, he also had a friendly spar with Wang Jiang. Though the duel had already ended and he could no longer enjoy Wang Jiang's personal guidance for free, they agreed to have several matches each month to assess Wang Yi's progress. On Monday morning, Wang Yi walked into the classroom just as the bell rang. The idea of transferring schools was long forgotten. Lanling Magic High was filled with talented individuals, and he had made plenty of friends and confidants. How could he bear to leave such an environment? As for Wu Guan, avoiding him would suffice. After all, under broad daylight, Wu Guan wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, with his current abilities, Wu Guan would probably steer clear of him if they crossed paths. Still, caution was necessary. Wang Yi decided to temporarily stay at the Shangwu Training Hall. Living alone at home simply wasn't safe. While the Villa District had security patrols, ordinary people were powerless against mages. If Wu Guan truly intended to retaliate, he would surely seek out a mage stronger than himself. This was also why Wang Yi was reluctant to stay at Qi Xiaohao's place. He wouldn't want to drag his friends into trouble if anything happened. The Shangwu Training Hall was the perfect choice. Not only was the environment quiet, but there were also many people training there. It was said that the owner and shareholders were all high-level mages. If they couldn't ensure the safety of their members, the training hall wouldn't have much of a reputation to uphold. Besides, Wang Yi was a bona fide VIP member. After the daily magic lessons concluded, the homeroom teacher, Bai Yu, walked into the classroom just as the dismissal bell rang, carrying a thick stack of documents in her arms. She placed them on the podium and clapped her hands crisply to get everyone's attention. Class, I'm going to take up a bit of your time after school, Bai Yu said, standing at the podium and scanning the room as the students, who were about to pack their bags, paused to listen. She began explaining the basics of the magical world. The profession of a mage originated from magical beasts. Between our world and the world of magical beasts, there are specific interdimensional passages. These passages are not only ranked and unique in nature, but also serve as the front lines of battles between humans and magical beasts. Her tone grew serious. In the early days of the magical era, More than one nation fell to ruin because they couldn't defend these passages, leading to catastrophic invasions by magical beasts. However, as human mages grew stronger, these passages gradually transformed into crucial sources of magic crystals, with their strategic importance increasing over time. She continued, as future mages, whether you choose to defend our homeland or expand its borders, you will inevitably face the challenges of these interdimensional passages. Instead of solely relying on written texts, images, and videos, experiencing a battle with magical beasts firsthand will allow you to truly understand your weaknesses and clarify your future path. Bayou then delved into technical jargon to help you identify specialized paths, realize the value transformation of mage abilities, and prepare for resource allocation in competitive scenarios. Her words left the students bewildered, exchanging puzzled looks as countless question marks seemed to float above their heads. Noticing their confusion, Bayou couldn't help but chuckle softly. After clearing her throat, she got straight to the point. Lingnan Sandbridge. 10 slots for a training expedition, lasting 5 days and 4 nights. Her tone turned stern. There are 2 requirements. First, participation must be voluntary, and you must fully understand the dangers involved. You need the courage to face mid-level magical beasts, and the resolve to accept potential injuries or losses. Second, a consent form signed by your parent or guardian is mandatory. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a buzz of excitement. The students eagerly discussed this rare training opportunity. In Class 3 of Grade 10, a sudden burst of chatter filled the room. The students quickly pieced together why their culture class last week, taught by Mr. Pongwanli, had focused so much on Ling and Sandbridge was all in preparation for this upcoming trial. Who would have thought we, mere freshmen, would get the chance to train in the Two Realms passage? One student exclaimed excitedly. After all, opportunities like this were typically reserved for university-level magic academies. The classroom buzzed with voices of students eager to sign up. For these young novices just stepping into the world of magic, it felt like a glimpse of adventure and hope. Quiet, quiet, Bayou banged on the lectern twice. As the noise gradually subsided, her tone turned serious. Let me emphasize this again, Lingnan Sandbridge is not a place for a casual outing. It's home to hordes of mid-level magical beasts, and even the stationed Candlelight Army suffers significant casualties every year. Even I have to prepare for the worst when I go in, let alone you rookies. A single high-grade magical attack could wipe you all out. So don't sign up out of mere curiosity. Think it through carefully, and make sure to get approval from your parents or guardians. She continued, we plan to set off next Monday and stay at Ling and Sandbridge until Friday. There will be no returning midway. You have 1 week to decide and prepare. Also, if you don't intend to join the military or form a mage team in the future, there's no need to participate in this trial. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the excitement of many students. At that moment, one student raised their hand and asked, Teacher, is it 10 spots per class, or just 10 for the whole grade? Bayes' lips curved into a slight smile. I applied for this trial, so naturally, our class gets priority. If we don't fill all 10 spots, then the remaining slots will be given to other classes. No way. Qi Xiaohao slammed his desk and stood up, shouting, no one in our class is a coward. How could we let such valuable spots go to other classes? Qi Xiaohao. Bayou shot him a glare. Stop trying to provoke others, and don't guilt-trip people. This is a matter of life and death, not a game. Qi Xiaohao sat back down reluctantly, looking sullen. All right, anyone interested can take a copy of the information home. The deadline to sign up is Friday, and if there are more than 10 applicants, we'll hold a selection process. Bayou placed a stack of documents on the lectern. Class dismissed. After Bayou left, the students rushed forward, eager to grab a copy of the materials. Wang Yi managed to get one as well. The first page was a consent form for the Lingnan Sandbridge trial, detailing all the potential dangers and requiring signatures and fingerprints from both students and their parents. The following pages provided an in-depth introduction to Lingnan Sandbridge, including its terrain, magical creatures, and the rules that must be followed during the trial. Edge, are you going? Qi Xiaohao asked, clutching a document tightly in his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although he had also managed to get the document, he couldn't be bothered to read through it carefully and turned to Wang Yi for an answer instead. Wang Yi was thoroughly going through the document in his hands, a slight smile appearing on his face. It reminded him of something Jiang Yu had mentioned a week ago, that Bayou was planning to form a team to explore the interdimensional passage for training. So, this trip to the Lingnan Sandbridge must be what he was referring to. Of course I'm going, Qi Xiaohao declared, thumping his chest with confidence. We're going to join the military and fight magical beasts someday. How can we chicken out now? You should probably start by convincing your parents, Wang Yi reminded him. You're their only child, after all. Given Qi Xiaohao's privileged background, taking such a risk wasn't necessary, and his parents were unlikely to approve. In contrast, Wang Yi's situation was far simpler. Since enrolling in Lanling Magic High School, He had been independent from the orphanage that once cared for him, relying solely on various government subsidies to support himself. With no legal guardians, his decisions didn't require anyone's approval. While Bai Yu and the principal might somewhat act as his guardians, neither of them would oppose him participating in the training. My parents will definitely agree to my decision, Qi Xiaohao said with absolute certainty. Wang Yi smiled quietly, already starting to strategize in his mind. Jiang Yu and Wang Jiang would definitely be participating, and Hu Lily was uncertain. If Qi Xiaohao could join, their little group could naturally form a team. With Qi Xiaohao and Jiang Yu as the offense, himself as the healer, and Wang Jiang as a versatile melee mage capable of both offense and defense, they had a solid lineup. While they might struggle against powerful mid-tier magical beasts, the Lingnan Sandbridge likely wouldn't be teeming with such creatures. Besides, training activities like this would undoubtedly have covert protection in place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be training but a death sentence. Friday arrived quickly, and the registration results were announced. In Class 3 of the first-year students, only 6 people had signed up, leaving 4 slots unfilled. Most classmates wanted to go but failed to convince their parents. In this age of abundant information, the dangers of the interdimensional passage were well known, and magic high schools had never made it part of the curriculum. Even though Huaxia had enjoyed peace for years, soldiers continued to shed blood and sacrifice themselves in the depths of the abyss. The devastating Liyuan battle 12 years ago, which shocked the world, had laid bare the horrors of the abyss for all humanity. The 6 students who signed up were Wang Yi, Qi Xiaohao, Jiang Yu, Wang Jiang, Hu Lily, and Chen Zhangkai. Surprisingly, Qi Xiaohao had actually managed to gain his parents' support, and Hu Lily had unexpectedly signed up as well. Wang Yi felt relieved that their little group was intact, meaning they wouldn't have to team up with strangers at the Lingnan Sandbridge. As for the somewhat reserved Chen Zhangkai, while not part of their group, he was still a classmate and familiar enough. The remaining 4 slots were allocated to third-year students. According to Jiang Yu, the third years would select 4 individuals to form another team, who would join Wang Yi and his group in this training exercise. 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from attending school as usual, Wang Yi stayed every evening at the Shangwu training hall. On campus, he occasionally bumped into Wu Guan, but to his surprise, the once aggressive opponent not only avoided causing trouble but even deliberately avoided making eye contact with him. Even during rare moments when their gazes met, Wang Yi could clearly catch the deep resentment and hostility in Wu Guan's eyes. This unusual behavior only made Wang Yi more vigilant. A biting dog doesn't bark, he thought, fully aware that Wu Guan was no ordinary person. This deliberate restraint must be hiding something. After school that day, Wang Yi was about to part ways with Qi Xiaohao at the school gate, one heading home, the other to the Shangwu training hall. They had agreed to meet at the training hall the next morning at 8 to prepare for the upcoming trials. This was Jiang Yu's suggestion. He wanted to use the weekend to help the team familiarize themselves with each other's magic and practice some basic coordination. Everyone had agreed to the plan, understanding the importance of sharpening their skills before a challenge. However, just as Wang Yi was about to leave, an unexpected figure blocked his path. Wang Yi, what exactly did you say to Wu Guan? Fang Yu demanded angrily. He's been avoiding me all week. Did you threaten him? Wang Yi looked utterly confused. He hadn't exchanged a single word with Wu Guan all week, only a few accidental glances. If he's avoiding you, what does that have to do with me? Wang Yi replied indifferently, ready to sidestep Fang Yu and leave. He had far too much on his plate practicing magic and combat, staying alert for potential retaliation from Wu Guan, and preparing for next week's trials. He had no interest in getting caught up in such meaningless drama. Stop right there. Fang Yu's angry shout echoed at the school gate, instantly drawing the attention of nearby students. Recognizing the two of them, the students quickly recalled the duel from a week ago and began edging closer, eager to eavesdrop. Even Qi Xiaohao, who had walked some distance away, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. Classmate, is there something else you need? Wang Yi asked, barely restraining his impatience. Fang Yu, still fuming, declared loudly, let me make this clear, Wang Yi. Even if you beat Wu Guan, even if you force him to avoid me, I will never like you. So just give up already. Whoa, no way. Seriously? The crowd erupted in gasps and exclamations. Not far away, the smile on Qi Xiaohao's face froze instantly. Fang Yu, you son of a... Qi Xiaohao, furious, lunged forward but was stopped by Wang Yi, who raised a hand to hold him back. With a glance, Wang Yi signaled him to calm down. The murmurs and pointing from the crowd around them made Wang Yi slightly uncomfortable, but he maintained a composed expression. He knew all too well that Fang Yu's accusations might reignite the long-simmering rumors surrounding the Lingnan Shikio incident, which had only just begun to fade. All right, I understand. Wang Yi locked eyes with Fang Yu, his tone calm yet firm. I apologize to you, and I promise I won't bother you again. They'll delete your contact information as well. Is that acceptable? Wang Yi could have argued his Kasi truly hadn't reached out to Fang Yu in the past 2 weeks and had even deleted her contact information long ago. As for Wu Guan, They hadn't spoken a single word to each other. Yet, Wang Yi chose silence. Since he had inherited this identity, he felt obligated to bear the blame that came with it. Besides, Wu Guan's change in attitude toward Feng Yu had indeed occurred after their duel. No matter how the nature of the duel had shifted, the resulting consequences indirectly impacted Feng Yu. Feng Yu, you can't just. Qi Xiaohao tried to speak up in Wang Yi's defense, but Wang Yi silenced him with a single glance. Reluctantly, Qi swallowed his words, his frustration visibly swelling his already rounded figure. Feng Yu was momentarily stunned by Wang Yi's response. She knew very well that Wang Yi hadn't harassed her in the past 2 weeks. In fact, when she had tried to confront him a few days ago, she discovered that he had already blocked her. That was precisely why she had chosen to confront him in person. Now it seemed that Wu Guan's avoidance of her might have a different explanation. Whether it was Wang Yi's sudden change in attitude toward her, Wu Guan's distancing behavior, or the fact that so many classmates were watching. Although the classmates all criticized Wang Yi for being overly persistent and sided with Feng Yu, an inexplicable feeling of frustration and grievance surged in Feng Yu's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, but her pride forced her to hold them back. She mustered her strength, said one last sentence, and turned to leave the crowd. As the female protagonist walked away, the gathering of classmates gradually dispersed as well, leaving behind even harsher remarks about Wang Yi. His reputation in their eyes plummeted to a new low. Edge, why didn't you let me speak the truth? Feng Yu, Qi Xiaohao's anger grew as he listened to the comments of the surrounding students. Enough, Xiaohao. Wang Yi patted his shoulder, cutting him off. Let's end this here. I did cause her quite a bit of trouble before, but no buts. Wang Yi's tone was firm. I know you want to stand up for me, but let it go. And from now on, don't cause any trouble for Feng Yu. Got it? Although Qi Xiaohao was reluctant, he nodded in agreement. All right, head back. Be at the training hall by 8 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Wang Yi turned him around and gave him a light push. Watching Qi Xiaohao reluctantly walk away, glancing back repeatedly, Wang Yi pulled out his earphones, put them on, started his music player, and jogged toward the martial arts training hall. Having resolved the conflict with Feng Yu, Wang Yi felt a sense of relief, as if he had finally closed a chapter of karma tied to his past self. However, Feng Yu's appearance reminded him of something. Would Wu Guan really back down so easily? If Wu Guan intended to retaliate, why would he still honor the bet and let Feng Yu break up? Was it truly a case of accepting defeat, or was it just to lull him into a false sense of security? Unable to figure it out, Wang Yi decided not to dwell on it further. When the time comes, the answer will reveal itself. For now, he'd just go with the flow. Wang Yi had been running for over 40 minutes. Though his breathing was slightly heavy, he was far from reaching his limit. 2 weeks of consistent training, combined with the aid of the healing spell, had significantly improved his physical condition. Compared to the healing ray, the healing spell worked more gradually, but it consumed less magic, offered gentler and longer-lasting effects, and was particularly suitable for use after daily workouts. The route from the Shangwu training hall to his school, which had taken him nearly 90 minutes 2 weeks ago, now required less than 50 minutes to complete with ease. This improvement was not only due to his enhanced physical fitness, but also because he had gradually mastered the knack of using agility, a common-grade passive magic. As he was nearing the Shangwu training hall, Wang Yi was forced to stop at a corner. Ahead of him, a heavy truck had collided with a bus, completely blocking the road. Several impatient drivers were trying to take shortcuts by driving onto the sidewalk, which only resulted in more minor accidents. It was rush hour, and countless vehicles were stuck in traffic, with the sound of honking filling the air. Although traffic police had already arrived at the scene to handle the accident, frustrated drivers were shouting and blaming each other, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers enjoying the spectacle. It seemed unlikely that the chaos would clear up anytime soon. Wang Yi was quite familiar with the local area and knew that bypassing this section of the road would take at least an additional 20 to 30 minutes. However, there was a narrow alley between 2 residential complexes that could serve as a shortcut. While the alley was unsuitable for vehicles, it was perfectly fine for pedestrians, and passing through it would lead directly to the entrance of the Shangwu training hall. Although he had enough stamina to keep running for another hour or so, there was no reason to take a longer route when a shortcut was available. Yet, as Wang Yi approached the entrance of the alley, he stopped again. He examined the dimly lit passageway. It stretched over 300 meters, flanked by tall walls on both sides, with no lighting whatsoever, making it appear even more eerie in the twilight. Glancing back at the chaotic accident scene, Wang Yi pulled out his phone, snapped a couple of photos, and sent them off. Then, with a satisfied grin, he squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. He watched with great interest as the drivers argued, the traffic police mediated, and the bystanders stirred things up. For a good 20 minutes, he enjoyed the drama. Only when the sky began to darken and the accident scene was nearing resolution did he stretch lazily, quietly leave the crowd, and head toward the alley. As soon as he stepped into it, the tall walls on either side plunged his vision into near-total darkness. Wang Yi turned on the flashlight on his phone and strode into the pitch-black alley. As he ventured deeper, the city's clamor gradually faded away, leaving an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. The phone's beam illuminated only a few meters ahead, while the rest of the alley was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Through the narrow gaps between the walls, a few dim stars flickered faintly, and only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the stillness. Suddenly, Wang Yi halted and spoke into the void ahead. At this point, aren't you going to come out? The moment his words fell, the shadows behind him rippled slightly, and a strange voice emerged. When did you realize I was here? Wang Yi clicked his tongue lightly and turned around, raising his flashlight. About 2 meters away, a humanoid shadow materialized. Even under the flashlight's beam, the figure remained blurry, as if it absorbed the light itself. In complete darkness, it would be nearly impossible to detect, even up close. Looking at the towering, muscular figure that stood significantly taller than himself, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Foreigner?" The figure didn't seem surprised at being identified and replied in a peculiar accent, "Your Huaxia language is truly difficult to learn. Or maybe that's just your problem." Wang Yi quipped before continuing, "Who sent you? Wu Guan or the Wu family? Surely it wasn't Wu Manqi?" "No one sent me," the shadowy figure answered in a low voice. "Then why are you sneaking around, following me? Planning to mug me?" Wang Yi took a step forward deliberately and held out his phone. "I'm broke right now. The most valuable thing I have is this phone. If you want it, it's yours." The shadow didn't take the phone but instead asked again, "You still haven't answered me. When did you notice me?" "You haven't answered me either. How about this?" Wang Yi proposed. "You tell me who sent you, and I'll tell you how I noticed you." After a brief silence, the shadow spoke. "I only took the job from an intermediary. I don't know who specifically wants to deal with you." "What job? To kill me?" "No. I never take jobs involving killing, especially in Huaxia," the shadow replied after a pause. "The task is to break your ribs, take out your eyes, and remove one of your kidneys." Wang Yi frowned deeply. Such a method was even more brutal than outright murder. Although the shadow didn't know the employer's identity, Wang Yi could only think of Wu Guan as the likely culprit. Even if Zhang Miaoyi, a high-level healing mage, intervened, she might only be able to save his life and heal external injuries. Broken bones could mend, but regrowing eyes or a kidney was beyond her current capabilities. "Your turn to answer," the shadow prompted when Wang Yi remained silent. "I didn't actually have the ability to spot you in advance, I was just bluffing," Wang Yi said with a smirk, his tone carrying a hint of pride. This statement wasn't entirely untrue. For the past 5 days, every time he commuted to and from school, he had felt a faint yet persistent gaze watching him from the shadows. However, he could never be sure if it was just his heightened sensitivity or if someone was truly following him. Today's accidental car crash, which conveniently blocked his usual route to the Shangwu training hall, seemed far too coincidental. As he was about to step into a desolate, dimly lit alley, Wang Yi grew wary. This shadowy lane was the perfect spot for an ambush. When he reached the middle of the alley, he deliberately threw out that probing remark. If it turned out to be a false alarm, he could just brush it off as talking to himself. Unexpectedly, the stalker revealed themselves. "Damn it, cunning Huaxia man." The shadowy figure cursed under their breath, but before they could finish, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot toward them. Wang Yi had hurled his phone, flashlight on, directly at the figure. In the split second it took for the figure to instinctively raise their hand to shield their eyes, Wang Yi seized the opportunity. What had seemed like casual steps forward earlier had actually been calculated to close the distance between them. Now, he unleashed a brutal knee strike aimed at the figure's lower body, followed by a swift lunge and an elbow strike targeting their chest. This combination of moves should have incapacitated any ordinary opponent instantly. But Wang Yi quickly realized this adversary was anything but ordinary. His knee strike felt as though it had hit some kind of viscous, gelatinous substance, significantly dulling its impact. The elbow strike managed to push the figure back a step, but failed to deliver the intended damage. The sound of his phone hitting the ground shattered the silence of the alley. As darkness reclaimed the space, a blazing white orb suddenly rose into the air, illuminating the scene once more. This was a lighting spell cast by Wang Yi, a rare technique derived from the light angel, far brighter than any standard flashlight. Wang Yi lowered his head slightly to avoid the direct glare of the light while his opponent struggled to adjust to the sudden brilliance. Seizing the moment when the figure squinted and blinked, Wang Yi closed in again, launching a relentless flurry of attacks. Fingers, fists, elbows, knees, each strike was precise and aimed at the figure's vital points. "You sneaky brat, I'll make sure to cripple another leg of yours." The humanoid shadow roared, shielding its vital spots with both arms as it retreated step by step to deflect Wang Yi's relentless attacks. As its eyes gradually adjusted to the blinding light of the illumination spell, the shadow suddenly abandoned its defensive stance and threw a ferocious straight punch aimed directly at Wang Yi's face. Wang Yi tilted his head to evade the punch with ease and countered with a sweeping kick toward the shadow's waist and abdomen. Judging by the force behind the attack, the shadow's strength vastly surpassed his own. Fortunately, Wang Yi relied on his superior speed and agility, along with the initiative from his earlier moves, to maintain the upper hand for the moment. He adopted a high-frequency attack strategy, leaving no room for the shadow to cast spells. However, the mysterious magical aura enveloping the shadow not only concealed its form, but also significantly reduced the damage of Wang Yi's strikes. Even after landing multiple hits on vital points, the shadow remained vigorous and unyielding. Without any offensive magic at his disposal, Wang Yi couldn't help but long for a suitable weapon in his hand. Finally, after being suppressed for a long time, the humanoid shadow changed its tactics. It no longer dodged, allowing Wang Yi's attacks to land on its body. After absorbing a heavy blow, the shadow suddenly clasped its hands together, forming a spell in an instant. The walls on both sides erupted with dense, jagged rock spikes, forcing Wang Yi to retreat and evade. With the distance widened, Wang Yi's lack of magic became glaringly apparent. Quicksand, the shadow shouted, stomping its foot. The ground beneath Wang Yi's feet turned to sand in an instant, for streams of yellow quicksand surged upward like serpents, coiling around his legs and yanking him down, swiftly solidifying into an unyielding bind. "Ha! You little monkey, the game's over," the shadow sneered, drawing a gleaming dagger. With a wave of its hand, it dispelled the rocky spikes on the walls and charged toward Wang Yi, the blade raised high, aiming for his shoulder. At the critical moment, a metallic clang echoed as the dagger collided with a sudden barrier of light. A piece of the blade shattered on impact. A rare-grade illumination orb unfolded in midair, its light weaving into a dense net that trapped the humanoid shadow within. "What the how can you use a light cage?" the shadow bellowed furiously. It raised its hand to break free but hesitated, then let out a cold snort. Summoning more jagged rock spikes, it launched a relentless assault on the cage. As the light cage began to crack, Wang Yi quickly cast a second one, simultaneously conjuring another illumination orb to strengthen the light source. "Fine, fine, you little monkey. Let's see how much magic you have left to burn. When I'm free, I'll crush every single bone in your body myself," the shadow barked, laughing maniacally while commanding the rock spikes to continue battering the light cage. The two were now locked in a stalemate. The humanoid shadow trapped within the light cage, while Wang Yi's legs were immobilized by the hardened quicksand. Wang Yi knew all too well that having cast 4 rare-grade spells in succession, his remaining magic reserves were dangerously low. Even with the surging power of his determination, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Wang Yi cast a spell of Earth Shield, shaping it into a brick-like form, his eyes fixed intently on his legs trapped in the quicksand. Taking a deep breath, he mustered all his strength and slammed the makeshift weapon down onto the hardened sand encasing his legs. This wasn't some grotesque self-mutilation act from a horror movie. Neither had the courage nor the need to sacrifice his legs for survival, especially with the humanoid shadow in the cage of light watching him like a predator, ready to strike at any moment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy blows, each stronger than the last. Each strike sent a jarring pain through Wang Yi's hands, blood trickling down his palm. Yet, the quicksand holding his legs remained unyielding, while the brick weapon began to crack and crumble. Tossing the shattered remains of the brick to the ground, Wang Yi shook his blood-stained hand and used the last traces of his magical energy to cast a healing spell on himself. In this battle of resilience, he had been thoroughly outmatched by the opponent's magic. Above him, the first illumination spell's light orb flickered and went out. As the light dimmed, the cage of light surrounding the humanoid shadow finally showed a large hole, battered by relentless stone spikes. The shadowy figure, holding a chipped dagger, stepped out of the damaged cage with deliberate slowness. "Heh heh heh heh," came a rather unconvincing villainous laugh as the shadow spoke. "You Chinese have a saying that goes, 'CC warrior Wei Junjia?'" Wang Yi tilted his head, interrupting in a perfect mockery of a Japanese accent. That goes. The humanoid shadow faltered, seemingly forgetting the line after being interrupted, or perhaps simply lacking the cultural knowledge to continue. After a long pause, he gave up the pretense of profundity and spat out in frustration, "Face your destiny, little monkey, the game is over." He raised the dagger, preparing to stab Wang Yi's shoulder multiple times to bleed him dry before slowly fulfilling his promise of breaking every bone in his body. "You're right, the game is over." As the blade neared, Wang Yi didn't panic. Instead, a sly smile spread across his face. "But let me ask you this, why do you think, when I saw the car accident and sensed something was off, I still chose to walk into this alley? Was it because I was afraid of wearing out my shoes by running a bit further?" The humanoid shadow froze, the dagger halted midair. A sly glint flashed in Wang Yi's eyes as he asked, "Can you guess why, when I trapped you earlier, I didn't raise the light orb from the illumination spell higher so others would notice the anomaly and come to investigate? This question jolted the human-shaped shadow into sudden realization. Indeed, Wang Yi's previous actions, though seemingly reckless and audacious, were riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, overwhelmed by Wang Yi's suppression and provocations, the shadow had overlooked these glaring irregularities. Could it be that this kid had planned a backup all along? As the shadow sank into thought, Wang Yi cupped his hands around his mouth and suddenly shouted, "Mr. Bai, come clean up the mess." The shadow immediately raised its blade in defense, spinning around warily to scan the surroundings. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet the alley remained eerily empty. "You cunning little monkey, you're still playing tricks on me," the shadow growled, its voice seething with fury at being deceived. "How could that be? Hold on, hold on." Wang Yi's grin gradually stiffened. A wave of panic surged through him. Something had gone terribly wrong. Earlier, before entering the alley, Wang Yi had sent a distress message to his homeroom teacher, Bai Yu, under the pretense of watching some commotion. Bai Yu had confirmed the location and told him to wait before proceeding. Wang Yi had waited a full 20 minutes and only acted after receiving Bai Yu's in-position message. His plan was to lure the enemy into a trap and resolve Wu Guan's retaliation once and for all. Yet now, while the fish had taken the bait, the reinforcements were nowhere to be seen. A chilling thought crossed his mind. What if Bai Yu thought he was joking? Who would joke about something as life-threatening as this? Son of I am done waiting. The shadow roared angrily, launching an attack. The short blade struck straight toward Wang Yi's left side. Wang Yi barely mustered a fragment of magic, conjuring a small earthen shield to block the strike. But the shadow immediately followed up with a powerful punch. Sand solidified around its left fist, forming a massive square gauntlet that slammed into the earthen shield. With a loud crack, the shield shattered on impact. Trapped in place, Wang Yi couldn't dodge or counterattack. The blow sent him sprawling onto his back, his body crashing heavily onto the ground, followed by his head smacking hard against it. His vision blurred as a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow leaped into the air, its knee aimed at the fallen Wang Yi. The towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, would do far more than just break a few ribs if the attack landed. But at this moment, Wang Yi's mind had descended into chaos, leaving him utterly incapable of resisting. Faintly, the sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Drip, drip. Warm liquid splattered onto Wang Yi's face, gradually pulling his scattered consciousness back. As he opened his eyes, a massive black shadow loomed above him. For chains forged from ice extended from the walls on either side of the alley, suspending a humanoid figure in midair in a grotesque posture. The chains were covered in jagged spikes that pierced deeply into the gelatinous shadow enveloping the figure. Blood trickled along the icy chains, dripping steadily onto Wang Yi's face. The metallic scent of blood made Wang Yi turn his head in disgust, spitting twice. At that moment, a light, quick rhythm of footsteps approached, accompanied by a woman's voice. "Release the veil of shadows and the shackles of sand immediately, or ill let the ice chains tear you apart right now." "No, don't," Wang Yi and the humanoid shadow shouted at the same time. The shadow had only taken on a job for money and clearly didn't want to lose their life, while Wang Yi simply didn't want to end up drenched in blood and bits of flesh. Fortunately, the shadow was sensible enough to comply and dispelled the magic immediately. As the sand binding Wang Yi's legs crumbled back into a pile of golden grains, he finally let out a partial sigh of relief. Looking up, he still saw nothing but darkness surrounding the figure. Annoyed, he demanded, "Get rid of that protective magic on yourself right now." "I already did," the shadow hastily explained. It wasn't until they spoke that Wang Yi noticed the stark white teeth on their face. It turned out to be a black man dressed entirely in black. With skin like that, you can blend into the darkness perfectly. Why even bother with magic to disguise yourself? Wang Yi retorted, wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Though the shadow was inwardly furious, they didn't dare respond this time. A few seconds later, the owner of the approaching footsteps reached Wang Yi's side. It was Wu Manqi. She extended a hand to help him up. "Junior, are you hurt? Do you need me to heal you?" Wang Yi quickly dodged her hand, wary. "No, senior, I'm fine." He began searching around for his phone. When he found it, he noticed 2 cracks on the screen, but fortunately, it was still functional. He immediately dialed Bai Yu's number. Though the shadow had been subdued, questions lingered in Wang Yi's mind. Why was Wu Manqi here? And why did she help him? These mysteries made him uneasy, and he trusted Bai Yu more. However, the only response he got over the phone was, "The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." "Sorry, the number." The busy tone in his ear cast a shadow over Wang Yi's heart. Wu Manqi stood silently nearby, making no unnecessary moves. It wasn't until Wang Yi failed to make the call that she heard Wu Manqi say, "Junior, don't worry. I came here specifically to help you. Faced with this unexpected assistance, Wang Yi decided to confront it heat and directly asked, wasn't this person sent by Wu Guan? Looking at the humanoid shadow restrained before her, Wang Yi had to admit that Wu Manqi's abilities far exceeded her expectations. Despite being a healing mage, Wu Manqi had managed to subdue the opponent in a surprise attack. At this moment, among the three present, Wu Manqi was undoubtedly the strongest, holding all the power in her hands. Wu Manqi wasn't offended by Wang Yi's suspicious tone. Instead, she calmly explained, Wu Guan may not be the brightest, but he's not stupid enough to do something like this. Besides, the Wu family would never take action for such matters. Now, or in the future, neither Wu Guan nor the Wu family will retaliate against you in any way. She paused for a moment. The mastermind behind hiring this guy has nothing to do with Wu Guan or the Wu family. Seeing that Wang Yi still looked unconvinced, Wu Manqi continued, if this person really was sent by Wu Guan to deal with you, why would I bother showing up to save you? I know you won't believe me just based on my words, but I'll give you a reasonable explanation. She glanced at the shadowy figure suspended in midair and introduced, this is Iman Morris, a low-ranking member of the international mercenary organization Eternal Night, and a mid-level mage. Ah, my lovely lady, Iman, trapped in the air, suddenly spoke, his tone a mix of flattery and defiance. I'm not just some ordinary low-ranking member. After completing just 2 more missions, they'll be promoted to mid-ear. Hearing this, Wu Manqi casually waved her hand. Several crystalline ice spikes materialized instantly and pierced into Iman's body. He let out a cry of pain before clenching his teeth tightly, not daring to say another word. After her warning, Wu Manqi resumed her explanation. Due to the highly advanced magic monitoring network in Huaxia, any magic of supernatural grade or above used in major cities is immediately detected. This has forced many high-level mercenary mages to cease their activities in Huaxia. Since they don't dare to act recklessly, they've had no choice but to leave. As a result, mid-level small fry like this guy have found opportunities. By carefully using rare-grade magic for their missions, they've managed to thrive. Wang Yi, a novice waterweed mage, remained silent as she looked at the mid-level small fry Iman, trapped in midair. Finally, Wu Manqi got to the point. The one who hired Iman Morris wasn't my second uncle, but someone under his command. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately raised her eyes, staring intently at Wu Manqi. Wu Manqi slowly revealed the truth. The person who hired Iman Morris appears to be one of my second uncle's subordinates, but in reality, they've secretly pledged allegiance to one of his rivals. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, isn't this straight out of a spy thriller? So this person hired Iman Morris to attack you, simply to exploit the conflict between you and Wu Guan, and use the opportunity to drag my second uncle into the mess, Wu Manqi explained succinctly. Wang Yi recalled what Su Jun had mentioned earlier, that Wu Guan's father was highly likely to become the head of Lanling City's education system next year. Clearly, some people wanted to create trouble for him and frame Wu Guan's father in the process. What is this? Collateral damage from a fire at the city gates. Wang Yi frowned deeply. But honestly, I doubt him significant enough to make a difference. Indeed, even if an ordinary student were attacked by a mage, it would be difficult to shake Wu Guan's father's position, even if someone suspected revenge. And even if the mole was willing to risk everything to fabricate evidence and claim they acted under Wu Guan's father's orders, it might still not pose a substantial threat. Your personal significance isn't enough, of course, Wu Manqi replied with a subtle smile, her gaze shifting behind Wang Yi. But that's not the point, is it? After all, you're a student in class 3, grade 10, right, teacher Bai? Wang Yi suddenly realized and turned around, spotting Bai Ye's figure. He let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit Anna Bai Yu had been hiding in the shadows all along, staying still at the critical moment, almost scaring him out of his wits. Then, a thought crossed his mind. If Bai Yu had been here all this time, there was no way he would have let him fall into danger. The only explanation was that Bai Yu had discovered Wu Manqi's presence and wanted to observe her intentions before taking action. Come out, Bai Yu said coldly, his gaze fixed on the darkness behind Wu Manqi. The sound of leather shoes tapping against the ground echoed as a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out from the shadows, raising his hands above his head to indicate he meant no harm. Teacher Bai, this is Uncle Li, one of my elders, Wu Manqi quickly explained. He's the one who saved Junior Wang Yi earlier. Wang Yi suddenly understood. He had been wondering how a healing mage could take down a mid-level mage in one movie. It turned out there was someone else behind the scenes. The reality within the alley was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Iman Morris believed there were only himself and Wang Yi, while Wang Yi thought there were 3 people, and Wu Manqi assumed there were 4. In truth, there were as many as 5 individuals hidden. Like a set of Russian nesting dolls, each person harbored their own calculations and schemes. Bai Yu quickly approached Wang Yi, her gaze shifting back and forth between Wu Manqi and Uncle Li before finally settling on Wu Manqi's face. Since you already knew about this attack targeting Wang Yi, why did you stand by and do nothing, leaving him in danger? Wu Manchi wore a composed smile. You've misunderstood, teacher Bai. My second uncle sent Uncle Li and me to provide support as soon as he got the news. Luckily, we made it in time. She glanced meaningfully at Wang Yi. But as it turns out, our junior here is not only exceptionally capable but also well prepared. Even if we hadn't arrived in time, I doubt he would have been in serious trouble. Isn't ask the teacher for help something even elementary school kids know to do? Wang Yi said with a bright grin. Bai Yu shot Wang Yi a sharp glare. When she initially received his message, she thought he might be pulling another prank on her. Given Wang Yi's personality, such mischief wouldn't have been surprising. Still, she decided to err on the side of caution and came in person. Now, seeing him guarded by two women, it seemed he hadn't been in much danger after all. You weren't late at all, Bai Yu said, fixing her eyes on Wu Manchi and cutting straight to the point. You were already here before that person made a move. Her words caused Uncle Li's pupils to contract slightly. As a mage on the verge of advancing to a higher rank, he was astonished that he had failed to notice the presence of this mid-level mage standing before him. The faculty of Lanling Magic High School was indeed not to be underestimated. However, as an executor, he chose to remain silent and let Wu Manchi take the lead. Wu Manchi was startled. She had assumed Bai Yu arrived last, but it seemed the latter had not only arrived earlier but might have witnessed the entire event. Fortunately, her intentions were genuinely to protect Wang Yi. The reason she hadn't immediately subdued Iman Morris was partly to let Wang Yi, who had repeatedly turned her down, experience a bit of hardship and partly because intervening at a critical moment would be more likely to earn gratitude. Teacher Bai, Wu Manchi explained earnestly, Uncle Li is only a mid-level mage, and I'm just a beginner in healing magic. My combat ability is probably even weaker than Junior Wang Yi's. If Uncle Li had revealed himself too soon, he might have been able to protect the junior, but he wouldn't necessarily have been able to stop Iman Morris from escaping. That's why we chose to remain hidden, using the junior as a distraction to create an opportunity for an ambush. Hearing this, Bai Yu's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile, but she refrained from offering any rebuttal. Confirming that Wu Manchi's intentions to protect Wang Yi were genuine, Bai Yu decided not to press the matter further. After briefly explaining the situation, Wu Manchi gestured toward Iman Morris, who was suspended midair by chains of ice. Ms. Bai, let me handle this person. A hint of warning flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Hand him over to the enforcement department and investigate thoroughly. Exactly. Wu Manchi nodded in agreement before turning to Iman Morris. Once you're in custody, confess everything you know. Attempted assault might get you 3 to 4 years at most, and then you'll be deported back to... Before she could finish, Iman Morris suddenly vanished into thin air. The 4 icy chains, now unsupported, clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Their severed ends were smooth as glass. Wu Manchi froze for a moment, then smiled at Wang Yi. Junior, how about letting me treat you to a meal? I sincerely want to resolve the conflict between you and Director Wu. This gesture of goodwill wasn't entirely necessary after all. She had saved Wang Yi's life. But Bai Yu's presence had significantly diminished the weight of that favor. At this moment, Wu Manchi silently felt fortunate for having Uncle Li intervene in time. Otherwise, not only might her plan have failed, but she could have ended up in even greater trouble herself. Thank you for the kind offer, senior, but there's no need, Wang Yi replied, now convinced that Wu Manchi genuinely intended to mediate. However, he still chose to decline. He understood that the Wu family wouldn't retaliate, but it wasn't because they had only just learned of the incident. They had likely allowed the situation to unfold, waiting for the right moment to act. They could repay him a favor, disrupt their opponent's plans, and perhaps even use him to inform Bai Yu, prompting the Bai family to launch a thorough investigation. A plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Wang Yi had no intention of being a pawn in their game. This time, how about this, senior? Wang Yi interrupted, holding up his cracked phone, which looked particularly striking under the glow of his illumination spell. My phone's broken. Let Director Wu replace it, and we'll call it even. From now on, let's coexist peacefully. You know where I live anyway, so just have it delivered to me. His words made it almost explicit that the Wu family had prior knowledge of the attack and had even been monitoring his movements. Wu Manchi fell silent for a moment, taken aback by how difficult Wang Yi was to deceive. She could only nod in agreement. All right, Ms. Bai Jr., since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave now. With that, Wu Manchi turned and walked away, followed closely by Uncle Li. The two brushed past Wang Yi and Bai Yu, their figures gradually fading into the darkness of the alleyway. Once Wu Manchi and her companion left, Wang Yi immediately switched to a playful grin and turned to Bai Yu. Boss, it's really kind of you to come all the way here so late. I truly appreciate it. How about I treat you to? He paused mid-sentence, patting his nearly empty wallet, and quickly changed his tone. How about Xiaohao treats you to a meal instead? Bai Yu rolled her eyes without hesitation. Cut it out. I'm not the one who saved you. If you're treating anyone, it should be Wu Manchi. That's different. Wang Yi waved his hands defensively. Wu Manqi had her own agenda for helping me. You're the one who came purely out of concern for my safety. Good that you understand. Bai Yu nodded slightly satisfied. Where do you live? I'll walk you there. Although Wang Yi doubted anyone would come after him again, he didn't refuse her offer. Just around the corner. The two walked out of the alley, and within minutes, they spotted the building of the Shangwu Training Center. You live here? Bai Yu asked, surprised. It's spacious and convenient for training, Wang Yi explained briefly. However, now that he no longer needed to worry about retaliation, he could consider moving back home. While living here was indeed comfortable, the rent was steep, and Qi Xiaohao's money didn't grow on trees. Don't worry. I'll get to the bottom of this, Bai Yu promised solemnly. Those who break the rules must face the consequences. After sincerely thanking Bai Yu, Wang Yi turned and entered the Shangwu Training Center. He knew that with Bai Yu's non-nonsense attitude and by Jing Tian supporting her, she would push law enforcement to investigate thoroughly and ensure the mastermind paid the price. A sharp Ladino wonder someone wanted him to be the knife bearer. Unfortunately for them, they lacked the strength to wield it and ended up cutting themselves. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed Wu Jia would get his way after all. He had briefly considered whether Wu Jia orchestrated everything himself to eliminate obstacles on his path to promotion. But after careful thought, he dismissed the idea. Wu Jia already held the upper hand. As long as he followed the plan, that position would be his next year. There was no need to take such risks. Such reckless schemes could easily backfire, and a smart man like Wu Jia wouldn't take that chance. In this entire affair, Wang Yi's duel with Wu Guan might have been the spark, but he was nothing more than a pawn swept along by the tide, with no say in how events unfolded. A pawn's thoughts didn't matter. What mattered was who moved it. Wu Manqi's timely intervention was also part of Wu Jia's strategy to control the situation and prevent it from escalating. Capturing Iman Morris on the spot allowed them to quickly trace the mastermind, leaving no time for the other side to react. Wu Jia had likely already prepared solid evidence to prove who was behind it all. If Wang Yi hadn't called Bai Yu in advance, he would have ended up as a pawn for nothing and still owed the Wu family a favor. Realizing all this, Wang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the depth of these people's schemes. Decisive, seasoned, thorough, and steady, such were the traits Wu Jia had left as his first impression. Honestly, Wang Yi had no desire to make an enemy of someone like that. While it was frustrating to be used as a pawn, he was keenly aware that, with his current abilities, he couldn't yet fully control his own destiny. As for the person who had set the trap, there was little chance of escape now, caught between Bai Yu and Wu Jia's combined efforts. Not long after returning to the third training room, a delivery Ayurveda brand new, high-end smartphone, the latest model on the market, resting quietly in its box. Wang Yi let out a scoff, and after some bargaining, he sold it to the delivery guy at a 30% discount. He hadn't ordered the phone because he truly needed it, but to send Wu Manqi a message. He was well aware of her surveillance and manipulation. Wu Jia, to his credit, had been straightforward, openly acknowledging it once Wang Yi called it out. How amusing. After handling her phone, Wang Yi closed the door and stepped into the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her body, her mind kept replaying the battle scenes from earlier. The duel with Iman Morris had given her a profound understanding of how ordinary mages fought. Although she had seized the initiative, her combat skills were indeed superior, and Iman Morris had clearly underestimated her. She still ended up losing miserably. Her opponent had used only 2 or 3 rare-grade spells, none of them even offensive magic, and yet she was utterly powerless to counter. He probably avoided using offensive spells to ensure he didn't accidentally kill me, Wang Yi thought to herself as she dried off and left the bathroom to continue her training. She analyzed the situation silently, realizing the gap in strength due to the difference in their ranks was far greater than she had imagined. Even so, she felt that if her mana reserves had been sufficient, she might have been able to hold her ground against the restrained Iman Morris. What shocked her even more was Li Shu, who stood behind Wu Manqi. Despite being a mid-level mage, a single ice chain from him completely neutralized Iman Morris. Is this the difference between professional and amateur mages? She pondered. Iman Morris probably never received formal magical education. The disparity in power when mages of the same rank cast the same spell, as well as the exponential increase in the effectiveness, control range, and impact of higher-grade magic, left Wang Yi in awe. The little pride she had felt from defeating Wu Guan earlier instantly vanished. I need to accelerate my progress, she resolved. She thought about how many freshmen at the magical high school could break through to mid-year beginner mage status before their second year. At that point, casting rare-grade spells would become much easier. Some exceptionally talented students could even approach the threshold of mid-level mages before graduation. Thanks to her passive ability, Mana Surge, she felt she wasn't far from advancing to mid-tier beginner mage status herself. At 8 a.m. the next morning, the 6 students participating in the Lingnan Sand Bridge training gathered punctually in the third training room of the Shangwu Training Hall. Jiang Yu naturally assumed the role of team leader. We'll be departing the day after tomorrow, he began. While the chances of encountering large-scale battles with magical beasts might be slim, we still need to be fully prepared. First, let's go over each team member's capabilities. Ill start. I'm an offensive mage, mid or beginner level, Zhang Yu said, listing the spells he had mastered. 4 common grade spells, I have Fireball, Thunderball, Thunder Spear, and Windblade. For rare grade spells, I've got Multi-Wind Blade, Chaotic Windstream, Multi-Fireball, Earth Fire Eruption, Bone-Eating Fire Serpent, Ice Chain, Ice Shield, and Thunder Blast. What? Qi Xiaohao exclaimed in shock. When did you reach mid-air? Why didn't I know? You're way too competitive. The others looked equally stunned. After just a month and a half since the semester started, Zhang Yu had already reached mid-air beginner mage status. What surprised Wang Yi even more was his extensive list of spells, 12 in total, half of which were rare-grade offensive spells. In contrast, Zhang Yu's magical output was astounding, making the attack methods of other beginner-level mages seem insignificant. After everyone digested the information about Zhang Yu, Wang Jiang proceeded to introduce himself. I am a melee attack mage, beginner level. I have mastered the basic grade Earth Shield spell, as well as rare grade spells like Explosive Sand Shield, Rock Spike, Sharpen, and Flame Burst. I also know a bit about hand-to-hand combat and weaponry, Wang Jiang said with a hint of confidence in his tone. Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. For rare grade spells with both offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with combat skills, this was almost unbelievable. Qi Xiaohao cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm an attack mage. At the basic level, I can cast Fireball, Thunderball, and Lightning Spear. In the rare grade category, I have Thunder Explosion, Rapid Lightning Spear, and Ground Fire Eruption. He paused and added, Fire and lightning are the essence of attack magic, so I specialize in these 2 elements. Hearing this, Wang Yi expressionlessly tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling. On the other hand, Hu Lily's response was more in line with the standard first-year mage. Sticking out her tongue, she said, I'm a beginner-level attack mage. I can only use Windblade and Lightball Cannon at the basic grade, and I have just 1 rare grade spell, Rapid Windblade. Even mastering 1 rare grade spell was considered exceptional among first-year students. Beginner-level healing mage, Wang Yi continued. I can use basic grade healing and Earth Shield spells, and rare grade healing Ray and Light Enclosure. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he realized that the powerful rare grade spell Wang Yi had used during their duel was Healing Ray. With this skill, the team's survivability would greatly increase. When all eyes turned to Chen Zhengkai, he appeared a bit flustered, his face slightly red as he softly said, Attack mage, beginner level. I can cast Fireball, Thunderball, Water Draw, and Water Ball Cannon at the basic grade, and Thunder Explosion at the rare grade. After the introductions were done, Qi Xiaohao counted on his fingers and exclaimed, No way, even if we combine all of our rare grade spells, we only have 3 or 4 more than Zhang Yu. That's insane. Exactly. Hu Lily chimed in. 8 rare grade spells? Not even third-year seniors are this powerful. Zhang Yu gave a gentle smile. You all consume fewer magic crystals, so it's natural for you to know fewer spells, of course, with some exceptions. He went on to explain. The main reason I've advanced to the mid-stage of beginner-level mage so quickly is because I've been heavily relying on magic crystals for cultivation. If you all used magic crystals to restore your mana as much as I do, you'd likely have advanced a bit as well. So you're a pay-to-win player. Qi Xiaohao let out a sigh of relief, but then grew puzzled. Wait a second, I've been using magic crystals to restore my mana too. Why am I still not at mid-stage? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. Perhaps there's a slight difference in innate talent. This remark infuriated Qi Xiaohao, who rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue. Who are you calling untalented? Want to spar and find out? Wang Yi quickly stepped in to stop him, whispering in his ear. Fighting someone at a higher stage puts you at a disadvantage. It's better to hold back for now. Reluctantly, Qi Xiaohao backed down. Brother Yu, Hu Lily asked, your output alone is almost greater than all of ours combined. Don't you feel like the team is holding you back? Zhang Yu's smile faded, and he replied solemnly, dealing with magical beasts isn't just about output. They're not stationary targets, and many of them act in groups. Moreover, my mana is limited and will eventually run out. The reason humanity forms armies and teams to enter the interdimensional passages is that teamwork exponentially increases everyone's chances of survival. He paused for a moment before adding a sobering remark. Besides, my current strength is nothing special. In Lingnan Sand Bridge, mid-air magical beasts are everywhere. Whether I'm in the early or mid-stage of beginner-level mage doesn't make much of a difference. The group fell into deep thought. Over the course of Saturday and Sunday, the 6-person team preparing to enter Lingnan Sand Bridge dedicated themselves fully to their preparations. The sounds of their magic practice and teamwork echoed throughout the Shangwu training hall, as each member worked diligently, hoping their efforts would prove valuable when the time came to face the real challenge. By Monday, the 6 empty seats in Class 3 of Year 1 stood out conspicuously in the classroom. Classmates occasionally glanced at the vacant spots, their expressions a mix of envy and apprehension. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and the others had already boarded the bus heading toward their destination. Besides the 6 of them, the bus carried 4 senior students, 2 boys and 2 girls. Wang Yi quickly scanned the unfamiliar faces and felt a sense of relief. Wang Jiang, however, exchanged a brief nod of acknowledgement with one of the burly male students. Accompanying them, in addition to Bai Yu, was a lean, middle-aged male teacher, presumably the senior student supervisor. The bus was unusually quiet. Even Qi Xiaohao, who was typically lively and restless, sat still in his seat. The excitement from the past few days had faded, and as they approached their destination, a palpable tension began to settle over everyone. The bus headed south, gradually leaving behind the bustling cityscape. Through the windows, Wang Yi noticed the buildings becoming increasingly sparse, with occasional glimpses of dilapidated, abandoned structures. After about 2 hours, the bus climbed a steep slope and came to a slow stop. "We're here." Bai Ye's voice broke the silence. As everyone stepped off the bus, they were met with the sight of a massive metal gate, backed by a towering black-gray wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. The 20-meter-high wall was covered in menacing metal electric grids, with warning signs hanging every few meters. "Military zone, no trespassing. High voltage, do not touch." Bai Yu approached the checkpoint, documents in hand, to speak with the station soldiers. Meanwhile, the others surveyed their surroundings cautiously. After a brief phone call from the soldier, the group unloaded their luggage as instructed, and the bus that brought them promptly turned around and left. Within 5 minutes, the heavy metal gate groaned as it began to open, creating a narrow passage. A convoy of jeeps emerged, with the lead vehicle coming to a stop. From it stepped a middle-aged man clad in dark yellow camouflage. He had a sturdy build, weathered, sun-darkened skin, and a classic square-shaped face. "Mr. Bai," the man greeted warmly, extending his hand as he approached. "Commander Zhang," Bai Yu replied with a nod before introducing the others. "This is Commander Zhang Jin of the Candlelight Army, and this is Mr. Shen Yuan, a teacher from our school." The lean teacher, Shen Yuan, standing beside Bai Yu, politely extended his hand. "Captain Zhang, thank you to your troops. We've caused you quite a bit of trouble on this trip." "You're too kind, Teacher Shen." Zhang Jin shook his hand warmly, his gaze kind. After introducing Shen Yuan, Bai Yu stepped aside and gestured to the 10 students behind him. "These are the students participating in the expedition to the Shikio area of Lingnan." "Good day, Captain Zhang." The students straightened their postures and greeted him in unison. Zhang Jin's eyes swept over the eager, energetic faces of the students, pausing slightly longer on Wang Jiang, who was holding a Tunterlong halberd. "What a fine group of young people," he said with a smile, then asked, "Which one of you is the son of Wang Bing, the leader of the pioneer army?" "That would be me," Wang Jiang responded, standing tall and speaking clearly. "Like father, like son," Zhang Jin said approvingly with a nod. Once the soldiers completed their inspection of the luggage, Zhang Jin waved his hand. "Board the vehicles." The 10 students, including Wang Yi, carried their inspected luggage and orderly boarded several jeeps at the back. Bai Yu and Shen Yuan got into Zhang Jin's vehicle directly. The convoy turned around and drove deeper into the military district. "Teacher Bai, your arrangements have really given me a headache," Zhang Jin said with a wry smile inside the car. The problem was that only 10 spots had been approved for the Shikio area of Lingnan, and Bai Yu had given all of them to the students. This meant that he and Shen Yuan technically couldn't enter. However, it was impossible for the school to send the students to train there without teacher supervision. Even though Zhang Jin had arranged for a small team to provide covert protection, the school insisted on having someone accompany the students. "Captain Zhang, although the Shikio area of Lingnan isn't an open interdimensional passage, both Teacher Shen and I have the proper authorization to apply for entry. Everything is in accordance with the regulations," Bai Yu explained with a smile. Since they couldn't use the students' quotas, they had opted to apply independently. "That's true, strictly speaking," Zhang Jin nodded. "But the exploration level of the Shikio area hasn't even reached grade yet. Its danger level remains at grade, so such applications can still be rejected." Bai Yu remained silent. Zhang Jin was clearly in a difficult position. Allowing a few students to enter was manageable given their limited abilities. They could be protected and confined to the outskirts, perhaps hunting a few stray magical beasts for practice. However, both Bai Yu and Shen Yuan were highly skilled mid-level mages. If their independent applications were approved, it would mean they could freely explore the deeper regions, which posed a risk far greater than what the students might face. Although Zhang Jin trusted the abilities of these two, the Shikio area of Lingnan was still classified as a grade danger zone. While most regions had been explored, and it might be downgraded to a grade or even F grade in the next 2 to 3 years, until the official downgrade, it had to be treated as grade. "Rest assured, Captain Zhang," Shen Yuan, sensing Zhang Jin's concerns, proactively reassured him. "Both Bai Yu and I are doing this solely to secure more spots for the students." Once inside, Well, remain near the students to provide protection and won't wander off. Exactly. And when the students come out, well, make sure to leave with them, Bai added. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment before finally agreeing to their applications. Zhang Jin eventually approved Bai Yu and Shan Yuan's application. Considering that the students had already been granted access, it wouldn't be appropriate to exclude the two teachers. Moreover, since Lingnan Sand Bridge, as an interdimensional passage, was relatively calm, two mid-level mages were unlikely to cause any disturbances there. Besides, their primary responsibility was to ensure the students' safety. The military jeep came to a halt after driving slowly for about 10 minutes. Due to the high security level of the military zone, the windows and driver's cabin were tightly covered with heavy curtains, leaving Wang Yi and the others completely unable to see the outside. Only after Bai Yu signaled them did the group step out one by one. What greeted them was a grand hall with a high ceiling lit by numerous bright, incandescent lights. Turning around, Wang Yi saw several heavy metal doors slowly closing. The hall had a multi-layered structure, with open platforms on the second to fourth levels, fortified with defensive installations. Behind each cover stood powerful heavy weaponry. Beyond these fortifications, armed soldiers stood on high alert, their watchful eyes fixed on a fully metal-encased room at the center of the hall. Wang Yi took a deep breath, and a dense, magical energy surged towards him. Although it wasn't as intense as when he absorbed the Flame Cloud Cheelant's magic crystal, the rate of magic recovery here was far beyond that of the outside world. Come on, little ones. Let me show you the entrance to Lingnan Sand Bridge, the Star Vortex, Zhang Jin said with a smile, leading the group toward the metal-encased room. Pushing open the metal door revealed a transparent glass chamber. On either side were multiple disinfection and isolation rooms, and at the far end floated a star vortex about 4 meters in diameter. It was composed of countless white star-like lights, emitting a soft glow as it rotated slowly in a clockwise direction. So this is the entrance to the interdimensional passage? It's so beautiful. The students couldn't help but whisper in awe. No wonder it's called the Star Vortex. The name fits perfectly. The magical energy here is so dense. Does it lead directly to Lingnan Sand Bridge? Zhang Jin completed a triple-layer verification process of fingerprint, iris scan, and password at the entrance of the glass chamber, after which the glass door opened. Seeing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, he explained, "Passing through here will take you to Lingnan Sand Bridge, but there are still some formalities to complete first." He gestured to his subordinates, and a soldier immediately retrieved a stack of documents from his backpack, distributing them to everyone, including Bai Yu and Shen Yuan. This is the D-Class Interdimensional Passage Lingnan Sand Bridge entry and exit agreement. Please review it and sign on the back. Wang Yi carefully read through the document, which was concise and to the point. Aside from requiring confidentiality about the internal conditions of Lingnan Sand Bridge, the most significant clause stated that all magic crystals obtained within Lingnan Sand Bridge must be submitted to the Candlelight Army, and private possession was strictly prohibited. This was hardly surprising. As a strategic stronghold, the interdimensional passage was naturally under the complete control of the authorities. From stationing troops and exploration to management, every step was closely monitored by the Zhuguang army. Mana crystals, being a critical resource, were strictly regulated. Even the soldiers stationed there were required to hand over any mana crystals they obtained. Of course, the military compensated them in cash at a rate slightly below the market price. Wang Yi and his companions had no objections to the agreement and signed it without hesitation. For these students, whose primary goal was to gain experience, obtaining mana crystals was not their top priority. Besides, given their current capabilities, it was uncertain whether they would be hunting magical beasts or becoming prey themselves. Bai Yu and Shan Yuan also signed their names on the agreement. After completing the final review, Zhang Ji nodded and said, "Welcome to Lingnan Sand Bridge." With that, he stepped into the starlit passage ahead of them. Seeing this, Bai Yu immediately organized the students into a line, encouraging them to savor the experience of crossing over. Zhang Yu led the way, followed closely by Wang Jiang, with Wang Yi in third. When it was Wang Yi's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. The sensation of crossing was unique. It felt as though he was weightless, floating in an infinite expanse, with nothing but a dazzling white light before his eyes. The journey seemed both endless and instantaneous. When Wang Yi finally felt solid ground beneath his feet again, he found himself standing in another hall. Looking around, he almost doubted whether the experience of crossing the starlit passage had been real. The layout and decor of this hall were strikingly similar to the Lingnan Military District Hall, except it lacked the glasshouse and isolation chambers, and the air here was noticeably richer in magical energy. As he stood there in a daze, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind, nearly knocking him over. "What are you zoning out for, Edge?" It was Qi Xiaohao's voice. Wang Yi pulled him aside a few steps to make room for the others still coming through. Once everyone had crossed the starlit passage, Zhang Jin had already completed the handover with the local soldiers on duty. "Let's go," Zhang Jin called out. "I'll give you a tour of the Nansha base, so you can get familiar with the basics, then send you out." As they walked, Zhang Jin provided a detailed introduction to the base. The entire Nansha base was divided into four main areas: accommodation, dining, recreation, and armory. It had taken 5 arduous years of construction to reach its current scale. Due to the limited entryway of the Starlit Passage, large equipment could not be transported, so the entire base had been built brick by the engineering corps. There was no wireless signal within the base. Human communication technology failed to function here, leaving residents reliant on the wired telephones that were visible on the walls throughout the base. Even so, the telephone lines were frequently damaged by magical beasts, whether they were elevated or buried deep underground. The beasts seemed particularly sensitive to human communication devices, making communication a persistent challenge. Although technicians had once developed mana-powered communication devices, the excessive magical energy within the interdimensional passage, combined with the intense interference caused by high-level magic, ultimately rendered these devices unusable. Zhang Jin led a small group through the main road of the Nansha base, giving a brief overview of the base's overall layout. They then walked down a long corridor and arrived at a simply decorated dining hall. During the meal, Wang Yi noticed that, unlike the heavy iron doors typical of the Lingnan military district, the protective facilities at Nansha base appeared relatively lightweight. The dining hall was filled with the enticing aroma of food, with a well-balanced selection of dishes. What was most surprising was the availability of various magical beast meats. Zhang Jin explained that these meats had properties that could enhance physical strength. After arranging temporary accommodations, Zhang Jin gave a specific reminder. For the next 5 days, this base will be your sanctuary. But make sure to memorize the routes so you don't get lost here. With that, he lightened the mood by jokingly asking the students what their first impressions of the base were. Super cool. Simple, secure, and efficient. The environment is way better than I imagined. Hearing these enthusiastic responses, Zhang Jin laughed heartily. Of course, our soldiers here explore spatial anomalies, fend off magical beasts, gather intelligence, and hunt for magic crystals, so logistics must keep up. In the past, when the nation was struggling, our warriors defended the land with nothing but sheer determination. Now that conditions have improved, we make sure they can fight with peace of mind. As the head of the Lingnan military district and Nansha base, Zhang Jin took special care of his personnel. His decision to approve by yes training request this time was well thought out. First, the Nansha Bridge area had been mostly explored, and the risks were manageable. Second, it was an opportunity to scout potential recruits for the Candlelight Army. In recent years, the number of mages volunteering for military service had declined, especially after the devastating battle at Liyuan. That battle not only led to the loss of the Tianfu army, but also left the military struggling to replenish its ranks for several years. In the modern world, ordinary soldiers could rely on heavy weaponry to fight low to mid-level magical beasts. However, in the interdimensional passageways, where modern firearms were ineffective, only mages could stand against the beasts. The fact that these students were willing to undergo such training at least demonstrated their courage to fight in the passageways. Currently, there were only 2 options for entering the interdimensional passages: enlist in the military or form an elite mage squad to collaborate with the government. Regardless of which path these students ultimately chose, their time with the Candlelight Army would forge a bond that could one day save a comrade's life on the battlefield. The final stop on the tour was the armory. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a dazzling array of military equipment. Individual combat suits, multifunctional military shovels, riot shields, arm shields, combat knives, short blades, long swords, spears, and even several all-terrain vehicles neatly parked inside. Wang Yi glanced around, his eyes catching the cold gleam of various melee weapons. What surprised him was the almost complete absence of firearms here, a stark contrast to the Lingnan military district where guns and heavy weaponry could be seen everywhere. This confirmed what the reports had mentioned. In the interdimensional passage, the effectiveness of human firearms was significantly reduced. When it came to dealing with magical beasts, magic was the primary reliance. Only when these beasts entered the real world would they experience the full force of human firepower. Pick something, Zhang Jin said, gesturing to the array of weapons displayed on the wall. But remember, you'll need to return them when you leave. These weapons aren't suitable for use outside. Ever since this group of young people had stepped into the Lingnan Sand Bridge, he had adjusted his attitude toward them. This was no sightseeing tour. Anyone who chose to come here had undoubtedly steeled themselves for the possibility of bloodshed. Hearing this, the group grew visibly excited. These military-grade, restricted weapons were not only hard to come by in the outside world, but even if acquired through special channels, their quality would pale in comparison to what was in front of them. Wang Yi carefully made his selections, ultimately choosing a military-grade dagger that could be strapped to his calf, a tri-ged military short blade, and a lightweight alloy round shield. Considering portability and his own abilities, he decided to forego longer weapons for now. The other students made similar choices, and even Wang Jiang eventually settled on a military dagger. They were already clad in top-tier individual combat uniforms, purchased in bulk by Qi Xiaohao. This desert camouflage-style gear, while not uncommon in the outside world, was of the highest grade in terms of appearance, protection, and comfort, perfectly suited for the environment of Lingnan Sand Bridge. Once the equipment was chosen, Zhang Jin led the group out of the Nansha base. After a stretch of uphill pathway and a gentle downhill slope, they finally stopped in front of a massive iron gate. As the hinges creaked, the gate slowly swung open, and a dazzling golden light poured in. Once their eyes adjusted, an endless sea of sand unfolded before them. The fine grains of sand rippled like waves under the wind, and though there was no sun in the sky, an intense white light so bright it brought tears to their eyes illuminated the landscape. The scene was far more awe-inspiring than any training video or photograph had ever conveyed. Before their departure, Zhang Jin arranged for the final pieces of equipment to be distributed. 2 pairs of fully enclosed sunglasses for each person, 2 signal guns and 10 signal flares per team, and 2 meticulously detailed maps. "May the light guide your path," Zhang Jin said with a smile. "Return safely." The soldiers present, including those who had accompanied them and those stationed at the passage entrance, all stood at attention and saluted this group of young people. Anyone, whether soldier or civilian, who chose to step into the interdimensional passage deserved this respect. The students returned the salute, some with precision, others a bit clumsily, before resolutely turning and stepping out of the metallic passage, disappearing into the boundless sea of sand. The young novice mages, filled with apprehension, excitement, determination, and dreams, resolutely stepped into the vast, unknown desert. Zhang Jin stood still, watching their youthful figures gradually disappear amidst the distant sand dunes. After a moment, he turned to Bai Yu and Shun Yuan, who remained behind. "Aren't you two going to follow them, Teacher Bai and Teacher Shin?" Bai Yu shook her head gently, her tone relaxed. "No rush. The area is safe for now. It's better to let them adapt to the environment first. If we follow too closely, it might make them overly reliant on us and lose their sense of caution. That wouldn't be beneficial for their growth." Zhang Jin gazed at the students, who had already split into 2 groups heading in different directions, and frowned slightly. The 4 senior students Asadeth already reached the advanced stage of junior mages, but the 6 freshmen, who have only been junior mages for 2 or 3 months, are being sent to face the beasts in the Lingnan Sand Bridge. Isn't that too dangerous? The Nansha base, as the military's forward outpost into the interdimensional passage, had always been heavily fortified. Any wandering beasts in the vicinity were promptly eliminated. Yet, even with such precautions, this place remained perilous for junior mages. While intermediate mages are allowed here, and advanced junior mage soldiers are the backbone of the base, Zhang Jin continued, those soldiers are far superior to these students. They are more skilled with magic, have greater mana reserves, know more rare spells, adapt to the environment faster, work as a team more effectively, and remain calmer when facing beasts. All these small advantages add up to create a significant gap in strength. Bai Yu looked at the students in the distance, her voice firm. Magic and ranks can be improved, but the mindset of a true warrior is the most critical factor. Zhang Jin made no comment on this, instead turning to the orderly behind him and issuing a command. "Notify the nearby guard teams to monitor beast activity. Have the MOU team and Huangya team ready to provide reinforcements." The orderly immediately acknowledged the order. Zhang Jin's tone suddenly turned steely. "Of course, unless absolutely necessary, do not intervene. Just ensure there are no fatalities." This statement was made in the presence of Bai Yu and Shun Yuan, but neither expressed any objections. Although Bai Yu had promised Bai Jingtian to ensure the students' safety in the perilous interdimensional passage, it was nearly impossible to respond to every danger in time without staying by their side constantly. Doing so would defeat the purpose of this training. Before long, Zhang Jin departed. As the commander of the Lingnan military district, he had a myriad of responsibilities to handle daily. Taking half a day to organize the students' training already demonstrated his regard for Lanling Magic High School. The time seemed right. Bai Yu and Shen Yuan exchanged a glance before stepping into the vast sea of sand. Bai Yu's figure vanished almost instantly into the shifting golden dunes, while Shen Yuan unfurled a pair of green wind wings and soared straight into the sky. The 2 instructors split up to track down their respective teams. Behind them, the metallic gates of the Nansha base closed with a heavy clang. As the sand outside naturally slid down, the entire base seamlessly disappeared into the endless expanse of dunes. Out on the Gobi Desert, eerie wolf howls echoed one after another. 7 massive green wind wolves were working together in a coordinated hunt. These magical beasts stood about 1.2 meters tall at the shoulder and stretched more than 2 meters in length, their sleek fur gleaming in the sunlight. Their prey was a herd of over 30 black-hoofed yak-giant creatures the size of tanks, clad in coarse, yellowish-brown fur. Their hooves were covered in dense black hair, and their heads were crowned with enormous, dark yellow curved horns. At the border between the Gobi Desert and the dunes, Wang Yi and his group had buried themselves in the scorching sand, leaving only their heads exposed. They were camouflaged with desert gilly-like coverings, peering through gaps in the fabric to observe the magical beast's hunt. Low-level magical beasts wind wolves, Jiang Yu said as he counted. 7 adult wolves out hunting. Based on this number, the entire pack should be close to 20, making it a medium-sized group. There's bound to be an alpha. He quickly spotted the alpha at the rear of the pack through his binoculars, a noticeably larger wolf, standing about 1.5 meters tall, a mid-level magical beast. Their target is that herd of black-hoofed yaks, Jiang Yu continued. All of them are low-level magical beasts. The adults are mostly in the late stages of the low level, while a few calves are likely still in the early stages. What have these beasts been eating? Steroids? How are they so huge? Qi Xiaohao muttered, unable to hold back. We've been walking half the day without spotting a single one, and now there are 2 groups at once, both in such large numbers. There's no way we can take them, right? Take them? With what? Our lives. Wang Jiang gripped the long halberd beneath him and sarcastically retorted. 6 low-level mage rookies charging in together would just become appetizers for the wind wolves. We'd be lucky to save even a couple of black-hoofed yaks. Qi Xiaohao pouted. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew Wang Jiang was right. He could only grumble. Why do we keep running into pack beasts? Can't we come across a lone one to practice on? Trust me, you don't want to encounter a lone magical beast, Jiang Yu said calmly. Lone beasts are usually the top predators in their territory, and their strength is far from weak. If we're unlucky enough to meet one, we might all get wiped out. No rush. We've just gotten here. There'll be plenty of opportunities to fight magical beasts. For now, it's better to play it safe. As they spoke, the Wind Wolf pack began their assault on the black-hoofed yaks. The group, hidden among the dunes, immediately focused their attention on the unfolding hunt. The herd of black-hoofed yaks quickly formed a defensive formation, with over 30 adult yaks tightly encircling 7 or 8 calves in the center. In an instant, their bodies were covered with a thick layer of rock armor, resembling a heavily armored tank battalion charging across the barren desert. The thunderous pounding of their hooves shook the ground, and even from a distance, the tremors could be distinctly felt by a few onlookers. The wind-eroded rock pillars along their path stood no chance against the force of their charge. The sturdy pillars crumbled instantly upon impact, and the fragments were soon ground into fine dust under the relentless stampede of the herd. The sheer momentum and unstoppable force of these yaks exuded an overwhelming aura of destruction and invincibility. Meanwhile, the 7 wind wolves adopted a tactical approach. Apart from the leading alpha wolf, the remaining 6 divided into 3 groups, weaving and darting around the herd, occasionally launching sharp wind blade attacks. However, these magical assaults only left shallow marks on the yak's rocky armor, failing to penetrate their defenses. Jiang Yu, the most knowledgeable among the group of 6, explained to his companions. This is a rare grade spell called Black Rock Heavy Armor, a signature ability of the black-hoofed yaks. Spells of the same tier can't break through its defense, and it can even withstand some divine-grade magic. The only downside is its immense weight. Ordinary mages wearing this armor would find their movements severely hindered. Only magical beasts like the black-hoofed yaks, with their innate, extraordinary strength, can wield it effortlessly. However, once mages advance to the mid-tier and enhance their physical attributes, it should become much easier to use. Although the wind wolves had the advantage of speed, they didn't dare approach recklessly when faced with these heavily armored yaks. They knew full well that their smaller bodies would be sent flying like broken kites if struck, likely resulting in shattered bones and torn muscles on the spot. The seemingly futile harassment by the wind wolves, however, had a purpose: to force the yak herd to keep running at full speed, draining their stamina. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the herd's formation began to falter. Due to individual differences, slower yaks started lagging behind, especially the last one, which had completely fallen out of formation. Whether due to old age, injury, or exhaustion, it was now entirely separated from the main herd. Yet, the other yaks couldn't afford to stop and wait, as maintaining the black rock heavy armor continuously consumed their magical energy. Once its magic was depleted, the black-hoofed yak completely lost its speed advantage and stood no chance against the agile wind wolves. Atop the rocky peak, the silent wolf king finally raised its head and let out a commanding howl. 3 groups of wind wolves immediately adjusted their strategy, abandoning their harassment of the yak herd and shifting their focus to the unfortunate straggler at the rear. Countless ordinary-grade wind blades rained down like a storm, accompanied by fierce whirlwinds that ravaged the area around the isolated yak. Amid the flying dust and debris, the yak's figure was gradually swallowed by the thick haze. With its vision obstructed and the wolves skillfully steering its movements, the black-hoofed yak veered off its original path and ultimately crashed heavily into an enormous boulder. With a thunderous crash, the yak's massive body sank deep into the rock, cracks spreading like a spiderweb as fragments of stone flew everywhere. At the moment the yak was forced to a halt, the Wolf King, which had been observing for so long, finally made its move. Its body was instantly enveloped by a fierce gale as it leapt off the rocky peak with powerful limbs. In the howling gusts, the Wolf King transformed into a thick streak of azure lightning, striking directly at the immobilized black-hoofed yak. This was the divine-grade magic known as Howling Wind, capable of both offense and defense while also offering mobility. Zhang Yu watched with blood racing, silently vowing to master this spell once he advanced to a mid-level mage. The Wolf King, wrapped in a whirlwind, collided with the yak just as it struggled free from the rock. Even with its massive body clad in heavy black stone armor, the yak wavered under the impact of the howling wind. Worse still, the sturdy black armor was visibly eroded by the relentless wind. Its sharp edges dulled, its thickness reduced, until it finally shattered under a few especially sharp wind blades, disintegrating into black gravel scattered across the ground. Exposed without its protective armor, the yak's vulnerable body was immediately swarmed by the wind wolves, who tore into its vital areas. Blood spurted forth, staining the wolves' fangs and the rocky ground beneath them a vivid red. The excruciating pain drove the yak into a frenzy, its massive horns sweeping wildly and carving deep grooves into the rock walls, yet it could never touch the nimble predators. Under the relentless assault, the once mighty yak let out a sorrowful cry, staggered a few steps, and collapsed heavily to the ground, its breaths now faint and labored. The Wolf King approached the fallen prey with an air of grace, as 6 wind wolves respectfully stepped aside. It began feasting on the most tender parts, the belly and internal organs. Only after the Wolf King had finished did the other wind wolves start devouring the remaining portions. With occasional growls of warning, the yak's massive body was quickly reduced by a third. The Wolf King let out a long, triumphant howl, answered by distant calls. Soon, several female wolves arrived with their cubs. Once the strong wind wolves had eaten their fill, the females and cubs began to partake in the feast, which, though consisting of leftovers, was still a rich and satisfying meal. The metallic scent of blood drifted far with the wind. Even from their hiding spot behind the distant sand dunes, the 6 individuals could clearly catch the unsettling smell. Hu Lily's delicate face had lost all color, while Chen Zhengkai remained silent as ever. In contrast, Jiang Yu appeared intrigued, while Wang Jiang observed the distant scene with an impassive expression. Qi Xiaohao occasionally clicked his tongue in amazement, and Wang Yi focused intently on the unfolding display of nature's survival laws. Aside from their massive size and ability to use magic, these magical beasts are no different from ordinary wild animals, Wang Yi mused to himself. Thankfully, they haven't developed intelligence or formed a civilization. Otherwise, during the first contact between our worlds, humanity might not have held the upper hand, even with advanced firearms. Sure, we have nuclear weapons as our trump card, Zhang Yu interjected, but that would only lead to mutual destruction. And when it comes to those unpredictable and cunning sacred beasts, nukes are far too unwieldy. After the pack of wolves finished devouring the black-hoofed yak, they departed, seemingly satisfied. High above, several golden raptors had been circling for some time. Only after confirming the wolves had left did they dare to descend and peck at the remains. When the wolves were completely out of sight, the 6 curious observers could no longer contain themselves. Zhang Yu studied the surroundings for a moment longer to ensure the wolves wouldn't return, then said, "Those are low-tier magical beasts, golden feather falcons. They typically don't attack larger creatures. Although they possess the basic grade golden feather spike magic, their threat level is low. We can go take a closer look." The group packed away their camouflage gear and equipment, cautiously moving toward the scene of the carnage. As they approached, the massive black-hoofed yak's corpse had been reduced to just an intact head, scattered patches of hide, and bones bearing countless bite marks. The golden feather falcons were meticulously picking at the remaining scraps of flesh with their sharp beaks. Shriek! The falcons, noticing the approaching humans, let out a chorus of cries. They spread their wings, and their golden feathers glimmered with a dangerous light. "Watch out for their golden feather spikes," Zhang Yu immediately warned. "Don't underestimate those feathers and talents. They can easily strip flesh from bone." Wang Yi quickly cast an earth shield spell, protecting Qi Xiaohao, Hu Lili, and Chen Zhengkai behind him. Wang Jiang took the lead with his spear, while Zhang Yu guarded the rear. The group advanced cautiously. However, the falcons, either already satiated or sensing danger, simply flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Zhang Yu attempted to strike with a few wind blades, but the agile birds effortlessly evaded and soon disappeared into the horizon. "What a pity," Qi Xiaohao sighed as he watched the falcons vanish. "We finally encounter magical beasts, and not a single one dares to fight us." "Enough, stay alert," Zhang Yu said briskly as he stepped forward. Drawing a military knife strapped to his calf, he approached the black-hoofed yak's carcass. Staring at the blackened eye socket of the black-hoof yak, which had already been pecked by a golden-feathered falcon, Zhang Yu suppressed the nausea bubbling in his stomach and carefully bent down. He first used his fingers to meticulously feel along the skull, determining the precise location of the sutures. Then, he drew out a sharp dagger and skillfully cut along the sutures, slicing through flesh with precision, before forcefully driving the blade into the skull joint. With a crisp crack, a portion of the skull cap was pried open, revealing the redandant white brain matter to everyone present. Jiang Yu controlled the dagger, gently probing inside with a couple of deliberate movements until he quickly found his target, a small, earthy yellow orb. He carefully extracted it, letting it drop onto the dirt and stones at his feet, where it bounced twice before coming to a stop. Chun Zhengkai, water. Jiang Yu turned and gave a short directive. Chun Zhengkai hesitated for a moment before realizing what was needed. He immediately cast a water-drawing spell, sending a clear stream of water in a perfect arc to clean the orb. Jiang Yu casually extended his military dagger forward, allowing the water to rinse it clean as well. A magic crystal from a low-tier magical beast, the black hoof yak, Jiang Yu announced, holding up the now cleaned crystal between his fingers for everyone to see. Not bad for a start. Qi Shaohai, however, seemed unimpressed, curling his lips in disdain. To him, low-tier crystals held little value, and this one, in particular, was merely a lucky find. Clearly, his goals for this expedition went far beyond such meager gains. Let me take a look. Wang Yi spoke up, his curiosity evident. As someone who had never encountered a black hoof yak magic crystal, even in specialized shops, this was a rare opportunity for him. Jiang Yu tossed the crystal to him without hesitation. Keep it safe. It's team property. Catching the crystal, Wang Yi immediately noticed the detailed attributes that appeared. Endurance common passive. Enhances stamina, can be absorbed. Overwhelming strength common passive. Increases strength, can be absorbed. Blackrock heavy armor rare. Summons a full body heavy armor, can be absorbed. This revelation helped Wang Yi understand why the black hoof yak could remain so agile despite being encased in its blackrock heavy armor. Beyond its racial traits, the passive magic of overwhelming strength clearly played a crucial role. It was no wonder the blackrock heavy armor was said to have significant drawbacks for humans. Its complementary passive magic was something humans simply couldn't master. Observing Wang Yi as he repeatedly turned the crystal in his hands, Jiang Yu could guess his thoughts. What's the matter? Interested in the blackrock heavy armor, he asked knowingly. Wang Yi nodded openly, not hiding his admiration for the magic. This low-tier black hoof yak magic crystal is indeed rare to find outside, Jiang Yu explained. The magic crystals sold in external specialty shops mostly come from more common magical beasts and are sourced from semi-open interdimensional passages. Since the Lingnan Sand Bridge passage hasn't opened yet, the crystals here are prioritized for military use and rarely make their way to external shops. He then posed a thought-provoking question. Do you know why the qualification to train in interdimensional passages is considered so valuable? Is it simply because you have the chance to fight magical beasts to the death? By common logic, that's more of a danger than a benefit. Magic crystals. You can absorb magic crystals here. Wang Yi quickly grasped the key point. Exactly, Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. In external magic crystal shops, these crystals often cost thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. But here, as long as you have the ability to obtain them, they're everywhere in the interdimensional passages. Not to mention, many unique magic crystals simply aren't available for sale in the outside world. When leaving Lingnan Sandbridge, all magic crystals must be turned in and converted into monetary value. Taking them out directly is not allowed. However, within the region, there are no restrictions on absorbing magic crystals. Jiang Yu had no objection to Wang Yi wanting to absorb the magic crystal of the black-hoofed yak. The black rock heavy armor was indeed a powerful and rare magical ability. But as the team leader, Jiang Yu had to uphold the principle of fairness. This low-grade magic crystal, obtained by chance, was considered shared team property. Even if the other members didn't object, he couldn't let personal interests compromise the rules. Wang Yi seemed to understand this as well, and silently placed the magic crystal into his backpack. Jiang Yu glanced at his watch. It was already past 6 p.m. Unlike regular interdimensional passages, Lingnan Sandbridge had no alternation of day and night. The sky always remained the same. It had been 6 hours since they set out from the Nansha base, and they had finally left the base's safety zone, starting to encounter traces of magical beasts. Let's take a break and eat something first, then discuss where to camp for the night, Jiang Yu suggested, even though nighttime here wouldn't bring darkness. Everyone nodded in agreement. They chose a higher rock formation. Wang Yi's hands glowed with a golden light as he plunged them into the rock wall, swiftly climbing to the top. He caught the makeshift rope ladder thrown up from below and secured it in place. The others then climbed up one by one using the ladder. From this vantage point, they had a clear view and were less likely to be detected by ground-dwelling magical beasts. An ideal spot to rest. Sitting cross-legged, they began distributing supplies. Their backpacks contained purified water, chocolate bars, compressed biscuits, and other high-energy foods, as well as some canned meat and fruit. While not exactly gourmet, the food was easy to carry and preserve. A few team members skilled in fire magic heated the food effortlessly. They ate while staying alert and scanning their surroundings. Having just witnessed the bloody scene of the hunt, Lily seemed to have lost her appetite. She stopped after eating just one piece of compressed biscuit and asked aimlessly, "Where are we heading after dinner?" Zhang Yu, eating a can of meat, studied the map carefully. "We'll keep going deeper and see if we can find suitable magical beasts to target." The map not only marked the terrain but also roughly indicated the activity ranges of various magical beast groups. However, these creatures were highly mobile, and the markings were not necessarily accurate. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow circled twice high above before heading deeper into the desert. After flying for about 2 or 3 minutes, the shadow descended and landed beside a campfire. Scattered around the area were the bodies of numerous mid-tier magical beasts, their heads shattered and their magic crystals long removed. The green wings behind him dissipated as Huangya adjusted his slightly disheveled candlelight army uniform, blown by the wind at the Nansha base. The tall, handsome young major stood amidst the devastation, his brows furrowed. As the captain of the elite Huangya squad, one of the top teams at the Nansha base, this mid-tier mage in his 20s spoke in a stern tone. "How many times do I have to say this? Don't rest near the corpses of magical beasts. Who knows what the strong stench of blood might attract? Boss, it's just the outskirts. No need to be so cautious," said Vice Captain Zhujianxiu, lounging lazily by the campfire. Supporting his cheek with one hand, his delicate features carried an air of nonchalance. "Even if it were the inner zone, there's really no need to be this cautious." Ding Lan chimed in while expertly flipping roasted meat with her dagger. The female soldier, with her healthy sun-kissed skin, tore off a piece of reddish meat, blew on it gently to cool it down, and popped it into her mouth. The last member of the team, Tan Lang, was curled up near the magical beast's corpse, silently gazing at the campfire. The boy, who appeared so small and frail that he was even shorter than Ding Lan, seemed particularly vulnerable in this moment. Yet, all 4 of them, including Huangya, were exceptionally powerful mid-tier mages. What's more, the other 3 besides the captain were already on the cusp of reaching height tier. With such a lineup, they could dominate nearly anywhere in Lingnan's Nansha Bridge. Huangya ignored the relaxed attitudes of his team members and gave a concise order. "Tan Lang, clean up the site." Tan Lang slowly raised his head, and specks of green light appeared out of thin air, drifting like fireflies toward the surrounding magical beast corpses. Hey, wait a second, kid. I'm not done eating yet." Ding Lan's urgent protest was too late. With a soft puff, like sparks igniting oil, a ghostly green flame instantly engulfed all the magical beast corpses. In the eerie, heatless glow, the bloodstains and remains on the ground were reduced to black ash in mere moments. This was the extraordinary great attack, Magic Firefly. Ding Lan grumpily stuffed the remaining roasted meat from the dagger into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. As she chewed vigorously, she mumbled, "Boss, weren't you watching those kids? Why are you back?" Huangya gracefully sat cross-legged by the campfire, her back straight, forming a sharp contrast to Zhujianxiu, who was sprawled lazily nearby. "They're resting now," Huangya replied calmly. "There are no dangerous magical beasts nearby, and their teacher is with them, so I decided to return for a while." Ding Lan swallowed her last bite and flopped backward, sprawling out on the hard mountain rock. "Lucky little brats," she muttered with a hint of envy. "When I started out, where was this kind of treatment? Just joined and already hunting in the inter-realm passage, with babysitters tagging along." Zhujianxiu yawned loudly and clicked her tongue in disapproval. "Well, that's what happens when you don't get a good teacher." Their homeroom teacher personally asked Zhang Tuan for the slots. And Zhang Tuan seriously? Giving them a few spots to broaden their horizons is one thing, but making us babysit? What? Does the demon realm entrance no longer need scouting? Are the mid-tier magical beasts in the inner areas just going to clean themselves up? Enough complaining, Huangya said with a slight frown. Think of it as Zhang Tuan giving us a break. If we were still on duty at the entrance, where would we find the time to leisurely enjoy roasted meat here? Ding Lan pouted and flailed her limbs in mock protest. Suddenly, Zhujianxiu seemed to remember something and sat up straight. "Oh, right, boss. Isn't the homeroom teacher for those kids named by you? I heard she just graduated from the Imperial Magic University, and she's quite pretty. You were her senior, weren't you? You must know her." "By you." Huangya's expression turned thoughtful for a moment. 2 years younger than me. Yes, she's beautiful, with impressive talent and combat skills. Her personality is unique. It's just a shame." "Oh." Zhujianxiu's interest was immediately piqued, her face lighting up with curiosity. "Come on, tell us. What's the shame?" Ding Lan also sat up, pretending to absent-mindedly poke at the campfire while clearly eavesdropping. It's a shame she joined the education system. With her abilities, she could have been an outstanding scout. Zhujianxiu instantly lost interest. Ding Lan, on the other hand, let out a quiet sigh of relief, but then inexplicably felt annoyed. She changed the subject and asked, if they have a teacher with them, why do they still need us for protection? They're just a bunch of rookie mages. Couldn't they have sent any random team to babysit them? Zhujianxiu chimed in. Exactly. We might as well switch with Team Mayu. At least their group has senior year mage sit, could have been more interesting. After chatting for a while, Huang Yi noticed that it was about time. She once again cast her extraordinary grade magic, Azure Featherwind Wings, and soared into the sky to check on Wang Yi and the others. Staring at the rapidly disappearing black in the sky, Zhujianxiu couldn't help but sigh. Sister Ding, with the boss, you don't stand a chance. Ding Lan, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. Pfft, who cares about him? She set down her water bottle, her eyes lighting up. How about I give you a makeover? I've been studying this craft lately. If I ever leave the military, I could make a living off of it. She began counting on her fingers. Breast augmentation, hip enhancement, double eyelid surgery, nose reshaping, face slimming, teeth correction, whitening, leg slimming, full body hair removal. After the whole package, you'll have guys falling head over heels for you. Once you find a new love, Huang Yu will be nothing. Think about it. I'll even give you a 10% discount as my first client. Ding Lan glanced sideways at Zhujianxiu, a disdainful smirk playing on her lips. What a tragedy! Zhujianxiu lamented dramatically, collapsing heavily onto the ground. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey deeper into Lingnan Sandbridge. They hadn't gone far when a low-tier Greyrage snake suddenly shot out from underground, sinking its fangs into Qi Xiaohao's backside. He became the first injured member of the team since entering the area. Although the injury wasn't severe, the embarrassing location of the bite left him utterly humiliated. Fortunately, the Greyrage snake was non-venomous, sparing them the trouble of venom extraction. Furious, Qi Xiaohao refused to let the matter go. Even after the snake had retreated into its rocky burrow, he forced it out with high-purity alcohol and proceeded to unleash fireball and lightning spells in succession, leaving the meter-long snake charred beyond recognition. While Wang Yi cast a healing spell on Qi Xiaohao, Jiang Yu stepped forward to harvest the mana crystal from the snake. Despite its low combat capability, the mana crystal of this low-tier magical beast contained pure energy, making it a valuable resource for replenishing a mage's mana reserves. After examining the crystal, Wang Yi noticed something intriguing. The Greyrage snake had only mastered a single spell, sand conversion, which could slowly transform rocks into absorbable sand. Though this basic spell was well suited for those with an earthly sacred physique, its slow conversion rate made it impractical for combat and inefficient even for excavation. At best, it was a parlor trick for crumbling stones. As they continued forward, Wang Yi suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him. The sense of being watched was far more intense than when he had detected Iman Morris's tracking earlier. This time, it was laced with overt, malicious intent. Wait, Wang Yi called out urgently. Stay alert. As Wang Yi's vigilant words fell, the team swiftly formed a defensive formation. Wang Jiang stood at the forefront, wielding a long halberd, while Wang Yi held a shield at the rear. On the flanks were Jiang Yu, casting an ice shard shield, and the burly youth Qi Xiaohao, carrying an alloy shield. Hu Lili and Chen Zhangkai were tightly protected in the center of the formation. Suddenly, four bright orange fireballs, each the size of a wash basin, tore through the air, whistling between the gap between Wang Yi and Jiang Yu. Rare grade, Jiang Yu urgently warned. The high grade of the fireballs sent a chill through the team's hearts, likely indicating the presence of a mid-tier magical beast. Without hesitation, Wang Jiang charged forward, his halberd glowing with golden light. He struck down the first fireball with a powerful blow, then swept across to intercept the second. As he summoned an earth shield to continue defending, the remaining two fireballs skillfully curved in opposite arcs, bypassing his defense and hurtling towards the rear. Jiang Yu managed to block the third fireball with his ice shard shield, the collision of ice and fire filling the air with mist. I've got it. Wang Yi responded in a deep voice, bracing against the final fireball with dual defenses of earth and alloy shields. Though the earth shield shattered, the alloy shield successfully absorbed the weakened impact. The intense heat forced Wang Yi to step back, dropping the now scorching shield. Chen Zhangkai quickly offered his own alloy shield and cast a water-drawing spell to cool down the discarded one. 9 o'clock in the bushes, Hu Lili suddenly alerted. Qi Xiaohao's Thunder Spear spell shot out with crackling electricity but was intercepted mid-flight by another fireball, causing an explosion. Seeing this, Jiang Yu immediately unleashed a rare-grade wind shard tempest, while Hu Lili and Qi Xiaohao coordinated with standard magic attacks to deliver a wide-ranging assault. The bushes collapsed under the barrage of spells, leaving the ground scarred and battered. Finally, a fiery red figure emerged, a fire-striped black-tailed leopard, over 2 meters in length. Its sharp fangs gleamed menacingly, its body adorned with blazing fire patterns, and its black tail lashed back and forth as it let out a threatening growl, ready to attack. Attack! Jiang Yu decisively ordered. Faced with this mid-tier magical beast that had clearly marked them as prey, fleeing was futile against its high-speed pursuit. Their only option was to fight Heaton. The formation quickly adjusted, with Wang Jiang continuing as the vanguard, Jiang Yu moving to stand alongside Wang Yi, while the other three formed a line behind them, bracing for the fierce battle ahead. Precision is key when casting magic. The fire-striped black-tailed leopard is incredibly fast, so anticipate its movements carefully, and don't forget to monitor your own mana consumption, Jiang Yu reminded. Before his words had fully landed, Wang Jiang had already charged toward the fire-striped black-tailed leopard with his halberd. However, before he could close half the distance, Wang Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He pushed off with his left leg, hurling himself to the right at lightning speed. Almost simultaneously, a massive pillar of fire, nearly 2 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, its scorching flames grazing the hem of his clothes as it shot skyward. This was a rare-grade spell, ground fire eruption. At the same moment, Jiang Yu shouted, "Cover fire!" A barrage of spells rained down from above, lightning orbs, light spheres, thunder spears, wind blades, all forming a lethal web of ordinary and rare-grade magic. The fire-striped black-tailed leopard finally revealed its true capabilities. It transformed into a streak of fiery red lightning, its 4 paws propelling it as it darted nimbly through the magical onslaught. Each time a spell was about to strike, it dodged with uncanny precision. When evasion was impossible, it retaliated with a barrage of fireballs or even ground fire eruption, countering the attack's Heaton. As a mid-tier magical beast, it possessed an abundant reservoir of mana, allowing it to unleash rare-grade spells without restraint. On top of that, it managed to split its focus and launch fireball attacks at the distant group, though Jiang Yu and Wang Yi were able to defend against them together. "Watch your left, Wang Jiang." Jiang Yu's warning came just as Wang Jiang finished rolling to dissipate the impact. But the fire-striped black-tailed leopard had already closed in on his left side. Not only had it evaded all prior attacks, but it also seized the opportunity to launch a sudden strike on the nearest target, Wang Jiang. In a split second, Wang Jiang summoned a bursting sand shield and raised his halberd horizontally to block in front of him. With a deafening crash, the sand shield shattered on impact, and the shaft of the halberd slammed into Wang Jiang's chest. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying like a cannonball. Although the halberd absorbed the brunt of the attack, the leopard's claws still tore through his combat suit, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes across his chest. The explosion from the bursting sand shield also injured the fire-striped black-tailed leopard's front paw, eliciting an agonized roar. Seeing Wang Jiang gravely wounded, Wang Yi's expression darkened. He prepared to cast a healing ray but realized Wang Jiang had been knocked out of range. "He's too far. I'll create an opening ready to attack." Wang Yi gritted his teeth and charged toward the fire-striped black-tailed leopard without hesitation. "Hey, you little beast. Over here," he yelled, trying to draw its attention. As the leopard turned its head, its blood-red eyes locked onto him, sending a chilling wave of fear coursing through Wang Yi's entire body. The black-tailed fire-patterned leopard clawed at the ground with its front paws and then launched itself forward with a powerful kick from its hind legs. A vivid bloody claw mark was left on the rocky terrain. Like a phantom, it lunged at Wang Yi, its injured front paw only intensifying its bloodthirsty instincts. It raised its uninjured paw high into the air and viciously swiped at Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi had already extended the milky white healing light toward Wang Jiang in the distance. After completing the healing, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. His left arm raised a shield to protect his head and face, while his right fist was positioned horizontally in front of him for support. He lowered his shoulders, clenched his teeth, and braced for impact. Beyond the alloy round shield, he added an extra layer of protection with an earth shield spell. The leopard's sharp claws tore through the earth shield with ease and struck the alloy shield with a deafening screech of metal. Sparks flew as 3 deep claw marks were etched into the shield's surface. The sheer force of the impact sent Wang Yi skidding backward, his feet digging into the ground. This strike gave Wang Yi a visceral understanding of the terrifying strength of a mid-tier magical beast. It was no wonder it had flung Wang Jiang away with a single swipe. Even with the shield absorbing the blow, intense pain radiated through his arms, and he could feel his ulna and radius fracturing and misaligning. Fortunately, the healing light enveloping him was already mending his injuries at a rapid pace. The black-tailed fire-patterned leopard, however, showed no intention of retreating. It let out an ear-splitting roar and continued its relentless pursuit. Despite Wang Yi's slower speed, he had anticipated this and was ready with a counterattack. Thick beams of light intertwined into a glowing net, anchoring deeply into the ground to form a rare-grade light cage. The perpetual daylight environment amplified the cage's power, and Wang Yi poured a significant amount of magic into expanding its range. When the leopard collided with the light cage, the ground cracked beneath the impact, but it was ultimately trapped within. Before the beast could regain its footing, a second, Smaller light cage materialized inside the first, further restricting its movements. This was Wang Yi's true killing move. The rapid casting of 3 rare-grade spells in quick succession drained his magic reserves, forcing him to grab a low-tier magic crystal to replenish his strength. Behind him, Jiang Yu keenly seized the opportunity. The moment the first light cage fully formed, he launched his attack. He swiftly unleashed icy chains and corrosive fire serpents while shouting, "All out!" to rally his teammates. 2 icy chains descended from the top of the light cage, wrapping tightly around the beast's neck and waist and suspending it in midair. Simultaneously, the rocky ground surged upward, transforming into sharp spikes that pierced the soft underbelly of the black-tailed fire-patterned leopard. The searing flames clung to the back of the fire-striped black-tailed leopard, scorching its fur and devouring its flesh. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. A golden, radiant spear whistled through the air, aimed directly at the leopard's heart. Simultaneously, 3 lightning lances slashed toward its head at sharp angles. Qi Xiaohao's fingers were already poised, ready to detonate the lances at the moment of impact. Following closely behind, 2 massive wind blades and a crackling thunderball roared towards the target. An all-out attack launched by Hu Lili and Chan Zhangkai. Trapped within the glowing cage, the fire-striped black-tailed leopard suddenly fell eerily still, as if it had realized the peril of its situation. Its beastly eyes quivered slightly, and in the next moment, a crimson blaze erupted from within its body, instantly engulfing its form. A catastrophic fourfold blaze of divine-grade intensity surged within the confines of the glowing cage. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions shook the ground violently. Jagged rocks crumbled into fragments. Icy chains evaporated into nothingness, and even the double-layered light cage disintegrated amidst the inferno. Every magical attack flying towards the leopard was obliterated by the fiery shockwave. A pained, beastly roar echoed from within the flames. As the fire gradually subsided, a deep crater, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, was all that remained. Its walls were scorched and littered with debris. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the smoldering remnants, landing at the edge of the pit. The 6 fighters immediately assumed defensive stances. Jiang Yu clenched his fists and stood firm, his cold gaze fixed on the fire-striped black-tailed leopard alongside the 3 others behind him. Wang Yi steadied himself, holding a low-tier magic crystal that glimmered as it replenished his mana, ready to cast the light cage again at a moment's notice. Wang Jiang unhooked the alloy shield from his back, gripping a military dagger in his other hand. The fire-striped black-tailed leopard was in equally dire straits. Its once lustrous fur was marred with charred scars left by the bone-burning flames. Its tail was partially severed, and blood still oozed from its abdomen. In its narrow, feral eyes, alongside the ferocity and cruelty, there was now a trace of wariness. It had clearly realized that this group of humans was no easy prey. In a perilous place like the Lingnan Sand Bridge, a severe injury spelled death for any creature. The leopard surveyed its surroundings before cautiously retreating. "It's going to run," Qi Xiaohao said softly. "Let it go," Jiang Yu growled through gritted teeth. The fire-striped black-tailed leopard backed away to a safe distance before swiftly turning and retreating. Not until its figure disappeared completely did the 6 finally exhale in relief. Wang Jiang trudged toward the pit, exhaustion evident in his steps, and jumped down to retrieve the spear that was still embedded in the ground. The spear's blade carried a severed piece of the leopard's tail. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of the pit, his expression stern as he looked down at Wang Jiang. "Wang Jiang, you fell out of sync." On the desolate Gobi Desert, the dry wind swept through the pitted stone pillars, creating a mournful and eerie melody as it whistled through the eroded hollows. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of a deep pit, one foot planted firmly on the scorched black rock, looking down at Wang Jiang from above. "If it weren't for Wang Yi's quick reaction, using her healing ray and light cage magic to support you in time, do you know what the outcome would have been?" Jiang Yu's voice carried a sharp edge of anger. "You would have been the first to lose your combat ability. Then would have to face the mid-level magical beast, the fire-marked blacktail leopard, Hedon. The choices? Either end up as shredded meat in its jaws or wait for the teacher or the candlelight army to rescue us, declaring our training a failure. Which one would you prefer?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Qi Xiaohao quickly stepped in to mediate. "Come on, Jiang, no need to put it like that. Old Wang charged in to protect us. And hey, didn't that leopard get scared off in the end?" Haha. Jiang Yu ignored Qi Xiaohao's attempt to smooth things over and pressed on. "Wang Jiang, you rushed in to fight the beast on your own who was supposed to hold the line in front of us? Wang Yi, the healer? Or me, the attacker? If you're so eager to fight solo, why form a team in the first place?" The scene grew awkwardly silent. Chun Zhangkai shrank his neck, not daring to make a sound, while Hu Lili hid behind Qi Xiaohao, wanting to speak up for Wang Jiang but unsure of what to say. Wang Yi, meanwhile, stayed focused on scanning their surroundings, remaining vigilant against any new threats. Only Qi Xiaohao kept trying to lighten the mood, shaking Jiang Yu by the shoulder while calling out to Wang Jiang, "Hey Wang, don't just stand there, come on up and take a break." After a long silence, Wang Jiang finally spoke. "Sorry, it was my mistake." "You don't need to apologize to me," Jiang Yu said with a cold laugh. "I don't care. But your recklessness could have cost the entire team their lives." Wang Jiang planted his long halberd into the charred rock, looked around at the group, and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I was too impulsive and put us all in danger." "Ah, Wang, what are you saying? We're all brothers here, how could we blame you, right?" Qi Xiaohao waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Wang Yi, who hadn't responded. "Yi? What are you zoning out for?" Only then did Wang Yi shift his attention and reply, "It's not entirely Wang Jiang's fault. He charged in to stop the fire-marked blacktail leopard from getting closer to us. If that thing had reached us, we might have been wiped out as well." Wang Yi gestured toward the massive crater created by the fourfold explosive flame and said calmly, "The purpose of our training is to identify problems, solve them, improve our strength, and address our shortcomings. This is everyone's first time entering the interdimensional passage and facing magical beasts. Growth always requires a process." He glanced around at the vast, open wilderness before continuing, "However, for now, I suggest we find a relatively safe place to hold a post-battle review. Being so exposed out here doesn't feel very reassuring." Wang Yi fully understood Wang Jiang's mindset. On one hand, Wang Jiang wanted to keep the magical beast away from the group. After all, rare-grade magic like consecutive fireballs or ground fire eruptions could still be barely handled by the team. But if a divine-grade spell like the fourfold explosive flame detonated among the group, even by you, hiding in the shadows, might not have time to intervene. The team would likely be obliterated without leaving a trace. On the other hand, as it was Wang Jiang's first time entering the interdimensional passage, he naturally wanted to test his long-practiced spear skills in real combat. However, the strength of the mid-tier magical beast exceeded expectations, showcasing incredible speed and power that ordinary people could hardly contend with. Right. Ebro is absolutely right. This place is way too dangerous. Let's get out of here," Qi Xiaohao chimed in, nodding repeatedly as he bent down, extending a hand to help Wang Jiang out of the pit. Wang Jiang politely declined Qi Xiaohao's assistance. With a firm grip on his spear, he leaped out of the crater in 2 swift steps. However, the movement strained 3 crimson wounds across his chest, which were still seeping blood. Wang Yi, having recovered some of his magical energy, immediately cast healing rays, one beam directed at Wang Jiang and another at Qi Xiaohao. Though the healing rays were potent, the massive claw wounds inflicted by the fire-patterned black-tailed leopard had nearly disemboweled Wang Jiang, an injury that would have been fatal for any ordinary person. Even while receiving treatment, Wang Jiang couldn't wait to rise to his feet, summoning earth spikes and hurling his spear with all his strength. These exertions caused his partially healed wounds to tear open again. The fact that he could recover to such a degree with just one healing ray spoke volumes about his extraordinary willpower and physical resilience. The healing rays continued to mend Wang Jiang's injuries, and his scars gradually darkened. He gave Wang Yi a nod of gratitude, while Wang Yi's gaze fell on the ink-black spear in his hands. This divine weapon had emerged unscathed from the fourfold explosive flame. If not for the explosion altering its trajectory, the spear might have pinned the fire-patterned black-tailed leopard to the ground instead of merely severing its tail. The sheer power of Wang Jiang's strike was evident. "Let's go find a quiet place to recover our magical energy. I don't want to use up any more magic crystals. We can also take the opportunity to properly review our battle experience," Wang Yi suggested, patting Jiang Yu on the arm. Jiang Yu nodded silently in agreement. In the low-ceilinged cave, the crackling of the burning bonfire echoed softly, its flickering light casting shadows on the faces of the 6 people gathered around it. The cave, nestled at the base of a cliff, was well hidden. Its half-percent high entrance sloped downward into the mountain, and the space widened the deeper it went. Inside, the cave was dry and tidy. Though the air was slightly stale, it was a rare, safe haven with no signs of magical beasts. The 6 sat around the fire, engaged in a discussion about their recent battle. Jiang Yu carefully adjusted the burning wood with a stick to avoid producing too much smoke. "Our team has a clear weakness. We lack support abilities. Most defensive support magic that can benefit the entire team starts at the divine tier, which is still far out of reach for us. What we need is a shield," Hu Lily said softly, curling up as she spoke. "A shield that can stand up to magical beasts." Lying on his back with his hands propping him up, Qi Xiaohao quipped, "Lily's talking about old Wang, right? Wasn't that exactly what he was doing when he charged in earlier? Among us, old Wang has the thickest skin. Next time, let's make sure he doesn't rush in so fast, or at least wait until Brother Yi puts a healing spell on him first." Even though Qi Xiaohao intentionally used old Wang as a teasing nickname, Wang Jiang remained silent. Jiang Yu frowned and said, It seems even Wang Jiang can only hold out for a few rounds against a mid-tier magical beast. Their physical resilience far exceeds our expectations. No wonder, even with humans' dominance in magic, magical beasts can still cause such devastating casualties. Take the bone corrosion fire snake, for instance. Its flames can burn through human bones, yet they only scorched the surface of the fire-patterned blacktail leopard. Sure, the follow-up effects were interrupted by the fourfold explosive flames, but that alone says a lot. Qi Xiaohao sneered dismissively. What's the point of going on about it? 6 of us couldn't even handle one mid-tier magical beast. If we run into a pack of them, we're done for. Are we going to spend the next few days just bullying low-tier magical beasts? Wang Yi chuckled lightly. You're the only one here who actually bullied a low-tier magical beast, aren't you? What's that supposed to mean? I got the team's first kill, didn't I? Meanwhile, the rest of you are still at 0, Qi Xiaohao said smugly, scratching his backside. Hu Lily buried her face in her arms, her voice muffled. It's all my fault for being too weak and not contributing. If I'd done better, maybe we could have taken down that leopard. Maybe I shouldn't have joined at all. In the earlier battle, Wang Jiang had indeed delivered the highest damage, followed by Jiang Yu. Wang Yi's control and healing played a critical role, and even Qi Xiaohao had managed to cast a few rare-tier spells with impressive effects. As the magical aftermath dissipated, Hu Lily silently followed behind the group, a bitter feeling welling up in her heart. She was painfully aware that the 2 mediocre spells she had cast earlier were barely worth mentioning. Compared to the performance of her teammates, the gap between them was stark. Though they were all novice mages, the difference in their abilities was glaringly obvious. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the weakest link in the team. Chun Zhengkai stood off to the side, hesitant to speak. Being someone already on the fringes of the group, he felt even less inclined to voice his thoughts, especially since his performance in the earlier battle had been even less impressive than Hu Lily's. Lily, don't be so hard on yourself. Jiang Yu's gentle voice chimed in at just the right moment. We were up against a mid-tier magical beast. Both you and Zhengkai are still new to being mages, and I think you both did well. It was only then that Hu Lily realized her words might have made Qin Zhengkai feel even worse. She quickly lifted her head and forced a smile. I was just trying to lighten the mood. It's no big deal. Everyone did great after all. We took down a mid-tier magical beast. That was one huge leopard. She exaggeratedly gestured with her arms, drawing chuckles from the group and easing the tension considerably. Ahem. Wang Yi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Actually, regarding the shield issue, we might have another option. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. You mean? Exactly. Wang Yi pulled out the black-hoofed yak magic crystal Zhang Yu had given him earlier and placed it in front of him. The rare-grade Blackrock heavy armorets said to withstand even divine-grade offensive magic. Big enough of a shield for you? The group's attention immediately fixed on the magic crystal. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. That's definitely a solid idea if we can successfully absorb it. So, who's going to give it a try? Isn't it obvious? Qi Xiaohao looked around at everyone before finally resting his gaze on Hu Lily. Among us, only Edge and Old Wang are suited for this. The rest of us are all attack-specialized mages, so the absorption probability is too low. Plus, using Blackrock heavy armor means being on the front line, possibly even engaging in close combat with magical beasts. What? You want me to do it? Or Old Jiang? Old Chun? We can't exactly send Lily, can we? Zhang Yu turned to Wang Yi. What do you think? Want to give it a shot? Though tempted, Wang Yi considered the team's overall interests and replied, let Wang Jiang try. He's physically stronger and better at close combat anyway. With that, he tossed the magic crystal to Wang Jiang. The crystal passed through the heat waves above the campfire and landed steadily in Wang Jiang's hands. Surprisingly, after a moment of thought, Wang Jiang tossed the crystal back to Wang Yi. You're more suited for this, Wang Jiang said succinctly. But I'm a healer, Wang Yi replied, clearly puzzled. Zhang Yu interjected. A healer? You didn't look much like a healer when you took down Wu Guan, or when you held off the fire-striped black-tailed leopard earlier, Wang Jiang added. Wang Yi looked at the black-horned yak's magic crystal in his hand and couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate it had gone through so much, only to end up back in his possession. So, does anyone object to Wang Yi absorbing this beginner-level magic crystal? Zhang Yu asked as he glanced around at the group. The others silently agreed to the suggestion. After all, only Wang Yi and Wang Jiang were truly suitable for this crystal. Since Wang Jiang had already given it up, no one else would oppose the idea whoever gained new magic would ultimately strengthen the team as a whole. Wait, Wang Yi suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. I'm a healer. Sure, my combat style might be a bit reckless, but my role is still primarily as a support. Does it make sense for a healer to charge into battle as a tank? I'm not afraid of danger, but if I'm on the front lines, who's going to heal all of you? Zhang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. If you can take the hits, we won't need healing in the first place. Just like when we fought the fire-patterned blacktail leopard earlier, wasn't it? Only you and Wang Jiang who got injured during the entire fight. Exactly, brothery. Qi Xiaohao clapped his hands as if having an epiphany. The ultimate level of healing is making sure your teammates don't need healing at all, right? Wang Yi was momentarily speechless. He had to admit, while Qi Xiaohao's comment sounded absurd, it did hold some surprising logic. Moreover, Jiang Yu continued, a standard 4-person team usually includes 1 healer, 1 support, and 2 damage dealers. You've got Light Dome and Earth Shield if you can also take on some support duties. Would gain an additional slot for another damage dealer. In the early stages, you might need to tank on the front lines, but once you reach the level of a mid-tier mage and master long-range support magic, you can return to the backline and command the fight. He added, this is also one of the reasons why high schools don't let students enter the interdimensional passage. Most group defense support spells are of divine-grade quality. Without such protections, survival rates against hordes of magical beasts are far too low. Wang Yi pouted. So you're saying I have to be both a healer and a support? Doing 2 jobs at once, isn't that just a roundabout way of making me work overtime? Although he did want the magic crystal, what truly intrigued him wasn't the rare grade black rock heavy armor, but rather the 2 ordinary grade passive spells gravity and endurance. Seeing Wang Yi's hesitation, the usually silent Wang Jiang finally spoke up. Wang Yi, I didn't give up on this magic crystal out of courtesy, it's genuinely not suitable for me. Don't forget, even though I know Earth Shield, I'm essentially an offensive mage. Whether it's rock spikes, flame burst, razor edge, or explosive sand shield, my magic leans heavily toward offense. This explanation made the group suddenly realize he off course. Despite Wang Jiang's combat style being vastly different from the typical backline damage dealers, he was indeed an offensive mage. More importantly, Wang Jiang continued, even if I could successfully absorb the black rock heavy armor, it would go against my fighting style. The heavy armor would severely hinder my mobility. Combined with the weight of my long spear, I'd end up as nothing more than a slow, cumbersome tank. Wearing this heavy armor is far less practical than using an earth shield or explosive sand shield at critical moments, Wang Yi grumbled, clicking his tongue in discontent. So, you don't want to be the tank, and now you're shoving the role onto me, huh? Although a bit reluctant, Wang Yi didn't refuse since Wang Jiang had already spoken. Alright, I'll handle the absorption. With that, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on absorbing the magic crystal in his hand. The others held their breath, watching Wang Yi intently. The black rock heavy armor, being a rare magical item, might not be successfully obtained with just a single magic crystal. Fortunately, the Black Hoof Yak's crystal contained only 1 type of magic, eliminating interference from others and increasing the chances of success. Moments later, Wang Yi opened his eyes. The magic crystal in his hand had turned into a dull gray bead. How'd it go, Edge? Did it work? Qi Xiaohao asked eagerly. Wang Yi nodded in confirmation before standing up. As magic surged through his body, a mottled layer of black rock rapidly enveloped him, leaving only small openings at his eyes and below his nose for breathing. This looks terrible, Qi Xiaohao exclaimed, unable to hold back as he stared at Wang Yi, who now resembled a stone figure. Terrible? Let me try something. Wang Yi closed his eyes, recalling the designs of armor he'd seen in films. The rocky surface began to smooth out, cracks merged, and each part of the armor became intricately detailed. Boots, leg guards, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, neck guard, faceplate, and helmet all with sharp, defined edges. The knees and elbows were reinforced for added protection, making the armor resemble a robust, metallic battlesuit. After repeatedly fine-tuning the joint structures, Wang Yi finally achieved a level of flexibility he was satisfied with. Whoa, that's awesome, Edge. Qi Xiaohao's eyes sparkled with amazement. Not intimidating enough, Wang Yi murmured as he continued refining the design. He thickened the knee guards, added jagged spikes of varying lengths to the shoulder armor, equipped the arms with sharp stone blades, transformed the gauntlets into claws, and crafted 2 imposing horns atop the helmet, pointing skyward. Holy crap! Qi Xiaohao was at a loss for words, resorting to the simplest expression of awe. This transformation nearly drained Wang Yi's magic reserves, but he was confident that with practice, he'd eventually be able to summon this perfected form directly. So, this is what a 1000-gene suit feels like? Wang Yi took a deep breath, testing the weight of the armor, which wasn't as heavy as it appeared. With a slight bend of his knees, he suddenly leapt upward. Boom! His head slammed into the cave ceiling, sending debris and dust raining down, causing the group to cough repeatedly. Wang Jiang frowned slightly. Although he hadn't personally used the black rock heavy armor, Wang Yi's ease of movement seemed almost unnatural. Propping himself up against the ceiling, Wang Yi pushed off and landed back on the ground, dispelling the armor. Looking slightly embarrassed, he said, "Sorry, got a little carried away." Zhang Yu waved a hand to disperse the lingering dust in the air. His gaze briefly swept over the web-like cracks on the ground before he spoke calmly. It went well. With this, We should be much safer when facing mid-tier magical beasts unless, of course, they come in swarms. In the guest lounge next to the principal's office at Lonling Magic High School, Bai Jingtian sat across from an elderly man in a black and gray coat. The man was slightly overweight, his thinning hair revealing patches of his scalp. His shirt bore visible creases, and the worn leather shoes he wore added to his unassuming appearance. The bubbling sound of boiling water in the kettle broke the silence in the room. With graceful movements, Bai Jingtian picked up the kettle and poured the hot water into a glass teapot, meticulously rinsing the tea leaves. The steaming water swirled around the vibrant green leaves, releasing a delicate fragrance that quickly filled the space. Principal Bai, this matter has nothing to do with me. The old man finally broke the silence. Bai Jingtian did not respond. Instead, he focused on scalding the teacups with hot water before placing one in front of the man. Then, he poured tea from the pot with steady hands, stopping just as the surface tension caused the liquid to rise slightly above the rim. Please, have some tea, Bai Jingtian said with a polite smile, gesturing toward the cup. He then poured himself a cup, halting precisely when it reached 70% full. Has Tong Xian not been apprehended yet? The old man asked with a frown. Sir, for updates on the case, I suggest you consult the enforcement system. After all, this is a school, Bai Jingtian replied, maintaining his calm smile. The old man sighed deeply. Principal Bai, whether you believe me or not, Tong Xian is not one of my people. This has nothing to do with me. Bai Jingtian gently swirled his teacup. So, all of this is Wu Jie's scheme? He orchestrated the whole thing, silenced the witnesses, and framed you. That? I'm not sure. But Wu Jie is a rational man. He wouldn't likely do something like this. Indeed, someone as intelligent as Wu Jie wouldn't commit such a foolish act. Bai Jingtian remarked, his tone layered with meaning. Sir, you're nearing retirement age. Why bother? Bai Jingtian sighed lightly. 2 decades as the second in command haven't tempered your ambition. With so little time left, you still chase that position. Unfortunately, your determination is misplaced. Bang! The old man slammed the coffee table, his voice rising in anger. Bai Jingtian, are you even listening to me? Bai Jingtian's gaze followed the spilled tea as it trickled across the table and dripped onto the floor. See? It's crossed the line. Sir, why not apply for early retirement due to health reasons? That way, you can leave with dignity. Dignity? The old man sneered coldly. You seem convinced that I'm the mastermind behind this. I have a truth to share. Would you like to hear it? Bai Jingtian asked, a faint smile on his face. The old man remained composed. That would be against protocol. Bai Jingtian's lips curled into a mocking smile upon hearing the words, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke. So, you actually understand the concept of non-compliance? The elderly man seated across from him was silent for a moment, his entire demeanor suddenly collapsing as if the strength had drained from him. Your student wasn't harmed, which is why I'm willing to let you have a dignified ending, Bai Jingtian said expressionlessly. The old man hesitated. The enforcement system hasn't caught Tong Xian yet. That doesn't surprise me, Bai Jingtian replied calmly. You've been deeply rooted in Lonling City for over 2 decades. It's only natural you've cultivated some connections. But are you willing to gamble? Once Tong Xian is caught, it won't be something a mere medical retirement can resolve. Even if you claim indifference, have you thought about your children? When that time comes, they'll all be implicated. As mages, they won't be able to join any official departments. What's left becoming mercenaries overseas? The old man lifted his head, a glimmer of fatigue in his eyes. Principal Bai, why do you keep coming after me? Isn't it precisely because of my granddaughter that you're in this mess? Bai Jingtian chuckled softly. Although, originally, I might have gone after Wu Jie instead. But it seems you couldn't outmaneuver him. The old man fell silent. Bai Jingtian pressed on. Before my granddaughter and her student make it out, this matter needs to be resolved. So, I expect to hear about your retirement due to illness by tomorrow. They only just went in today. The old man protested, lifting his eyes. And even retiring due to illness requires going through formalities. Who knows how dangerous things are inside Lingnan Sandbridge? They're all first-year students lasting 5 days isn't guaranteed, Bai Jingtian said indifferently. So, this matter needs to be expedited. As for the formalities, the connections you've built over the years are perfectly suited for this. Consider it tying up loose ends. The years of favors had accumulated, had now become the very ropes binding him. The irony was bitter. The old man stood to leave, but paused at the door, turning back with a serious expression. Believe it or not, I had planned to compensate your student afterward. I believe you, Bai Jingtian nodded. I believe that if you had succeeded, you would have sought out a healer mage to fully restore him. You might even arrange for him to receive a guaranteed admission as compensation for the guilt you couldn't entirely shake. But that's merely your temporary plan. You must understand when you make a decision, you must also be prepared to bear its consequences. And some boxes, once opened, are almost impossible to close again. Consequences, the old man murmured. Yes, this is my consequence. But what about yours? By Jingtian, a transcendent mage, reduced to being the principal of a magical high school, calling May a foolish mid-ear mag your superior. Is that your consequence? What was your decision back then? By Jingtian straightened his posture, his expression calm. That's none of your concern. Indeed, the old man said with a self-deprecating shake of his head. I'm just a power-hungry, self-important old fool, barking like a defeated dog in this tiny corner of Lonling City. If I truly understood the movements of the higher-ups, I wouldn't have wasted so many years. Before pushing the door open to leave, the old man left one final remark. Take me as a warning, By Jingtian. Don't make another misstep. The door to the reception room closed softly. By Jingtian poured out the lukewarm tea in his cup and replaced it with freshly brewed, steaming tea. The next day, in Chi Ziaheo's villa, Sujun sat in the living room as usual, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. When his eyes landed on the news of Qi Jian's retirement due to illness, his brows furrowed. Qi Jian, retiring? So suddenly? Wasn't he with Wu Jia? Sensing something amiss, Su Jun folded the newspaper and rose, heading for the door. The housekeeper, who was cleaning, asked in confusion, Brother Su, lunch is almost ready. Where are you going? Ziaheo's been away these past couple of days, so I've got some free time. I'm planning to visit a few old friends. Left side. Watch out for the fireball. Zhang Yu's voice rang out continuously amidst the battle. Coordinate every wind blade properly to force its movement. Seize the opportunity and strike the head. With the final command, the magical beast collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, while Hu Lily, standing nearby, looked pale. Whether from exhaustion of her magic or the shock of taking a life for the first time was unclear. Qi Xiaohao winced, clutching his bloodied cheek. He grumbled, Old Wang, take notes. Now this is what proper guidance looks like. When I was fighting earlier, you didn't say a word, and now look, I've got a scarred face. During his solo encounter with the magical beast, Wang Jiang had stood by silently, ensuring only that he wouldn't lose his life. Want me to give you some personal guidance now? Wang Jiang retorted with a cold smirk. Qi Xiaohao sulkily turned away, muttering under his breath. At that moment, Wang Yi and Chen Zhengkai approached from a distance, the latter dragging a fiery red tail in his hand. Upon seeing Qi Xiaohao's injury, Wang Yi immediately cast a healing light. Zhang Yu surveyed the scattered magical beast corpses, sniffed the air briefly, and issued an order. Lily, Xiaohao, Zhengkai, the three of you, quickly harvest the magic crystals and foxtails. We need to move out immediately. Now healed, Qi Xiaohao shook off the blood on his hands and dragged over two carcasses. He wiped his hands clean with soft beast leather before clumsily using a dagger to cut off the foxtails and extract the magic crystals. Chen Zhengkai handed over a foxtail to Wang Yi and then joined in dismantling the beasts. Though Hu Lily's face turned even paler, she gritted her teeth and approached the magical beast she had slain. Wang Yi silently tallied their spoils. This was the third wave of magical beasts they had encountered today, and they had taken down a total of 5 crimson fire foxes. They had avoided the first 2 waves due to the presence of mid-ear beasts, choosing caution over combat. Originally, the pack of crimson fire foxes had 15 members, but after Zhang Yu and Wang Jiang each killed one, the rest scattered. Wang Yi used a light cage to trap 3 of them for Qi Xiaohao, Hu Lily, and Chen Zhengkai to practice combat, with each having an instructor close by for supervision. After this one-sided skirmish, the team had collected 5 load-ear magic crystals and 4 intact foxtails. While the fur and tails of the crimson fire foxes were valuable, most of the carcasses were too damaged, or their pelts too marred to retain much worth, owing to the group's inexperience. Qi Xiaohao's fox, in particular, had its tail completely scorched. As for the magic crystals, each crimson fire fox possessed 2 kinds of magic, the common grade fireball spell and the rarer fireball barrage. Zhang Yu began distributing the spoils of their battle, handing 4 magic crystals to Hu Lily and Chen Zhengkai. 2 for each of you. Absorb them as soon as possible to strengthen your abilities. When he turned to Qi Xiaohao, Zhang Yu explained, you don't need rare grade attack magic for now. Qi Xiaohao nodded in agreement. After all, his mastery of fireball was average at best, and the rare grade multi-fireball technique could certainly wait. Lily, Zhang Yu noticed Hu Lily's pale face and softened his tone. Your mindset is unstable right now, too tense. Wait until you've calmed down before absorbing the crystal, or it might affect your success rate. Hu Lily nodded gently. For a high school student who had never even killed a chicken, taking a life with her own hands was understandably difficult. Still, under Zhang Yu's guidance, she completed the task without showing hesitation or mercy. Perhaps it was partly because of the red fire fox's cute appearance. If it had been a ferocious and ugly magical beast, she might have acted more decisively. Once they had gathered their spoils, the group cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the remains of the red fire fox. Zhang Yu used his bone-corroding fire serpent spell to incinerate the carcass before they quietly left the area. As planned the day before, they intended to start by hunting beginner-level magical beasts to gain experience and collect crystals to enhance their strength. The team's ultimate goal was to consistently take down powerful mid-air magical beasts, such as the tailless leopard they had spotted earlier. After finding a safe spot to rest and eat, Hu Lili and Chen Zhengkai began absorbing the magic crystals. Hu Lili successfully acquired the rare-grade multi-fireball spell, but Chen Zhengkai gained nothing. Having already mastered the basic-grade fireball spell, he failed to make any progress during this attempt. Noticing Chen Zhengkai's disappointment, Zhang Yu offered a few words of comfort. Those 2 magic crystals would fetch at least 30,000 yuan in specialized shops, a significant amount for someone from Chen Zhengkai's modest background. The few spells he had mastered so far were all thanks to the 10 magic crystals distributed by the school at the start of the term. Zhang Yu pulled out the map and examined it carefully. At this pace, we'll reach the central zone in half a day. The magical beasts there will be more numerous and of higher levels. While chewing on a piece of beef, Qi Xiaohao exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what? So you're telling me we've been in here for 2 days and we're still stuck in the beginner's area?" "We're still within the radiation range of the Nansha base," Zhang Yu explained as he surveyed the surroundings. "This area is regularly cleared by the Candlelight Army. It's considered a buffer zone. Most of the beasts we encounter here are small groups that occasionally wander in from the central region. Mid-air beasts are limited in number, so it's relatively safe. If the Lingnan Sand Bridge was really that simple, why would it need a legion stationed here?" Wang Jiang questioned skeptically. Standing nearby, Qi Xiaohao gazed at the vast, undulating terrain in the distance and remarked, "Even the smallest spatial passage is this large. Wouldn't the highest level abyss be comparable to an entire world?" "Abyss information is highly classified," Zhang Yu replied while carefully folding the map and tucking it into his jacket pocket. "Ordinary people can't access any specific details. Actually, the Lingnan Sand Bridge isn't as large as it seems. We're just moving too slowly. Including the half-day we spent touring the Nansha base and the time crossing the outer desert, we haven't even been active inside the Lingnan Sand Bridge for a full 18 hours. Over 6 of those hours were spent resting." Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. "Excluding today, we only have 3 days and 2 nights left. If we reserve a day and a night for the return trip, that leaves just 2 days and 1 night for actual training. I originally thought 5 days and 4 nights would be plenty, but it turns out we're far from having enough time. We can't afford to keep advancing at this slow pace." Noticing the contemplative looks on everyone's faces, Zhang Yu continued, "I suggest we take a more aggressive approach from here on. Once we enter the central region, we should directly seek out small groups of beasts or solitary mid-air beasts to engage in combat. As long as they can't take us out in an instant, we should give it a try. But everyone needs to be mentally prepared. These next few days will be tough. Injuries are inevitable, and we might even face life-threatening situations. Even with the Candlelight Army and my sister providing covert protection, they may not always be able to save us in time." After giving the group a moment to think, Zhang Yu asked, "Does anyone oppose this decision?" Although risky, Qi Xiaohao was quick to voice his support. "Zhang is right. I have no objections. If I were afraid of dying, I wouldn't have come in the first place. Besides, I don't need to rely on magic crystals for money." The others also nodded in agreement. Clearly, their victory over the Scarlet Flame Fox had significantly boosted their confidence. While the Scarlet Flame Fox wasn't particularly powerful among low-tier beasts, the battle had shown them that human mages had distinct advantages over beasts of the same level. Not only could they wield a wider variety of magic, but the combination of different elemental mages also greatly improved their margin for error in combat. Zhang Yu scanned the youthful faces in the team, nodding in satisfaction. The lack of real combat experience among them was a weakness, but it was something the upcoming battles could help address. He turned to Wang Yi, a subtle, meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Wang Yi, the heavy responsibility ahead falls on your shoulders. The lives of your teammates depend entirely on your performance." Wang Yi let out a wry smile at those words. "Old Jiang, you're really putting me on the spot here, aren't you?" As the only healer in the team, he had to manage both healing and protective duties, a weighty responsibility. It wasn't the hard work that concerned him, but the fear that even a small mistake on his part could lead to the loss of his classmates and friends, whom he had spent so much time with. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself," Zhang Yu said gently. "Everyone here knows exactly what they're getting into. Like Xiaohao said, anyone afraid of death wouldn't have stepped into the interdimensional passage in the first place. Just do your best, that's all we need from you." Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi nodded. "All right, we'll do everything I can to protect everyone." Then, he added his request. "I've only got 5 primary level magic crystals left, and I'll be using a lot of magic in the fights ahead. You'll need the team to prioritize supplying me with magic crystals." Qi Xiaohao immediately reached into his backpack. "Ebro, if you're short on crystals, just say so. I've got plenty." Zhang Yu raised a hand to stop him. "Xiaohao, I know you're well off, but Wang Yi's consumption is for the entire team. We can't let you be the only one providing the crystals. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 primary level magic crystals. Everyone will contribute 2 crystals for now. If someone doesn't have enough, they can borrow mine. Well, replenish as needed. This decision required no discussion. It was a matter of basic fairness within the team. Soon, Wang Yi had received 10 primary level magic crystals, enough to sustain 5 or 6 intense battles. Though Hu Lili and Chen Zhengkai came from relatively modest backgrounds, they had still managed to prepare magic crystals worth around 1,000 yuan each. Wang Yi carefully placed the crystals in an easily accessible pocket, clenched his fist, and the soft crack of his knuckles could be heard. All right, everyone, let loose and fight to your heart's content. At the very least, we'd better leave this place with a few rare-grade magic treasures to make it all worthwhile. His pragmatic words immediately ignited the team's fighting spirit. Gaining battle experience was one thing, but the real prize was the rare and valuable magic crystals from unique magical beasts. This was the ultimate goal of their journey. Perfect. Gear up, and let's head straight for the central zone, Jiang Yu instructed. And if we run into a pack of magical beasts on the way? Qi Xiaohao raised his fist, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he finished the sentence. We'll take them down without hesitation. By the afternoon of their second day in Lingnan Shikio, Wang Yi's squad of 6 finally reached the boundary of the central zone. The hill before them stood as the final barrier. Once they crossed it, they would enter the central region teeming with magical beasts. At the foot of the hill, they took a brief rest behind a wind-sheltered rock. Their wounds silently testified to the perils of their journey so far. Hu Lili's combat suit was severely torn around her left leg, and Wang Jiang thoughtfully lent her his jacket to cover the damage. Through the shifting fabric, a freshly healed pink scar could be glimpsed on her thigh. Wang Jiang himself was left wearing only a tattered t-shirt, its torn edges exposing his muscular chest and 3 gruesome, centipede-like scars, the gift from a fire-striped black-tailed leopard. A fresh puncture wound on the left side of his neck bore witness to his recent battle with a mid-ear sand scorpion. Though healing light could hasten the closing of wounds, it couldn't erase scars. Qi Xiaohao's face still bore vivid marks, and Chen Zhengkai carried a battle scar on his left abdomen. By comparison, Wang Yi and Jiang Yu were in much better condition. Wang Yi had avoided most injuries thanks to the formidable protection of his Blackrock heavy armor, while Jiang Yu, as the team leader, benefited from the dual protection of Wang Yi and Wang Jiang, as well as his own rare-grade ice shard shield, emerging almost entirely unscathed. They had just endured a fierce battle against a swarm of red-tailed sand scorpions. Jiang Yu, Wang Yi, and Wang Jiang had taken on the mid-tier swarm leader, while the other 3 dealt with 6 low-tier sand scorpions. Known for their exceptional defense, these creatures were formidable opponents, but the team's seamless coordination ultimately led to their complete defeat. The mid-ear sand scorpion attempted to flee, but its speed was no match for the fire-striped black-tailed leopard, and it met its end. With Wang Yi's healing abilities supporting Qi Xiaohao's group, they successfully eliminated all the low-tier scorpions as well. The spoils of the battle were 6 low-tier magic crystals and 1 mid-tier crystal. Jiang Yu explained the magical properties contained within the crystals to the team. The low-tier sand scorpions possessed the common-grade earth spike and rare-grade rock spike abilities, while the mid-tier sand scorpion also had the rare-grade explosive sand shield. I don't need them. Wang Yi was the first to speak. None of these offensive spells suit me. Same here, Wang Jiang followed, stating that he had already mastered rock spike and explosive sand shield. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Yu divided the 6 magic crystals into 3 portions, 2 portions each containing 3 low-grade magic crystals, and 1 portion with a single higher-quality mid-grade magic crystal. All right, who wants to take a gamble on this mid-grade magic crystal? Jiang Yu asked, looking at Qi Xiaohao, Hu Lili, and Chen Zhengkai. Although the 3 of them had worked together to obtain this mid-grade crystal, since Wang Yi and Wang Jiang had no use for it, and Jiang Yu himself wasn't interested, he decided it would be best to leave it to them. Qi Xiaohao appeared casual about it, and gestured for the other 2 to choose first. In the end, Chen Zhengkai picked the mid-grade magic crystal, while Hu Lili took the 3 low-grade ones. Once Jiang Yu finished distributing the magic crystals, he didn't concern himself further, leaving it up to them to decide whether to absorb, store, or sell them. After a short rest, the group began their ascent to the top of the hill. This small hill wasn't particularly steep, and it didn't take long for them to reach the summit. The sight that greeted them there left everyone in a wee, seemingly endless forest stretched out before them. More accurately, it was a forest of stone. Raising their binoculars for a closer look, they realized that what should have been lush green trees had all turned into dark brownish-black rocks. The texture of the branches and leaves was clearly visible, as though they had been petrified by the legendary Medusa, herself majestic yet eerie. Scattered throughout the stone forest were large areas of collapsed formations, leaving conspicuous gaps. Between the petrified branches and leaves, faint silhouettes flitted about, though it was unclear whether they were magical beasts or members of the Candlelight Army. Incredible! Just incredible! Wang Yi murmured, overwhelmed by the sight. Although Peng Wanli had lectured about Lingnan Sand Bridge back in school, the focus had been on common magical beasts, with little detail about the terrain and landscape due to confidentiality. Look over there, Jiang Yu said, pointing towards the far end of the stone forest. That should be the deepest part of Lingnan Sand Bridge. The dimensional gate connecting to the magical world is likely there. So that's where the magical beasts come from? Wang Yi shifted his gaze, carefully observing. Above the far end of the stone forest loomed heavy, oppressive clouds. In this land of Lingnan Sand Bridge, where night never fell, the dark clouds were particularly conspicuous. Thunder rumbled in the distance as flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. From the barren desert of the safety zone, to the crimson gobi of the forward base, to the eerie stone forest in the central region, Lingnan Sand Bridge culminated in this apocalyptic landscape. So, the star whirl is inside those clouds? That doesn't make sense unless all the magical beasts have wings. Wouldn't they just splatter on the ground when they come through? Qi Xiaohao questioned. The way the dimensional gate connects to our world and the magical world isn't necessarily the same. Even if there is a star whirl, it wouldn't open up in the clouds, Jiang Yu explained. Taking a deep breath, he stared at the stone forest stretching from the base of the hill to the horizon. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, Everyone, shall we go? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Qi Xiaohao responded enthusiastically, pointing dramatically toward the clouds with his right hand. His voice brimmed with determination. Onward to the ends of the world. Under a sky heavy with dark clouds, the wind howled relentlessly. Deep within the Lingnan Sand Bridge, a massive tornado, acting as a gateway to the magical world, spiraled upward into the heavens. Torrents of magical energy continuously seeped through from the other side, grinding the surrounding rock layers into dust and sweeping them into the sky, forming an eternal storm of dark clouds. Not far away, an alloy fortress disguised as dark brown rock stood firm, its foundation buried 20 meters deep underground. Behind the observation slits of the fortress, 2 soldiers were intently monitoring the storm's movements. A middle-aged soldier with a jagged black scar yawned and rubbed his nose. Skinny Monkey, got any smokes left? The younger soldier, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, lived up to his name with his lean frame. He pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Old Scar, this is the last pack. Make it last. All right. Old Scar eagerly tore open the pack, taking out a cigarette and holding it under his nose for a deep inhale before lighting it. He exhaled a ring of smoke with satisfaction. Don't worry, this pack will do. We switch shifts tomorrow. Lucky to have you as my partner, or this would have been unbearable. When we're back, I'll make it up to you. Next time, I'll bring 2 extra packs. A woo. A pack of wind wolves suddenly burst out of the storm. Skinny Monkey quickly counted them and jotted down in the blank space of a document. Wind wolves, 23, number of meteor unknown. Above this new entry, the document was already densely filled with the names of various magical beasts. Flipping to a fresh page, Skinny Monkey twirled his pen in his fingers and asked, Haven't seen Brother Huang and Brother Mo's teams around lately. Are they on leave? A lot of strong creatures have been coming out of the storm lately. I wonder if the brothers at the rear are feeling the pressure. Old Scar stubbed out his cigarette, now burnt down to his fingers, against the wall. After a moment of hesitation, he decided against lighting another and tucked the pack back into his pocket. I heard they were assigned a mission. Something about acting as bodyguards for a few students. What kind of students are so important? Skinny Monkey pressed for more. Who knows? Probably some spoiled rich kids, Old Scar said with a sneer. The place where we risk our lives, they treat like a tourist destination. And they send our 2 strongest teams to play babysitters ridiculous. Golden Battle Apes, 7, all mid-tier, Skinny Monkey noted as he scribbled in the log. Still, students who make it into a magic university must have exceptional talent. Besides, the captain isn't someone who kisses up to others. He must have his reasons. Who knows? Old Scar muttered. Old Scar was about to say something when Skinny Monkey suddenly interrupted him. Old Scar, what kind of magical beast is that bird? Old Scar immediately raised his binoculars, squinting as he carefully observed. In the distance, a fiery red bird with 2 elegant tail feathers had just broken through the storm. That's a flame sparrow, Old Scar exclaimed with a mix of surprise and awe. A mid-tier magical beast at the very least, and incredibly powerful. This is a rare find. While jotting down notes in his files, Skinny Monkey remarked, It truly is rare. I've been stationed at the Lingnan Sand Bridge for 3 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen one. A Qingwan? A frost crane? Old Scar's voice suddenly rose. His eyes locked onto 2 other large birds emerging behind the flame sparrow. This is insane, 3 rare magical beasts showing up at once. At that moment, the flame sparrow circled the sky twice, releasing an almost imperceptible energy wave that quickly spread in all directions. It penetrated the alloy fortress, sweeping over Old Scar and Skinny Monkey. Then, the three massive birds began flying directly toward the fortress. Old Scar's chest tightened as he stared intently at the approaching creatures. Something's not right, he murmured. Chien. The flame sparrow let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings as a burst of light pierced through the dark sky. The ominous clouds above turned into a fiery red, and a blazing storm erupted, roaring toward them. Firestorm! Run! Old Scar shouted, cold sweat dripping down his face. He grabbed Skinny Monkey, who was still scribbling notes, and bolted for the exit. If we don't move now, we'll be roasted alive. With a deafening crash, the firestorm slammed into the fortress, splitting like crashing waves. Though the fortress stood firm, its surface began to glow red-hot, and the internal temperature spiked rapidly. Fortunately, the two had already escaped. Boosted by the magic of swift breeze flow, their speed increased significantly. But as the flame sparrow soared past the fortress and closed in on them, Old Scar caught sight of its fierce, glowing eyes and made a swift decision. Carrying me will slow you down. Old Scar suddenly broke free from Skinny Monkey's grip, pulling out a cigarette box and lighting 2 cigarettes. Quit wasting time and get out of here. Taking one last look at Skinny Monkey, whose eyes were brimming with tears, Old Scar combined 2 short guns into a spear. His body began to glow with a golden aura. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he fixed his gaze on the 3 massive birds drawing closer. The ground beneath his feet cracked as his muscles bulged, and with a roar, he hurled the spear like a bolt of lightning. F you. Ebro, did you see that? The dark clouds over there just flashed for a moment, Chi Xiaohao whispered, sitting crouched on a branch of a stone tree in the rocky forest. He rubbed his eyes as he squinted into the distance through the dark brown foliage. Focus on keeping watch, Wang Yi commanded coldly, his vigilant gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The rocky forest was fraught with danger, with magical beasts potentially lurking at every corner. The team had no choice but to take turns resting in shifts, leaving at least 2 people on guard at all times. Seeing Wang Yi unwilling to respond, Chi Xiaohao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head before falling silent. Nearby, Jiang Yu and 3 others were seizing the opportunity to rest on several stone trees. After a moment, Chi Xiaohao couldn't hold back anymore. Ebro, I feel like we're never going to make it to the edge of the world. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. It was a harsh truth. They had been trekking through the rocky forest for nearly 50 hours, but had covered less than a fifth of the journey. Their time was running out. In just 5 or 6 more hours at most, they would have to start heading back to the Nansha base. Over the course of the mission, they had battled magical beasts over a dozen times, each encounter bringing them dangerously close to death. Only through Wang Yi's relentless absorption of magic crystals had they managed to keep everyone alive, but each member bore scars from the ordeal. Thinking back to the bold words he had uttered before entering the forest, Chi Xiaohao squirmed uneasily in his bulky frame. Stay steady, Wang Yi warned as he felt the branch beneath them tremble. If you break it, we're both going down. At the reminder, Chi Xiaohao froze in place, his body stiffening instantly. An hour later, Chi Xiaohao suddenly lowered his voice. Ebro, something's up. Wang Yi turned cautiously, following the direction Chi Xiaohao pointed. In the distance, 2 massive apes were approaching. They stood at least 2.5 meters tall, their fangs protruding beyond their lips, with long arms that reached past their knees. Their bodies were covered in thick brown fur, and 2 golden streaks ran from their backs to their chests. Golden armored battle apes, 2 meter ones, no less. Damn it. Wang Yi's heart sank. The last time they faced just 1 mid-tier golden armored battle ape, it had left Wang Jiang severely injured, nearly torn in half. His Blackrock heavy armor had been battered and dented, and he had barely survived the brutal fight. During that battle, the ape had effortlessly broken through their dual shield defenses, shrugging off rare-grade offensive magic like it was nothing. It had charged into their ranks like a tiger among sheep. If Wang Yi hadn't cast healing light on everyone in time, they wouldn't have even had a chance to save anyone. Even so, in just 5 seconds, Chen Zhengkai had lost an arm, and Jiang Yu's left femur had been shattered, piercing through flesh and muscle. Chi Xiaohao was sent flying and ended up impaled on a stone tree, with a broken branch piercing through his lower back. In that fleeting moment of life and death, only Hu Lily, who had been shielded by the team, managed to narrowly avoid a fatal blow. That was the closest their squad had ever come to complete annihilation, and it was only through Wang Yi's healing light and a desperate fight to the death that they barely managed to slay the golden armored battle ape. Now, as Wang Yi gazed at the 2 golden armored battle apes approaching them, his heart sank like lead. He knew all too well the nature of these beasts, ferocious and bloodthirsty. They would fight to the death once provoked. Last time, just one of them had nearly wiped out the entire team, and now there were 2. Wang Yi quickly flicked 4 small stones, each striking the cheeks of his sleeping teammates with pinpoint accuracy. Though resting, everyone had remained on high alert and was immediately roused by the faint sting. Silently and with practiced precision, they rose from the tree branches, their movements so light they made almost no sound. Wang Yi gestured for everyone to look in the direction of the golden-armored battle apes. Upon recognizing their deadly adversaries, the expressions of the entire team grew grim. The brutal fight from last time had left an indelible mark on all of them, especially Chen Zhangkai, who instinctively clutched his right arm, the one that had been torn off and reattached. Even with Wang Yi's healing, it still ached faintly and lacked full strength. Jiang Yu and Wang Jiang exchanged a glance before beginning to devise a strategy. If they weren't discovered, they would let the two beasts leave on their own. But if they were exposed, they would strike first. Jiang Yu pointed to Wang Yi, signaling for him to engage the one on the right, while the rest focused their firepower on the one on the left. Wang Yi realized this meant he would have to hold one off alone, and he couldn't help but smirk bitterly as he flipped Jiang Yu the finger. While the magical cores of the battle apes were a prize they couldn't afford to pass up, Wang Yi understood just how dangerous this fight would be. Even with the team's growing strength, this was still a life-or-death gamble. But fate had other plans. As the golden-armored battle apes reached the base of the tree, one of them suddenly sniffed the air and snapped its head upward, locking eyes with Wang Yi. Its grotesque mouth, dripping with saliva, twisted into a menacing grin. Damn it! Wang Yi cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he leapt from the tree, his body instantly encased in black rock armor as he bent his knees and aimed directly for the beast's head. At the same time, Wang Jiang sprang into action, his entire body glowing with a golden light as he swung his long halberd, its blade shimmering with a dark golden hue, straight at the other battle ape. The fight for survival had begun. The golden battle ape is a unique magical beast that possesses a singular magical ability, Golden Radiance Body. This ability evolves as the ape's rank increases, rare grade at the initial stage, extraordinary grade at the intermediate stage, and legendary grade at the advanced stage. When activated, the ape's entire body emits a golden glow, the intensity of which directly reflects the level of the magic. At this moment, as Wang Yi donned the Blackrock heavy armor, the golden battle ape below suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. The extraordinary grade Golden Radiance Body had been activated. While this magic doesn't significantly enhance defense, it greatly amplifies the user's strength while reinforcing bones and muscles, preventing self-injury from excessive power. Using the weight of the Blackrock heavy armor, Wang Yi dove downward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the golden battle ape. However, these notoriously combative magical beasts were far from ordinary foes. Every surviving golden battle ape was a seasoned warrior. With a precise strike, its massive palm swatted Wang Yi midair, sending him flying. Boom, boom. Wang Yi crashed through two stone trees like a cannonball before coming to a halt. Blood spattered the inside of his helmet as he coughed violently, his entire body feeling as though it was falling apart. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was just as intense. Wang Zhang's leaping slash was intercepted by the golden battle ape, which firmly grasped his spear. As the ape's clawed arm swung toward Wang Zhang's chest in a lethal strike, a golden light suddenly emanated from Wang Zhang's body, a rare-grade Golden Radiance Body he had acquired from slaying a golden battle ape previously. Although his glow wasn't as dazzling as his opponent's, this newfound power was enough to turn the tide of the battle. With superior combat skills, Wang Jiang executed a deft spin, regaining control of his spear and slicing through the tendons in the ape's arm in one smooth motion. 30 seconds. Wang Jiang shouted as he extended his left hand toward the golden battle ape. With a resounding boom, an explosive fireball detonated above the ape's head. Exploiting the momentary distraction caused by the explosion, Wang Jiang quickly retreated, popping a magic crystal into his mouth to restore his energy. Seizing the opportunity, his teammates in the trees unleashed a barrage of magical attacks. Bone-corroding fire serpents, lightning spears, wind blades, thunder blasts, and chaotic wind currents. The extraordinary grade golden battle ape was instantly engulfed in a storm of magic. By this time, Wang Yi had pulled himself out from beneath the shattered stone trees, his body glowing faintly with healing magic. He lifted his helmet and spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching a fresh magic crystal while muttering in frustration, 30 seconds? Huh? Easy for you to say, why don't you try holding the line instead? Although Wang Yi complained outwardly, he charged forward without hesitation. His target was the golden battle ape, which had just finished dealing with the flies and was preparing to support other battlefields. Grabbing a shard of stone from the ground, Wang Yi mustered all his strength. The dark brown rock whistled through the air and smashed into the back of the golden battle ape's head. Even with the passive enhancement of 1,000 weights, Wang Yi's strength still fell short compared to the ape's golden body form. However, the strike was enough to catch its attention. The stone shattered on the ape's head, causing it to stagger. Its grotesque face, lined with sharp fangs, turned toward Wang Yi with a deafening roar. The massive beast charged at him, its powerful legs pounding the ground. Within moments, man and beast faced off. The golden battle ape raised its right arm, its fist descending like a meteor toward Wang Yi's shoulder. Clad in his heavy black rock armor, Wang Yi neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he steadied his stance, adopting a defensive posture with one arm high and the other low. He knew the ape's attacks were swift and unpredictable. Evasion could only disrupt his footing. Stone blades on his forearms gleamed like guillotine edges. The ape's fist collided with Wang Yi's arms, and in the sliding motion, deep gashes that exposed bone were carved into the beast's skin. Yet, Wang Yi suffered as well. His feet sank into the ground from the immense force, and his arms nearly lost all sensation. Without the protection of his black rock armor, his arms might have been shattered. Enraged by the pain, the golden battle ape became even more ferocious. Its knee slammed into Wang Yi's chest, lifting him off the ground, followed by a side kick that struck his waist and abdomen. Wang Yi was sent skidding across the ground, carving a trench over 10 meters long as blood filled his throat. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he raised his hand and cast a light cage to trap the ape. However, the beast's golden aura surged, and with a powerful tear, it ripped the cage apart. Unbelievable! Wang Yi cursed inwardly. The ape leaped into the air, its dark foot blotting out Wang Yi's vision. Not this move again, Wang Yi muttered, rolling sideways to dodge. This time, there were no icy chains to save him. As the ape landed, Wang Yi seized the opening and raked his claw-like fingers across its lower leg, leaving bloody gashes. The ape stumbled, dropping to one knee. Wang Yi moved to press his advantage, but was grabbed by the ankle. Not good, he thought, and before he could react, the ape swung him like a weapon, smashing him repeatedly into the ground. The earth trembled with each impact as Wang Yi's entire body felt on the verge of breaking, his consciousness fading. From the distance, Jiang Yu's voice roared, "Heal him." Wang Yi forced himself to stay conscious, summoning a healing ray. But the ape stomped on his chest, gripping his ankle and pulling as though to tear him in half. At the critical moment, Wang Zhang's voice rang out, "Control it." Wang Yi bit his tongue to stay focused, casting another light cage around the ape. A long spear shot through the gaps in the cage, piercing the ape's chest. In the distance, Wang Zhang's breathless voice called out, "Sorry, I was a few seconds late." Wang Zhang's spear flashed like lightning, striking with precision and piercing straight through the heart of the golden battle ape. The massive beast roared in fury, blood spraying from its mouth as it violently broke free from the light cage, flinging Wang Yi backward with immense force. Clad in heavy black rock armor, Wang Yi hurtled through the air like a boulder, crashing towards Wang Zhang. The latter, knowing he couldn't withstand such an impact head-on, swiftly sidestepped the collision, letting Wang Yi brush past him as he continued charging toward the golden battle ape. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhang lunged forward, gripping the shaft of his spear with both hands. He planted his right foot firmly on the beast's lower back and twisted with all his might. As the spear withdrew, it tore out chunks of flesh and spilled blood, leaving a gaping, bullseyed wound through the ape's chest. Even with such a severe injury, the mid-tier magical beast managed to endure for over 10 seconds. However, its speed and strength had diminished drastically. Ultimately, it could not escape its fate and succumb to Wang Zhang's finishing blow. Edge, are you okay? Wake up. Wang Yi faintly heard Qi Xiaohao's panicked cries as his consciousness wavered. He lay in the crater he had created upon impact, his shattered black rock armor disintegrating into fragments and fading away. Wang Yi's injuries were now fully apparent. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, his abdomen was torn, his body was riddled with bruises and contusions, and he suffered multiple fractures and internal bleeding. The final healing light had failed to reach him, leaving him as the most severely wounded among them. Wake him up. He needs to heal himself, Jiang Yu, clutching his chest and pale-faced, urged. Yet no matter how desperately Qi Xiaohao shook and called out to Wang Yi, there was no response. Days of bearing the dual burden of shield-bearer and healer, combined with the devastating physical injuries, had plunged him into a deep coma. Blood quickly soaked through Wang Yi's remaining intact clothing, pooling into a dark crimson stain on the rocky ground. Seeing this, Jiang Yu immediately shouted into the surroundings, "Is anyone there? We surrender. Help us." Before the echo of his words faded, Bai Yu suddenly appeared among them like a ghost. After swiftly assessing Wang Yi's injuries, he left behind a curt "wait here" before vanishing into the layers of towering stone formations. Jiang Yu climbed a stone tree to keep watch, scanning for any approaching magical beasts. Meanwhile, deeper within the stone forest, 3 figures were locked in fierce combat with another beast. In this desolate stone forest, 3 figures were each busy with their own tasks. One of them was ruthlessly slaughtering magical beasts, while the other 2 watched leisurely from the sidelines. In front of the petite Ding Lan, a golden-armored battle ape knelt in agony, struggling weakly. With a swift and decisive motion, she twisted its neck, severing its head. Blood spurted into the air like a fountain. Tossing the headless corpse onto an already massive pile of beast carcasses nearby, She skillfully crushed the skull to extract the magic crystal, wiping it casually on her clothes. Leaning against a stone tree, Zhujianxiu had a piece of dried grass in her mouth that she had picked up from who knows where. Watching the gory scene, she curled her lip. This woman is so violent, no wonder the boss isn't into her. Wiping the blood off her face, Ding Lan turned and asked, "The boss has been gone for a while now. Could something have happened to him?" "Come on," Zhujianxiu replied dismissively. "With those wings of his, what could possibly happen in the sand bridge of Lingnan? Even if he can't win, he can always run. If only you could absorb the azure feather wind wings," Ding Lan grumbled. "At least then you'd be able to back him up." Zhujianxiu rolled her eyes internally. She wanted to retort with, "Aren't you also not with the boss?" but decided to swallow her words for the sake of her own safety. In the corner, Tan Lang, who had been quietly blending into the background, timidly raised his hand. The captain told us to look after the students. Aren't I doing just that?" Ding Lan interrupted. "I'm killing all these magical beasts, so those little brats won't get surrounded," Zhujianxiu said meaningfully. "You let quite a few tough ones slip past, though. That's to give them some experience," Ding Lan replied righteously. "But one of them was a mid-ear golden armored battle ape. That might be too much for them," Zhujianxiu said with a yawn. "Two," Tan Lang corrected softly. "Two," Ding Lan froze. "I clearly only let one through." Zhujianxiu's yawn froze halfway, and an alarm went off in her mind. "Watch out," Ding Lan suddenly shouted. Her skin glowed red as a molten heat surged from her body. She flung the severed head in her hand towards Zhujianxiu. Tan Lang's pupils contracted, summoning specks of fire to hover protectively around Zhujianxiu. A figure suddenly appeared beside Zhujianxiu. Reacting swiftly, Zhujianxiu narrowed her eyes and aimed her dagger straight at the intruder's forehead. Baiyu tilted her head just enough to avoid the strike, a few strands of hair falling to the ground. With one hand, she gripped Zhujianxiu's wrist. With the other, she clasped her shoulder. "Save them," she said urgently, and before the words had fully left her mouth, the two vanished into thin air. The severed head spun through the air and landed far away. "Spatial magic?" Ding Lan frowned, patting out the molten burns on her clothes. "Teleportation," Tan Lang said, gazing at the drifting strands of hair. "It's by you. Save them? Could it be?" Ding Lan's face turned pale. Without bothering to change her clothes, she sprinted toward the direction of the students, with Tan Lang silently following behind. Zhujianxiu felt the scene before him rapidly shifting as if the world were spinning out of control. A wave of nausea surged up his throat. Once the brief dizziness passed, he pretended to brace himself against his knees, dry heaving twice. Taking the opportunity, he squinted to survey his surroundings. In front of him was a rocky pit, where a man and a woman stood anxiously at the edge. Inside the pit, a chubby boy with a tear and snot-streaked face crouched next to a pale-faced young man. The alarming pool of blood beneath the young man instantly made Zhujianxiu understand why Baiyu was so distressed. Two more boys leapt down from the trees, their light landing breaking the tense atmosphere. Zhujianxiu silently counted heads and, seeing no one missing, felt a wave of relief. It seemed a student had indeed gotten into trouble, and this teacher had dragged him into the situation for help. "Save him, quickly," Baiyu urged impatiently from the side. "Relax, relax. With me here, no one's dying," Zhujianxiu replied with a reassuring smile before stepping forward to assess Wang Yi's condition. After confirming the situation, he immediately began casting a spell. A towering jade-green ancient bell, over 2 meters high, materialized in midair, floating gently above Wang Yi. Zhujianxiu raised his hand and tapped the bell's surface with his knuckles. A crisp dong resonated, and emerald ripples visibly radiated outward from the bell. Wherever the ripples reached, vitality seemed to bloom. The injured felt an immediate sense of comfort, as if soaking in a warm spring. Their wounds healed rapidly, and their spirits eased. At the base of the ancient bell, concentrated green light gathered into droplets that continuously fell onto Wang Yi. As the essence of life poured into him, Wang Yi's ashen complexion gradually improved, and his lost blood seemed to regenerate at an accelerated pace. "Well, how about that, kids?" Zhujianxiu patted the jade-green bell and casually introduced, "A divine-grade healing spell, the Bell of Life. You won't find another like it in all of Lingnan Shaqiao. Don't say your big brother here isn't generous. I've pulled out my best trick for you." Everyone exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond to this outgoing healer Baiyu had brought in. Only Qi Xiaohao scrambled to his feet, hastily wiping his tear and snot-streaked face, and eagerly stepped forward to bow and shake hands. "You're incredible, bro. Ring it again, bro. My brother hasn't woken up yet, bro." Zhujianxiu subtly stepped back, avoiding the snot-covered hand. "The injuries are healed. He's just mentally exhausted. A good sleep will do the trick, nothing to worry about." "That's a relief, that's a relief." Qi Xiaohao finally exhaled in relief. Once everyone's injuries had mostly recovered, Zhujianxiu finally had the leisure to carefully examine the chaotic battlefield. When his gaze fell on the two golden battle ape corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but be astonished. One was covered in magical scars, its form barely recognizable as an ape. The other, though wounded in its limbs, bore a comparatively less gruesome death, a gaping hole in its chest and a slit throat. The performance of these students when facing two mid-tier golden battle apes left Zhujianxiu deeply impressed. Not only did they successfully defeat these dangerous beasts, but aside from one member being seriously injured, the others escaped with only minor injuries. Even an ordinary team of novice mages from the Candlelight Army would struggle to achieve such a flawless outcome under similar circumstances. Observing these 16 or 17-year-old youths, Zhujianxiu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Captain Zhang values them so highly. These are indeed not ordinary talents. After the battle, Wang Yi's condition finally stabilized, no longer in life-threatening danger. Bai Yu, noticing the group's disheveled state, quickly took out a set of clothes from the virtual realm and handed it to Hu Lili, whose tattered attire barely covered her. Apart from Wang Yi, everyone's clothing had been reduced to rags, resembling mere strips of fabric. Hu Lili had to rely on bandages to cover herself, and the others fared no better. However, having survived such a life-and-death ordeal, she no longer cared about such trivialities. Even dressed in just bandages, she carried herself with composure. There was a reason Wang Yi didn't offer his only intact clothing to Hu Lili when summoning the black rock armor. Direct skin contact with the rough stone surface during intense movement and attacks would cause unbearable friction and pain. To avoid compromising his combat effectiveness, Hu Lili understandingly declined his offer. If their current appearance were seen on the streets of Lanling City, even beggars might feel compelled to offer them charity. This indirectly reflected the ferocity of the battles they had endured over the past few days. As their first training expedition, they had prepared plenty of food and medicine but had overlooked bringing spare clothing. What they initially thought would be a mere inconvenience of not changing clothes for 5 days turned into a much harsher reality due to the intense combat. The clothes Bai Yu provided were slightly oversized for the tall Hu Lili, but they were better than nothing. Unfortunately, her supply of clothing was limited, leaving the other boys to endure their current state. Throughout these days, Bai Yu primarily stayed within the virtual realm, protecting the group while occasionally venturing out to explore Lingnan Sand Bridge or locate suitable beasts. Though the team came close to being wiped out several times, she refrained from intervening. Fortunately, Wang Yi demonstrated extraordinary healing abilities, and the others performed admirably, ensuring no one was left behind. When Jiang Yu decided to end their training early due to Wang Yi's serious injuries, Bai Yu felt a sense of relief. During their previous grueling battles, Jiang Yu had never considered retreating. However, his decision to prioritize his teammates' safety over continuing the mission demonstrated the responsibility of a true leader. As Hu Lili changed into clean clothes, concealing her scars, Zhujianxiu's eyes lit up. She leaned forward with a cheerful pitch. "Young lady, interested in scar removal? You're so young and beautiful, don't let these scars affect you. I'm not just a soldier, but also an experienced cosmetic doctor. Since we fought side by side at Lingnan Sand Bridge, I'll even give you a 5 discount." Hu Lili hesitated, lowering her gaze to the scars on her body. As a young girl, these marks truly troubled her. Although the handsome and highly skilled doctors had just demonstrated remarkable medical abilities, for some reason, she couldn't shake off the feeling that he seemed somewhat unreliable. At that moment, Bai Yu glanced at Zhujianxiu before turning to Hu Lili with a gentle tone. "Lili, don't worry. Once we're back at school, I'll ask Director Zhang to conduct a thorough examination for all of you, including treatments to remove your scars." "Thank you, Mr. Bai." Hu Lili's face immediately lit up with a cheerful smile. Zhujianxiu, standing on the side, clicked his tongue in disappointment, watching yet another cosmetic treatment opportunity slip through his fingers. He couldn't help but question if he was truly cut out to be a cosmetic doctor. Just then, Ding Lan and Tan Lang finally arrived, following the sound of Zhujianxiu's bell. The moment Ding Lan saw Bai Yu, she couldn't hold back her frustration. "Hey, how could you just take my teammate without informing me? That's way out of line." Bai Yu replied with an apologetic tone. The situation was urgent. "I sincerely apologize." "Oh sure. If apologies worked, what's the point of magic?" Ding Lan clenched her fists, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Bai Yu frowned slightly. "My student was severely injured and in critical condition. I had no choice but to seek help from your healing mage." After several heated exchanges, Ding Lan even provocatively suggested a duel with Bai Yu, a rare spatial mage. However, considering the favor he owed the Candlelight Corps, Bai Yu chose to suppress his anger. Zhujianxiu stepped in just in time to mediate and put a stop to Ding Lan's provocation. When he learned that Bai Yu planned to take his students back to the Nansha base to complete their departure procedures, Zhujianxiu suggested accompanying them. Although Ding Lan still voiced her objections, Zhujianxiu managed to persuade her, and the group eventually set off on their journey back. With the escort of 4 top-tier mid-level mages, The rest of the trip was naturally smooth and uneventful. During the peaceful return journey, Wang Yi's consciousness gradually began to recover. Slowly opening his eyes, Wang Yi found himself lying on a makeshift stretcher. Qi Xiaohao's excited face instantly filled his entire field of vision. Brother Yi, you're finally awake. Wang Yi pushed away the face that was uncomfortably close, rubbed his aching temples, and slowly sat up. Although his head still felt a bit foggy, his entire body was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of lightness. About 13 hours, Wang Jiang answered from the other end of the stretcher. If you're awake, get up already. Stop lying there like you're some kind of lord. Looking around, Wang Yi saw that all his teammates were safe and sound, and even teacher Baiyu had joined the group. This finally allowed the tension in his chest to ease. He vaguely recalled that before losing consciousness, the battle was still fiercely ongoing. The last thing he remembered was Wang Jiang's long spear piercing through the golden ape's chest. Judging by the current situation, it was clear they had emerged victorious. Jiang Yu stepped forward, giving Wang Yi a friendly pat on the chest and placing 2 magic crystals into his hand. Glad to see you're awake. We couldn't have made it through this training without you. These are your spoils of war, and forget to absorb them. We're almost at the Nansha base. Wang Yi, how are you feeling? Baiyu asked with concern. From the side, Zhuo Jinqiu's playful voice chimed in. Teacher Bai, are you doubting my medical skills? I assure you, your student is healthier now than when he first stepped onto the Lingnan sand bridge. It was only then that Wang Yi noticed 3 additional members in the group, dressed in the uniforms of the Candlelight Army. Judging by the words of the elegant soldier, it was she who had treated him. He stood up from the stretcher, stretching his slightly stiff body. I'm fine, teacher. Baiyu nodded and explained. The training is over. We're heading back to the Nansha base. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt a mix of emotions. It was clear that his severe injuries and unconscious state had forced the team to cut their training short, even though there wasn't much time left anyway. Zhuo Jinqiu walked over, lightly patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. Young man, I have high hopes for you. You're very talented, but remember, only by ensuring your own safety can you protect your teammates better. She winked. That's advice from a senior in the healing arts. Through chatting with Qi Xiaohao, the cheerful Zhuo Jinqiu had already learned about Wang Yi's achievements. Although Qi Xiaohao's storytelling was prone to exaggeration, Wang Yi's injuries and the scars on the others made it clear that he was indeed an exceptionally gifted mage. Feeling a bit awkward, Wang Yi avoided the hand on his shoulder and muttered a simple thanks. By now, the group had returned to the Gobi Desert, and in the distance, they could see the boundary where the yellow sands began. Before long, they re-entered the desert region. After crossing a sand dune, they spotted another team in the distance. It was teacher Shen Yuan leading 4 senior students, accompanied by 4 members of the Candlelight Army. Naturally, the 2 groups decided to merge upon meeting. After confirming that all their students were safe and unharmed, both teachers let out a sigh of relief. Just as the 2 teachers were about to introduce the Candlelight Army squads accompanying them, a panicked voice carried over the wind. MOU, in the air support. MOU was a young man in his 20s. His high-bridged nose, fair complexion, and sharply defined facial features revealed his mixed Western heritage. Suddenly, a spell of wind whisper reached him, making him frown deeply. It was Huang Ye's voice. As the captain of the top-tier mid-level mage squad in Lingnan Sandbridge, and the only one who could rival him, MOU was all too familiar with that voice. MOU abruptly looked up at the sky, prompting everyone around him to follow suit. The blinding sunlight over the desert made them squint, and they could make out 4 dark silhouettes, 3 large and 1 small, circling high above and diving downward at an astonishing speed. It's the captain, and Yingke, Shuanghu, and Qinghuan. One of the members of the Candlelight Corps quickly identified the figures in the sky. When did these 3 powerful flying magical beasts come to Lingnan Sandbridge? They're chasing Huang's team. Mo, we need to assist immediately. Protect the students, Mou instructed briefly, then leapt into the air. A fiery red cloud materialized beneath his feet, carrying him straight into the sky. Xiaoyu, take care of the students, Shen Yuan quickly added, summoning azure wind wings on his back and following Mou closely. The others could only remain on the ground and watch. After all, only Mou and Shen Yuan had the capability to perform flight magic. High above, Huang Ye spotted Mou riding the fiery cloud and the unfamiliar middle-aged mage following him. She immediately adjusted her descent, drawing a graceful arc as she climbed rapidly. Now that reinforcements had arrived, there was no need to lower her altitude and risk the magical beast's attacks reaching those on the ground. What exactly is going on? Mou asked as he caught up with Huang Ye. 15 hours ago, these 3 magical beasts suddenly broke in through the entrance. Huang Ye explained wearily, discarding a mid-level magic crystal that had been drained of power. Out of the 4 observation posts, only Ho Ping survived. I managed to save him, and he's the one who told me what happened. You've been chased for over 10 hours? Mou asked in surprise. No, at first, I was the one chasing them, Huang Ye continued. After rescuing Ho Ping, The beasts seemed to lose interest and turn to leave. But I couldn't just let them go. So I tailed them to prevent them from harming any regular soldiers. I pursued them across most of Lingnan Sandbridge, harassing and attacking them along the way. About 2 hours ago, they must have gotten fed up with me and started chasing me instead. Hearing her account, Imoyu furrowed his brows. These powerful flying magical beasts, with their dominance in the skies, were indeed formidable. But what concerned him even more was their unusual behavior. It seemed to conceal some hidden, unknown purpose. According to past records, there has never been a single instance of highly intelligent individuals emerging from the species of these three magical beasts. Just then, the sky was suddenly engulfed in a sea of flames. A scorching firestorm swept toward the three of them at an alarming speed, its vast scale suffocating. Vortex shield. Holy light protection. Xin Yuan and Imo Yu cast their divine tier spells almost simultaneously. A faint white glow enveloped the three of them, with a protective vortex swirling on the outer layer. In the next moment, the firestorm consumed them entirely. When the flames subsided, the three emerged unscathed, spreading out and locking onto a beast each to launch their attacks. However, at that moment, the frost crane let out a mournful cry, a sorrowful and lingering weep that echoed through the air. Not good, it's the frost weep? Xin Yuan's expression darkened. Cracking sounds erupted as frost flowers rapidly spread across the previously impenetrable vortex shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield solidified into three spherical ice shells, trapping the mages within. Boom! The ice spheres shattered simultaneously, and the mages broke free from their confines. Imoyu acted swiftly, weaving milky white beams of light and blinding lightning into a radiant spear in his hands. This was the divine tier weapon, the Spear of Holy Judgment, which he hurled directly at the frost crane. Meanwhile, the flame sparrow unleashed its own divine tier magic, meteoric firestorm. Dozens of massive fireballs, each over 2 meters in diameter, trailed fiery tails as they plummeted from the sky toward the three. Yet before the fireballs could strike, Imoyu's Spear of Holy Judgment had already pierced through the frost crane's left wing. Although the creature narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the gaping wound on its wing threw it off balance, sending it spiraling toward the ground. At that moment, the azure Luan, which had been observing from the rear, finally made its move. With a soft cry, the frost crane's wing began to heal at a visible speed, new feathers rapidly covering the wound. This was the azure Luan's divine tier healing magic song of life. The frost crane quickly regained its ability to fly and rejoined the battle. Imoyu's expression darkened, while Shen Yuan, busy recasting the vortex shield to block the incoming meteoric fireballs, remarked, "These three beasts are highly unusual. The way they coordinate, it's almost like a team of human mages." Huangya, who had been entangled with the beasts the longest, chimed in, a healer like the azure Luan, an attacker like the flame sparrow, and the frost crane, all flying magical beasts. Their combination is exceptionally well balanced. Imoyu found it hard to believe. They come from three entirely different species, yet they cooperate so seamlessly. Normally, magical beasts aside from those of the same species that live in groups lack higher intelligence and often prey on one another. Forming a battle team is unheard of. In the sky, three figures clashed fiercely with three giant birds. Flashes of magic illuminated the air as divine-grade spells collided, producing deafening explosions. On the ground, two teams of candlelight guards had regrouped, forming a protective circle around 10 students alongside Baiyu. Suddenly, a member of the Ink Feather squad shouted a warning. "Watch out, meteor fire rain." Above, more than a dozen massive fireballs came hurtling down. Xinyuan quickly deployed a vortex shield to protect the group, but made no effort to intercept every fireball. He knew that trying to block such a widespread attack would not only be time-consuming but also drain a significant amount of his magical energy. Besides, the candlelight guards below were more than capable of handling the situation. Sure enough, Zhuojinxiu swiftly issued orders. "Tanlang, whistling wind." Tanlang immediately understood, and a green whirlwind formed above the group. As the fireballs entered the storm, they shrank rapidly, eventually dissolving into nothingness amidst the howling winds. Baiyu watched the battle unfolding above with a furrowed brow. In the sky, the flame sparrow and frost crane launched another ferocious assault. "Maybe we should use the same strategy we use against battle mage, squads take out the healer first, then focus fire on the azure Luan?" Shen Yuan suggested hesitantly while maintaining his defensive magic. Years of teaching had made him more of a theorist, lacking extensive combat experience. Huangya glanced at Shen Yuan. "This teacher is support type as well, isn't he?" Shen Yuan nodded. "Yes, I haven't mastered any divine-grade offensive magic." His expertise lay in techniques like the green feather wings and vortex shield, which was why he had been chosen to protect the students. "Then there's no way around it," Huangya said, shaking his head. "The azure Luan has the azure ring, a divine-grade defensive spell. Even if Ink Feather and I joined forces, We couldn't break through its defense, especially with the flame sparrow and frost crane interfering. This is such a hassle, Inkfeather muttered darkly. The three of us are all support types. This fight is unwinnable. Although he had managed to master the powerful spear of holy judgment, it was his only major offensive spell. As for Huangya, while he had one or two divine-grade attack spells, their power was inferior to the spear of holy judgment. We're in a safe zone now. Should we notify Commander Zhang for reinforcements? Huangya suggested. In all of Lingnan Shikio, only the two of us can fly. By the time reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late, Inkfeather replied. If worst comes to worst, we'll just keep attacking until they're worn down. Huangya rejected the idea. These three magical beasts were clearly highly intelligent and wouldn't allow themselves to be drained to exhaustion. More importantly, the beasts relied on instinctive flight, while the three of them had to continuously expend magical energy to maintain their spells. It was uncertain who would run out of strength first. How about we lower our altitude and lure these three birds into our teammates' attack range? Mayu suggested. As a support mage, his instinct was to rely on his teammates' offensive capabilities. No, Shen Yuan immediately rejected the idea. While he trusted that the Candlelight Army could instantly eliminate the Qingyuan within their attack range, the dual nature of this approach posed a deadly risk. Both the Yingke and Shuanghu possessed multiple large-scale extraordinary grade attack spells, and even one or two strikes could severely injure the students below. As a teacher, Shen Yuan had to prioritize the safety of the students. Mayu pressed his lips together in frustration. Just as he was considering how to deal with the Qingyuan, Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. Huang Dui, ask Baiyu if he can trap the Qingyuan in his void realm. Cutting off its healing magic support should be enough. Void realm? Huangya was surprised that Baiyu had mastered spatial magic and immediately relayed the message to him below using Wind Whisper. After understanding the predicament above, Baiyu quickly analyzed the situation. The Qingyuan doesn't have offensive magic, and my void realm can indeed trap it, but there are three conditions. It needs to be restrained for at least 1 second, I have to get within 5 meters of it, and most importantly during the second I activate the void realm, the other two beasts cannot disrupt the spell. Baiyu explained that his void realm was only at the extraordinary grade and not yet impenetrable. Normally, it was used to carry luggage or briefly trap non-resisting targets like Iman Morris. If a strong magic spell was unleashed inside, the void realm could be shattered at any moment. The three mid-level support mages immediately saw an opportunity. These conditions were not insurmountable for them, as long as they coordinated effectively. It's worth a try, Mayu said, lowering his posture to nimbly dodge remnants of the frost wind on his cloud, a smile returning to his face. Who's going to assist this teacher? No need, I'll come up myself, Baiyu said. His eyes locked on the Qingyuan as he quickly calculated. Lure them toward the southern sandbase. Restrain the Qingyuan in 20 seconds. And remember no extraordinary grade attack spells within a 10-meter radius. Mayu sprang into action, counting down silently in his head as he led the beasts towards the southern sandbase. Huangya and Shen Yuan followed closely behind. Please, protect my students, Baiyu urged the surrounding Candlelight Army members. Don't worry, Teacher Bai. No matter what, the 6 of us will shield the students, Zhou Jinxiu promised solemnly. Baiyu nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the Qingyuan, which remained hidden behind the Yingke and Shuanghu. 5 seconds later, his figure abruptly vanished from the desert. In the scorching desert sands, the air shimmered faintly with distortion. Baiyu's figure abruptly appeared 100 meters above the ground, only to be pulled downward by gravity. Her form flickered in and out of sight as she teleported repeatedly, each jump lasting only a fraction of a second. After 6 or 7 leaps, she was already near the edge of the battlefield. The onlookers silently counted down the final 5 seconds in their minds. Yin Ke wasted no time, unleashing a fiery storm to welcome the new arrival. The moment Baiyu materialized, 3 layers of defensive magic enveloped her. The innermost layer was Huang Ya's green vine armor, the middle layer glowed with Mo's holy light shield, and the outermost layer swirled with Shen Yuan's vortex barrier. The combined protection of the 3 support mages rendered her the safest person on the Lingnan sand bridge. The fiery storm surged toward her, but it was as harmless as a summer breeze against her defenses. 3. Baiyu's firm voice rang out as her sharp gaze swept over her 3 companions. Huangya and Mou instantly understood, nodding subtly in acknowledgement. Only Shen Yuan hesitated, doubting if he had miscounted the timing. 2. As Baiyu's voice fell, Huangya and Mou darted toward Qingyuan like arrows loosed from a bow. Their mission was to distract Yin Ke and Shuanghu, while Shen Yuan was tasked with restraining Qingyuan to create an opening for Baiyu. Shen Yuan followed closely, struggling to keep up with their pace. Baiyu teleported again, reappearing not far from Yin Ke and Shuanghu. At this point, she was still about 160 meters from Qingyuan. Since her maximum teleportation range was 100 meters, she needed 2 more jumps to reach her target and deploy the Void Realm to trap Qingyuan. 1. Bai Yu's figure vanished abruptly. Now, Huang Ye's sharp command broke the tension, and the team moved into action simultaneously. Imoyu, surrounded by blazing holy light, grinned fiercely as he prepared to attack. Shun Yuan pressed his palms together, chanting the incantation for the water dragon bind spell in a low voice. Bai Yu had already breached the 100-meter range around Qingyuan and flickered forward once again. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yin Ke and Shuang Hu simultaneously unleashed their magic at Qingyuan's position. Frost and fire intertwined in midair, bursting into a chaotic storm of destruction. The meteoric collision shattered the space around Qingyuan, creating an impenetrable barrier. Shun Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he watched, helpless, while his water dragon bind spell was torn apart by the violent magical turbulence before it could take effect. This is bad Bai Yu. Shin Yuan cried out in alarm, but the blazing firestorm had already obscured his vision. Under such terrifying power, even with the protection of triple-layer defensive magic, Bai Yu likely wouldn't last long. The violent turbulence of magical energy around the Qingyuan was so intense that Bai Yu dared not open a void realm nearby. It would undoubtedly collapse instantly under such pressure. Worse still, the overwhelming magical fluctuations could disrupt the use of teleportation magic, cutting off Bai Yu's last chance to escape. Why aren't you attacking? Shin Yuan looked at Huang Ye and Imoyu in disbelief. According to the plan, they were supposed to intercept the attacks from the Flame Sparrow and the Frost Crane. As the experienced leader of the elite Candlelight Army squad, how could they make such a basic mistake? Unless it was intentional. But Shen Yuan quickly dismissed the thought sabotaging Bai Yu would bring them no benefit, and there had been no prior signs of conflict between them and Bai Yu. As his mind raced in confusion, a sudden realization struck him. Why were the Flame Sparrow and the Frost Crane attacking the Qingyuan? No, their target wasn't the Qingyuan at a lit was Bai Yu. This meant they had already seen through their attack strategy. They have higher intelligence. Shen Yuan shouted in shock, his voice hoarse with fear. This level of intelligence far exceeded what could be explained by ordinary creatures. Haha, just as I thought. Imoyu laughed loudly as he extinguished the divine-grade illumination spell in his hand. It turned out that the intense light had been a ruse to make it seem like he was about to unleash a powerful attack. Let's find their brains. In contrast, Huang Yu remained much calmer. A dark yellow vine materialized in his hand and swiftly extended toward the Flame Sparrow, its tip blooming into a blood-red flower. This divine-grade vine demon's petals opened like the gaping, toothed maw of a worm, ferociously biting toward the Flame Sparrow's head. My guess is here. Imoyu hurled a holy light judgment spear at the Frost Crane. At that moment, Bai Yu's voice suddenly came from behind Shen Yuan. Shenj, prepare the water dragon bind. The unexpected call made the Qingyu windwings on Xian Yuan's back shudder slightly. It turned out that Bai Yu hadn't teleported toward the Qingyuan but had instead moved in the opposite direction, appearing behind Shan Yuan. Shen Yuan felt a tight pull at his waist and was abruptly yanked downward. Fortunately, the Qingyu windwing's load-bearing capacity was sufficient. Looking down, he noticed that a lightning belt had somehow wrapped around his waist. One end was coiled around his Vortex shield, while the other was tied to Bai Yu's arm, suspending her in midair. Bai Yu's gaze was locked onto the chaotic, magic-ravaged region ahead. The magic crystal in her left hand was rapidly depleting its energy. The Qingyuan won't hold out, it can't, even with the Ring of Azure. It's about to emerge. Shenj, as soon as the Qingyuan shows itself, trap it immediately. No problem. Shen Yuan nodded and focused all his attention on the seething sea of flames ahead. About 5 or 6 seconds later, a charred figure fell from the fiery skies. It was the severely injured Qingyuan, struggling to flap its damaged wings. Its body flickered with the light of the Song of Life, desperately attempting to heal its grave wounds. Bai Yu seized the moment and vanished from her spot. At the same time, Shen Yuan, who had been prepared, unleashed the water dragon bind. A massive water dragon instantly coiled around Qingyuan's body. Amid the brittle sound of bones snapping, Qingyuan was rendered immobile. From within Qingyuan, specks of cyan light began to emerge, forming a ring that expanded outward in an attempt to break free. But it was too late. Bai Yu, using 2 consecutive teleportations, appeared beside Qingyuan. Before the support magic from Yingke and Shuang Hu could arrive, her right hand was already pressing against the water dragon. The void realm opened in an instant, swallowing Qingyuan along with the water dragon binding it. As the entrance to the void realm sealed shut, Qingyuan vanished completely. Bai Yu had just let out a sigh of relief when she was forced to teleport again to evade the delayed magic attack. She distanced herself from the battlefield, spreading her arms as she plummeted, the wind howling past her. However, her brief respite was soon shattered. A troubling thought suddenly surfaced in Bai Yu's mind. Were the brains of those 3 magical beasts really inside Qingyuan? Although Qingyuan had the strongest defenses, protected by both the Cyan Ring and the Song of Life, making it the safest choice. This was ultimately just an assumption. A piercing wail interrupted her thoughts. Shuanghu had been impaled through the chest by Mo's spear of holy judgment, blood spilling into the sky. Bai urgently searched for Yingke, quickly spotting a fiery figure hurtling toward the ground at an astonishing speed, like a falling meteor. Huangya and Shen Yuan followed closely, but the distance between them was widening. At that moment, Huang Ya's anxious warning came through the wind whisper spell. It's going to self-destruct. Protect the students. Self-destruct? Bai suddenly recalled Yang's almost neverest divine-grade magic sacrificial flame. It was a suicidal self-destruction spell, rarely used even by human mages who had mastered it, unless they were in absolute desperation. Now, Yingke was about to use this spell to perish alongside its anemia decision that required unimaginable courage. Could the brain be inside the Yingke? This thought flashed through Bai's mind. Without wasting a moment, she immediately activated her teleportation technique, chasing downward at full speed. By now, the Yingke was engulfed in orange flames, its speed skyrocketing. No wonder even Huangya and Shan Yuan couldn't catch up. Although the wind-speaking spell provided warnings, Bai feared that even the speed of magical transmission might not keep up with the current pace of the Yingke. Faster, just a bit faster. Bai gritted her teeth, desperately drawing on every ounce of magic within her to push her teleportation to the limit. If the Yank's sacrificial flames detonated near the students, the consequences would be unimaginable. The training mission at Lingnan Sandbridge was about to conclude successfully. How could they let a mere beast ruin it at the final moment? The crowd below had already noticed the anomaly. The Yingke, preparing to release its sacrificial flames, resembled a blazing sun plummeting from the sky, blindingly radiant. The candlelight army reacted swiftly, unleashing an array of rare and extraordinary spells into the air. Yet the Yingke, moving with an unnatural speed, traced graceful arcs through the sky, evading most of the attacks with ease. The few spells that managed to hit left severe injuries, but none were fatal. Driven to its final madness, the Yingke no longer feared its wounds. Dragging its mutilated body, it burned even brighter. To avoid the magical onslaught, it veered to the crowd's left front, leaving a trail of molten, crystallized sand in its wake. Just as the Yingke was about to dive into the crowd, Bai finally teleported in front of it. Facing the dazzling sun, her pale face showed no hesitation as she opened the entrance to the Void Realm. The Azure Wand, which had just recovered from its injuries inside the realm, was struck hidden by the charging Yingke before it could even emerge. Boom! An explosion of endless golden flames erupted within the Void Realm. The Azure Wand let out a tragic cry, reduced to ashes in an instant. Bai's face turned ashen as blood poured from her nose and eyes. The Void Realm shattered under the force of the sacrificial flames. A mass of golden fire detonated in the desert, spreading outward in a frenzied blaze. Bai, being the closest, was thrown violently by the flames. Her defenses crumbled one after another. Her vortex shield evaporated, her holy light protection vanished, and her green vine armor charred to black. The sacrificial flames, fueled by life itself, far exceeded the limits of even the most extraordinary grade magic. Get back! Ding Lan, her body radiating molten magma, flung Tan Lang into the crowd behind her before transforming into a lava giant. She spread her arms wide to shield the others from the flames. At the same time, Zwig Jinxius life clock enveloped the group, while the healers of the Mayu squad released a rain of vitality. Wang Yi, clad in heavy black rock armor and wielding alloy shields in both hands, roared, "Duck!" Wang Jiang and Jiang Yu immediately knelt behind him, releasing an explosive sand shield and an ice shard barrier respectively. Together, they formed a protective angle, shielding Qi Xiaohao and the others, who crouched defensively with their heads covered. Tan Lang's gale howl surged forward, colliding with the flames. Everyone pushed themselves to their limits, employing every skill they had. Yet, despite their combined efforts weakening the fire, the relentless flow of flames continued to engulf them all. Late Thursday night, a dull thud shattered the silence. Bai Jingtian was startled awake by the sudden noise. He grabbed a coat and quickly made his way to the living room. As he opened the door, the contrast between the darkness of the courtyard and the light spilling through the doorway was stark. In the faint glow, the first thing he noticed was a pair of legs tightly bound with coarse rope, the knots stained with patches of black mud. Thanks to his sharp night vision, Bai Jingtian could clearly see a person lying on their side on the ground. The figure faced the doorway, with hands tied behind their back, wrists and ankles bound with the same rough rope, and a rag stuffed into their mouth. When Bai Jingtian got a good look at the person's face, his eyebrows lifted slightly. It was Tong Xian. Although both worked within the education system of Lanling City, Bai Jingtian and Tong Xian had only exchanged nods on a few occasions. Now, Tong Xian was clearly conscious, but his eyes were filled with barely concealed terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet he didn't dare make a sound. Bai Jingxian's gaze shifted past Tong Xian to the unfamiliar figure seated in the courtyard gazebo. The person sat with a straight posture, exuding composure, as if entirely unbothered by exposing their back to Bai Jingtian. "You are," Bai Jingtian began, but was abruptly cut off by the stranger's firm voice. "Don't use hypnosis or truth spells on mites, rather impolite." The words immediately heightened Bai Jingxian's alertness. For someone to instantly recognize his psychic magic, they had to be a high-level mage skilled in mental disciplines or possibly an extraordinary being of equal rank. Judging by the voice, the person seemed to be around his age, assuming no voice-altering magic was in play. Bai Jingtian quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. A high-level mage wouldn't act so recklessly, making it more likely that this person was an extraordinary being. Tong Xian, an inconsequential figure, couldn't possibly have ties to such a person. Clearly, the stranger had brought Tong Xian here specifically to target him. Considering recent events involving Tong Xian, the stranger was either connected to Wu Jia or Qi Jia. However, while Wu Jia had the resources to hire an extraordinary being, he wouldn't go to such lengths for a minor figure like Tong Xin, especially since Wu Jia had already solidified his victory after Qi Jian's retirement due to illness. There was no reason for him to overplay his hand. As for someone holding a grudge against Qi Jian, that seemed even less likely. If Qi Jian had offended an extraordinary being in the past, he wouldn't have held his position peacefully for so many years. That left only one possibility: someone who had recently clashed with Qi Jian and somehow involved Tong Xian in the matter. In just a few seconds, as Bai Jingtian pieced together the clues, a startling realization dawned in his mind. "Are you connected to Wang Yi?" Bai Jingtian stood outside the pavilion, asking tentatively. Under the veil of night, the figure within the pavilion was faintly discernible. Bai Jingtian carefully recalled all the information he had on Wang Yi's connection to an extraordinary mage could only lead back to the identity of his parents as members of the Tianfu army. After the Liyuan campaign, only 18 Tianfu soldiers had survived, and they had either retired into seclusion, transitioned to other professions, or, in some cases, taken their own lives under the immense pressure. The exact names on the list were long lost to history. Tianfu army? A faint, desolate laugh echoed from the pavilion. "A good guess, but unfortunately that's not the answer." Bai Jingtian narrowed his eyes. "So, you do have some connection to Wang Yi." The other person smirked disdainfully, clearly aware of the probing in Bai Jingtian's words. "You people in the bureaucracy are all so calculating, aren't you?" Bai Jingtian accepted the mockery calmly and replied evenly. "You show up uninvited in the middle of the night, but refuse to reveal yourself. I have to figure out whether you're a friend or a foe. Hiding in the shadows, am I?" The figure remarked self-deprecatingly. "Retired all these years, and I still can't shake this habit." Then they countered. "What do you think? Are we friends or foes?" "Retired?" Bai Jingtian's mind sharpened. What kind of organization could compel an extraordinary mage to retire? "Wang Yi is my student. Naturally, we are friends, not enemies." "Oh, your student?" The figure let out a cold laugh. "And this is how you handle it when your student is attacked by hired assassins?" Bai Jingtian glanced at Tong Xian, who lay unconscious in the courtyard, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew all too well that in front of a serious extraordinary mage, any excuse would sound utterly hollow. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I've already made Qi Jian pay the price." "The price?" The figure turned to face him, their eyes eerily calm yet terrifyingly intense as they locked onto Bai Jingtian, forcing him to step down from his illustrious position as the second-in-command of the education system. "That's what you call a price?" A chill ran down Bai Jingtian's spine. This was someone who had clearly seen bloodshed, but he did not falter. His status and abilities gave him sufficient confidence. "What do you want?" he asked. The figure's voice was laced with bitter self-mockery. "I only want this matter to have a proper conclusion. Once, I made a bold promise to that child, assuring him that darkness would never engulf him, that someone would always shield him from the storms until he was ready to bear the burden himself. He didn't believe me. I thought it was just his youth. Now I see I was the naive one." As they spoke, the figure slowly approached Bai Jingtian, their gaze as piercing as a cold wind. "Qi Jian made me break my promise. And you, Bai Jingtian, you've disappointed me. The mastermind behind a hired attack. What punishment does the law prescribe for such a crime? And if the perpetrator is an official who knowingly breaks the law, should the punishment not be even harsher?" Bai Jingtian felt his breath catch, instinctively taking a step back. The oppressive aura emanating from the figure was like a storm cloud, an almost unimaginable presence in this era of peace. Even as a fellow extraordinary, Bai Jingtian was acutely aware if this person wanted to take his life, it would likely be effortless. In that chilling moment, realization struck him. "You're from the Night Watch Army." "I was," the figure replied, halting their steps. Under the night sky, their silhouette seemed cloaked in sorrow. "Once a guardian of the night, Now shamed by those I protected, Wang Yi stood stark naked in the desert, coughing lightly to mask his inner embarrassment. Moments ago, though the flame finch's sacrificial blaze had been weakened, it was still powerful enough to incinerate his blackrock heavy armor to ashes. Fortunately, the Flame King had shielded his body and hair, though his clothing wasn't as lucky. Behind him, Wang Jiang and Jiang Yu, having only endured the ripples of the aftermath, managed to maintain some semblance of decency. This prompted Wang Yi to chuckle bitterly to himself. Since crossing over, this was the second time he'd been forced into such a public display. Thankfully, this time, he was surrounded by comrades who shared life and death bonds. Even when Hu Lily's clothes were destroyed, she hadn't shown any hint of shyness, so he certainly couldn't afford to act coy now. Not bad, little brother, Zhou Jinxiu teased as she handed over a candlelight core jacket. Nice stitching, looks like you found yourself a rather experienced doctor. Wang Yi took the jacket with an expressionless face, tied it around his waist, and ignored the blatant innuendo. He quietly secured it with a firm knot. Weakling, clothes, Ding Lan called out impatiently, her molten lava form dissipating as she stepped barefoot onto the scorched, golden glass created by the intense flames. Thanks to her shielding them from the second wave of the sacrificial blaze like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Wang Yi had been able to secure the rear and expand the safe zone. As for Ding Lan's bare figure, most of the soldiers were used to it, though a few younger members instinctively averted their eyes. Zhou Jinxiu, however, gave her an amused once-over. Sister Ding, you seem to have gained a little weight. Say that again, and I'll rip your mouth off, Ding Lan snapped, glaring fiercely at her. She grabbed a spare uniform and put it on. Since her molten form destroyed any clothing she wore, the Huangya squad always carried extra uniforms for missions. The Flame Finch's magic core has been found, Huangya announced, stepping back into the group with a fiery red orb in her hand. After confirming everyone was safe, she had gone to retrieve the magic core that had undoubtedly survived the explosion. The Qingluan's magic core is with me, Bai Yu said, stepping forward while holding a bluish orb between her fingers. Having taken the brunt of the first wave of the sacrificial blaze, her condition was far from ideal. Despite the protection of the Void Realm and 3 layers of defensive magic, her clothes were charred, her skin was burned, and her hair was dry and twisted. The fact that she still had any hair left was a small miracle in itself. Huangya glanced at the core in her hand and nodded, but made no move to take it. The magic cores of Yanke, Qingluan, and Shuanghu, as top-tier magical beasts, are naturally extremely valuable. Successfully defeating these beasts this time was undoubtedly due to the assistance of Bai Yu and Xin Yuan, so it's only fair to share the spoils with them. Yu twirled Shuanghu's magic core in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. All 3 magic cores are here, but where is the magic core from the brain? The unusual behavior of these 3 birds wasn't without reason. What do you mean by the brain? Xin Yuan couldn't help but ask. As a schoolteacher with limited experience in the interdimensional passage, he felt completely out of sync with the thought processes of the other 3. During the battle, Huangya and Yu seemed to understand Bai Yu's intentions with just a glance, while he alone felt like an outsider. Bai Yu patiently explained, the brain refers to a 4th magical beast. Shuanghu, Yanke, and Qingluan are not naturally intelligent creatures, yet they coordinated their attacks so seamlessly. This suggests that there must be another intelligent beast controlling them from the shadows, either through parasitism or remote manipulation, and it was able to understand our plans. Xin Yuan recalled the earlier moment when Shuanghu and Yanke simultaneously attacked Qingluan. That move had clearly anticipated Bai Yu's actions. According to the original plan, Bai Yu, who had teleported to Qingluan's side, wouldn't have had time to dodge. A magical beast that can understand human speech? Xin Yuan was stunned by this revelation. Most likely a psychic-type magical beast, Bai Yu paused. It's extraordinarily rare. I've only read about such cases in reports, and this is my first time encountering one in person. Yu toyed with the Shuanghu magic core. I've served in the Candlelight Army for over 4 years and taken down nearly 1,000 magical beasts, but this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Huangya also confirmed that he had only seen similar records in battle reports. So you adjusted your tactics based solely on speculation? Xin Yuan finally understood why he couldn't keep up with their strategy earlier. Huangya explained, even if the judgment was wrong, it wouldn't have mattered, could have stuck to the original plan. But failing to account for this possibility could have put us in danger. After hearing this, Xin Yuan couldn't help but reflect on his 20 years of seniority. Looking at Wang Yi and the other students, he silently admitted that the new generation was indeed more capable. Then where exactly is the magic core of the 4th beast? It's definitely not on Shuanghu, Yu said, having already thoroughly inspected Shuanghu's corpse. Huangya scanned the surrounding desert. Whether it's on Yanke or Qingluan, it was likely scattered by the self-destructive flames. Let's mark a search area here and send someone to comb through it later. After all, it could be a mid-tier psychic magic core. At that moment, Wang Yi, who had a candlelight army jacket tied around his waist, picked up a dagger with a burnt handle from the ground. He wiped the blade on his uniform a couple of times before suddenly speaking. The magic core you're looking for might be with me. As he finished, Wang Yi reversed his grip on the dagger, clenched his teeth, and plunged it into a scar on his left shoulder. Wang Yi's actions left everyone stunned. Without a change in his expression, he swiftly and decisively extracted a bloodied, marble-sized magic crystal from his left shoulder. Only then did the group realize his earlier intentions. After cleaning the wound and casting a healing spell on himself, Wang Yi picked up the fallen magic crystal and casually wiped it clean. The crystal immediately transmitted a series of information to him. Sleep spell rare, induces sleep in living beings, hypnotic anomaly causes chaotic consciousness, command anomaly sends commands to hypnotize subjects, and awareness anomaly detects conscious beings within range. These characteristics pointed to an obvious conclusion: this was the magic crystal of a hidden psychic-type magical beast. In fact, Wang Yi had noticed something unusual right after the battle ended. The constant flow of magical information being conveyed to him was unfamiliar and unlike anything from the crystals he had acquired before. Upon carefully examining his body, he discovered an unknown scar beneath his left shoulder's trapezius muscle, near his chest. Whenever he moved his left arm, there was a distinct sensation of a foreign object beneath his skin. It was likely that this magic crystal had been propelled into his body during the explosion of the sacrificial flame, carried by the shockwave like a bullet. At the time, his entire body was overwhelmed by the searing pain of golden flames, so such an injury had gone unnoticed. Coincidentally, the medical mages of Zwajinshio and the MOU squad had been continuously casting healing spells to treat everyone's burns, and the wound caused by the crystal had inadvertently healed during the process. Wang Yi casually tossed the cleaned magic crystal to Huang Ye. After examining it closely, Huang Ye confirmed, "This should be the crystal of a mind worm. Definitely psychic type." MOU clicked his tongue in amazement. "If you hadn't dug it out, you could have made a fortune taking it with you." Indeed, a rare level spell combined with 3 anomalous level abilities made for a top-tier combination, even among mid-level magical beasts. What made it even more valuable was the rarity of psychic-type crystals. This type of magic was renowned for its subtlety, and before reaching the highest tiers, both human mages and magical beasts had little resistance to it. Wang Yi silently wiped the blood off his dagger and picked up 2 slightly deformed alloy shields. He spoke calmly, "You're right, but it doesn't belong to me." He had considered the possibility. The exit inspections at the military district weren't particularly strict. If he were bold enough, he could even string the crystal into a necklace and smuggle it out. As a mage authorized to traverse the interdimensional passage, his background should be clean enough to avoid scrutiny. The garrison would find it hard to act on such matters. However, that greedy thought had barely surfaced in his mind before he cast it aside without hesitation. Hearing Wang Yi's response, MOU's fair face revealed an approving smile. "Good lad, I'm starting to admire you." Especially after seeing Wang Yi successfully absorb the unique healing light of Gaul, the interest in his eyes grew even stronger. "For mid-ear magic crystals, just right. Let's take one each," Huang Yi said, extending his hand. The glow of the flame sparrow and thought insect crystals in his palm was alluring. "You all choose first, I'll go last." "Huang Yi, you're playing the nice guy, but you're putting me on the spot," MOU complained, pouting. Still, he flicked the frost crane crystal in his hand toward Huang Yi. "I'm not one to fuss. I'll pick third." Among the 4 crystals, the thought insect crystal was undoubtedly the most valuable. While the other 3 were similarly rare, the medical type azure luan crystal held greater utility. By relinquishing their priority to choose, Huang Ye and MOU were clearly giving up on the most precious thought insect crystal. During the earlier battle, Baiyu had undoubtedly contributed the most. In contrast, Shen Yuan, who had played a more minor role, naturally let Baiyu pick first. Baiyu stared at the 4 crystals for a moment, pondering, but did not make an immediate choice. Instead, she asked, "This crystal can't be taken out of Lingnan Sandbridge, right?" "Correct," Huang Ye confirmed with a nod. "What if I temporarily store it here in Lingnan Sandbridge?" "What, are you planning to bury it in the sand?" Ding Lan interjected with a raised eyebrow. "Burying it in the sand is definitely not safe, but what if it's kept with a top-tier squad leader?" Baiyu tested the waters. Huang Ye frowned. "That's against the rules." MOU, on the other hand, looked intrigued. "If it were allowed, which one would you choose?" The magic contained within these 4 crystals was exceptionally rare and powerful. Baiyu's suggestion clearly hinted at leaving the crystal for a novice mage, allowing them to attempt absorption after reaching the mid-ear. Tossing the azure luan crystal lightly in her hand, her intentions were obvious. Huang Ye and MOU immediately turned their eyes toward Wang Yi. The latter looked around awkwardly before fixing his gaze on the distant yellow sands, scratching his nose. He couldn't figure out why Baiyu was suddenly acting this way, making him feel like he was being treated as a freeloader. "Wang Yi, a man with pride, equipped with his system and both healing and shielding abilities, could never accept being seen as someone dependent on others. This is against the rules, Huang Yu insisted in response to Bai Yu's request. Haha. Yu chuckled. You're so rigid. Weren't you just being accommodating earlier, putting me on the spot? Now when it's your turn, you flat out refuse. Huang Yu remained unmoved. This is different. Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible. As the leader of a top-tier squad in Lingnan Sandbridge, second only to Zhang Jin with the rank of major, he did have some authority. But Bai Yu waited for the inevitable condition. But my squad will likely be reassigned in 2 years at most. Within that time, can this kid advance to mid or mage? That'll depend on whether fate brings him and the Song of Life together, Bai Yu said nonchalantly. She had merely seen the rarity of the Azure Luan crystal and wanted to give Wang Yi a chance. After all, there was only one Azure Luan crystal. Even if Wang Yi advanced quickly, whether he could successfully absorb the Song of Life was still uncertain. Then there's no problem, Yu said, taking the Azure Luan crystal. He turned to Wang Yi and warned, Kid, if you don't make it to mid or mage in 2 years, this crystal will be mine. Wang Yi sighed inwardly, thinking, so, the pressure starts now, huh? Although somewhat unexpected, Bai Yu successfully completed the selection of a magic crystal. The group's attention then shifted to Shen Yuan, waiting for him to make his choice. Standing there, Shen Yuan seemed hesitant. As a support mage, both his abilities and the value of the magic crystal made the Mindworm's crystal the most suitable choice for him. However, recalling his minimal contribution in the previous battle, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Huang Yi keenly noticed Shen Yuan's hesitation. With a slight smile, he decisively tossed the Mindworm's crystal to Shen Yuan and flicked the Frost Crane's crystal toward Yu. Shen Yuan nodded in gratitude toward Huang Yi. After distributing the 4 magic crystals, the group continued their journey toward the Nansha base. Huang Yi casually handed the last Flame Sparrow crystal to Tan Lang, saying, go ahead and absorb it. Flame Sparrow's magic suits you well, just avoid using immolation. For military personnel like Huang Yi's squad, the value of magic crystals primarily lay in their contribution to military merits. As a major in rank, Huang Yi was one of the highest-ranking officers in Lingnan Shikio, second only to Commander Zhang Jin and on par with Yu and 2 deputy commanders. Despite his rank, Huang Yi did not hold an administrative position but instead served as the leader of the specialized Candlelight Squad. Rather than overseeing the broader responsibilities of a military district, Huang Yi preferred leading his team on missions. In an elite squad like this, the team composition rarely changed unless faced with overwhelming circumstances or a member's sacrifice. Thus, enhancing the team's overall strength took precedence over accumulating individual merits. Yu evidently shared the same perspective, as he also distributed the Frost Crane crystal to his own team members. Tan Lang quietly accepted the Flame Sparrow crystal, planning to absorb it once they returned to the base. Meanwhile, Wang Yi approached Bai Yu discreetly and murmured, Boss, I feel unworthy of this. He chose to speak now, not wanting to question Bai Yu's decision in front of everyone. Bai Yu glanced at him and replied, You've done well. You deserve it. Embarrassed, Wang Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Over the past 5 days of training, Bai Yu had observed the team's remarkable growth as though they had undergone an evolution. While everyone performed admirably, Wang Yi, as the team's shield and healer, was undoubtedly the key to ensuring everyone's survival. On this point, Bai Yu and Jiang Yu were in complete agreement. Strength could be cultivated over time, but certain qualities were innate. At this moment, Bai Yu believed Wang Yi was worth investing more effort in nurturing. Although the Mindworm's magic crystal was more valuable, mages capable of absorbing spiritual magic were exceedingly rare. Bai Yu leaned closer to Wang Yi and lowered her voice, carefully explaining the complexity of the magic system. She pointed out that compared to traditional elemental magic, the newly emerging mental and spatial magic demanded much stricter innate talent from mages. This was not only reflected in the rarity of magic crystals, but also in the fact that mages capable of absorbing these 2 types of magic were exceedingly rare. She further analyzed that the traditional 3 categories of mage offensive, supportive, and healing were originally derived from elemental magic. However, the emergence of mental and spatial magic disrupted this established model. Within the elemental magic system, healing mages were adept at absorbing healing magic but struggled with offensive and supportive magic, and the same applied to the other 2 categories. Mental and spatial magic, however, were entirely free from such limitations. Take me as an example, Bai Yu said, using herself to illustrate the point. Even though I'm an offensive mage, I can easily master spatial magic with supportive properties, like teleportation or void manipulation. This makes mental and spatial magic seem as though they surpass elemental magic. She added that this uniqueness had led some researchers to propose creating 2 new categories: mental mages and spatial magus, in addition to the existing classifications. However, this proposal had yet to reach a consensus. So, Bai Yu concluded, even though the Niansheng magic crystal is more precious, I can't be sure if you have an innate talent for mental magic. Instead of taking a risk, it might be better to choose the Qingyuan magic crystal, which has a higher likelihood of success. After all, you've already demonstrated your ability to master healing spells like the Healing Ray, showing exceptional talent in healing magic. You're highly likely to successfully absorb the Song of Life. Wang Yi pretended to be deep in thought, though he had already made up his mind. He was well aware that once he advanced to a mid-level mage, he would undoubtedly be able to master all of Niancheng's mental magic, and spatial magic would also be within his grasp. However, he couldn't reject Bai Ye's kind advice outright, especially since the Qingyuan magic crystal was an additional reward. Being overly selective might come across as ungrateful. He decided to focus on enhancing his healing abilities for now, while secretly looking forward to the day he could break through the system's limitations with mental and spatial offensive magic. The recent trials had made him increasingly aware of his lack of offensive capabilities, even though, as a healing support type mage, prioritizing offensive power might seem a bit unconventional. Rumble. The metallic gates of the Lingnan military district slowly slid open. After a strict 24-hour quarantine and inspection, Bai Yu and his group were finally cleared to leave. The sunlight bathed Wang Yi's exposed skin, making him feel as though he had stepped into another world. Though it had only been 5 days of training, the constant nerve-wracking tension in the Lingnan Sand Bridge made the peaceful sunlight at this moment feel especially precious. By the gates of the military district, Zhang Jin sincerely expressed his gratitude to the two teachers. Thank you, Teacher Bai and Teacher Shun. We couldn't have managed without your help this time. He knew very well that if it hadn't been for these two teachers, the rampaging flying magical beasts would have caused far more casualties among the Candlelight Army soldiers. You're too kind, Commander Zhang, Bai Yu replied, seizing the opportunity to pave the way for future collaboration. This training exercise has been very rewarding. I hope we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. Of course, Zhang Jin nodded repeatedly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Yu and Shen Yuan led the students onto the bus that had been waiting for them. With the rumble of the engine, the convoy slowly departed from the military district. Watching the bus fade into the distance, Zhang Jin turned and got into a military vehicle, preparing to head back to the entrance of the interdimensional passage. He recalled how Huangya and Imo Yu had only given a brief verbal report yesterday. A detailed report on the 4 mid-level magical beasts Mindworm, Flamebird, Frost Crane, and Azure Lewin had yet to be submitted. How hard is it to write a report? He muttered under his breath, planning to push for it. However, Zhang Jin's thoughts were more focused on the 10 students. He had specifically instructed Huangya and Mo Yes teams not to intervene unless absolutely necessary, expecting to have to write a loss report for this training exercise. To his surprise, not only had all the students survived, but the scars on their bodies were proof that they had truly faced life-and-death battles. Such exceptional performance made Zhang Jin wonder if these students were hand-picked elites from Lanling Magic High School, deliberately chosen to set a good example for the first collaboration. This suspicion stemmed from the reputation of Lanling Magic High School's current principal, the extraordinary mage by Jing Tian. When Zhang Jin first took charge of the Lingnan Sand Bridge, his superior had made a point of introducing Bai Jingshan's background. After all, as the military district commander of the interdimensional passage, even if he didn't have frequent dealings with local officials, he needed to be well informed about the extraordinary mages in the surrounding areas. Zhang Jin pondered silently. Was there a deeper reason behind this extraordinary figure, who had been dormant for years, now choosing to engage with the military? He quickened his pace through Xingxuan and returned to the Nansha base, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. On his way to the offices of Huangya and Imo Yu, he couldn't help but reflect. While approaching the military might be a viable strategy, his lack of a military background would likely hinder his progress. Furthermore, the 9 major divisions operated independently. How many of them would even bother to cooperate with him? Pushing open the office door, he was greeted by 2 contrasting scenes. Huangya was leaning back with his eyes closed, arms crossed, and a neatly written report placed on the desk in front of him. Imo Yu, on the other hand, wore a troubled expression, clutching a pen nervously. Every so often, he would glance at Huangya's report, scribble a few lines, then stop, clearly frustrated. Zhang Jin pulled out a chair and sat down. Huangya opened his eyes and greeted him with a nod. Commander Zhang. Imo Yu, however, remained silent, his face clouded with worry. Stop pretending. I'll give you a few more hours to finish your report, Zhang Jin said matter-of-factly. Now, tell me about the specific progress of the 2 student teams you're overseeing. Imo Yu immediately looked relieved. Clearing his throat, he eagerly began. After the students left the Nansha base on the first day, Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Lanling Magic High School, Bai Yu was reporting on the students' training progress to Bai Jingtian. She first gave a brief overview of the experiences of Wang Yi and the other 5 students, then passed the conversation to Shen Yuan, who continued with the report on the 4 senior students. By the time the sun began to set, Bai Jingtian finally signaled Shen Yuan to take a break and leave. Once the office was left with just the two of them, Bai visibly relaxed. Bai Jingtian got straight to the point. Your virtual realm shattered? How long will it take to recover? About 2 or 3 months. Even with overtime, it'll take at least a month, Bai admitted, still adjusting to the fact that this was the first time she'd completely exhausted her virtual realm. The thought of having to replace all the items stored in the realm, such as her ID card and bank cards, gave her a headache. Bai Jingtian nodded and asked, when do you think you'll reach the advanced level? I can help you find a legendary grade virtual realm or a teleportation spell, or perhaps other spatial magic. Not anytime soon, at least 2 or 3 years, maybe even a lifetime. Bai replied nonchalantly before steering the conversation toward what concerned her most. How's the situation with Wang Yi being handled? Bai Jingtian paused, his pen hovering over the paper for a moment before capping it. Sensing something unusual, Bai pressed, what's wrong? Don't tell me you can't deal with Qi Jiayan? Without a word, Bai Jingtian handed her a newspaper. The headline reported that Qi Jiayan had been arrested and was under investigation for misconduct and illegal activities. The article made it clear that the authorities had gathered sufficient evidence, and a verdict was imminent. That was fast, Bai remarked, shaking the newspaper slightly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. At least Wang Yi could finally have some closure. At Qi Xiaohao's house, Wang Yi was happily indulging in a long-awaited homemade meal. After days of surviving on canned food and compressed biscuits at the Lingnan Sand Bridge, he deeply appreciated the steaming hot dishes in front of him. Although he had eaten military rations during his quarantine at the Lingnan Military District yesterday, they still couldn't compare to the cooking skills of the Qi family's housekeeper. The housekeeper auntie kept piling food into their bowls, her eyes filled with concern. Looking at Qi Xiaohao's visibly thinner frame, she shook her head repeatedly. I told you how dangerous the passage between the two realms is, but you insisted on going. Look at you now. It's only been a week, and you've lost so much weight. After the meal, Wang Yi leaned back on the spacious and comfortable sofa in the living room, holding a glass of juice. Resting against a soft cushion, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. Perhaps it was because his nerves had been stretched tight during those days at the Lingnan Sand Bridge, and now, with the sudden relaxation, he felt oddly out of place. Thinking of the soldiers who were stationed at the passage between the two realms year-round, an overwhelming sense of respect welled up in his heart. Yij. Qi Xiaohao suddenly spoke, breaking Wang Yi's train of thought as he scrolled through his phone. Zhu Yuan is running another promotion. This time, if you top up 80,000, they'll give you 100,000 extra. That's a 125 return. What on earth? Wang Yi snapped out of his daze, turning his gaze to Qi Xiaohao's profile, slightly unsure of what he just heard. Zhu Yuan bar, top up 80,000 and it turns into 180,000. Qi Xiaohao replied, still focused on his phone screen. Wanna go? Wang Yi found it absurd and ruffled his hair in disbelief. Such a high cashback offer made him wonder if the bar was on the verge of closing down. But then again, considering the high profits bars make, it seemed plausible. What surprised him even more was Qi Xiaohao's mindset after barely escaping with their lives from the Lingnan Sand Bridge, battered and bruised. This guy was already thinking about hitting the club. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was still struggling to readjust and return to a normal high school routine. Yet Qi Xiaohao seemed completely unfazed. Aside from a few new scars on his body, his mental state was no different from usual. This incredible psychological resilience left Wang Yi in awe. This kid really had an untroubled mind and a carefree demeanor, a true embodiment of a pure heart. He couldn't help but think, this guy is destined for greatness someday. Golden scales are not meant for pawns, and Huang Longtao's high school grades weren't ideal. Wang Yi abruptly stopped his drifting thoughts, slapping his forehead with a loud smack. No money, not going, he replied after a brief hesitation. The hesitation wasn't because he wanted to go, but because he was debating whether to maintain his old persona. Then he realized that his recent behavior had already shattered that image beyond repair. There was no helping it. His acting skills were just too poor. Outstanding individuals are like fireflies in the dark. Their light is hard to conceal. Realizing this, Wang Yi decided to stop deliberately maintaining a facade. After all, with an open-minded principal, a reliable homeroom teacher, and a group of decent friends, life was going smoothly enough. Why bother with superficial appearances? Didn't you just exchange some money with the Candlelight Army? Why are you still claiming to be broke? Qi Xiaohao put down his phone and asked curiously. That money is earmarked for something else, Wang Yi replied, his eyes lighting up at the mention of it. When he left the Nansha base, he turned in all the remaining magic crystals he had collected at the Lingnansha Bridge, earning nearly 30,000 yuan in rewards. The largest portion came from a mid-tier golden body battle ape's magic crystal, which alone brought him 23,000 yuan. This was largely thanks to Jiang Yu, who handed him 2 mid-tier golden body battle ape magic crystals after their final battle, one for absorption and the other for submission. Although such magic crystals could fetch close to 300,000 yuan on the market, the Candlelight Army only offered 1/10 of that price. Considering that the interdimensional passage was under military control and ordinary soldiers might not even receive that much upon submission, Wang Yi was quite satisfied. Besides, for him, the greatest gain wasn't the money, it was the two rare-tier magical abilities he obtained: the Blackrock heavy armor and the Golden Light physique. He also had a Qingyuan magic crystal waiting for him. If he could advance to a mid-tier mage within 2 years, he would be able to use it. Achieving this goal would be challenging given the current concentration of magic in the world, likely requiring frequent trips through the interdimensional passage, or the consumption of a large number of magic crystals to accelerate his cultivation. It would be difficult, but to honor Bai Yu's efforts, Wang Yi was determined to succeed. After all, this would grant him 2 diviner top-level spells, one for healing, and one for defense. Brother Yi, what are you saving up for? Qi Xiaohao asked in surprise, as Wang Yi was the type to spend his scholarship money as soon as he got it. Wang Yi candidly explained that he planned to ask Wang Jiang for help in acquiring a long spear similar to his, and to use Qi Xiaohao's father's connections to obtain a magic crystal imbued with the sharpness spell. These were all things he had discussed with Wang Jiang over the past few days. Perhaps due to the psychological impact left by Iman Morris and the Golden Body Battle Ape, Wang Yi had been eager to improve his offensive capabilities. Wang Jiang's long spear was not only made from special materials, making it durable and sturdy, but it also boasted exceptional magical defensive properties. With the spear, Wang Yi could learn long weapon combat techniques from Wang Jiang. As for the magic crystal imbued with sharpness, while rare, it was still easier to acquire than those containing spatial or mental magic. Although he wasn't certain whether he could successfully absorb the sharpness spell, it was worth a try. Of course, both items would require a significant amount of money. After chatting casually at Qi Xiaohao's house for a while, Wang Yi returned home as night fell. After a brief rest lying on his bed in the bedroom, he felt refreshed, quickly got up, and headed to the living room on the first floor. The living room was spacious, with all the furniture neatly pushed to the corners. While this arrangement wasn't particularly aesthetic, it was practical enough for Wang Yi, who rarely had visitors other than Qi Xiaohao. This makeshift training area, though far from the professional facilities of the Shangwu Training Center, was sufficient for his needs. Looking at the simple training space, Wang Yi couldn't help but think of the spacious underground training room at Qi Xiaohao's house. He wished he could build a similar facility, but his limited budget forced him to settle for this setup for now. Fortunately, he was currently only capable of using rare-tier magic, which wouldn't trigger the magic monitoring network, so it wasn't a major concern. During his time in Lingnan Shikio, he had to stay in peak condition at all times to deal with potential magical beasts. Now that he was finally back, it was time to make up for the training he had missed. From magic to combat techniques, he practiced tirelessly until nearly 1 a.m. before finally stopping. After washing off his exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, being a weekend, Wang Yi got up at 8 a.m. and went to Qi Xiaohao's house for breakfast. Later, riding in Su Jun's car, they picked up some gifts and stopped to pick up Hu Lily before heading together to a villa in the city center. They arrived at their destination a little after 9 a.m., with Hu Lily leading the way to ring the doorbell. As the sound of melodic chimes echoed, Zhang Miaoyi opened the door. Dressed in light yellow loungewear, she nodded at the three of them and said, "Come in. Your homeroom teacher is already here." In the living room, Bai Yu was lazily nestled in a burgundy rocking chair. Her right leg curled over her left, casually swinging her ankle while sipping a blue drink through a straw. Seeing them put down the gifts, she feigned surprise and said, "Oh, you didn't have to bring anything. Just a small token," Qi Xiaohao replied with a grin. "It's hardly enough to cover the cost of having you help us out even once." Indeed, the gifts they brought were just some ordinary fruits and beverages worth a few hundred yuan. This choice wasn't due to Qi Xiaohao being stingy, but rather because he considered Hu Lily's presence and wanted to avoid too much disparity in the value of their offerings. The purpose of this visit was to ask Bai Yu to have Zhang Miaoyi help them remove some scars. Their injuries had already healed in the Lingnan military district, so Jiang Yu, Wang Jiang, and Chen Zhengkai did not come along. Wang Yi was indifferent to the scars on her body and was only here as company for Qi Xiaohao, who had been dragged along after all. The 3 prominent scars on Qi Xiaohao's face truly needed attention. The 3 of them had just sat down in the living room for a moment when Zhang Miaoyi, now dressed in a clean white lab coat, led them to the first basement level. Pushing open a door, they were greeted by a fully equipped operating room. "Director, isn't scar removal just a matter of casting a spell? Why do we need to enter an operating room?" Qi Xiaohao shivered instinctively, his voice tinged with nervousness. As Zhang Miaoyi prepared the surgical tools, she explained, "Scar tissue forms when fibroblasts in the dermis layer misalign or proliferate during wound healing. Once a scar has formed, it's already part of your body, and no magic can simply make it vanish. However, certain legendary-grade healing spells can perfectly align fibroblasts during the wound healing process, leaving no scars. But our wounds have already healed," Qi Xiaohao began, but suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. "You can't mean..." Zhang Miaoyi's lips curled into a knowing smile. "No wounds? Then we'll make some." It's like scraping poison off the bone, or cutting off flesh to remove scar. Simple, effective, and quick. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohao immediately changed his stance. Edge, honestly, a few scars aren't that bad. For a man, scars are just badges of honor. His voice lacked confidence, and he hesitated at the operating room door, unwilling to step inside. At least get the scars on your face removed. Theory way too noticeable. Wang Yi teased casually from the side. The 3 scars on Qi Xiaohao's face, left by a red fire fox, extended diagonally from below his cheekbone to his jawline, making them hard to ignore. Although Hu Lily was also a bit scared, she found the scars on her body even harder to accept than the pain of surgery. Director, there is anesthesia, right? Qi Xiaohao coughed awkwardly and asked. Zhang Miaoyi took a gleaming scalpel from the instrument box. What, do you want me to call in an anesthesiologist for you? No, no, a real man doesn't need anesthesia. Qi Xiaohao forced a brave front, his expression one of stoic resignation. Stop. Don't come in. Zhang Miaoyi stepped out of the operating room with gauze and the instrument box in hand. For just a small area on your face, there's no need for a sterile environment. It'll save us the hassle of disinfecting everything. She handed Qi Xiaohao a wad of gauze and fetched 2 glass cups. Zhang Miaoyi held her breath, focusing her magic. A green glow shimmered in the cups before quickly fading, leaving behind half a cup of crystal-clear liquid. Legendary grade healing magic. Life essence. Drink it. She handed the 2 cups to Qi Xiaohao and Hu Lily. Wang Yi stared at the liquid in the cups, hesitating as if he wanted to ask what the price for this might be, but he ultimately said nothing. Qi Xiaohao and Hu Lily obediently took the cups and drank them in one gulp. What does it taste like? Wang Yi asked curiously. It was his first time seeing a healing spell that required drinking. Qi Xiaohao smacked his lips and inspected the empty cup. Not sweet, not bitter, not salty, not spicy. It doesn't taste like anything. The essence of the fountain of life was rich and refreshing, reminiscent of the juice of grass dampened by morning dew, fresh without a hint of bitterness. Hu Lily observed everyone's reactions and eloquently supplemented Qi Xiaohao's descriptions. Those who drank from the spring felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and vitality throughout their bodies. As Zhang Miaoyi sterilized the surgical scalpel, she explained in detail, this half-cup dosage is sufficient to heal a non-lethal injury. While it can't regenerate severed limbs or missing organs, it can stop bleeding, save lives, and promote the healing of bones and muscles. Within 6 hours of consumption, any injury will trigger the healing effect immediately, lasting until the potion's effects are fully expended. Isn't this equivalent to carrying a high-level healing mage with you? Wang Yi's eyes lit up as he began to envision the military value of such magic. If more healing mages could master this skill, frontline soldiers facing magical beasts would have an additional layer of protection. Though this might turn healing mages into something akin to potion factories like Palu, the sacrifice seemed worthwhile if it meant safeguarding the lives of soldiers. However, Wang Yi quickly noticed a discrepancy. Had never come across any mention of healing potions like this on the internet. A magical remedy this miraculous surely wouldn't remain obscure. Zhang Miaoyi picked up on his confusion. The fountain of life does come with its limitations. No one can consume it more than once within 12 hours, and the dosage is capped at 200 milliliters per use. Its healing effect is only comparable to 2 weaker instances of divine-tier healing magic. Most crucially, once the fountain of life is released, it only exists for 10 minutes and cannot be stored. Hearing this, Wang Yi sighed inwardly. These constraints significantly diminished the practical value of this legendary healing magic. The grand vision of a universal healing era seemed destined to remain a fantasy. By this time, Zhang Miaoyi had finished sterilizing the instruments. She firmly gripped both sides of Qi Xiaohao's cheekbones, carefully examining the direction of the scars on his face while meticulously applying iodine for disinfection. Qi Xiaohao's legs had already started trembling noticeably. Before a muscle injection, it's not the impending pain that torments the most, but the fleeting icy touch of the alcohol swab. After finishing the disinfection, Zhang Miaoyi gently but firmly lifted Qi Xiaohao's chin. Hold the gauze steady and don't move a muscle, she warned with a serious expression. Otherwise, it'd be easy for me to make a wrong cut. Her words seemed to possess a strange power, instantly freezing Qi Xiaohao in place like a statue. Even when he had faced the golden battle ape, he hadn't been this alarmed. Yet now, an unmistakable fear flickered in his eyes. Zhang Miaoyi's left hand obscured his view, but he could already imagine the scene about to unfold. As the scalpel made contact, the icy touch of the metal made Qi Xiaohao hold his breath. The blade precisely cut into the edge of the first scar, gliding downward along its contours. Zhang Miaoyi's movements were smooth and unhesitating, and within just 2 seconds, she had completely excised the scar without damaging any surrounding healthy tissue. Such skill with the blade could even make someone like Lu Zhishan bow in admiration. On the side, Wang Yi, once a live demonstration subject, watched with trembling legs. Recalling her own ordeal, She silently thanked her luck for having already endured and survived this torture. The scar fell like a thin, blood-streaked strip of flesh into the gauze Qi Xiaohao held. The groove left behind on his skin was quickly filled by the miraculous healing power of the life essence, and new skin emerged smooth, pale, and tender like that of a newborn. Qi Xiaohao clenched his teeth tightly, partly to endure the pain and partly to avoid moving his facial muscles. 2 more to go. Almost done, Zhang Miaoyi said, her hands never pausing. In just moments, 2 more strips of flesh worms joined their comrades on the gauze. All done. Zhang Miaoyi deftly put away the scalpel, wiped the residual blood off Qi Xiaohao's face, and tossed her gloves into the trash. Qi Xiaohao looked down at the gauze holding the 3 ghastly shed centipedes, a mix of complex emotions flickering across his face as he carefully wrapped them up. Zhang Miaoyi handed him a mirror. The new skin is very pale for now, and the color difference is inevitable. It'll even out over time. Or you could try tanning if you'd like. Qi Xiaohao took the mirror and, seeing the 3 faint chalk-like marks on his face, let out a relieved sigh. Thank you, Director, he said, his legs a bit shaky as he took a couple of steps to ease the tension from his earlier anxiety. Your turn. Zhang Miaoyi's gaze shifted to Hu Lili, whose face instantly turned even paler than Qi Xiaohao's newly regenerated skin. Unlike Qi Xiaohao, Hu Lili's fair face bore no scars, but her trouble lay in the numerous scars covering her entire body. The ordeal at the Lingnan Shikio had left her with shocking marks thighs, abdomen, chest, shoulder blades. Almost every part of her body bore the traces of battle. Removing these scars was clearly a much bigger task compared to Qi Xiaohao's facial treatment. As Hu Lili fretted over the pain she was about to endure, Zhang Miaoyi's words came as a soothing melody. Let's head to the operating room. I'll give you local anesthesia and take it slow. Her words made Qi Xiaohao, who was standing nearby, jerk his head up in surprise. What? You can use anesthesia? Zhang Miaoyi shot him a glare. Weren't you the one who insisted on no anesthesia to prove you're a real man? She went on to explain that after serving in the military for 6 years, she had transitioned to work at the hospital, spending 5 years as an attending surgeon and even earning an anesthesiologist license. The procedures she performed were entirely within her qualifications and far from any illegal practice. Qi Xiaohao opened his mouth to argue but was at a loss for words as he recalled his earlier bold claims. All right, you two wait upstairs in the lounge, Zhang Miaoyi instructed, first sending Hu Lili to the operating room to change clothes, then ushering Wang Yi and Qi Xiaohao upstairs. Downstairs in the living room, Bai Yu was still lounging lazily in a rocking chair, scrolling through her phone and occasionally chuckling softly. Seeing the two of them come down, she glanced up and teased, "Oh, the scars on your face are gone already? Looks like that gift was worth it." Qi Xiaohao scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating as he looked at the gauze in his hand. After a moment, he carefully wrapped it up and tucked it into his pocket, intending to deal with it at home. Wang Yi pulled up a chair and sat down beside Bai Yu. "Boss, are there any other interdimensional portals we can go to?" "What? You're already itching to spar with magical beasts again before you've even warmed your seat?" Bai Yu sipped her drink leisurely and stretched. "You might not be tired, but I need a break." Wang Yi gave an embarrassed laugh. "I'm just thinking about speeding up my training, aiming to become a mid-level mage within 2 years. With the amount of resources you've invested, I can't afford to slack off." "You think portals like Lingnan Shikio are just open for anyone to walk into?" Bai Yu rolled her eyes and explained. "In the Blue Ridge City area, that's the only portal. I don't have any say over other regions. Each portal, aside from the station military district, has local mage emergency teams to quickly respond in case magical beasts break through to support the military or evacuate civilians. Naturally, access to these portals prioritizes local mages. For an out-of-town magical high school like ours, which doesn't bear any local responsibility, why would we get access to their resources?" Wang Yi nodded in sudden realization. Indeed, privileges often come with responsibilities. Wanting benefits without taking on the responsibilities would be nothing short of freeloading. "The number of magical beasts needs to be balanced as well," Bai Yu explained. "The beasts in the interdimensional passages don't reproduce endlessly. The soldiers in the military district hunt them according to a plan controlling their numbers to ensure they don't pose a threat to the military region, while also maintaining sustainable development." "Does that mean we can't go to the Lingnan Sand Bridge anymore?" Wang Yi asked cautiously. Bai Yu rolled her eyes. "Go again? You might as well just join the Candlelight Army directly. The Lingnan Sand Bridge is a D-level interdimensional passage. Its danger level hasn't dropped, so even getting a chance to enter once a year is already pretty good." She thought about the virtual realm that had been destroyed during their last entry and sighed inwardly. For the time being, she couldn't gather the energy to create another virtual realm for another risky venture. Join the Candlelight Army? Wang Yi fell into thought. In Huaxia, mages typically had 4 career paths: the military, law enforcement, education, and healthcare, with the level of danger decreasing in that order. Given his current academic performance, the education system was out of reach, and he was also worried about possibly leading students astray. As for the other options, he needed to learn more about them. After all, as a fledgling mage, his understanding of both the world and himself was still quite limited. You're not even 18 yet. The Candlelight Army wouldn't take you, Bayu said, accurately tossing her empty drink bottle into the trash can. She then suggested, but you could consider going to an Flevel interdimensional passage. These semi-open passages allow entry as long as you pay. Flevel? Flevel? What do those mean? Wang Yi asked, intrigued. Bayu, satisfied, let out a small burp and began explaining in detail. The danger levels of interdimensional passages are divided into 6 grades, from A to F. The realm passages are ABC levels, while the bridge passages are DEF levels. Take the Lingnan Sand Bridge, for example. A D level means a base has already been established within the passage, and human mages have secured a foothold there. A level means exploration is still ongoing, but the risks are manageable. Flevel is fully explored and open to the public. If you can enter just by paying, why did you apply for a training slot at the Lingnan Sandbridge before? Wang Yi immediately caught on. Wouldn't it be simpler to just request funding and take us to an Flevel passage? Or is it because the cost is too high? Bayu shook her head. Flevel passage fees range from 10 to 30,000, and you can stay for up to a month. It's not particularly expensive. However, the open access comes with restrictions. Applicants need to meet certain qualifications. They must be Huaxia citizens, have no criminal record within 3 generations, and, most importantly, their mage rank must be reviewed. Her expression turned serious. Flevel passages only allow entry for beginner mages, which means I, as an advanced mage, can't go in to back you up. So, it's not suitable as a training ground. Wang Yi carefully contemplated the deeper reasoning behind the restriction of only allowing novice mages to enter. Without this rule, elite intermediate mage teams like Huangya and Mo you could enter in grade interdimensional passage. Facing magical beasts whose strength peaked at the intermediate level would be nothing short of overwhelming domination. She recalled the scene she first witnessed at the Lingnan Sand Bridge. A pack of windwolves hunting a herd of black-hoofed yaks, with younglings present in both groups. This indicated that magical beasts could not only survive within the passage, but also reproduce. Coupled with the new magical beasts occasionally entering from the Demon Realm's gateway, as long as hunting was controlled appropriately, the interdimensional passage could continually produce magic crystals. If there were no restrictions, Wang Yi analyzed, powerful intermediate mage teams could easily wipe out all the magical beasts in an grade passage. Before new beasts could replenish the numbers, this imbalance would result in a sharp drop in magic crystal production. Bayu nodded in agreement. It's like an arms race. Right now, nations are engaged in a magical competition. While things may seem peaceful on the surface, the hidden conflicts and rivalries have never ceased. For beginners, entering an unprotected interdimensional passage for the first time carries a very high mortality rate. That's why I didn't recommend you choose this type of open passage back then. Wang Yi deeply understood this. If Bayu and Zhou Jinxiu hadn't been present, she might have already perished at the Lingnan Sand Bridge. Even with teammates like Zhang Yu and Wang Jiang, who were far stronger than ordinary novices, most high school freshmen would likely have been wiped out when facing the fire-striped black-tailed leopard. However, during the break, you might consider going to an grade passage, Bayu suggested. Even without fighting, the dense magical energy there could accelerate your advancement. Since grade passages charge a fee, can the magic crystals obtained there be taken out? Wang Yi asked the critical question. Bayu's gaze carried a note of caution. They can be taken out, but magic crystals are regulated items under official control. Private transactions are restricted. If you attempt to sell them on the black market and get caught, you'll end up in jail. Haha, as if I do that, Bayu. You know may never break the law. Wang Yi chuckled dryly, though she was already pondering alternative ways to make money. It's precisely because I know you that I felt the need to give you this specific warning, Bayu replied with a slight smirk. Is that where all the black market magic crystals come from? Wang Yi, who had never dealt with the black market, asked curiously. Most of them, yes. It's also the choice for some freelance mages, since it's a quick way to make money. Wang Yi frowned, pondering the potential issues that could arise from the military purchasing magic crystals. A price difference of nearly tenfold could indeed tempt people to harbor malicious intent. Why would anyone choose to buy magic crystals from the black market? Wouldn't the prices there be higher than in specialized stores? Wang Yi asked in confusion. Bayu's gaze deepened. That's because the composition of mages in the black market is quite unique. Aside from those who can't buy through official channels, the primary buyers are foreign entities. Take your healing ray and light cage spells, for example. These can't be obtained domestically, and Gaul prohibits their export. Yet, you've still managed to learn them, haven't you? Wang Yi suddenly understood, recalling information he had read online. The types of magical beasts in the interdimensional passages of various countries differ, and naturally, so do their corresponding magical systems. Just as he was about to inquire further about the details of the Flevel interdimensional passage, The sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Lily staggered upstairs, seemingly still under the lingering effects of local anesthesia. Qi Xiaohao, who had been lounging idly, immediately got up to help her to the sofa. Before long, Zhang Miaoyi finished tidying up the operating room and returned to the living room. Baiyu finally rose from the sofa, spreading her arms as if to give Zhang Miaoyi a hug. Miao Yiji, thank you so much for your hard work. However, Zhang Miaoyi gently pushed her shoulders away. Let me change first. With that, she headed to her room, taking off her surgical gown and changing into casual clothes. Though she no longer practiced as a doctor, she still maintained certain professional habits and preferred not to interact with others while wearing her surgical attire. Miao Yiji, I really can't thank you enough, Baiyu said, holding Zhang Miaoyi's arm and expressing her gratitude repeatedly. After all, removing scars for a student was not part of Zhang Miaoyi's responsibilities, but rather a personal favor Baiyu had requested. Save the thanks for after all the extra work, Zhang Miaoyi teased with feigned annoyance. Then she leaned closer to Baiyu and whispered, your students are still here. Try to maintain your teacherly image. Oh, it's fine. We're not at school, Baiyu replied nonchalantly. In her eyes, the 3 students who had survived the Lingnan Sand Bridge incident were no longer just students. Despite the clear disparity in strength, she already regarded them as fellow mages on equal footing. Besides, the age gap between her and Wang Yi's group was smaller than the one between her and Zhang Miaoyi. The 2 women, standing together like sisters, were actually 15 years apart in age. But with Zhang Miaoyi's advanced healing magic, she could effortlessly replenish her vitality daily. Time seemed unable to leave its mark on her, and at 38, she looked as though she were only 28. Now that the procedure was complete, the students felt it was time to leave. While Baiyu had initially intended to inform Wang Yi about Qi Jiayan's arrest, she held back since Qi Xiaohao was still present. Wang Yi had not shared this matter with anyone yet, and Baiyu decided to find another opportunity to tell him privately. On Monday, Wang Yi stepped into the classroom just as the bell for morning reading rang. What should have been a quiet and orderly room was instead buzzing with lively chatter, divided into several small groups. At the center of each group stood one of the main characters who had just returned from Lingnan Shikio Qi Xiaohao, Jiang Yu, Wang Jiang, Lily, and even the usually inconspicuous Chen Zhangkai, who was now surrounded by curious classmates. Wang Yi had anticipated this scene, so as soon as he entered the school gates, he parted ways with Qi Xiaohao and headed straight to the cafeteria to avoid the chaos. When he finally returned to the classroom, he saw Chen Zhangkai shrinking awkwardly at his desk, stammering as he tried to answer an onslaught of questions from his peers. His expression made it look like he wished he could crawl into the desk itself, though unfortunately, his head was far too big to fit. In stark contrast stood Qi Xiaohao, the chubby boy propping one leg on a chair, gesturing animatedly as he enthusiastically recounted their adventures, practically spitting as he spoke. He resembled a reporter hosting a press conference. What left Wang Yi utterly speechless, however, was that Qi Xiaohao wasn't just exaggerating his own exploits, had dragged Wang Yi into the narrative as well. According to Qi Xiaohao's wildly embellished account, Wang Yi was practically an unstoppable war god. Not only could he heal with a single touch, bringing people back from the brink of death, but he also performed spectacular feats in Lingnan Shikio. He supposedly subdued the fire-striped black-tailed leopard and the golden-bodied battle gorilla with ease, overcame the world-ending flames of the flame sparrow and the protective aura of the azure wand, and even manipulated the psychic mind worms as if they were toys in his hands. Listening to such outrageous fabrications, Wang Yi could barely resist the urge to grab a roll of duct tape and seal Qi Xiaohao's mouth shut. Fortunately, their classmates were well aware of Qi Xiaohao's penchant for exaggeration and automatically filtered his words, taking about 30 as truth and treating the rest as entertainment. Though Wang Yi had indeed redeemed himself during the fight against Wu Guan, most of his classmates still saw him as a somewhat reckless healer. When a few of them came over to verify Qi Xiaohao's claims, Wang Yi immediately denied everything with a firm "That's not true. I didn't do that. Stop making stuff up." He gave most of the credit to Jiang Yu and Wang Jiang, emphasizing that he was just an ordinary support player in the backline. His honest explanation was far more convincing than Qi Xiaohao's fantastical tales. After morning reading ended, Wang Yi pulled Qi Xiaohao aside to a corner and sternly criticized him for his exaggerations, demanding that he stop spreading such nonsense in the future. It wasn't that Wang Yi was trying to downplay his abilities, she simply didn't want to be the center of attention. Life at Lanling Magic High School seemed inseparable from Wang Yi's name. Every piece of gossip, every rumor, somehow managed to involve him. By now, Wang Yi had grown used to it. Without him, the school's entertainment scene might as well shut down. That day's classes ended as uneventfully as usual. Compared to the tense atmosphere at Lingnan Saybridge, the pace of life here felt much more relaxed. However, on his way home after school, an unexpected figure stepped into Wang Yi's path. Well, Wu Xiao. Qi Xiaohao, standing beside Wang Yi, scanned their surroundings warily, a cold smile playing on his lips. If you're here to block me and Edge, just coming alone isn't going to cut it. Wu Guan ignored Qi Ziaheo's taunts, his gaze fixed solely on Wang Yi. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. His face betrayed an inner struggle. Wang Yi frowned slightly. Ever since the last incident, Wu Guan had gone out of his way to avoid him at school. This sudden confrontation caught him off guard. Fortunately, they were already off school grounds. Otherwise, this encounter would surely become tomorrow's hottest topic. Judging from Wu Guan's demeanor, he didn't seem to be here to pick a fight. Even so, Wang Yi remained cautious. After all, Wu Guan was the son of the Suntobe top figure in the education system, and he had no reason to stir up trouble without cause. Spit it out, Wang Yi said bluntly. If you haven't figured out what to say, come back when you have. Under the gaze of passers-by, Wu Guan appeared visibly uneasy. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Sure, Qi Xiaohao said, rolling up his sleeves and squaring his broad shoulders. There's a little alley just up ahead. Let's head there to talk. Despite his bulky frame, Qi Ziaheo's height and stance gave him a rather imposing presence. I mean a proper place to sit down and talk, Wu Guan said, enunciating each word carefully as he tried to keep his emotions in check. Wang Yi took the lead and found a well-decorated cafe nearby. The three of them chose a secluded corner and sat down. After placing their orders, Wu Guan still seemed hesitant, struggling to find the right words. If you don't speak up before I finish my drink, then don't bother saying anything at all, Wang Yi said, lifting his coffee cup, his patience wearing thin. Yeah, Qi Xiaohao chimed in. What's your deal? Not satisfied with losing once and looking for a rematch? Onion or a group brawl? Under the table, Wu Guan's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Finally, as if making up his mind, he spoke. I want to cancel the bet. What on earth is this? Wang Yi looked puzzled, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. After waiting for so long, all he got was such a vague statement. His patience was clearly running thin. Speak clearly. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Seeing Wang Yi's impatience, Wu Guan seemed to find a breakthrough. His voice became more assertive. It's about the wager from our last duel. I lost, but I want to annul that bet. The wager from the duel. Wang Yi thought for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly. Wasn't it that the loser had to stay away from Fangyu? He raised his eyes and scrutinized Wu Guan, noticing the complex expression on his face: shame, unease, and, most prominently, a determined, dour-eyed look. Ha Qi Xiaohao exaggeratedly slurped his coffee, making an unpleasant noise as he smirked mockingly. You think you can just annul it because you say so? If you're so capable, why even come to us? Ever since Fangyu had caused trouble for Wang Yi at the school gate, Qi Xiaohao had developed a strong dislike for him. Now that Wang Yi had lost interest in Fangyu, Qi Xiaohao considered Fangyu to be a completely insignificant figure. Wu Guan quickly interjected, Wang Yi, I can compensate you. No, I'm willing to pay the price for it. What do you need? Money? Magic crystals? Or any other conditions? I'll do my best to meet them. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, unexpectedly gaining a bit of respect for Wu Guan this time. He at least knew how to humble himself. Just as Wang Yi was contemplating, Qi Xiaohao sneered. Money? Magic crystals? Do you really think you're some rich heir? Showing off your wealth to me? Do you even have what it takes? My monthly allowance alone is enough to send your dad to court for 10 years. What are you trying to pull here? Wu Guan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. How about we have another duel? If I win, the previous wager is nullified. If I lose, you won't win. Wang Yi cut him off decisively, his tone resolute. In his opinion, unless it was someone on Wang Zhang's level, he could take on anyone, even Jiang Yu. With his black rock heavy armor and healing light combo, he could at least outlast any opponent if not outright defeat them. As for Wu Guan, if he could beat him once, he could beat him again. Even Qi Xiaohao could easily handle Wu Guan now. I. Wu Guan opened his mouth but eventually collapsed like a deflated balloon. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharp blade. In the days following his defeat in the duel, Wu Guan remained convinced that he had only lost due to his own carelessness, believing that Wang Yi had won purely through luck and tricks. He was certain that if they competed again, he could reclaim his honor. That was until Wu Manqi, his sister, told him explicitly that even she had no confidence in defeating Wang Yi. This revelation left Wu Guan in disbelief, though he knew his sister would never lie to him about something like this. When news spread that Wang Yi had returned from her training at the Lingnan Sand Bridge, Wu Guan could no longer deceive himself. By midday, the rumors that Qi Xiaohao had casually mentioned in the morning had already spread like wildfire among the first-year students. Despite the exaggerations in some versions, Wu Guan had to admit that even as a healer, Wang Yi's current strength had far surpassed his. Seeing Wu Guan's downcast expression, Wang Yi suddenly asked, You could have just quietly broken the agreement. Why come to me specifically to cancel the bet? Honestly, as long as you and Fangyu don't shamelessly provoke me, I couldn't care less about you too. I thought about that too, Wu Guan said in a low voice. But it wouldn't be fair to Xiaoyu. Even if I'm the one breaking the agreement, she would still face a lot of gossip. Wang Yi took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee, which was nearly finished. Did your sister and your father know you came to see me? She asked. Wu Guan shook his head. No, I came in secret. They wouldn't let me bother you. And yet you still came? Wang Yi clicked her tongue in disapproval. Wu Guan hurried to explain. I didn't come to cause trouble. I came to. He paused, lowering his head deeply. To plead. Seeing this once arrogant second-generation official bowing his head so low, Wang Yi momentarily wondered if she was being too harsh. But she quickly reminded herself this was entirely the result of Wu Guan's own overconfidence and had nothing to do with her. I can agree to void the bet, Wang Yi said, propping her chin on her left hand while tapping the table lightly with her right index finger, but it won't come without a price. You'll have to pay accordingly. Name it. Wu Guan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. Good. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, downed the last of her coffee, and stood up to leave. Halfway to the door, she waved without looking back. Cover the bill. Wu Guan froze in place, momentarily unable to process her words. Seriously, Edge, that's the price? Qi Xiaohao shot Wu Guan an annoyed glance. You're one lucky guy. With that, he prepared to leave as well, but just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, walked to the cashier, and said, Open a card. 10,000. The idiot over there will pay. The cashier looked hesitantly at Wu Guan, who finally understood Wang Yi's intentions. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he pulled out his phone and quickly applied for a small loan. Do it. Open the card. After leaving the cafe, Wang Yi strolled leisurely down the street, heading home. Behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Qi Xiaohao came jogging up. Edge, the membership card. Qi Xiaohao handed over a card with a proud look, as if presenting a treasure. Wang Yi took it and glanced at it. It was a membership card for the cafe they had just left. The coffee there is mediocre. Why get a membership card? Even if you've got money to burn, there's no need to waste it like this. Hee, it's not my money, Qi Xiaohao said, winking smugly. It's Wu Guan's money, loaded it up as a gift for you. Edge? Wang Yi immediately understood this kid must have taken advantage of a moment of dissatisfaction to get back at Wu Guan. Shaking his head, he said, the way you put it, it sounds like you're some gangster collecting protection fees. Qi Xiaohao just scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. How much did you fleece him for? Fleece is such a harsh word. Qi Xiaohao waved dismissively. Wu Guan offered it willingly. It's just 10,000, nothing much. 10,000? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. That number caught him off guard, knowing Qi Xiaohao's usual antics. He'd have expected him to go for at least 50 or 100,000. After all, to him, 10,000 was practically pocket change. Just 10 grand, and Wu Guan had to take out a small loan for it. How embarrassing is that? Qi Xiaohao sneered. Wang Yi said nothing. Just a week ago, he wouldn't have been able to scrape together even 300 yuan. Edge, why did you let Wu Guan off so easily? Qi Xiaohao asked, puzzled. We'll be sticking around Lonling City for a few years. Sometimes it's better to let things go, Wang Yi said softly. Besides, Wu Guan's attitude wasn't too bad. In truth, Wang Yi didn't have a particularly negative impression of Wu Guan. Back during their duel, Wu Guan had specifically arranged for Wu Manqi to provide medical support, which showed he wasn't inherently a bad person. Arrogant and self-important, sure, but with his outstanding grades, prominent family background, and striking appearance, he had the qualifications to back it up. Add in the impulsiveness of youth, and his behavior wasn't entirely out of line. Moreover, the late-night ambush incident had confirmed for Wang Yi that Wu Guan wasn't behind it. Wu Guan's recent proactive move to cancel the bet further demonstrated a sense of responsibility. Wang Yi had always appreciated that quality. Without any deep-seated grudge, he saw no harm in resolving the lingering tensions between himself, Wu Guan, and Fang Yu. As for the fact that Wu Guan's father was about to be promoted to head of Lonling City's education system, that wasn't a major factor in his decision. What had surprised Wang Yi more was the update Bai Yu had shared over the phone the previous night regarding Qi Jian's case. The speed and severity of the investigation had exceeded his expectations. He had assumed Qi Jian might face, at most, a warning or dismissal, but now it seemed a heavy sentence and serious punishment were on the horizon. This made Wang Yi realize that his earlier assumptions might have been overly cynical. Qi Jian had already been taken away. With Wu Jie's seasoned and steady demeanor, it was unlikely he would do anything foolish. Wang Yi calculated in his mind no matter the conflict between him and Wu Guan, as long as he had the moral high ground, it would be Wu Guan who would suffer. However, since everything had already settled, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Wang Yi neither suffered any losses nor had any particular dislike for Wu Guan. As for being used as a pawn by Wu Jie, Wang Yi, being a mature and level-headed person, naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. He slipped the membership card back into his pocket and continued walking home. Thinking about how 10,000 yuan had just been spent at that cafe, even though it wasn't his own money, Wang Yi still felt a twinge of regret. Looks like you'll have to make this my regular coffee spot, he mused to himself. I need to at least drink enough to make that 10,000 yuan worth it. However, just as he was nearing his home, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing instinctively. Standing at the entrance of his villa was an unexpected visitor, Wu Manchi. Junior, she called out cheerfully, standing there with a gentle smile, waving at Wang Yi with her right hand. What's going on today? Did I stir up a hornet's nest or something? Wang Yi muttered to himself. The back-to-back visits from this brother-sister duo left him feeling somewhat helpless. But since this was his own doorstep, he couldn't just turn around and leave because of her. He resumed walking toward his home. Qi Xiaohao leaned closer to Wang Yi, lowering his voice. Edge, what's going on? When did you two get together? He suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and added, no wonder you're not interested in Fang Yu. Wu Manqi is definitely more dazzling than her. Wang Yi shot him a glare. Don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. But since he hadn't told Qi Xiaohao about the attack had experienced, he couldn't offer much more explanation. When Wang Yi reached the entrance, Wu Manqi greeted him with a captivating smile. Junior, and little Junior Xiaohao, congratulations on completing your mission and returning safely. Senior, is there something you need? Wang Yi asked directly, cutting to the chase. Wu Manqi glanced briefly at Qi Xiaohao. Junior, can we talk inside your house? Wang Yi nodded and said to Qi Xiaohao, you should head back first. Qi Xiaohao coughed meaningfully, giving Wang Yi a knowing look before tactfully leaving. Once inside, Wang Yi poured a glass of water. The spacious living room was so empty that it didn't even have a sofa, so he had to fetch 2 chairs from the dining room. After they both sat down, Wang Yi got straight to the point. All right, what's this all about? Wu Manqi sat upright, holding the water cup in her hands and resting it gently on her lap. She spoke softly. My second uncle would like to invite you to our house for dinner. Wang Yi's first impression of Wu Manqi was indeed positive. Upon their initial meeting, he could tell she was a woman adept at strategy and planning. Although she was only 2 years older than Wu Guan, her methods and decisiveness were far superior. However, this favorable impression took a sharp turn after the night of the ambush. As for Wu Jie, the man behind Wu Manqi, Wang Yi's opinion was even less favorable. In contrast, he found Wu Guan, despite his recklessness, to be more likable. At least the guy was straightforward and didn't play manipulative games. Although the true mastermind behind hiring Iman Morris was Qi Jiayan, and on the surface, both he and Wu Jie seemed like victims of the same conspiracy, Wang Yi knew better. Wu Jie had long seen through Qi Jiayan's plan but chose to go along with it, using Wang Yi as a pawn to counter his opponent. This feeling of being used left a bitter taste in Wang Yi's heart. Now, Wu Jie's sudden invitation to a family dinner caught Wang Yi off guard. After the previous events, he wasn't worried that this was some kind of trap. China's strict regulations on mages made it unlikely for Wu Jie to make a move against him in his own home. Still, Wang Yi couldn't figure out Wu Jie's intentions. Was it apprehension after Wang Yi's safe return from Lingnan Shikio? Or perhaps guilt over Qi Jiayan's arrest, leading to an apology? Both ideas seemed far too naive. Wang Yi's current abilities weren't enough to warrant Wu Jie's attention. Besides, Qi Jiayan's capture was orchestrated entirely by Wu Jie himself. As for the possibility of a guilty conscience, Wang Yi scoffed at the thought. With Wu Jie's status, why would he care about the feelings of someone as insignificant as Wang Yi? Watching Wang Yi lost in thought, Wu Manqi didn't press him. Instead, she silently observed this young man who never ceased to surprise her. Whether it was his effortless defeat of Wu Guan, repeatedly declining her invitations, foreseeing Iman Morris ambush and holding his own against a mid-level mage, or even perceiving her second uncle's strategy within the game, this young man consistently exceeded her expectations. Every time you think you've uncovered all his secrets, you turn around only to find there's even more hidden beneath the surface. This latest discovery left Wu Manqi utterly shocked. Without her second uncle's analysis, she would never have imagined that Wang Yi had a mysterious extraordinary mage secretly supporting him. In the entirety of Lanling City, the only publicly known extraordinary mage was Bai Jinting. If we'd known this earlier, we wouldn't have dealt with Qi Jiayan in this way. Her second uncle's words still echoed in her ears. Indeed, when faced with an extraordinary mage, what significance did Qi Jiayan even hold? Now that a rift had already formed, the only option was to find a way to mend it. This was why Wu Jie had to step in personally to try and ease the tension with Wang Yi. However, Wu Manqi wasn't optimistic about this. From her interactions with Wang Yi, it was clear he was both sharp and bold, yet cautious and arrogant. Most importantly, he was stubborn to the core. Such a personality was the hardest to deal with. It was best to avoid conflict with someone like him altogether, but once a conflict arose and couldn't be resolved, the best solution would be. Wu Manqi quickly shook her head, banishing that dangerous thought. She still believed her second uncle could handle this situation. What time? Wang Yi asked after contemplating for a moment. This Sunday at noon, Wu Manqi replied immediately. All right. With Wang Yi's agreement, Wu Manqi felt a sense of relief. But soon, Something clicked, and she glared at him in frustration. She had been rejected countless times. Yet her second uncle only had to ask once, and Wang Yi agreed? This was obviously intentional. Noticing the shift in Wu Manqi's mood, Wang Yi was puzzled. He had already agreed. What more did she want? Women were so troublesome. He stood up and carried the chair back to the dining room, clearly signaling that their conversation was over. Humph. Wu Manqi snorted coldly, placing her glass on the coffee table as she stood. Before leaving, she couldn't resist adding, "Don't you dare flake on us." "Relax, I always keep my word," Wang Yi replied, holding her chair. "Take care now." After sending off a thoroughly annoyed Wu Manqi, Wang Yi tidied up the living room and resumed his training. When dinner time arrived, he followed the enticing aroma straight to Qi Xiaohao's house to mooch a meal. This had become a regular occurrence, and he had gradually let go of any shame about it. The main reason was that Qi Xiaohao's aunt was an exceptional cook, and Wang Yi had never been one to deprive himself of good food. Besides, eating more also helped Qi Xiaohao control his weight, aiding in his weight loss goals. Truly a win-win situation. After dinner, Wang Yi practiced magic in Qi Xiaohao's basement before returning to his own living room to continue training late into the night. This was out of necessity. His living room floor simply couldn't withstand the strain of professional training. Whenever he performed techniques like the black rock armor with any significant movement, the flooring would shatter into pieces. As a result, apart from attending school and sleeping, Wang Yi now spent most of his time at Qi Xiaohao's house. After returning from Lingnan Sand Bridge, Wang Yi found his usual school life unusually monotonous. However, the sense of progress he felt in his magical studies each day kept him motivated. Recently, the hottest topic at Lanling Magic High School revolved around the 10 students who participated in the Lingnan Sand Bridge training. Among them, 6 were from Class 3 of the first year, making the class famous throughout the school. Typically, the first-year students were the most lively, but this time, even the third years were stirred up. The second-year students, stuck in the middle, couldn't sit idly by as the spotlight was taken by the first and third years. Some of them even organized a grade defense war, rallying under slogans like, "Say no to laziness," "Revitalize the second year." They came up with a series of catchy slogans. "If you don't watch the drama will watch you. As long as it doesn't kill us, we'll keep stirring things up. One hot topic a week. Magic is perfectly safe. Enjoy the drama and stay on track, only then will you succeed." They ambitiously declared their intent to punch the third-year retirement home and stomp the first-year kindergarten, emphasizing, "The past belonged to the third years, the future belongs to the first years, but the present is ours, the second years." For a while, the school's group chats were ablaze with arguments, as the second-year students single-handedly ignited a storm of entertainment resembling a battle for dominance, akin to the chaos of the Three Kingdoms period. When Qi Xiaohao enthusiastically shared these updates with Wang Yi could only sigh in exasperation, wondering whether these people were here to study magic or to pursue careers in the entertainment industry. The weekend arrived quickly. On this particular day, Wang Yi dressed formally and informed Qi Xiaohao that he wouldn't be having lunch at school. When Qi Xiaohao pressed for details, Wang Yi briefly explained that he had been invited to Wu Manqi's house for a meal. Since the matter was connected to the previous attack incident, Wang Yi didn't elaborate further. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohao was so shocked that he nearly let out a piercing scream on the spot. Moving this fast? Meeting the parents already? Alarms went off in Wang Yi's mind. Reflecting on the past week, apart from the time spent sleeping, Brother Yi had been practically glued to his side. Wait, sleeping? A sudden shock hit him, and all sorts of absurd speculations swirled in his head. Isn't it too early to meet the parents in their first year of high school? Could something unexpected have happened, forcing them to address it openly? And what worried him even more, if the girl's family came, what would happen if Brother Yi had no parents to present? Should he urgently call his own parents back from out of town to back Brother Yi up? Realizing that his imagination was now more outrageous than the school's drama rumors, Wang Yi forced himself to calm down. He quickly typed out a detailed text, outlining the reasons for meeting Wu Jie, and set it on a timed send. If everything went smoothly, he would cancel the message himself. If something went wrong, the text would automatically land in by Yes inbox at exactly 4 p.m. This feels like a foolish farmer worrying the emperor might steal his hoe, Wang Yi muttered to himself with a wry smile. No matter what, Wu Jie isn't crazy enough to attack me on the spot. Still, it didn't hurt to have a backup plan just in case something did happen. There would at least be a clear lead for accountability. Following the address provided by Wu Manqi, Wang Yi took a cab to Wu Jie's home. It was a villa located in the city center. Holding a bag of fruit, Wang Yi realized as he stood at the door how careless he had been. Choosing to meet at the other party's house was already a disadvantage. This was their turf, and psychologically, he was already 3 steps behind. After ringing the doorbell, the one who opened the door was Wu Guan. The moment Wu Guan saw Wang Yi, he froze, then quickly slammed the door shut with a loud bang. From the living room, Wu Manqi poked her head out, about to ask who it was. "No one, just a classmate." "Ill talk to him," Wu Guan muttered. lowering his voice as he cracked the door open and slipped outside. "What are you doing here?" he asked urgently in a hushed tone. "The bet has already been settled, hasn't it? If you think you agreed too quickly and want to back out, we can renegotiate. But there's no need to show up at my house." Only then did Wang Yi understand Wu Jie's invitation had been kept secret even from his own son. Clearly, the father-son relationship wasn't great. "You're overthinking it," Wang Yi said bluntly. "I'm here because your dad invited me to dinner. It has nothing to do with you." "My dad? Invited you?" Wu Guan's expression was even more bewildered than when he opened the door. Without waiting for further explanation, Wang Yi grabbed Wu Guan by the shoulders and turned him around. "Hurry up and open the door for your Uncle Wang." Wu Guan was pinned down by Wang Yi, unable to resist as he opened the door. His body was stiff, and he didn't even notice that Wang Yi had taken a liberty with how she addressed him. Just from that brief physical contact, Wu Guan deeply realized that he was no match for Wang Yi's strength. This brought back memories of their previous duel back then. Wang Yi had been reckless, but her strength was nowhere near as overwhelming as it was now. If she had possessed such power at that time, she might have ended his life with a single elbow strike. Once inside, Wang Yi casually flung Wu Guan aside and swaggered toward the sofa. At that moment, Wu Manqi, hearing the commotion, poked her head out and locked eyes with Wang Yi as she approached. "You're here, Junior." Wu Manqi's face lit up with a smile as she waved him over. "Come, have a seat." Wang Yi walked up to the sofa, towering over Wu Manqi, who remained seated. Leaning in slightly, she got straight to the point. "Where's your second uncle?" "He's got some work to finish and is currently in the study," Wu Manqi replied in a lowered voice. "He'll definitely come out around lunchtime, so just wait a bit." Hearing this, Wang Yi frowned slightly. What's this supposed to mean? Leaving me hanging on purpose? Trying to put me in my place? Does he really think I'm here as some junior paying respects? For a brief moment, she felt like turning around and leaving, but quickly suppressed that impulse. Instead, her curiosity grew. She wanted to see what exactly Wu Jie was up to. "Oh, not coming out, huh? Fine, let's see who gives in first." Wang Yi sat down on the sofa, placed the fruit she brought on the coffee table, and glanced at Wu Manqi. "Dear niece, I brought some fruit. Don't be shy. Wash some and dig in." "What?" Wu Manqi's smile froze, her expression filled with disbelief. "What did you just call me?" Unperturbed, Wang Yi shot back with a question of her own. "Who invited me here?" "My second uncle," Wu Manqi answered, confused by the obvious question. "Since I'm your second uncle's guest, we're equals. So, by seniority, I'm above you. What's the problem?" Wang Yi explained calmly. "Of course there's a problem." Wu Manqi's voice sharpened. "Nobody calculates it like that." "Oh, then should I leave?" Wang Yi made a move to get up, only to have Wu Manqi grab his sleeve. "Fine, let's say I invited you," she conceded reluctantly. "If you were the one inviting me, I wouldn't be here at all," Wang Yi replied, as though she had just heard the world's funniest joke. Wu Manqi clenched her teeth, her chest heaving with anger as her breath quickened. Clearly, Wang Yi had gotten under her skin. Just then, a gentle-looking woman in an apron emerged from the kitchen, evidently drawn by the noise in the living room. "You must be Xiao Yi." The woman's eyes lit up as soon as she spotted Wang Yi standing next to Wu Manqi. Wu Manqi immediately composed herself and leaned closer to Wang Yi, whispering, "That's my second aunt. She knows nothing about our situation and just thinks you're a regular guest here for lunch. Don't give her a hard time." Wang Yi sighed inwardly but maintained a polite smile as she greeted, "Hello, auntie." "Hello, hello." The woman responded warmly. The woman looked Wang Yi up and down, her gaze lingering on him for a few seconds. She then turned to Wu Guan, who was still standing at the doorway in a daze, and scolded, "Son, what are you standing there for? Greet the guest. Hurry up and pour a glass of water. Don't be rude." Afterward, she softened her expression and said kindly to Wang Yi, "Xiao Yi, you two chat for a bit. Auntie will have the food ready soon." "All right, auntie. Thank you for your trouble," Wang Yi replied with a forced smile. The woman's gaze made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if he were being pricked by invisible needles. In that moment, he started to regret coming here today. "It's no trouble. You two have fun," the woman said with a satisfied nod before humming a tune and heading back to the kitchen. Wu Guan walked over mechanically, carrying a glass of water, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Wang Yi. His expression was still filled with confusion, clearly unable to make sense of the current situation. As soon as the woman left, Wang Yi immediately dropped his smile. Looking at Wu Guan, a sly smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Little nephew." Before he could finish, Wu Manqi quickly grabbed Wang Yi's arm and lowered her voice in a warning tone. "My brother doesn't know anything about the grudge between us. Don't go too far." "Too far? Fine, fine. I'm the bad guy now, huh?" Wang Yi shook off Wu Manqi's hand and provocatively dusted off his sleeve. "Then let your second uncle come out and meet me. I'm not lying to you. Second uncle really is busy with work," Wu Manqi said through gritted teeth, biting her lip. "Got it." Wang Yi stood up and patted Wu Guan on the shoulder. Little Wu, how's your training coming along recently? Made any progress? What are you trying to do? Wu Manchi's brows furrowed deeply, sensing something ominous. Nothing much. Call it a sparring match, guidance, a challenge, or even picking a fight. Interpret it however you like. Wang Yi stared at Wu Manchi but directed his question to Wu Guan. Wu Guan, weren't you dissatisfied before? Well, now I'm giving you a chance. Want to have another go? It's up to you. Wu Guan was utterly baffled at this point. Wang Yi was supposed to be his classmate, so why had he been invited to dinner at their house? And what baffled him even more was why he hadn't been informed about any of this. He wanted answers, but between his sister, who was quick to resort to violence, and Wang Yi, who had defeated him before and was now challenging him again, asking either of them didn't seem like a wise choice. Before Wu Guan could respond, Wu Manchi spoke on his behalf. No need to spar. I'm certain he's no match for you. Oh, is that so? Wang Yi asked with a mocking smile, his eyes fixed on Wu Manchi. Then how about you give it a shot, senior? He emphasized the last word with deliberate weight. After a moment of silence, Wu Manchi took a deep breath. I'm in the medical division, and who isn't? Wang Yi chuckled lightly. Why don't you two siblings team up? A medical type paired with an offensive type, no, that should be fine, right? Are you sure? Wu Manchi asked through gritted teeth, her anger barely contained. The blatant disdain was infuriating. While she acknowledged Wang Yi's strength, for a first-year medical division student to arrogantly claim he could take on both of them at once was beyond insulting. I'm sure. Wang Yi slowly rolled up his sleeves. I'm taking on both of you. Fine. Wu Manchi scoffed coldly, grabbing Wu Guan by the collar and dragging him toward the basement. Keep up. In the underground training room, Wu Guan and Wu Manchi stood on one side, while Wang Yi occupied the other, forming a tense standoff among the three. Jia, is this really necessary? Wu Guan's face was filled with distress. He truly didn't want to face off against Wang Yi. For one, he knew his abilities were no match for the latter. And for another, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Wang Yi for helping to dissolve the bet earlier. Are you even a man? Wu Manchi snapped furiously, delivering a fierce kick to Wu Guan's backside. Wu Guan rubbed the sore spot where he had been kicked, silently grumbling to himself. After their last duel, she had scolded him for being emotionally unstable, urging him to stay calm and think carefully before acting. Now, all it took was a few words from Wang Yi, and she was the one losing her cool. Such blatant double standards were laughable. Of course, he only dared to complain in his mind. Years of experience had taught him one crucial lesson. Never try to reason with his sister. Hey, are you two ready yet? Wang Yi asked, performing a quick warm-up. Interlocking his fingers, he pushed his palms outward, then rotated his neck to loosen up. The reason he initiated this fight was twofold. First, to vent his frustration over Wu Jie's deliberate cold shouldering, an old-fashioned power play that annoyed him to no end. Second, to test his own strength. After all, sparring with elite beginner-level mages like Jiang Yu and Wang Jiang regularly made it hard to gauge his actual skill level. Ready? Well, start in 10 seconds, Wu Manchi responded, then slung an arm around Wu Guan's shoulder. This is your chance. This time, give it everything you've got. Don't you want to figure out why you lost last time? Wu Guan nodded with a wry smile, but his gaze gradually turned resolute. The 10 seconds passed in a flash. The moment the countdown ended, all three moved simultaneously. Wang Yi launched forward with his signature explosive start, sprinting straight toward Wu Guan. For a brief moment, Wu Guan felt as though he had been transported back to that fateful morning of their last duel. But this time, he wouldn't repeat his mistakes, and he wasn't alone. Just as Wang Yi was charging at full speed, his movements suddenly faltered, and he stumbled forward under the force of inertia. Catching himself with both hands on the ground, he quickly steadied his posture and turned to look back. What met his eyes was a frost-covered chain of ice tightly wrapped around his left ankle, its other end deeply embedded in the ground. When he looked up, he was greeted by Wu Manchi's taunting smile, followed immediately by the blinding flash of incoming flames. Wu Guan had decisively unleashed a rare spell, Triple Fireball. The three massive fireballs streaked through the air in a straight line, hurtling toward Wang Yi with thunderous momentum. Wang Yi, restrained by icy chains, faced a barrage of fireballs without the slightest intention of dodging. In an instant, a dark, obsidian glow enveloped his entire body, swiftly solidifying into a sleek, heavy black rock armor. Three fireballs struck his chest with precision, their explosions echoing through the underground training chamber. Yet as the smoke cleared, the black armor remained unscathed. Wang Yi casually waved his hand, brushing off the residual flames as if they were mere specks of dust. What kind of magic is this? How can its defense be so strong? Wu Guan widened his eyes in disbelief at what just unfolded before him. Was this the power Wang Yi had gained at Lingnan Shaqiao? What's the use of just defense? Tied up like this, no matter how tough, you're nothing but a sitting duck. Wu Manchi scoffed coldly, launching another wave of attacks. Is that so? Wang Yi's voice came through the faceplate, tinged with amusement. He bent down, gripping the icy chains tightly with both hands. From beneath his helmet, his golden eyes emitted a chilling intensity. Crack, crack, crack. The icy chains groaned under immense pressure, the sound sending shivers down Wu Guan and Wu Manqi's spines. You know nothing of true power, Wang Yi said, his voice low and oppressive. The synergy of his passive magic, Qianjun, and the rare-grade magic golden body had elevated his strength to an unfathomable level even for himself. Memories of the golden-furred battle ape tearing through beams of light in the stone forest of Lingnan Shaqiao flashed in his mind. A faint smile tugged at Wang Yi's lips. So this is what it feels like to dominate with sheer power. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as the icy chains shattered into shards of pale light, dissipating into the air. Is this all you've got? Wang Yi stepped forward, his movement akin to a fully powered armored vehicle. Each step left deep imprints on the ground, the resonating impacts reverberating throughout the chamber. Wu Guan and Wu Manqi felt the suffocating pressure bearing down on them, a chilling sensation racing up their spines. I'll hold him off. You attack. Wu Manqi yelled sharply. Two icy chains shot out, coiling around Wang Yi's legs. But this time, the chains snapped apart like mere toys. Seeing the ineffectiveness of ordinary chains, Wu Manqi bit her lip, intertwining her fingers. The chains thickened into a reinforced bind, wrapping around Wang Yi's waist. Though they were also torn apart, they managed to slightly slow his advance. At that moment, the ground erupted with blinding flames, a massive pillar of fire engulfing Wang Yi. Two lightning spears followed in swift succession, piercing through the air. From within the fiery haze, two rocky arms emerged, effortlessly catching the lightning spears. The menacing bullhorned helmet broke through the wall of flames, a vision of a demonic force rising from hell. Wu Guan's face turned pale, perhaps from overexerting his magic. Pressing his palms together, he shouted, "Detonate!" Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions shook the chamber, lightning crackling across Wang Yi's arms. Congratulations, Wang Yi said, lifting his gaze. A few black fragments fell from his arm guards as he spoke with a hint of admiration in his tone. You finally managed to break through my defense. Wu Guan's face was deathly pale, and he was gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The remaining magic within him was no longer enough to sustain his spells, and more importantly, he had lost the will to fight. Unlike the resentment and defiance he felt during their last duel. Now, as he watched Wang Yi steadily closing in, Wu Guan felt nothing but overwhelming helplessness. I'm tired. Let it end, he murmured to himself, fully abandoning any attempt to resist. Behind him, Wu Manqi was still holding on, launching icy chains and frost spikes in a desperate bid to slow Wang Yi's advance. However, these attacks were utterly insignificant against Wang Yi, whose body was encased in a heavy suit of black rock armor. Escape was no longer an option. The training chamber was too confined, and to their surprise, Wang Yi's speed, even in his heavy armor, was faster than theirs. It didn't take long for Wang Yi to break through Wu Manqi's sparse defenses. His towering figure, accentuated by the black rock armor, appeared even more imposing, with horns atop his head and a menacing fanged mask exuding an oppressive aura. Wu Guan opened his mouth to speak, Wang, but before he could finish, Wang Yi casually swatted him aside with a single motion. Wu Guan was sent hurtling into the wall, where he remained for a few seconds like a framed painting. If not for Wang Yi holding back his killing intent, the stone blades on his gauntlet would have ended Wu Guan's life on the spot. This strike wasn't aimed at Wu Guan himself, but seemed to carry a message directed at his father, Wu Jie. Wu Manqi, witnessing this, was about to speak, "You win," but her words were cut off as Wang Yi's iron grip closed around her throat. The coarse rock armor scraped against her delicate neck, and he pushed her back until she slammed hard against the wall. What exactly does Wu Jie want with me? Wang Yi's deep, menacing voice growled near Wu Manqi's ear, his fanged mask inches from her. Despite the overwhelming advantage he enjoyed, he had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. To reconcile. Wu Manqi managed to squeeze out the words, her face flushed red from lack of oxygen, her voice strained with a nasal tinge of pain. Is that so? Wang Yi's fingers twitched slightly, and the claws on his gauntlet pierced into her neck. Blood trickled down her pale skin. Do you think you'll believe that? He sneered. Though Wu Manqi firmly believed Wang Yi wouldn't truly harm her, the cold claws cutting into her skin and the intensifying suffocation made it impossible for her to stay calm. It's true. He just wants to ease tensions, she barely managed to say before her eyes began to roll back. Suddenly, Wang Yi lifted his head, his gaze scanning the room until it settled on a surveillance camera in the corner. This is quite the way to ease tensions, he remarked, as though addressing someone unseen. Meanwhile, in his study, Wu Jie sat before his desk, a tablet displaying the live feed from the underground training chamber. Even as he watched his son being flung aside and his niece gripped by the throat, his expression remained calm and unreadable. Just as Wang Yi had guessed, Wu Jie was deliberately keeping his distance, letting the situation simmer. This probing wasn't meant as a show of dominance, but rather Wu Jie's way of delving into Wang Yi's psyche and character. By scrutinizing Wang Yi's every move, Wu Jie could better formulate his next steps. Whether sacrifices were necessary, how significant they needed to be, and whether such sacrifices could truly secure peace. From the moment Wang Yi stepped into the Wu household, his every subtle expression and gesture fell under Wu Jie's meticulous observation. In this carefully orchestrated game, everyone unknowingly became pieces in Wu Jie's test of Wang Yi. If Wang Yi were aware of this, he'd likely think it unsurprising that Wu Jie saw him as nothing more than a tool against Qi Jian. Let go of me. Wu Manqi managed to choke out a few words with difficulty. The moment Wang Yi released his grip, Wu Manqi collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, but her hurried breaths caused her to cough violently. Are you still not convinced? Wang Yi deactivated his black stone-heavy armor, the golden glow around him dissipating. As Wu Manqi cast a rare-grade rapid healing spell on herself to stop the bleeding from her neck, she turned her gaze toward Wu Guan. Wang Yi also glanced at the fallen Wu Guan and shrugged. Don't worry. Like last time, at most, it's just a few broken. Before he could finish, Wu Manqi suddenly sprang up from the ground. Between her fingers was a 5 centimeter-long blade, shaped like a willow leaf, aimed straight for Wang Yi's abdomen. Yet before the blade could pierce his skin, her wrist was firmly seized by Wang Yi. Sorry, I've long grown tired of these cheap tricks, Wang Yi said as he twisted her wrist. Wu Manqi let out a muffled groan of pain, and the blade fell to the floor with a crisp clang. Unwilling to give up, Wu Manqi immediately raised her knee to strike at Wang Yi's lower body, but Wang Yi countered with a heavy punch to her thigh. The sound of bone cracking was unmistakable, and Wu Manqi's face turned as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat streaming down. Wang Yi gripped her throat once more, enunciating each word slowly. You might overpower Wu Guan, might intimidate your peers, but that's not because you're strong, it's because they're weak. To prevent Wu Manqi from further entangling him, Wang Yi, after delivering his taunt, hurled her against the wall with force. He then summoned an earthen shield in the shape of a brick and advanced toward the fallen Wu Manqi step by step, preparing to deliver a physical personality adjustment similar to how he had disciplined Wu Guan last time. Just then, the doorbell of the underground training room rang, and Wu Guan's mother's voice came through the intercom. Xiao Yi, Manqi, son, come out for dinner. Wang Yi immediately halted, dispelled his earthen shield, and cast healing rays on both of them. Adjusting his slightly disheveled attire, he ascended the stairs and opened the training room door. Standing at the entrance to block Wu Guan's mother's view, he smiled and said, Auntie, they'll need a little more time. Well, then we won't wait for them. Always dawdling, Wu Guan's mother said, pulling Wang Yi toward the dining room. The table was already laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, and seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man engrossed in his tablet. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes. Wu Ji, finally they meet. Wu Jie had a rather refined and scholarly demeanor. He was of average build, with neatly trimmed short hair. While he didn't come across as overly stern, there was a distinct intellectual aura about him. Wang Yi recognized him instantly, having already looked up information online about this deputy head of the Lanling City education system. The moment Wang Yi's gaze landed on Wu Jie, it seemed as though Wu Jie sensed it. He looked up, and their eyes met. Even though Wu Jie, seated on a dining chair, was noticeably shorter than the standing Wang Yi, his presence was undeniably commanding. Wang Yi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Please, have a seat. Wu Jie offered a warm smile and gestured toward the chair to his left. This arrangement was a gesture of considerable respect. However, Wang Yi, who had just vented his frustrations at Wu Guan and Wu Manqi earlier, wasn't keen on smoothing things over so quickly, especially with Wu Guan's mother present. He silently walked over and chose the seat directly opposite Wu Jie, making it clear that he wasn't here merely as a guest. The rectangular 6-person dining table had one seat at each end and two on either side. Wang Yi's choice of seat was deliberate. It underscored the adversarial dynamic between him and Wu Jie. Wu Jie, however, remained composed, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Inwardly, he reflected on how he had underestimated this young man, who had directly confronted the truth of being under surveillance after the night attack and demanded compensation for his damaged phone. But he didn't allow himself to dwell on such regret for long. Wu Guan's mother brought out 2 bottles of prized baijiu, but after Wang Yi repeatedly declined, she replaced them with juice. Before long, Wu Guan and Wu Manqi emerged from the underground training room and took their seats at the table. Wu Manqi had changed into clean clothes, hiding the blood-stained collar from earlier, though her gait still betrayed a slight limp after all. A fractured femur couldn't be entirely healed with a single restorative spell. Wu Guan's mother seated Wu Manqi to Wang Yi's left and took the seat to his right herself, while Wu Guan casually chose a spot. The meal lasted for over half an hour. Though there was some scattered conversation, Wu Guan and Wu Manqi, having endured punishment earlier, were noticeably subdued. To avoid raising suspicions with Wu Guan's mother, they forced themselves to respond with a few polite remarks. Wu Jie maintained an air of elegance, eating slowly and speaking barely a word. To be fair, Wu Guan's mother was an excellent cook and a gracious host, frequently adding food to Wang Yi's plate. If only she had refrained from prying into personal matters, Wang Yi might have enjoyed the meal more. Yet, over the course of the meal, she skillfully uncovered nearly everything about him, from his personal details to his family background and even his future plans. After dinner, Wu Guan's mother began tidying up the table. Wu Jie got up and headed toward the study, with Wang Yi following closely behind. Having played the part of normal visitors long enough, it was time to get down to business. Just as Wang Yi was about to close the door to the study, Wu Manqi slipped in ahead of him. As one of the insiders, her presence was no surprise. The door shut firmly behind them, sealing off all outside noise. Standing outside, Wu Guan watched the three enter the study, his suspicions about their hidden agenda now fully confirmed. However, being the least influential member of the household, he knew he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Resigned, he turned and went to the kitchen to help his mother, hoping to glean some information from her indirectly. The study was simple yet dignified in its layout. Bookshelves lined two walls, a sofa sat against another, and in the center of the room was a desk accompanied by 3 chairs. Wu Jie took his seat behind the desk. Wang Yi pulled out the chair opposite and sat down, while Wu Manqi silently settled into the seat beside him. For a moment, none of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Sitting directly across from Wu Jie seemed to calm Wang Yi. He was well aware that this meeting had been initiated by Wu Jie, which meant the latter was the one in need. With a clear mind after the meal, Wang Yi decided to take control of the situation. Director Wu, thank you for the hospitality. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Let's catch up another time, Wang Yi said, breaking the silence. It was his first formal interaction with Wu Jie since entering the room, and he opened with a farewell. The implication was clear. If Wu Jie didn't bring up the real issue, Wang Yi would treat this as nothing more than a casual dinner. Wu Jie sighed inwardly. This young man was indeed not easy to deal with. Even though their conflict stemmed from Wu Jie's own fault, if Wang Yi had been the one asking questions, Wu Jie could have deflected with various excuses. Now, the initiative was entirely in Wang Yi's hands, and it was Wu Jie who needed to mend the relationship. Qi Jiayan has been trying to use you to target me. I've already noticed some subtle signs of it, Wu Jie said with a slight shake of his head and a wry smile, openly admitting defeat in this round of the game. Hearing Wu Jie get straight to the point, Wang Yi sat back down in his chair and gestured for him to continue. Until he fully understood Wu Jie's intentions, Wang Yi had resolved to speak as little as possible. His petty schemes are no real threat to me, and frankly, he's not even trying to bring me down. All he wants is to create some obstacles for me, hoping to influence next year's personnel arrangements and keep himself in the running, Wu Jie said with a touch of disdain in his tone. Qi Jiayan is nothing more than a sore loser, deluding himself into thinking he can turn the tables with these lowly tactics. But it's precisely this attitude that guarantees his failure. I could have stopped him outright, but as the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief's obsession. Rather than constantly guarding against him, I'd prefer to seize this opportunity to hit him where it hurts and take him down once and for all. That's why I decided to use you in my counterattack. Hearing Wu Jie's frank and straightforward explanation, Wang Yi instinctively straightened his posture. Wu Jie's unexpected candor had certainly caught him off guard. Wu Jie's decision wasn't inherently flawed. Not only did he orchestrate the attack, but he also specifically instructed Wu Manqi to bring Li Qingyun along to ensure Wang Yi's safety. Although Wang Yi was indeed treated as a pawn to counter Qi Jiayan, basic protection was still provided. The plan should have unfolded smoothly until Wang Yi, with his sharp intuition, detected signs of the attack and promptly contacted by you for assistance. While this unexpected move diminished the dramatic effect of the rescue, it didn't compromise the core objective of the plinto: create trouble for Qi Jiayan. However, what happened next caught Wu Jie off guard. Through observing Wu Manqi's actions, Wang Yi managed to accurately deduce the entire plan's intricacies. Even more surprising, he openly confronted the matter. This forced Wu Jie to re-evaluate the young man. Wu Jie had indeed reviewed Wang Yi's file before. After all, this teenager had not only defeated his son in a duel but had also been used by Qi Jiayan to target him. Yet, the file described Wang Yi as a delinquent with poor character, a stark contrast to the sharp and perceptive opponent now before him. Still, this unexpected development did not disrupt the bigger picture. Qi Jiayan's forced resignation was proof of that. The matter should have ended there. Even if Wang Yi harbored resentment from being used, it was inconsequential to Wu Jie. No matter how talented Wang Yi might be, it would take at least a decade for him to grow into a real threat. Over such a long span of time, countless variables could arise. If every decision had to account for every possible future, no decisive action could ever be made. But then, just days later, news reached Wu Jie that Qi Jiayan had been imprisoned. He immediately realized that a powerful figure must have been pulling strings behind the scenes. The ability to overturn what seemed like a settled outcome signaled that this mysterious individual wielded extraordinary influence. As someone intimately familiar with the dynamics of Lanling City, Wu Jie knew that Qi Jian's resignation had been orchestrated by Bai Jingtian. Although Bai Jingtian appeared to be nothing more than a principal, as the city's sole extraordinary mage, his authority could steer many outcomes within the bounds of the system. For someone to force Bai Jingtian to back down, this shadowy figure would have to be an equally powerful mage in a significant position. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, Wu Jie realized that the only variable had been Wang Yi, who seemed unremarkable at first glance. Qi Jian's severe punishment was clearly the result of this mysterious figure protecting Wang Yi while sending a chilling message to all of Lanling City. The sudden turn of events left Wu Jie under immense pressure. Who would have thought that a seemingly insignificant pawn could suddenly gain the strength to overturn the entire board? Initially, Wu Jie had dismissed any conflict with Wang Yi, confident that the boy posed no threat. But now, the tables had completely turned. Although Wu Jie believed all his actions were within the rules, he was well aware that rules themselves were like a flexible rubber band. Especially at this critical juncture of the year, even the slightest obstruction from higher-ups could render years of his hard work futile. In the worst-case scenario, he might end up like Qi Jiayan, stuck in his position until his dying day. To play it safe, Wu Jie adopted a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he conveyed an invitation to Wang Yi through Wu Manqi, and on the other, he reserved a week to thoroughly investigate Wang Yi's background. During this week, he left no stone unturned poring over archival materials. Interviewing surviving soldiers of the Tianfu army yet, he found nothing beyond an ordinary resume. On the surface, Wang Yi appeared to be nothing more than the child of a martyr and a newcomer who had just entered the ranks of mages. However, this suddenly rising extraordinary mage was undeniably real, like a visible yet untouchable shadow looming over Lanling City. This eerie contrast made Wu Jie increasingly feel that Wang Yi was unfathomable, like a young dragon unexpectedly intruding into a shallow pond, with other, more powerful dragons seemingly watching over this junior from the shadows. As one of the few big fish in the pond, Wu Jie had no intention of becoming a meal for the dragons. Since he couldn't uncover the dragon's true nature, he decided to start with the young one. Yet, this young man was neither easily swayed by kindness nor intimidated by force, which was quite frustrating. Wu Jie knew that since emotional appeals were ineffective, he would have to bridge the gap with benefits. And if benefits were the way, he might as well offer the biggest bargaining chip. In this matter, I truly have you to thank, Wu Jie said bluntly. As a gesture of gratitude, 2 years from now, your school's recommendation list for admission to the Imperial Capital's Magic University will include your name. This statement landed like a hammer blow, causing Wang Yi's pupils to contract sharply as he wondered if he had misheard. He hadn't even expected an apology, let alone such a significant offer. Yet Wu Jie had casually thrown out a bargaining chip of this magnitude, which made Wang Yi suspicious could there be a trap. But after a moment's thought, he realized he was just a poor student. What could Wu Jie possibly gain from him? Even if there were a scheme, it seemed unlikely Wu Jie would pay such a steep price. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Meanwhile, Wu Manqi gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her expression instantly betraying her shock. She had known her father's goal was to mend relations with Wang Yi, but she never expected him to pay such a heavy price. The recommendation to the Imperial Capital's Magic University was incredibly precious. Even the spot she had secured this year had been the result of her father and Wu Jie's concerted efforts over a long period. Even if Wu Jie smoothly ascended to the top position in Lanling City's education system next year, under the current system in Huaxia, he could not wield absolute authority. He would still need to navigate between various factions and pay a significant price to secure such a recommendation. Even after his promotion, his influence would merely increase to some extent. That 2 years later spot, originally meant for Wu Guan, was now to be handed over to Wang Yi. How could Wu Manqi not be stunned? Wu Jie's skillful use of language was nothing short of masterful. He reframed the act of using Wang Yi as a pawn into a narrative of Wang Yi offering him assistance. The transfer of benefits to mend their strained relationship was spun as a gesture of gratitude. Even to the opposing Wang Yi, these words were undeniably more palatable. Of course, this sense of ease was rooted in tangible benefits without real value backing it. No amount of eloquence would be anything more than empty talk. As for the recommendation slot to the Imperial Capital Magic University, it was clearly not something that could be so easily arranged. If it were, the annual slots from Lanling Magic High School would have long become an exclusive privilege of the Wu family. At this moment, Wang Yi's doubts only deepened. The biggest question was, why was Wu Jie doing this? As someone who, in his previous life, didn't even bother watching the evening news, Wang Yi naturally hadn't looked into Lanling City's past reports after leaving Lingnan Shaqiao. He couldn't possibly have known that a transcendent mage had previously warned by Jing Tian, resulting in Qi Jianho should have retired due to illness being implicated in dereliction of duty and illegal conduct. This disparity in information led Wu Jie to misjudge the situation, causing his reasoning to veer in an entirely different direction. The smarter someone is, the more easily they can become trapped in their own misconceptions. Wang Yi's first instinct was to suspect a trap. Opportunities don't fall from the sky for no reason, and even if they did, they shouldn't land squarely on his head. Yet, the offer before him seemed genuine, not fabricated. With terms like these as bait, even someone aware of the trap might still be tempted to test it. But Wang Yi quickly reconsidered. He didn't think he was worth Wu Jie making such a significant sacrifice. After all, no fisherman would use 3 tons of bait to catch a small carp. He speculated that something unknown to him must have happened, forcing Wu Jie to make such a costly concession. Testing this theory was simple raise the stakes. While Wang Yi was deep in thought, Wu Jie was carefully observing his reactions. So far, aside from surprise, Wang Yi showed little emotion. The recommendation slot was a last-minute decision on Wu Jie's part, and was the most valuable and sincere bargaining chip he could currently offer. Handing over money wasn't practical. He didn't have much to spare, and someone with Wang Yi's connections would naturally have access to funds when needed. As for rare magic crystals, Wang Yi surely had no shortage of those. If there truly was a powerful figure backing Wang Yi, even this recommendation slot might fail to catch their interest. Even at this stage, Wu Jie continued his subtle probing, perhaps an inherent part of his personality. The Imperial Capital Magic University? Wang Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. While he hadn't yet looked into the rankings of domestic magic universities, any institution bold enough to use Imperial Capital in its name was unlikely to be subpar. Director Wu, I think you may have misunderstood. Wang Yi feigned indifference. This recommendation? It's neither here nor there for me. As expected, Wu Jie sighed inwardly. This is already the heaviest bargaining chip I can offer, but the truth is, just because you can offer it doesn't mean others will need it. Wang Yi said after a moment of contemplation, then shifted his tone. However, all I want is the spot. Wu Jie instantly understood Wang Yi's implication, wanted full control over the use of this guaranteed admission slot. Even with a guaranteed spot, if the talent and ability don't meet the baseline, there's no way to get in, Wu Jie added. I'm well aware of that, Wang Yi replied, meeting Wu Jie's gaze directly. Rest assured, it won't be worse than Wu Guan. All right, Wu Jie agreed without much hesitation. Since he had decided to give it, he would give it completely. A standard business smile immediately appeared on Wang Yi's face, and even his tone became more cordial. Thank you, Uncle Wu. It's getting late, so I won't take up more of your time. Thank you for your hospitality. With that, he stood up decisively. Shao Qi, see him out. Wu Jie was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yi's sudden shift in attitude. Despite the lingering pain in her leg, Wu Manqi had no choice but to force herself to get up and follow Wang Yi. In the living room, Wang Yi first exchanged a few polite words with Wu Guan's mother and then patted Wu Guan on the shoulder in a friendly manner before stepping out the door. The moment he crossed the threshold, the smile on Wang Yi's face vanished without a trace. Not far away, Qi Xiaohao rolled down the car window and waved at Wang Yi. After calmly bidding farewell to Wu Manqi, Wang Yi got into the back seat. What brings you here? Wang Yi asked Qi Xiaohao, who was seated beside him. Heh, Qi Xiaohao grinned widely. I was worried you might get bullied, so I came to back you up. Back me up? Wang Yi absent-mindedly pulled out his phone to check some information while giving an order. Uncle Su, let's go. As the car started moving, Qi Xiaohao glanced at Wu Manqi's retreating figure as she closed the door behind her and asked with concern, What's wrong, Edge? Didn't go smoothly? Hard to say, Wang Yi replied, his attention focused on the phone screen. The Wu family, huh? Qi Xiaohao scoffed, clearly displeased, as if he thought the Wu family had underestimated Wang Yi. Don't worry, Edge. With your qualifications, what's there to fear? My parents are your parents. I'll have them fly back to support you if needed. He threw an arm around Wang Yi's shoulder in consolation. Parents? Wang Yi's fingers paused on the screen as a bizarre thought crossed his mind. Wu Jie seemed to be wary of something, even willing to use the guaranteed admission slot to resolve the tension. But Wang Yi was certain there was nothing about himself that warranted Wu Jie's caution. Could it be that the original owner of this body had an extraordinary family background? His imagination began to run wild. Could one of the original owner's parents have come from a prominent family, eloped due to family disapproval, and settled in a small town? Then, both parents tragically passed away, leaving the original owner orphaned and unaware of their family background. Now, after years of secret investigation, the family had finally located this heir. A certain doting elder had not only arranged for the original owner to be recognized by the family, but also confronted Wu Jie for exploiting him, forcing Wu Jie to act so deferentially? Wang Yi rubbed his temples and mocked himself internally. Makes sense. Yeah, right. Not to mention this so-called elder who might not even exist. How would they know about his conflict with Wu Jie? Real life isn't some melodramatic soap opera. It's not like I'm writing a novel. Edge, edge. Qi Xiaohao shook Wang Yi's shoulder with a deliberate cheerfulness in his tone. You asked Lao Ban about that Flevel interdimensional passage earlier. Are you planning to go in? When are you going? Seeing Wang Yi staring blankly into the distance, Qi Xiaohao felt a pang of unease. He worried that his earlier mention of parents might have inadvertently touched the unhealed wound in Wang Yi's heart. The memory of Wang Yi's heart-wrenching grief and despair when he lost his parents as a child was still vivid in Qi Xiaohao's mind. Though Wang Yi seemed to have come to terms with it on the surface over the years, Qi Xiaohao knew it was merely a scab covering a wound that had never truly healed. Huh. Oh, I haven't decided yet. Maybe during the break. Wang Yi snapped out of his thoughts, hastily shaking off the absurd scenarios that had crept into his mind. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Spending too much time following the antics of the school's overly dramatic students must have been messing with his imagination. As he absent-mindedly responded to Qi Xiaohao, Wang Yi typed Qi Jiayan into the search bar on his phone. He couldn't understand how Qi Xiaohao always managed to come up with so many things to talk about, even though they saw each other every day. Wang Yi's renewed focus on Qi Jiayan stemmed from his analysis of the entire situation. He had realized that Qi Jiayan was likely the key to unraveling the problem. After all, the only connection between him and Wu Jie stemmed from Qi Jiayan's decision to send people to ambush them. The incident involving Wu Jie's son, by comparison, seemed almost insignificant. Today's encounter had given Wang Yi deeper insight into Wu Jie. The man was principled and rational, adhering to rules and refraining from abusing his power. However, those same qualities revealed his innate coldness and detachment, prioritized his own interests above all else, even when it came to his own son. Reflecting on how he had benefited from someone like Wu Jie, Wang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. It was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Yet, when the opportunity for a guaranteed admission spot lay before him, he couldn't bring himself to ignore it. Ultimately, he accepted it to secure a backup plan for Qi Xiaohao. While Qi Xiaohao was talented, getting into a top-tier magic university would still be a challenge for him. Asking Qi Xiaohao's parents to donate a building, a common solution in mundane society, was out of the question at magic universities. Rare high-tier magic crystals held far more value than money, and the upper-level mages sought things far beyond mere wealth. The search results quickly revealed two key pieces of news. The first reported that Qi Jiayan had been arrested and was awaiting trial for misconduct and illegal activities. The date coincided precisely with the day Wang Yi left Lingnan Shikio and entered quarantine at the Lingnan military district. The second piece of news was about Qi Jiayan applying for medical retirement, which occurred the day after Wang Yi entered Lingnan Shikio. In other words, Qi Jiayan had retired due to illness, only to be arrested just 4 days later. Wang Yi carefully analyzed the timing of the news releases, keenly detecting something suspicious. From Qi Jiayan's initial retirement due to illness to his sudden arrest, this abrupt reversal clearly deviated from standard procedures. His gaze fell on the desk, fingers lightly tapping as his thoughts began to crystallize. If the authorities had intended to arrest Qi Jiayan all along, they wouldn't have approved his retirement for health reasons in the first place. Such contradictory actions would inevitably damage their credibility. The only plausible explanation was that someone was dissatisfied with the decision to let him retire and intervened forcefully. This hypothesis brought another key figure to Wang Yi's mind: the principal of Lanling Magic High School, Bai Jingtian. He recalled that Bai Yu had once assured him her grandfather would handle the matter. Now, the situation seemed to boil down to two possibilities. Either Bai Jingtian initially approved the retirement, only for someone else to overturn it, or Bai Jingtian himself changed the outcome from retirement to arrest. Judging by Wu Jie's reaction, the second possibility was almost certainly ruled out. After all, if Bai Jingtian had actively altered the decision, Wu Jie wouldn't have displayed such behavior, and Bai Jingtian would have no reason to continue targeting Wu Jie. Despite piecing this together, Wang Yi found himself even more perplexed. As an ordinary student, he had no standing to question Bai Jingtian about such sensitive matters. It would be like pouring salt on a wound, something even Bai Jingshan's own grandson wouldn't dare to do. Suddenly, a bizarre thought crossed his mind: could he really be the lost heir of some secretive, powerful family? Wang Yi instinctively rubbed his temples, feeling as though his imagination was running wild. Yet, logically, there didn't seem to be any glaring flaws in this chain of reasoning. Sitting nearby, Qi Xiaohao misinterpreted Wang Yi's distress, assuming he was troubled over Wu Manqi. Patting Wang Yi on the shoulder, she earnestly began offering advice, saying things like, "You can't put all your hopes on one tree." Wang Yi was completely baffled, but, seeing Qi Xiaohao's serious expression, felt too awkward to interrupt. This lunch, surprisingly, drained him mentally more than battling the golden ape ever had. In the end, Wang Yi silently resolved to avoid entangling himself with the three troublemakers of the Wu family in the future. Still, the thought of Wu Guan's mother's delicious cooking left him with a tinge of regret. Although he tried to ignore it, the matter continued to linger in Wang Yi's mind over the next few days. He even started talking to himself when alone, voicing his analyses and speculations out loud, hoping to provoke the attention of the mysterious family elder who might be secretly observing him. To avoid missing any potential opportunity, he repeatedly performed these acts, fearing that the elder might overlook his signals at a crucial moment. Fortunately, these impromptu performances all took place in solitude. Otherwise, he might have been sent for a psychological evaluation. However, day after day passed, and no mysterious figure appeared with a mountain of magic crystals to claim him as their long-lost kin. It wasn't until Wang Yi seriously began questioning whether something had gone wrong in the family reunion process that he suddenly realized he might have taken this too far. Damn it, if I keep this up, I won't even become a mage. I'll end up being labeled a lunatic first, he warned himself. Clearly, he had been too idle lately, allowing his mind to wander uncontrollably. Determined to change course, he immediately tripled his training regimen, exhausting himself physically, mentally, and magically each day. He no longer had the energy for wild imaginings. And so, in this seemingly uneventful yet grueling routine of study and practice, time quietly slipped into the end of the year. The weather grew colder, and the holiday break loomed on the horizon. During this period, Wang Yi's life became astonishingly disciplined. This was largely thanks to the absence of unexpected events, allowing him to focus on his studies like a typical high school mage. As for the mysterious family elder, who had yet to make an appearance, Wang Yi gradually stopped dwelling on it. He understood that true confidence came from strength only. By becoming powerful enough, could he face any danger without fear. On the Wu family's side, things were calm as well. In fact, the relationship between Wu Guan and Wang Yi was improving. Every time they met at school, they would exchange greetings and chat briefly, appearing both warm and courteous. Even Feng Yu would shyly greet Wang Yi when they crossed paths, which brought him some relief. After all, it's better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges, and Wang Yi had always preferred avoiding unnecessary enmity. One day during lunch break, the group of 5 was dining in the cafeteria when Qi Xiaohao cleared his throat and, in an overly composed manner, announced, "I have some good news. I've advanced to a mid-level beginner mage." "Congratulations," Jiang Yu offered his blessings first. "Wow, brother Xiaohao, you're amazing," Hu Lily exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she played the role of an adoring fan. Her charm and social intelligence explained her popularity. Wang Yi gave a thumbs up in approval. He had already known about this since the night before. Qi Xiaohao had rushed to share the news with him as soon as it happened. Thankfully, it wasn't in the middle of the night. Otherwise, given Wang Yi's exhaustion after a full day of training, he might have let his irritation get the better of him and cast a healing light spell on Qi Xiaohao out of frustration. Judging by the dark circles under Qi Xiaohao's eyes, it was clear he hadn't slept well from the excitement, so it was impressive Head managed to hold off announcing it until now. Among the 4, only Wang Jiang remained completely unresponsive. He focused intently on the food in front of him, not even lifting an eyelid. "Old Wang, I've advanced to the mid-stage. Didn't you hear?" Qi Xiaohao raised his voice, his tone laced with obvious dissatisfaction. Wang Jiang calmly swallowed his last bite of food, took a small sip of water, and finally spoke unhurriedly. "If your voice gets any louder, the entire cafeteria will know." "And that's all the reaction I get from you?" Qi Xiaohao huffed indignantly. "Are you jealous of your brother Qi?" "First of all, it's just mid-stage, not mid-ear. Nothing to brag about," Wang Jiang replied in an even tone, placing his cup down. "Secondly, I reached mid-stage a month ago." These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Qi Xiaohao's arrogance. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "You're not allowed to come to the banquet." Wang Jiang didn't even bother asking what banquet it was, already knowing it must be another one of Qi Xiaohao's extravagant splurges. This guy's popularity in the class was entirely funded by his financial prowess. Hosting a class dinner after advancing to mid-stage was just par for the course. Still, Xiaohao is the 3rd one among us to advance. Wang Yi chimed in to ease the tension. In the entire first-year cohort, he's one of the top students. That's something to celebrate. "Wang Jiang, let's gather tonight and afterward, we can spar a bit at the martial hall." Wang Jiang nodded in agreement. Wang Yi had now reached a level where Wang Jiang could afford to go all out in their training sessions. This suggestion also helped lift Qi Xiaohao's spirits considerably. Wang Yi's comment wasn't just meant to comfort. Qi Xiaohao's cultivation speed was indeed among the best, though this was largely due to his extravagant use of magic crystals. Wang Yi himself was not far from reaching mid-stage, estimating he could break through in 1 to 4 weeks. The more Wang Yi trained, the more he found Jiang Yu's advancement speed utterly ridiculous. Even with Qi Xiaohao consuming massive amounts of magic crystals, he was still 3 months slower than Jiang Yu in reaching mid-stage. At this point, it wasn't just about resources anymore, especially since Jiang Yu wasn't lacking in those either. Facing an opponent who was more talented, more hardworking, and equally well-resourced was truly disheartening. The final exams are coming. You any interest in forming a team to challenge the third years? Jiang Yu asked the group, though his gaze lingered on Wang Yi. Final exams include practical combat? Wang Yi asked, puzzled. Lanling Magic High School had always maintained a relaxed academic atmosphere, with monthly quizzes randomly covering just 2 cultural subjects. Suddenly adding combat to the exams seemed unusual. First-year finals only test cultural subjects and magic absorption, Wang Yi explained. After all, we've only been learning for 4 months. Practical combat is for second and third years. Jiang Yu's lips curved slightly. That's true, but there's no rule saying first years can't participate in practical combat. Count me in. Qi Xiaohao slapped the table, the first to respond enthusiastically. We've already taken down magical beast. Swat's there to fear from a bunch of third years? Wang Yi, however, showed little interest. He didn't care for the spotlight and found the idea troublesome. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly baited him. The practical combat section of the finals includes team and individual competitions. The top 3 spots come with rewards, starting with mid-air magic crystals, rare ones. 2. The mention of rewards immediately piqued Wang Yi's interest. Tell me more. For the glory of their class, perhaps this combat challenge was worth a shot after all. The sound of the bell echoed through the air, signaling the end of the final written exam. The once quiet classroom instantly became lively, as students passed their test papers forward row by row, eventually forming a neat stack in the hands of the student in the front row, who placed them on the teacher's desk. Remember, there's still the magic test tomorrow. Make sure to rest well at home, advised Peng Wanli, the invigilator, with a gentle reminder. He then gathered the thick pile of exam papers and left the classroom. Wang Yi slumped over his desk, completely drained of energy. The past 2 days had been an exhausting barrage of exams: general humanities, general sciences, magic fundamentals, magical beast analysis, magic crystal summaries, and magical history overviews. His head felt like it was spinning from the overload. The sensation brought back memories of his school days and his previous life, or so he thought, before quickly shaking off the idea. Who would ever feel nostalgic about exams? As his classmates gradually packed up their belongings and prepared to leave, Qi Xiaohao dashed over to Wang Yi's desk with an excited look on his face. Hey, Edge, did you sign up for the individual competition the day after tomorrow? At Lanling Magic High School, the final exams were divided into 2 parts, the written exams and the practical exams. Written exams involved test papers, while practical exams focused on magical skills. As for the combat competition, it was an optional event similar to a school sports day, as not all mages aspired to be combatants. However, the rewards for participating were incredibly tempting. Signing up was simple. Students just needed to register on the school's website, and the competition would commence after the written and practical exams were over. With his cheek still pressed against the desk, Wang Yi's voice was muffled as he replied, "Yeah, I signed up. What about you?" He couldn't help but be amazed at Qi Xiaohao's seemingly boundless energy, especially after the grueling exams. Hehe, Qi Xiaohao grinned mischievously. I didn't. Wait, what? Wang Yi found this odd. Knowing Qi Xiaohao's personality, it didn't seem like him to miss out on something so exciting. Because only the top 3 get rewarded, Qi Xiaohao explained, counting on his fingers as he continued. First, I can't beat you, Edge. Second, I can't beat old Wang. And third, I can't beat old Jiang. Since I'm destined to miss out on the top 3, why bother getting beaten up? Just then, Wang Jiang, who happened to be passing by, chimed in. At least you're self-aware. Unfazed, Qi Xiaohao slung an arm around Wang Jiang's shoulder and grinned. Sure, I'm skipping the individual competition, but I'm definitely joining the team competition to ride your coattails. So what if they're seniors? We're all just beginner mages, no one's inherently superior. Old Wang, I'm counting on you guys. Let's form a 4-person team and show those senior birds what we're made of. The team competition, a 4-on-4 battle, was an integral part of the event. Wang Yi, Jiang Yu, and Wang Jiang were the core members of their team. While the final spot had been secured after Qi Xiaohao spent a considerable amount of effort convincing Hu Lily to join. To Qi Xiaohao, this was the perfect opportunity to shine in front of the entire school. Team competitions are nothing like individual matches. They don't test solo strength, Wang Jiang said with a hint of mockery in his tone, glancing at Qi Xiaohao, who wore a smug expression. With Wang Yi, Jiang Yu, and me as the main players, even if we tied a dog next to us, we'd still win. You should at least be better than a dog, right? Qi Xiaohao was about to retort, but Wang Jiang dropped his teasing tone and spoke seriously. You're underestimating the challenge. Those third years won't be easy to deal with. I've already heard that some of them have advanced to mid-tier mages. So what if they're mid-tier? It's not like we haven't defeated mid-tier magical beasts before, Qi Xiaohao scoffed dismissively. At this point, Jiang Yu joined the discussion. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was grave. Mid-tier mages are generally stronger than mid-tier magical beasts. Plus, their chosen teammates won't be weak either. Third years have had 2 extra years of training compared to us. Don't get overconfident just because we went to Lingnan Sandbridge. Plenty of third years have killed magical beasts as well. Wang Jiang followed up with an analysis. According to the barrel theory, your weakness could very well become their breakthrough point. Once you're taken out, they'll have the numbers advantage and could overwhelm us. Zhang Yu added, the most critical factor is that the third years participating are mostly in the late stages of the basic tier. Team competitions prohibit using magic crystals to replenish energy, so we can't afford a battle of attrition. Even with Wang Yi's healing light, if we get stuck in a prolonged fight, we won't be able to sustain our energy. Their analysis shattered Qi Xiaohao's dream of effortlessly dominating Lanling. Zhang Yu went on to explain, fighting human mages is completely different from battling magical beasts, especially in team competitions. The more people involved, the more unpredictable the outcome. Any flash of inspiration from someone on the spot could instantly change the tide of the battle. It was clear from Zhang Yu's serious expression that he was determined to win this time. After staying low-key for an entire semester, it was time to make a name for himself at school and impress his foolish cousin. The conversation gradually shifted to specific strategies. Zhang Yu turned to Wang Yi. When your mana is fully charged, how many rare grade spells can you cast? 8. Wang Yi replied without hesitation. But considering that maintaining black rock heavy armor and golden light body continuously drains mana, realistically, 5 or 6 times would be a safer estimate. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows. The match is the day after tomorrow. Is there any chance you can advance to mid-basic tier by then? Wang Yi shook his head. Not likely. Despite his rigorous daily training, his progress was slower since he avoided over-relying on magic crystals to replenish energy. However, within the entire first-year cohort, Wang Yi's strength was still among the top, second only to Zhang Yu, the outlier. Then your ability to adapt on the spot will be even more critical, Zhang Yu said, his expression softening into an encouraging smile. In a rapidly changing battle, you'll need to carefully plan each spell while staying flexible. This is exactly the kind of skill a support mage like you needs to develop. Seeing the slightly bitter look on Wang Yi's face, he added, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is just a warm-up. We're only in our first year, time is on our side. Generally speaking, support and healing roles are indeed the backbone of any team. Zhang Yu understood this well, which is why he was particularly dedicated to nurturing Wang Yi's talents in these two areas. This young man not only possessed extraordinary talent and progressed at an astonishing pace, but more importantly, he demonstrated a rare sense of responsibility and teamwork. These qualities steadily elevated his position in Zhang Yu's eyes. As for other candidates, Qi Xiaohao could barely make it as a backup. Although Hu Lili and Chen Zhangkai were decent, they still fell short by comparison. Zhang Yu was well aware that in the small pond of Lanling Magic High School, finding a gem like Wang Yi was already a stroke of luck. By evening, the four of them sat together in the classroom, discussing their future plans in detail. Zhang Yu had no concerns about Wang Yi's prospects for university at his current rate of growth. In 2 years, not only would first-tier magic universities vie for him, but even top-tier institutions would eagerly compete to recruit him. It wasn't until darkness fully enveloped the sky that they reluctantly parted ways. The next day brought the magic aptitude tests, where each student was required to list the spells they had mastered and demonstrate them on the spot. For beginner mages, the ability to master rare-grade spells was a significant indicator of strength, directly influencing their rankings. After all, with each grade level a spell advanced, its power, effects, and casting range would improve dramatically. Nearly 100 first-year students completed their tests by the end of the morning. In the afternoon, the cultural subject grades were the first to be announced. Zhang Yu secured the top spot with near-perfect scores, while Wang Yi, though still far from excelling, finally managed to break free from his history of failing every subject. His modest improvement offered a glimmer of hope. Shortly after, the rankings for the magic aptitude test were revealed. Zhang Yu continued to lead with an impressive mastery of 10 rare-grade spells and 5 standard-grade spells. Qi Xiaohao took second place with 6 rare-grade and 3 standard-grade spells. Wang Yi secured third place with 5 rare-grade and 4 standard-grade spells. Wang Jiang and Wu Guan followed in 4th and 5th place, respectively. Meanwhile, Hu Lili and Chen Zhangkai, who had previously ventured into the interdimensional portal, ranked 9th and 13th. This report card caused a sensation throughout the entire grade, even drawing the attention of second and third-year students. Class 3 of the first year emerged like a dark horse, dominating half of the top 10 spots and outright claiming the top 4 positions. Their formidable strength was nothing short of astonishing. Zhang Yu instantly became the center of attention on campus by achieving first place in both the academic and practical exams. For a typical first-year high school student who usually only masters 1 or 2 rare-grade spells, Zhang Yu's mastery of 10 rare-grade spells was like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky above the school. Even top students like Wang Jiang, Wang Yi, and Qi Xiaohao, who had 5 or 6 rare-grade spells to their credit, paled in comparison to Zhang Yu. Qi Xiaohao, who had previously relied on his wealthy family background and an abundance of magic crystals to compensate for his talent, was considered the pinnacle of the first-year class until Jiang Yu shattered that ceiling without hesitation. 10 rare grade spells, a number that would put him among the top even in the third year, yet Jiang Yu had achieved this in just his first semester. As his fame spread, Jiang Yu's background was soon uncovered. It turned out that the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Year 1, was his older cousin, and the principal, by Jing Tian, was his granduncle. This revelation stirred up a wave of gossip. Many students whispered sourly in private, "Having more spells doesn't mean you're stronger. Real mages focus on mastering just 3 or 4 spells." With connections like his, getting first place must have been a breeze. Though these remarks weren't entirely baseless after all. Wang Jiang, ranked 4th, could defeat anyone ranked above him, and Qi Xiaohao, ranked 2nd, was actually the weakest in combat. However, this weakest label only applied when compared to Jiang Yu, Wang Yi, and Wang Jiang. Among the rest of the first-year students, he was still exceptional. Besides, Qi Xiaohao's real strength didn't lie in magic alone. As the most well-informed yet socially anxious member of the group, Qi Xiaohao showcased his remarkable keyboard warrior skills in response to the snide remarks. His fingers flew across the keyboard, firing off sharp and rapid retorts like a barrage of bullets. Talking nonsense won't help. If you're not convinced, let's solo. Afraid to challenge the first place? How about taking on the 5th? Beat me, and I'll book 10 tables at Jin Hao Hotel and publicly apologize. My monthly allowance is more than your lifetime income. Saying rare grade spells don't equate to strength? Then why don't you learn a few more yourself? So what if the principal is his granduncle? If your granduncle isn't the principal, who's to blame? Can't pass written exams, too scared to fight in real combat, and all you do is complain. He ended his tirade with a string of biting taunts. You're the busiest at the circus, the boldest in Gotham City, the guard at McDonald's, and the joker in a deck of cards. A wicked smirk spread across Qi Xiaohao's face as he recalled the last time Head unleashed such a satisfying verbal assault. It was when Wang Yi won a duel. The magic hall of Lanling Magic High School was bustling with activity. The circular stands were packed with people, the school flag fluttered gently in the breeze, and the rhythmic sound of drums mingled with the bursts of magical fireballs exploding in the air. These fireball spells, cast as fireworks, lit up the entire arena as they burst in the sky. The architecture of the magic hall closely resembled a modern stadium, with tiered seating encircling the arena. At the center stood dueling platforms made of specially designed materials capable of withstanding powerful magical impacts. These platforms were reinforced for durability against intense magical forces. Seated at the center of the podium was Bai Jingtian, the principal of Lanling Magic High School. Flanking him were representatives from the admissions departments of Imperial Capital Magic University, Imperial Capital Magic Medical University, Huaxia Magic Military University, and Huaxia Magic Combat University. These universities used the opportunity of the final exams to scout for potential outstanding students in advance. Admissions to magic universities were conducted through 3 primary channels: the unified examination, direct recruitment, and special recommendations. The unified exam was the main method, requiring candidates to pass 3 rigorous tests: academic, combat, and specialization exams. Direct recruitment involved universities securing top-tier students ahead of time, often leading to competition among institutions for these prodigies. Special recommendations were limited to 1 or 2 slots per school each year, and even then, the recommended students had to meet specific standards. Bai Jingshan's voice echoed through the venue via a microphone. Dear students, the 96th year of the magic calendar is drawing to a close, and so is this semester. Over the past months, you have poured in countless efforts and overcome numerous challenges. Now, let's give ourselves a round of applause to celebrate. A wave of applause surged through the hall, accompanied by cheers and shouts. Once the audience quieted down, Bai Jingtian continued. This final competition is your stage to showcase your abilities. The young should aspire to soar high, to grasp the stars and chase the sun. Let the brilliance that has been dormant this semester shine freely now. Thunderous applause erupted once more, and the students' enthusiasm reached its peak. Turning to his side, Bai Jingtian gestured to an elderly man with a weathered face. Before we begin the competition, allow me to introduce some special guests. Here we have Lieutenant General Xie Yuanyu, the head of the admissions department at Huaxia Magic Military University. Xie Yuanyu appeared to be in his 60s. He was dressed in a sky-blue military uniform, his stature imposing. Following Bai Jingtian's introduction, he greeted the students with a friendly demeanor. This is Lieutenant General Chu Guanghua, Director of Admissions at Huaxia Magic Military Academy. Bai Jingtian then turned to the second person on his left, a man in his 40s, wearing a sharp black military uniform. His face was chiseled and cold, exuding an air of stern authority. This is Xie Yuanyu. Next, he introduced the 2 individuals on his right. Zhuo Yinqing, the slightly portly director of admissions at Imperial Capital Magic University, who appeared to be in his 50s, and Ko Ganlin, the meticulously groomed director of admissions at Imperial Capital Magic Medical University, in his 40s. Ko Ganlin's eyes swept swiftly over the students seated below. This was an exceptionally rare scene. Typically, only regular admissions staff would attend the endophthalm exams, and at best, a deputy director might be sent by a top school. The presence of the directors of admissions from the four most prestigious magic universities at Lanling Magic High School was clearly a testament to Bai Jingtian's influence as an extraordinary mage. With the introductions complete, the individual competition at Lanling Magic High School officially began. A tall girl stepped onto the stage. She wore a sports outfit, her hair tied neatly into a ponytail. Good day, teachers and fellow students. I am Ma Shouting from Class 1 of Grade 12, and it's an honor to serve as the host for this event, she said with a clear voice before continuing. This individual competition has 31 registered participants, 3 from Grade 10, 8 from Grade 11, and 20 from Grade 12. The matches will be randomly paired, with unknown battles until the top 3 are determined. The first round will reduce 31 contestants to 16, with one lucky participant advancing automatically. Now, let's welcome the contestants for the opening match. Ma Buotao from Class 1 of Grade 12 versus Wang Jiang from Class 3 of Grade 10. Wang Jiang, carrying a long halberd on his shoulder, walked steadily onto the stage. Ma Buotao, eyeing the intimidating weapon, turned to Ma Shouting and asked, Shouting, is this allowed? Though he had experienced 4 endophthalm battles and even participated in one himself, this was the first time Ma Buotao had seen such a strikingly powerful weapon. Previously, he had only encountered short weapons like brass knuckles, gauntlets, or daggers. Ma Shouting rolled her eyes discreetly at him and began reading the rules aloud. The use of magic crystals to restore mana is prohibited, and intentionally causing fatal injuries is forbidden. The match will end immediately under any of the following conditions: falling off the stage, voluntarily surrendering, losing the ability to resist, losing consciousness, or being saved by the referee. Now, let's invite referee teacher Shen Yuan to the stage. Shen Yuan, a thin support class mage, ascended the platform. Ma Buotao leaned closer to Shen Yuan and whispered, the freshmen this year are really bold, Teacher Shen. You'll need to watch out for this one. Shen Yuan gave him a meaningful look. Having witnessed the Battle of Shikio and Lingnan firsthand, he was well aware of the capabilities of these freshmen. Taking the microphone, Shen Yuan announced, with me handling the field and Director Zhang from the medical department ready to assist below, all participants can give it their all. Now, prepare to begin. Wang Jiang and Ma Buotao took their positions at opposite ends of the stage. Let the match begin. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.